Chapter 1. A Boisterous Feast. Mr. Lin, please take your time with the meal. Mr. Lin, this soup has just been served. Be careful, it's hot. In a luxurious villa in Pingjiang City, several charming maids anxiously observe the young man before them, Lin Qi. At that moment, the handsome Lin Qi was sprawled across the table, with a succulent pork knuckle in his left hand and a roasted chicken leg in his right, devouring them with abandon. His mouth was so full that he could hardly contain it. Grease dripped from his lips, his eyes gleamed with a ravenous glint, fixating on the other delectable dishes laid out before him. Finally, after 3 long years, I can indulge in these delicacies. It has truly been a struggle. This greasy pork knuckle is far more tantalizing than any dish from a high-end restaurant. As Lin Qi spoke, his words were muffled by the food. His insatiable appetite startled the maids nearby. Has Mr. Lin lost his mind? Indeed, Lin Qi had succumbed to madness, though it was merely the madness of hunger. After all, in a month, the world would succumb to a zombie virus outbreak, transforming over 90% of humanity into the undead, leaving the remaining survivors to endure a grim existence. Lin Qi had survived in this apocalyptic world for 3 years. Each day was a relentless pursuit of sustenance. Just an hour ago, he had ventured out from his stronghold in search of food, only to be besieged by a horde of zombies, nearly consumed by them. It took him several minutes to accept the reality of his rebirth. Then, he hastily commanded the kitchen to prepare a feast, which he hastily brought to his room. There was no choice, he was famished. Although his body had eaten the night before, it could not quell the profound hunger that his soul, starved for 3 years, communicated. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. After indulging in a gluttonous feast, Lin Qi reclined in satisfaction. How delightful! At that moment, he heard a voice. Loading Apocalypse-based system. You have unlocked unlimited storage space. Newbie mission released. Please check. Is that a system? It seemed he had received the privileges of a reborn individual, starting with a system. Moreover, he possessed such vast personal storage, how many pork knuckles could it accommodate? No, he needed to strategize, stockpiling resources within that space. For someone like Lin Qi, who had endured 3 years in this dystopian reality, he understood what was most precious in such dire circumstances. That is food. Without exception, Lin Qi had witnessed more than just people being devoured by zombies. He had seen countless souls perish from starvation. For a morsel of bread, friendships could dissolve in an instant. For a mere slice of bread, individuals would betray their own bodies. Such occurrences had become commonplace in the apocalypse. Thus, he must hoard food, for he absolutely could not bear the torment of hunger again. However, would hoarding vast quantities of resources attract unwanted attention? Surely, the authorities would take note. That could land him in a precarious situation. Didn't it just mention a new mission? With a thought, Lin Qi summoned a personal attribute panel visible only to him. Newbie mission. Please collect a substantial amount of resources and store them in the storage space before the apocalypse arrives. Rewards will be granted based on the quantity of resources collected. Time remaining for the mission: 29 days, 10 hours, 30 minutes, 5 seconds. Indeed, the system aligns with my thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Qi remembered something and queried the system. Don't all systems provide a newbie gift upon binding to a host? The newbie gift has been placed in the system backpack. Please check. Lin Qi opened the backpack, and indeed the icon for a large gift package appeared. He clicked on the icon. Newbie gift received. You have obtained a 10,000-fold critical hit reward. 10,000-fold critical hit. Any resources you store in the storage space will receive a 10,000-fold critical hit reward. Lin Qi was astounded. So, if I store a ton of water, it's equivalent to storing 10,000 tons? This is magnificent, haha. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. With this reward, he could amass resources in abundance. With this in mind, Lin Qi promptly summoned his butler, Uncle Tai. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered Lin Qi's bedroom. Uncle Tai had served in Lin Qi's household for over 20 years. Lin Qi had complete trust in him. Uncle Tai, I need you to handle something for me. What is it? Uncle Tai inquired. Immediately sell all my real estate holdings, quickly, even at a lower price if necessary. Remember, keep it discreet. Don't ask why. Just do it. In the impending apocalypse, these possessions would be worthless. It was better to convert them to cash for purchasing supplies. Although Uncle Tai wore a puzzled expression, he was a seasoned butler and understood not to pry into matters he shouldn't. He exited the room to attend to these tasks. After Uncle Tai departed, Lin Qi did not remain idle. That he rose and made his way to his underground garage. Since the storage space can hold anything, theoretically, these cars count as resources. Moreover, vehicles will be invaluable in the apocalypse. Stockpiling them is essential. With a spirit of experimentation, Lin Qi attempted to store a luxury car in the storage space. In the next moment, the luxury car vanished from sight. Lin Qi rejoiced. Indeed, it works. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ears. You have acquired 20 luxury cars, 10,000-fold critical hit activated. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 luxury vehicles. Unexpectedly, upon his rebirth, the first fortune he reaped was from himself. In the blink of an eye, he owned 20 luxury cars. And within the storage space, time stood still. Suddenly, Lin Qi had an epiphany. If I store an item I've duplicated again, will it trigger a bug? Thus, he attempted to withdraw one vehicle and restore it in the storage space. He eagerly anticipated a system notification, but to his disappointment, it seemed he hadn't received a critical hit this time. It appeared he could not exploit this loophole. But that wasn't the end. Lin Qi received another system notification. Congratulations on being the first to place an item in the storage space. You have received the reward, Supreme Serum, Military Combat Technique, a super alloy combat knife. Wow, there are rewards too? Chapter 2, Acquiring Billions, Formulating Plans, Astonishing Uncle Tai, Supreme Serum. Upon use, it enhances physical abilities by 100-fold and significantly increases the probability of awakening special powers. Serum? Lin Qi examined the serum. It was a glass vial containing a blue liquid, sealed with a cap, with a syringe attached. With this serum, my chances of survival in the apocalypse have greatly increased. Lin Qi attempted once more to place the serum into the storage space, yet failed to trigger a tenfold critical hit. Indeed, the system's rewards are incapable of critical hits. Lin Qi glanced at the supreme serum in his hand, pondering, surely, the system's rewards bear no adverse effects? With a resolute determination, Lin Qi rolled up his sleeves, but he then bit open the serum's cap and, without hesitation, plunged the needle into his flesh. As the serum gradually coursed through his veins, Lin Qi felt a wave of warmth flooding his body, so delightful. However, in the next instant, he felt as if he had plunged into a volcano, with a searing sensation engulfing him from the inside out. Lin Qi could distinctly sense his muscles tearing and reconstructing. Damn, is this potency too intense? Curse it, how reckless. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger for long. Once the burning subsided, Lin Qi felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Upon testing, he discovered that he could effortlessly lift the car before him with a single hand. Even Lin Qi found this unbelievable. In that moment, he resembled a leopard poised to ambush its prey, swift and powerful. Moreover, through this experience, not only had his strength increased, but his agility, reflexes, endurance, and constitution had all undergone significant enhancement. You have successfully utilized the Supreme Serum, enhancing your physical attributes 100-fold, and you have gained immunity to all viruses, permanently immune to the vast majority of diseases. Does this mean I no longer need to worry about becoming a zombie? The ability to be immune to most diseases is quite practical. After all, in the apocalypse, with poor medical conditions, many succumb to death not due to zombie infection, but from diseases that run rampant. Lin Qi then turned his attention to the second reward. Military Combat Technique grants you immediate mastery of military combat techniques, reaching full proficiency. This is excellent. With my genetic enhancement, I now possess a physique akin to that of a superhero. Mastering such a practical skill will greatly bolster my self-defense capabilities in the apocalypse. Lin Qi activated the combat technique, and a stream of light entered his body. He soon felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. The knowledge of the combat technique instantly settled in his mind. His nerves and muscles began to subtly reorganize, adapting to the combat technique. A few moments later, Lin Qi clenched his fists, feeling that he had completely mastered this combat skill. However, there was currently no target to test it on. Lin Qi then glanced at another reward. Super Alloy Battle Knife, a battle knife crafted from adamantium alloy, possessing the characteristic of never dulling. Adamantium? Does such a material exist in this world? After a moment's thought, he realized that having a system made the appearance of adamantium quite unsurprising. Before him lay a saber shimmering with silver light. The hilt was made from a highly frictional material. The blade measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, and while it appeared heavy, it was surprisingly light. Gripping it, Lin Qi felt as though it was an extension of his own arm, that he casually twirled the knife and made a gentle slash that a deep gash appeared on the concrete floor of the warehouse. Mind you, this was a concrete surface. Quite impressive. Truly worthy of being the adamantium alloy favored by Wolverine. He lay on his 6-square-meter bed, lost in thought, in the face of the apocalyptic crisis. His plans must be executed with meticulous precision. First and foremost, the source of life is paramount. Next comes the stockpiling of food. Besides rice, let's procure 1,000 tons each of millet, black rice, and any other varieties available on the market. With these tangible supplies, at the very least, he would not starve. Yet, this merely ensured he would not perish from hunger. Carbohydrates alone will not suffice. Protein must not be neglected. Let's acquire 1,000 tons each of various common livestock and poultry meats, not only from land animals, but also seafood and aquatic products that in the apocalypse. Most rivers have been polluted, and many fish had mutated. Seafood had become exceedingly scarce. With this month at hand, it was imperative to gather these supplies. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi began to draft a list of materials. Classic marine fish. Let's procure 1,000 tons each. Freshwater fish, crayfish. Let's secure 1,000 tons of each. With these, the essential ingredients for hearty dishes would be nearly sufficient. Next, it was time to gather some seasonings. As he contemplated seasonings, an idea struck Lin Qi. Salt. This is of utmost importance. In his previous life during the apocalypse, Lin Qi had learned the dire consequences of lacking salt. Life soon resembled that of a primitive existence. With a severe deficiency of salt in his body, he felt utterly weak. Moreover, salt could serve as a form of currency. Among various shelters, salt could be exchanged for essential supplies. In the apocalypse, it was indeed a hard currency. It could be traded for anything from aircraft to artillery, even for human lives. This must be stockpiled. In addition, Lin Qi meticulously listed other condiments in his supply inventory. Since he intended to stockpile resources, he aimed to prepare well, striving for a modestly comfortable life in the apocalypse. However, considering all aspects, Lin Qi realized that the supplies he needed to amass were quite extensive. The apocalyptic crisis is terrifying, with circumstances and environments constantly changing. Having endured 3 years of the apocalypse, Lin Qi had an indelible impression of hunger that he could not forget. Moreover, he bore a deep-seated fear of the ruthless zombies and mutated beasts that roamed the wasteland. During Lin Qi's previous encounters with the zombie crisis, not only did humans develop supernatural abilities, but zombies continually evolved as well. He had witnessed zombies towering 1 or 2 stories high. Their strength was formidable, and their attack power was utterly terrifying. Wherever they went, they left behind a trail of ruin. Furthermore, it was not only the zombies, various mutated beasts also emerged. For instance, mutated cats, dogs, livestock, poultry, and other wild animals. Lin Qi had seen a rooster with claws as sharp as steel knives that could cleave a person in two. Even ordinary pet dogs, once mutated, could grow to 2 meters tall, devouring a child in a single bite. In the apocalypse, not only was there a scarcity of resources, but personal safety was also a significant concern. In the face of the apocalyptic crisis, while food is essential, self-defense is equally critical. With this thought, Lin Qi began to list the items he would need to prepare next. Military daggers, long swords, combat knives, diesel generators. Close-range weapons could be custom-made at a factory specializing in crafting swords or knives. However, for ranged weapons, Lin Qi found himself at a loss. In a country like China, where firearms are strictly prohibited, it was impossible to purchase guns on the market. Yet there was one alternative that could substitute for firearms. That was the modern high-strength compound crossbow. Moreover, in the apocalypse, the majority of people remained ordinary. Thus, the significance of crossbows was self-evident. However, Lin Qi pondered for a moment and scribbled something on another piece of paper. Despite his wealth, acquiring such an extensive array of items proved to be quite a daunting task. Nevertheless, he thought, he would entrust the matter to Uncle Tai for assistance. As the afternoon approached, Uncle Tai came to report on his progress to Lin Qi. Young master, time is of the essence. This morning, we managed to liquidate assets worth only 100 billion. The remaining assets can be fully liquidated within 3 days, yielding approximately 60 billion. Lin Qi was quite pleased with Uncle Tai's efficiency, which was indeed reassuring. Subsequently, Lin Qi handed over the list he had compiled to Uncle Tai, signaling him to prepare the necessary supplies as outlined. Uncle Tai glanced at the items on the list. His eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly concealed the list, fearful of prying eyes. Gazing at Lin Qi in disbelief, he whispered, "Young master, are you planning a rebellion?" Lin Qi was taken aback by Uncle Tai's question, utterly bewildered. "What are you saying? I am a law-abiding citizen." Yet Uncle Tai's face was etched with shock and concern. Why the sudden accumulation of such vast resources? 1,000 tons of grain? 1,000 tons of meat? This stockpile could last until the next lunar year. Continuing to peruse the list, Uncle Tai's heart nearly faltered at the sight of the items listed below. After all, the foodstuffs were essential for human sustenance, which was somewhat justifiable. However, the subsequent orders for restricted weapons, and in considerable quantities, what was the meaning of this? Was it a prelude to crime? What could this be but preparations for conscription and insurrection? Chapter 3. The Long Queue of Delivery Workers. Lin Qi goes abroad. Uncle Tai was bewildered, having been part of the Lin family for so many years. He held deep affection for this young master, having watched him grow since childhood. Now, he began to question whether Lin Qi was experiencing some form of mental distress, perhaps even seeking to rebel against society. Young master, while it is permissible to indulge in extravagance, please do not venture down this path. Throughout the years, Uncle Tai had always supported Lin Qi in his endeavors. However, this time, he could not help but feel a sense of concern, for this situation could spiral out of control. Lin Qi's predicament is poised to become perilous, and he may very well find himself apprehended. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qi took a deep breath and stated earnestly, "Uncle Tai, I shall explain my reasons for this later. For now, please proceed as I have instructed. For this matter holds immense significance for me." Observing Lin Qi's earnest demeanor, Uncle Tai reluctantly subdued his curiosity and began to take action on the task at hand. Lin Qi was not idle. He commenced the collection of water resources. However, the current pollution levels are severe, rendering ordinary drinking water unsuitable for consumption. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic era, even the creatures inhabiting the rivers may undergo mutations. How could I have forgotten about tap water? This resource is undoubtedly the most economical source of water, and it merely requires boiling to be transformed into potable water. Lin Qi hastened to the kitchen and turned on all the faucets. A steady stream of water flowed into the storage space, and, astonishingly, every drop that entered triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, transforming a mere liter of water into a staggering 10,000 liters. However, it would be imprudent to remain idle while collecting water. Unexpectedly, a notification from the system appeared. You may designate fixed areas as resource acquisition points, allowing resources to be automatically collected by the storage space. How considerate of a system. After designating both the kitchen and the warehouse as resource acquisition points, Lin Qi was struck by a bold idea. What if he set this acquisition point at the freshwater lake? Beyond the mountain adjacent to his villa lay a vast freshwater lake, one of the primary sources of freshwater for Pingjiang City. The water therein could sustain a city's population for 50 years. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided against it. For now, such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. His current collection efforts might exceed the capacity of the warehouse behind the mountain. He would need to convert the 30 acres of his villa's garden into a storage facility. Reflecting on the struggles of hunger he faced in the apocalypse, Lin Qi experienced a sudden epiphany. Why not order takeout? Thus, he retrieved his phone and began placing an extravagant order. Barbecue, hamburgers, skewers. Lin Qi closed his eyes and tapped away. After a considerable amount of time, he finally paused, satisfied with his selections. Meanwhile, at the fried chicken establishment where Lin Qi placed his order, The front desk received the takeout request with astonishment. 100 portions of fried chicken, 100 of each flavor. Additionally, 100 chicken wraps and 100 crispy chicken legs. Am I seeing things? The manager pondered deeply before calling Lin Qi to confirm, ultimately realizing that the request was indeed legitimate. What should we do, boss? A bewildered staff member gazed at the manager. Since payment had already been made, they decided to proceed with the order. Lin Qi had already made arrangements for the security to allow the delivery personnel to enter shortly. Subsequently, the security guard witnessed a long procession of electric bikes entering the villa community, one after another. The guard was taken aback. Do the wealthy indulge in such extravagant displays nowadays? What kind-hearted individual orders so many deliveries at such a late hour? Half an hour later, the entrance of Lin Qi's villa was filled with delivery personnel. They exchanged glances, astonished after receiving their delivery orders. Having worked in the delivery service for a year or two, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Nearly half the city's couriers converging on a single residence. Do the affluent truly revel in such lavish expenditures? Or has this individual suffered some form of mental lapse, as if struck by a mule? Lin Qi filled the living room with the takeout he had purchased, and the air was suffused with the delightful aroma of food. Lin Qi gazed upon the array of dishes before him, his saliva flowing like a fountain, yet he managed to restrain himself. Lin Qi gathered all the dishes from the table into the storage space. You have received 10 portions of dompa pork, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 portions of dompa pork. You have received 10 portions of crystal pork, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 portions of crystal pork. In this apocalyptic world, when would one have the chance to savor such delicacies? The leaders of minor factions are left to gnaw on expired and spoiled food merely to stave off hunger. Only the truly formidable can indulge in such culinary delights. After arranging everything, Lin Qi reclined on the bed, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. On the first day of his rebirth, he acquired the system and had prepared extensively in advance. At last, he could finally relish a sound slumber. As his body relaxed completely, Lin Qi drifted into a deep sleep. Lin Qi slept soundly until midday the following day. He rose, stretching contentedly, and proceeded to freshen up. It was then that he noticed Uncle Tai entering the room. Upon his first glance at Lin Qi, Uncle Tai sensed that something was amiss. Lin Qi has been watched over by Uncle Tai since childhood. Though he remains the same person, his demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. Uncle Tai then returned to his usual self, saying, "Young master, I have already arranged for the items you ordered yesterday. A shipment of rice has just arrived, and the unloading has commenced." After Lin Qi listened, he said, "All right, once the goods are unloaded, please ensure that the warehouse door is securely closed before notifying me." Lin Qi arrived at the warehouse. Upon gazing at the towering stacks of 200,000 bags of rice, he was filled with elation. With a swift motion of his hand, all the rice was seamlessly transferred into the storage space. Before he could examine the bounty in detail, he received another notification from the system. You have acquired 5,000 tons of rice. The 10,000-fold critical hit is in effect. Congratulations. You have obtained 50 million tons of rice. Lin Qi's consciousness arrived in the storage space, where he discovered neatly stacked provisions. A profound sense of reassurance filled his heart. As evening descended, Uncle Tai came to report to Lin Qi. "Young master, the tasks you assigned have been successfully implemented." Lin Qi nodded affirmatively. "All right. By the way, young master, the tickets to the beautiful country have been booked. How shall we arrange for your bodyguard during this trip abroad?" Uncle Tai was still quite concerned about Lin Qi's safety. However, Lin Qi was unconcerned. "There's no need for that, Uncle Tai. I can manage on my own. If anything comes up, just remember to give me a call." Given Lin Qi's current capabilities, the presence of a bodyguard seemed utterly superfluous. If he were to encounter a danger beyond his control, no number of guards would suffice. "Very well, then. I shall accompany you to the airport shortly." Lin Qi boarded Uncle Tai's vehicle en route to the airport. After passing through security and collecting his boarding pass, Lin Qi embarked on a flight destined for the beautiful country. Following 13 hours of aerial travel, he arrived at the First People's Airport in Los Angeles, a city within the enchanting nation. Due to the time difference with Huaxia, it was morning upon his arrival. As he disembarked, he was greeted by the radiant sunshine. After a brief pause, Lin Qi stepped out of the airport and spotted a Land Rover parked at the entrance. Flanking the vehicle stood two tall, robust foreign men clad in military attire. These two individuals were the business partners Lin Qi had come to meet for discussions on collaboration. Lin Qi specifically traveled abroad to seek them out because they possess crucial sources of armaments that are of significant importance even in the United States. Chapter 4. Purchasing Armaments? The Insatiable Appetite of Lin Qi. Indeed, you heard it correctly, armaments. Lin Qi's purpose for his journey to the beautiful country is to procure arms. After all, in the apocalyptic era, the most crucial aspect of a sanctuary is possessing a formidable armed force for self-protection. Apart from the rare individuals who have awakened extraordinary powers, the vast majority of survivors navigating this bleak world are ordinary people. For ordinary individuals, having firearms is rather advantageous for survival in such dire circumstances. As for how Lin Qi became acquainted with arms dealers, that is a lengthy tale indeed. 2 years prior, Lin Qi's company frequently engaged in various multinational transactions, all of which were legitimate dealings. A significant portion of the Lin Group's economic resources is derived from the pharmaceutical industry. In this world, the two most lucrative sectors are defense and pharmaceuticals. Consequently, individuals from these two industries have inevitably crossed paths in their previous business dealings. Upon encountering Lin Qi, both men exhibited great enthusiasm, approaching him with warm handshakes and embraces. "Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Long time no see." Both men stood at nearly 2 meters tall, each weighing around 125 to 130 kilograms. Although Lin Qi stands at a height of 1.8 meters, he appears somewhat slender in comparison, resembling a delicate bird standing before the two men. However, in terms of presence, Lin Qi is by no means inferior to Jack and Mike. "Jack, Mike, it's been a long time," Lin exclaimed. "Brother Lin, you've traveled such a distance to visit us. Allow me to treat you well." "All right, let us go." The trio appear to be long-lost friends reunited after many years. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Qi entered the car. The three of them arrived at the hotel, and after placing Lin Qi's luggage down, they promptly headed to the private shooting range of Jack and Mike. This shooting range spanned over 100 acres. Upon arrival, Lin Qi observed numerous individuals engaged in target practice, the sound of gunfire ringing in the air. However, most of the firearms in use were civilian models. He shook his head slightly at the sight. The power of these weapons was merely sufficient to contend with ordinary zombies. Yet, if faced with mutated zombies or monstrous beasts, such firearms would prove inadequate. Noticing Lin Qi's dissatisfaction with the available weapons, Jack remarked, "Lin, it seems you are not pleased with these items. What do you require? I can procure anything, even equipment from the illustrious Marine Corps of the United States." In response, Lin Qi stated, "Indeed, the firearms here are rather lacking. I need to acquire the military-grade weapons used by your Marine Corps, and I intend to purchase them in bulk. I'm looking for KBK, M4A1, WZ96, Barrett, RPGs, anti-aircraft machine guns, flamethrowers, shotguns, and more." Upon hearing this, both Jack and Mike furrowed their brows in disbelief. Was Lin Qi out of his mind, purchasing such an extensive arsenal? "I must ask, Lin, isn't your company in the pharmaceutical industry? Why the sudden interest in military firearms? Moreover, the bulk purchase of such weapons is strictly prohibited in your country. What do you intend to do with them?" Lin Qi had already devised an excuse. Of course, it was for business. "Just like you, dabbling in smuggling. Well, I can procure all these fellows you desire, but regarding the price." Mike rubbed his fingers together, signaling Lin Qi. Lin Qi observed Mike's movements, and he comprehended what Mike was about to articulate. Lin Qi smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "The price is negotiable, Mike. You are well aware of my financial capabilities." Upon hearing this, both of their eyes lit up with excitement. Through their previous collaborations with Lin Qi, they were quite familiar with his financial prowess. In summary, it could be encapsulated in a single word: wealthy. Ignoring the astonishment of the two, he continued unabated. Lin Qi casually picked up a revolver beside him and aimed at a target 50 meters away, pulling the trigger with precision. Bang! 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 He fired 5 shots in rapid succession, each one striking the bullseye with remarkable accuracy. The series of gunshots drew the attention of the nearby Americans, who were taken aback by the extraordinary marksmanship displayed by this individual of Asian descent. It was astonishing how well he controlled the firearm, making it seem as though there was no recoil at all. Such strength is not something one encounters in an ordinary person. Mike and Jack stood by, equally astonished at Lin Qi's prowess. "Oh my God, look at what you've done. Lin, when did your shooting skills improve so drastically? Is it legal to use firearms in your country? What you are wielding is a Smith Wesson M500 handgun. This is the legendary hand cannon. Not only can you tame its immense recoil, but you also hit the 10 ring with every shot. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Your shooting skills remind me of a certain anti-hero from our country's DC Comics, the Death Shot," Lin Qi casually remarked. "Perhaps I've just played too much CS over the past few years. Can playing CS truly enhance one's marksmanship in reality? Who are you trying to fool?" Lin Qi gently turned his body, then unobtrusively placed the handgun back onto the table. "You have acquired a Smith Wesson M500 revolver with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 Smith Wesson M500 revolvers." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Qi smiled. He then inquired once more, "My two friends, as I mentioned earlier, are you capable of fulfilling this request?" At these words, Jack's expression suddenly turned serious. "Lin, are you certain you wish to order such a vast array of military firearms? I must inform you in advance. The cost will be quite substantial." Lin Qi raised his hand to interrupt Jack, exclaiming, "There is no need to reiterate the exorbitant price. Listen, I simply require you to dispatch the goods at the earliest possible moment, and I insist on inspecting them first. At that time, you may place the payment in the designated location. I possess a total of $7 billion US dollars, and it is up to you to decide if you wish to profit from this." Jack was momentarily stunned, his heart racing in astonishment. $7 billion US dollars. He never anticipated that Lin Qi would prepare such a substantial sum during his trip abroad. Jack and Mike exchanged glances, a glimmer of excitement flashing in their eyes. "It seems, Lin, that you are indeed in urgent need of this shipment," Mike remarked as he approached. "That is precisely why I sought both of you out." Mike nodded and inquired, "So, Lin, how much do you require?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi declared, "I require 2,000 of each type of firearm, 8,000 magazines, and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, for grenades, landmines, and grenade launchers, provide me with whatever quantity you have available." Upon hearing Lin Qi's demands, the two burly men stood in stunned silence. Chapter 5. A Meeting with the Arms Dealer. Loyalty Assessment Function. They began to question whether they had misheard him. 2,000 firearms of each type, and considering the various models they possessed, there were no fewer than 100. Not to mention the staggering figure of 300,000 rounds of ammunition. This would essentially monopolize their entire stock. Lin Qi, is he purchasing arms? The two prominent arms dealers from the United States are currently astonished by Lin Qi's insatiable appetite. Lin Qi also noticed the astonishment of the two individuals, and then he merely stated with indifference, "Shouldn't arms dealers possess their own armories? The items I require ought to be fully accommodated within an armory, shouldn't they?" Lin Qi had long been aware of the substantial arms dealer behind Jack and Mike, which is precisely why he made such a statement. The two of them endeavored to compose themselves, yet their hearts were filled with elation. Lin Qi traveled thousands of miles alone to this place, primarily because he brought an abundance of wealth. It would be utterly unreasonable not to take advantage of such a ripe opportunity that has presented itself. The two did not conceal the avarice gleaming in their eyes. Lin Qi observed the glances exchanged among them and comprehended their intentions. Do they wish to eliminate me? That would depend on whether they possess the capability to do so. Lin Qi was acutely aware that behind the two individuals lay a formidable arms dealer, undoubtedly possessing an extensive arsenal. The inventory held by this group could effortlessly equip an entire division of the splendid Nation S Army. At that moment, Mike feigned contemplation for a brief, while before inquiring of Lin Qi, "Are you certain about acquiring such a substantial quantity in one go? It is essential to understand that such a large order, once contracted, cannot be reneged upon. The consequences of a breach are burdensome and beyond your capacity to bear." Lin Qi understood his thoughts. "Rest assured, I will take as much as you have. However, since I intend to purchase such a large quantity, you must allow me to inspect the goods first, so that I may feel at ease." After Lin Qi finished speaking, the two were astonished that he would actively cooperate by offering to feed them. At that moment, they could not blame him for being ruthless in his actions. Lin Qi realized that these two individuals had devised a plan of their own. During this journey to the United States, securing arms was an urgent necessity for him, and he intended to do so without spending a single cent. They mistakenly believed they were leading me into their territory to exploit me. Little did they know, it was I who had orchestrated this trip to their domain. Of course, Lin Qi was not going there to be victimized. At this moment, he stood confidently at the edge of the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Mike furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin, how can you assure us that once you see our goods, you will comply and make the payment?" Lin Qi shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, exclaiming, "My life is at stake here. Do you truly believe I could conjure up any tricks?" It was a reasonable thought. Mike, in an effort to ease the tension, smiled and responded, "Lin, my brother, what are you saying? We have immense trust in you. How about this? We will pick you up at the hotel tonight, and then we shall head straight to our armory to inspect the goods." Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, at the invitation of the two, he dined at a remarkably fine Chinese restaurant in the area. At that moment, Jack and Mike, watching Lin Qi depart, burst into hearty laughter. "Mike, it seems we have struck gold this time." "Indeed. Can you believe that Lin Qi had the audacity to travel all this way to engage in business with arms dealers? Does he truly think that the arms trade is so easily navigable?" They were determined to teach the naive Lin Qi a lesson. As Mike spoke, he offered a word of caution. "However, we should remain vigilant. As an entrepreneur, Lin must have some defenses in place if he dared to come here." Jack dismissively replied, "Rest assured, I conducted thorough investigations before Lin Qi's arrival. He indeed came alone. Moreover, just half a month ago, he liquidated his company's shares and borrowed a significant amount of money. Presumably, this was intended for initial investments in smuggling. However, his investments appear rather reckless. If he fails here, he will face bankruptcy. Why should we concern ourselves with this? A lamb delivered to us. We simply cannot let it go unscathed." After this, the two shared a hearty laugh, clinking their glasses together before downing their drinks in one go. By 7 o'clock that evening, Jack and his companion arrived punctually, driving their Hummer to a stop outside the hotel. After Lin Qi boarded the vehicle, it traveled for over 2 hours until it arrived at a secluded valley. At this moment, Lin Qi beheld a row upon row of military Humvees parked ahead. As the vehicle advanced further, massive battlefield villas came into view. Upon disembarking, guided by Jack and Mike, Lin Qi entered one of the villas. Once inside, Mike courteously introduced a Caucasian gentleman seated within the room, exclaiming, "Boss, Lin, I have brought him to you." He then turned to Lin Qi and continued, "This is my boss, James. He is the largest arms dealer in all of beautiful country, and he can fulfill all your requests." Lin Qi gazed ahead, where under the glow of lights stood a Caucasian man clad in a pristine white suit, adorned with a matching white boss hat. He turned to Lin Qi and offered a subtle smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed guest from afar." Lin Qi addressed James directly, "Greetings, James. I shall be forthright. The purpose of my visit today is to ascertain whether the inventory in your possession can meet my requirements." Upon hearing this, a flicker of something unusual crossed James's eyes. "Of course, Mr. Lin, there is no problem at all. You are most welcome to inspect the goods. However, there's a rule I must inform you of." With that, James approached Lin Qi and stood before him. "I need to conduct a search, as my establishment does not permit the presence of any personal electronic devices or explosive materials." Lin Qi nodded slightly, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. However, to him, it mattered little. After all, his storage space was replete with an array of items. If they wished to search, so be it. Jack and Mike approached Lin Qi and conducted a thorough search. Once they confirmed that there were no anomalies, they exchanged a knowing glance with James. After scrutinizing Lin Qi for 3 seconds, James turned away, uncorked a bottle of brandy, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Lin Qi. "Say, Mr. Lin, I sincerely hope our collaboration proves to be exceedingly enjoyable." Lin Qi took the wine glass and proclaimed, "Cheers to our collaboration." He then clinked his glass with James's and tilted his head back, allowing the liquid to flow down his throat. Subsequently, James instructed Jack and Mike, who were standing nearby, "Take Mr. Lin to inspect the goods." At that moment, a voice resonated within Lin Qi's mind. "Congratulations on achieving the milestone. Safely stored items for 48 hours. Your achievement reward is being dispensed. Congratulations. You have acquired Loyalty Assessment Function." Loyalty assessment? Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback, and then began to examine the information. Loyalty assessment function. You may utilize the loyalty assessment feature to evaluate any subject of your choosing. Each individual's loyalty score varies. Notice, a loyalty score below 60 necessitates caution. A score below 0 indicates a murderous intent towards you. Chapter 6. Within 7 steps, is the gun quick? After perusing the rewards for the new achievement, Lin Qi comprehended the function's purpose. Although this feature was not as extravagant as mind reading, it could detect any targets harboring hostility towards him, allowing him to preemptively guard against potential threats. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, this capability was immensely beneficial. Inevitably, he would need to expand his team, and it was certain that there would be individuals with nefarious intentions among them. With this function, he could filter out those who posed a detriment to his safety. He cast a glance at Jack and Mike, who were leading the way ahead. Lin Qi then conducted an experiment on the 2 of them to assess their loyalty. Mike, loyalty, -100. Jack, loyalty, -100. Before Lin Qi's arrival, he was aware that these individuals from the beautiful country would pose a threat to him. After all, those engaged in arms smuggling are hardly legitimate business people. However, upon witnessing the data, Lin Qi found himself in a state of incredulity. Just how fervently did you 2 wish to eliminate me? A score of -100? Soon, the 2 led Lin Qi to the rear arms depot, where a contingent of heavily armed guards stood vigil at the entrance. Upon reaching this point, Jack and Mike halted their steps. Turning around, they exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Qi and remarked, "Lin, I forgot to mention that here. One must pay up front to inspect the goods." As they spoke, the armed guards began to encircle Lin Qi menacingly. The duo erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Lin, hurry up and show us the money." In response, Lin Qi furrowed his brow, feigning surprise. "What do you mean?" After their laughter subsided, Jack produced a handgun from his coat and slowly approached Lin Qi, saying, "I must ask, Lin, who granted you the audacity to venture onto our territory alone?" Subsequently, a throng of men aimed their dark barrels menacingly at Lin Qi. Lin Qi remained remarkably composed in the face of the situation. "Jack, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Jack, somewhat taken aback by Lin Qi's unwavering demeanor, chuckled lightly before signaling to a couple of his subordinates. 2 men from the Blackman gang, armed with AK-47s, approached, forcefully escorting a white man whose hands were bound behind his back. Without hesitation, they kicked him to the ground, prompting loud pleas for mercy from the unfortunate man. The 2 gang members relentlessly prodded him with the barrels of their weapons, demanding, "Hurry, produce the money." Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, the white man knelt and begged for his life. It was then that a dark stain appeared between his legs. Witnessing this, Jack expressed his disdain. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates, "There's no use in keeping him alive. Let us just finish him off." Following his command, the 2 men raised their AKs and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the prostrate figure. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets tore into the man's body, causing him to convulse violently from the impact. Eventually, he lay still, a pool of blood rapidly spreading beneath him, a sight utterly revolting. However, Lin Qi remained undisturbed. After all, having navigated through the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world for 3 years, he had witnessed far more grotesque scenes than this. At that moment, Jack sauntered over to Lin Qi, placing a hand on his shoulder while aiming his gun at the lifeless figure on the ground. Lin, do you see the outcome of defiance? This is the fate that awaits those who refuse to cooperate. Yet, considering our past collaboration, if you promptly hand over the money, I can grant you your freedom at once. Lin Qi merely stared silently at Charlie, then offered a gentle smile. Are you openly robbing me? Upon hearing this, Jack erupted in laughter. My friend, you're not entirely foolish. You've finally grasped the situation. Suddenly, Jack cocked his pistol and pressed it against Lin Qi's forehead, commanding coldly, money or life. Today you must choose one. With a clatter, the group of henchmen behind him also readied their weapons, pointing their guns at Lin Qi's head. The scene unmistakably conveyed to Lin Qi that should he refuse, they would turn him into a pincushion in an instant. Gazing at the ominous black barrels aimed at him, Lin Qi maintained his composure. It seems I shall have to test my blade on you today. The peculiar statement left everyone bewildered. What? Test your blade on us? Surely, you must be dazed with fear. Lin Qi retrieved his superalloy battle knife directly from the storage space. Previously, he had experimented with extracting items from that realm. As soon as a thought crossed his mind, the next moment, the object would materialize precisely at the designated location. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Oh my God, what is happening? Is this Lin performing magic? Mike and Jack exclaimed in disbelief. However, before Jack could finish his sentence, a swift silver flash darted before his eyes. The closest to Lin Qi, Jack suddenly found a slender line of blood appearing on his neck, followed by the gruesome sight of his own head rolling away, his face frozen in a look of arrogance. This bizarre scene left Mike and the rest of the gang utterly dumbfounded. My God, what on earth is this? Mike finally snapped back to reality and shouted, "Open fire! Fire!" Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted as a dozen AKs and Mike's Browning unleashed a torrent of flames, bullets striking Lin Qi's figure without hesitation. Lin Qi suddenly sprang into action. In his eyes, the process of their hands lifting was akin to slow motion, enhanced by the supreme serum. Not only had Lin Qi's strength intensified, but his neural reflexes had also become remarkably swift. As they raised their firearms, Lin Qi exerted force beneath his feet and swiftly maneuvered behind them. Just as Mike lifted his handgun, he was taken aback by a sudden eruption of dust before Lin Qi vanished from sight. Where did he go? The crowd began to search frantically, yet Lin Qi's figure eluded them. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them. Hello, were you looking for me? They quickly turned around, and indeed there was Lin Qi, greeting them with a radiant smile. Instantly, they raised their guns to fire. However, Lin Qi's speed surpassed theirs. Lin Qi suddenly assumed a grave demeanor, raising the battle blade in his hand. With a swift motion, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he surged past the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, Lin Qi calmly flicked the blood from the blade. At that moment, the heads of those behind him tumbled to the ground in unison. The vibrant crimson stained the damp earth, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, Lin Qi merely cast a fleeting glance, murmuring, "Who claims that beyond 7 paces, a gun is swift? Yet within 7 paces, it is both precise and rapid." In this apocalyptic world, he had slain countless zombies. Such trivial scenes elicited no discomfort from Lin Qi. However, this was not the moment for bravado. The individuals inside had undoubtedly heard the gunfire moments ago. They would surely be rushing over. Lin Qi collected the firearms that Mike and his companions had dropped and stored them in a space. You have acquired 12 AK-47s. With a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations, you have obtained 120,000 AK-47s. Lin Qi pondered for a moment before turning to the entrance of the armory. The door was a reinforced iron gate, remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding the impact of a rocket. However, under the blade of the Edmund alloy war knife, akin to that wielded by Wolverine, it was effortlessly sliced open like tofu. The door was breached, triggering the alarm. Lin Qi stepped into the warehouse. Chapter 7. Do foreigners also value having multiple escape routes? Upon hearing the chaotic gunfire from behind, James assumed it was his rivals coming to cause trouble again. He quickly signaled to his subordinates to handle the disturbance at the back. Then, he gradually rose, brushing away the non-existent dust from his clothes, and calmly walked into the Hummer parked at the entrance, preparing to leave without a trace. Lin Qi entered the armory, where an array of firearms and ammunition were meticulously arranged. Lin Qi was immensely delighted upon witnessing the scene. These individuals believed me to be their prey, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that I am, in truth, the one who hunts the hunters. Lin Qi began to frantically gather supplies into the storage space. You have obtained 200 WZ-96 assault rifles, with a critical hit multiplier of 10,000 activated. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 million WZ-96 assault rifles. You have obtained 200 M16A3 assault rifles, with a critical hit multiplier of 10,000 activated. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 million M16A3 assault rifles. Lin Qi was hastily storing the firearms in the storage space, mindful of the need to evacuate before the reinforcements arrived. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Upon commencing his collection of ammunition, Lin Qi was astonished to discover that the cartridge box was utterly devoid of bullets. Lin Qi opened other containers and discovered they were all empty. Damn it! Why would you, an old beauty, bother to learn the art of cunning from the Huaxia people? What good is hoarding so many weapons if they are devoid of ammunition? With external reinforcements on their way, what should be done? Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his ear. Congratulations! You have achieved the milestone. Storage of materials has surpassed 50,000 cubic meters. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations! You have acquired long-distance material collection. Another accomplishment achieved? Lin Qi curiously examined the details of this new achievement reward, wondering what it entailed. Long-distance resource collection. When utilized, it allows for the designation of resources within a 3-kilometer radius. It can be used once daily. This reward is splendid. From now on, there will be no need to physically attend the site to gather resources. They can be effortlessly stored in the storage space. Lin Qi cast another glance at the empty boxes in the armory. By heavens, since I am here, Lin Qi placed all these empty boxes into the storage space and then departed through the main entrance. Upon exiting, he encountered James's subordinates who had come to provide assistance. Lin Qi estimated that there were approximately 50 individuals on the opposite side, each armed with a firearm. Lin Qi's reflexes were remarkably swift. He swiftly sought refuge behind the vehicle that had just transported the Caucasian man. Lin Qi casually reached out, storing the Hummer into his personal storage space. You have acquired a Hummer, and the 10,000-fold critical hit effect is activated. Congratulations, you have obtained a fleet of 100 Hummers. Lin Qi swiftly produced a Hummer and positioned it before himself. The speed of this maneuver was astonishing, leaving the adversaries unable to react in time. The enemies commenced firing upon Lin Qi. However, the armored Hummer proved impervious to their bullets, rendering their efforts futile. Lin Qi extended one hand beneath the vehicle and, with a powerful thrust, effortlessly overturned it. Lin Qi used the vehicle as a shield, pushing it forward with one hand as he bravely advanced through a hail of bullets. When he drew near enough to the enemy, a sinister smile crept across his face, and he forcefully kicked the car. The immense power propelled the vehicle several meters forward, sending multiple unsuspecting foes flying. This sudden turn of events left the opponents utterly stunned. Lin Qi seized the opportunity while this group was momentarily distracted, drawing forth the firearms confiscated from Mike and his companions. He commenced an unrelenting barrage of gunfire upon them. His body, enhanced by the serum, exhibited an unparalleled mastery over both nerves and muscles. Lin Qi wielded an AK with precision, as if the bullets possessed a mind of their own, finding their mark in the heads of his targets. Before long, 2 magazines had been expended. Lin Qi swiftly cast aside his firearm, striking 2 unfortunate souls who were attempting to flee, leaving them gasping blood. Subsequently, he drew forth 2 AKs and continued his relentless barrage. Under the unyielding onslaught of Lin Qi's 2 rounds of fire, the 50-odd subordinates of James had no time to react, and they all perished. Lin Qi adhered to the principle of absolute frugality, meticulously collecting all the resources from their bodies into his storage space. You have acquired 10M4A1 assault rifles with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 M4A1 assault rifles. Lin Qi swiftly arrived at the villa's grand hall, only to discover that James had already entered his car and was just pulling away. James even leaned out of the window, offering a casual wave to Lin Qi. Thinking of catching me? Not a chance. He then arrogantly mimicked an explosion gesture with his hand by his mouth, followed by a boisterous laugh as he drove off into the distance. Lin Qi was taken aback. What does this mean? Is it going to explode here? Upon closer inspection, he indeed heard the ticking sound of a countdown nearby. Damn! It was evident that James was a man of deep suspicion and ruthless disposition. Even if his adversaries approached him, he would ensure their complete annihilation. However, regrettably for him, he had encountered Lin Qi. Lin Qi merely placed his hand lightly upon the bomb, which was subsequently absorbed into the storage space. Within this realm, time stood still. Thus, as long as Lin Qi refrained from retrieving it, the bomb would not commence its countdown. After resolving this predicament, Lin Qi cast a glance at James, only to discover that his vehicle had already ventured nearly 2 kilometers away. Lin Qi felt a sense of unwillingness. James undoubtedly knew where his bullets and ammunition were stored. With this escape, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture him again. Lin Qi glanced around and happened to spot a Barrett rifle resting on a nearby table. He rushed over to inspect it and was astonished to discover that this was not a mere model. The magazine was, in fact, fully loaded with ammunition. Lin Qi exclaimed, "James, you have overlooked a crucial detail." He swiftly dashed outside with a firearm in hand. Like a nimble monkey, he ascended to the rooftop of the villa. Lying prone, he steadied his weapon, his gaze meticulously searching through the 8-fold scope for the vehicle occupied by James. The body, enhanced by serum modifications, began to operate in unprecedented harmony. His mind incessantly calculated the current wind speed, temperature, humidity, and the vehicle's velocity, which was 50 kilometers per hour. He strove to minimize any movement. Even his heart's rhythm slowed to a deliberate pace. With bated breath and unwavering focus, his finger gently rested on the trigger, slowly squeezing it, accompanied by a thunderous crack. A bullet erupted from the chamber, hurtling towards the driver's seat of the vehicle at a staggering speed of 853 meters per second. Lin Qi observed keenly through the scope. The bullet penetrated the rear windshield of the vehicle, striking the driver precisely at the nape of the neck. Even James's startled expression at this unforeseen scene was vividly discernible. The immense force transformed the driver's head into a burst of fireworks. Subsequently, the vehicle spiraled uncontrollably, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Lin Qi smiled faintly upon witnessing the scene and subsequently stowed the firearm into his storage space. Lin Qi, with an extraordinary swiftness, reached the side of the car occupied by James in a mere 40 seconds. Lin Qi understood that the vehicle James had been traveling in was moving at a moderate speed, coupled with its exceptional safety features. Therefore, it was certain that James was still alive. Lin Qi entered the vehicle with a cold smirk. Inside, James had just awakened from a state of unconsciousness, shaking his dizzy head. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had been attacked. Moreover, he could distinctly hear footsteps outside, undoubtedly those of someone intent on taking his life. He drew his Desert Eagle for self-defense, anxiously scanning his surroundings. With only 7 bullets in his magazine and uncertainty about the number of assailants nearby, he refrained from firing indiscriminately. Just then, the rear door of the vehicle shifted, heightening James's anxiety. He thought to himself that this assassin must lack experience, failing even to ascertain whether there were any survivors within the car. When the door opened, it would be the assassin meeting their demise. Suddenly, the rear door swung open, prompting James to instinctively pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Abruptly, he realized something was amiss. The door had opened, yet there was no one outside. Oh no! Chapter 8. An arsenal in ruins, however. James had just emptied his magazine. At that moment, the window behind him shattered, and a hand reached in, roughly dragging him out of the vehicle. In a swift motion, his handgun was snatched away, and he was hoisted up with one hand. It was then that he finally discerned the identity of his captor. "Lin, how are you still alive?" Lin Qi smiled at him and asked, "What's the matter? Are you surprised? How could one not be taken aback?" James felt as though his mind was on the verge of crashing. The vehicle he was sitting in was bulletproof. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate its defenses. Lin Qi, with bare hands, shattered the car window. Furthermore, there was only his vehicle surrounding him. How had he managed to catch up with the very car he was driving? An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Lin Qi did not afford him much time for contemplation, delivering a devastating punch that left James reeling. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his vision to momentarily fade to black. Lin Qi's melodious voice resonated. "James, I inquire, where have you concealed your ammunition?" Upon hearing this, James comprehended Lin Qi's intent. However, how could he possibly divulge such information so readily? "If you possess the skill, extract it from my lips." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi let out a chilling smile. "Are you certain?" Strangely enough, James felt a shiver run down his spine under Lin Qi's gaze. Yet, he remained defiant, retorting, "If you dare, go ahead and try. Just see if I will divulge anything." Lin Qi set James down, then cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he gazed at James. It seemed James sensed something amiss and began to retreat nervously. "Please, don't come any closer." 10 minutes later, James expressed profound regret for having uttered such harsh words to Lin Qi. This man was nothing short of a devil. God only knows what inhumane physical and psychological torment he had endured during those 10 minutes. At that moment, James resembled a bullied little wife, huddled in a corner, weeping. Gone was the image of the sophisticated arms dealer. Lin Qi was a true demon. He was terrifying. As an arms dealer, James had undoubtedly taken countless lives. Yet in comparison to Lin Qi, he felt like a saint. If only he had spoken the truth from the outset. Just look at James, who, a mere 10 minutes ago, had been so defiant, now submissively yielding. Lin Qi also learned the location of the ammunition storage from the submissive James. In the car, James timidly inquired, "Well, after you obtain the items, could you possibly release me?" As Lin Qi drove, he retaliated with a swift punch to James's nose, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. Lin Qi resentfully exclaimed, "What qualifications do you, a mercenary arms dealer, have to negotiate with me? Are you aware of how many lives have been shattered because of your actions? Stay out of my way, damn arms dealer." Upon receiving Lin Qi's scathing rebuke, James instantly fell into a state of despondency. Even arms dealers yearn for their rights. James curled up, appearing pitiable despite his towering stature, which surpassed Lin Qi's. After several hours of travel, Lin Qi finally approached the location James had mentioned. To conceal his whereabouts, he abandoned his vehicle and proceeded on foot for the last 3 kilometers. To thwart any potential treachery from James, he rendered him unconscious and took him along. Lin Qi arrived at the summit of a mountain, where he took out his binoculars to observe. This location was nestled within a valley. Unlike the previous site, it was guarded by the soldiers of the beautiful country. This was not an ordinary ammunition depot. Rather, it was a military base of the beautiful army. Lin Qi was suddenly struck by a thought, and in a fit of rage, he delivered a powerful punch to James. "Are you mocking me?" James, bewildered by the sudden assault and disregarding the blood streaming from his nose, hurried to clarify, "Yes, that's correct. Didn't you ask me where the armory was? It is indeed right here. Otherwise, do you think I, as an arms dealer, could manage to sustain such a large operation and still survive? However, even if I could enter and access my armory, it would be futile. With so much inventory, how could I possibly transport it all out?" With that, he covered his face with his hands, fearing that Lin Qi, this fierce individual, might strike him again. Lin Qi glanced at James and suddenly chuckled. "Do you truly believe that luring me here would allow you to witness my folly? Or have you already informed those inside to come to your rescue?" James's body visibly shuddered at this. Lin Qi suddenly leaned closer to James, saying, "Did you think that this would render me powerless? Ha ha ha. How about we make a wager? If I cannot empty the armory within, I shall release you. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, James realized there was a glimmer of hope for escape from this devilish predicament, and without hesitation, he agreed. Lin Qi no longer attended to James. Instead, he began to utilize the newly acquired feature of long-distance resource collection. Long-distance resource collection has been activated. In an instant, Lin Qi could sense the resources within a 3-kilometer radius. Lin Qi's vision extended to the materials within the vicinity. Soon, he discovered the location of the ammunition depot. What was stored here was not merely James's ammunition, but the entire base's supply. Ha ha ha! Moreover, there was an unexpected bounty. Resources detected. Would you like to store them in the storage space? Lin Qi resolutely made his choice. Upon confirming, a series of system notifications began to resonate in his ears. You have received 300 boxes of 7.62 by 51 millimeters NATO rifle ammunition with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 million boxes of 7.62x51 mm NATO rifle ammunition. You have received 100 boxes of M.31 grenades with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million boxes of M.31 grenades. As the notifications continued to sound, a smile inevitably graced the corners of Lin Qi's lips. Before long, the entire armory had been entirely emptied by Lin Qi. James expressed his bewilderment. Lin Qi stood there for a moment before departing. Had he truly given up? Did that mean he could escape? Just as James was reveling in his thoughts, Lin Qi urged him, "Why are you still standing there? I've already emptied the armory." James was taken aback. "What? You managed to clear it out in just a moment?" he exclaimed. "If you didn't intend to release me, there was no need to concoct such an excuse." Just as James was about to utter more words, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the night. Upon hearing it, James's heart quivered. Shortly thereafter, the base's broadcast announced that the armory had been breached by enemies, and all the ammunition had vanished. James gazed at Lin Qi in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Lin Qi had actually succeeded. As he watched Lin Qi slowly approach him, regret washed over James. Why had he ever provoked Lin Qi? Lin Qi had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him. However, James could not perish here. Otherwise, it would provoke a series of unwarranted troubles. Lin Qi approached and struck James with a swift hand chop, rendering him unconscious. He then carried him away from the scene. Upon reaching a sufficiently safe distance, Lin Qi noticed a helicopter rising from the base, searching for something in the vicinity. Lin Qi was exceedingly envious and eagerly anticipated the opportunity to acquire some fighter jets for himself. After navigating to a sufficiently secluded location, he dealt with James and unceremoniously discarded him from the vehicle. The area was sparsely populated, and by the time anyone discovered him, the world would likely have succumbed to chaos. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Seated aboard the aircraft, Lin Qi reveled in the satisfaction of his journey to the United States. With the assistance of these weapons, the initial security of his base was assured. Upon returning to his homeland, Lin Qi promptly received a message from Uncle Tai. "Young master, Li Qi from Honyuan Group is causing trouble again." Chapter 9. Honyuan Group's Li Qi? I seek your demise. Honyuan Group? Lin Qi was not unfamiliar with these characters. They were indeed a malignant presence entrenched in Pingjiang City. Ostensibly engaged in real estate transactions, they covertly operated nightclubs, underground casinos, and engaged in usury, casting a wide net of influence. In his previous life, it was their oppressive tactics that led to the demise of his company before the apocalypse, resulting in a hellish existence at the onset of the end times, homeless and perpetually on the run. Infuriatingly, the individuals from Honyuan Group continued to thrive even amidst the apocalypse. Remarkably, several leaders from Honyuan Group awakened extraordinary abilities during this cataclysmic period. Indeed, the apocalypse bore not only terrifying zombies and mutated beasts, but also humans who developed the power to wield various abilities. Some among them began to rally the survivors to retaliate against the zombies, while others resorted to violently subjugating ordinary survivors. Unfortunately, the members of Honyuan Group belonged to the latter category, enslaving common humanity and deriving amusement from their torment. In his previous life, Lin Qi had painstakingly discovered a sanctuary established by ordinary survivors, believing it would offer them safety. However, one fateful day, Li Qi from Hongyuan Group sought them out, setting his sights on a girl from the sanctuary. When the others resisted his intentions, he callously used his abilities to slaughter dozens of individuals within the sanctuary, taking the girl with him. That day, Lin Qi's team had fortuitously ventured out in search of supplies, narrowly escaping a dire fate. All of this was recounted to him by the survivors. To his astonishment, upon his rebirth, Li Qi had now come knocking at his door. Lin Qi let out a cold laugh, having already sentenced the incoming Li Qi to death in his mind. Soon, Lin Qi arrived at the address provided by Uncle Tai, a large warehouse he had rented specifically for the convenience of stockpiling goods. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a throng of thugs armed with clubs, numbering around 50 to 60 individuals. The workers inside the warehouse had already been driven away by Li Qi, leaving only Li Qi's men and Uncle Tai within. Inside, Li Qi sat arrogantly atop a sack of rice, flanked by a dozen accomplices, while Uncle Tai stood by, attempting to engage Li Qi in conversation. However, Li Qi paid him no heed. Given that Uncle Tai was merely a steward, reasoning with such unruly individuals was futile. One must employ methods suited to confront such characters. Lost in thought, Lin Qi stepped into the warehouse, drawing the attention of both Li Qi and Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai was about to say something. Lin Qi glanced at Uncle Tai, signaling that he could take care of the ensuing matters. Lin Qi turned to face Li Qi. This Li Qi was remarkably tall. Clad in a tank top, his muscular physique accentuated as he casually toyed with a machete in hand. Originating from a rough background, Li Qi had found himself under the wing of a formidable figure, Gao Chang. With Gao Chang's transformation into a respectable individual, Li Qi's status had similarly ascended. However, having ventured into the underworld at an early age, he struggled with literacy and found himself ill-equipped for the intricacies of business. Yet, his ruthless demeanor, coupled with Gao Chang's need for a loyal enforcer, rendered Li Qi an indispensable asset, a sharp blade in Gao Chang's arsenal. Upon noticing Lin Qi's entrance, he brazenly rose and approached Lin Qi, towering over him and regarding him disdainfully. So, you're Lin Qi? I've heard you're eager to sell your assets. Are you facing some difficulties, perhaps? Haha. Lin Qi glared at him, scoffing. Oomph. Your information is remarkably accurate. Lin Qi let out a cold snort. What is it that you desire? Upon hearing this, Li Qi licked his lips and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Boss Lin, seeing that you are a perceptive individual, I shall speak plainly. What I seek is the land belonging to your group's pharmaceutical factory. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi, filled with rage, burst into laughter. Ha! Your insidious schemes are so transparent that they can be heard from abroad. Li Qi chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Lin Qi then declared, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. To his astonishment, Lin Qi had agreed to such an evidently lopsided exchange. Uncle Tai, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened. Young master, how can you consent to their demands? This is the family legacy bequeathed by the master and madam. Uncle Tai's expression was one of disbelief, ever since 3 days prior. The young master had been acting strangely. How could he fail to recognize such an obvious trap? Silence. You old fool. Li Qi's impatient voice cut through the air. I am conducting business with your employer. What gives you the right to interject? Undeterred, Uncle Tai persisted in urging Lin Qi not to place his trust in them. Lin Qi appeared to be oblivious to the ongoing conversation. He feigned disdain for Uncle Tai's advice and remarked, they are merely being kind-hearted, attempting to lend me a hand during my time of need. How could I possibly fail to appreciate their goodwill? The man surnamed Lin is indeed obedient. Haha, indeed. Does he possess any other options? Quite right. After all, should he refuse, we can still acquire that piece of land, and he shall receive nothing. If I were in his position, I would certainly opt for the money. In this day and age, who would dare to turn their back on financial gain? Li Qi also erupted into laughter, addressing Uncle Tai. Did you see that? It seems our boss Lin understands the importance of cooperation. Unlike you, old man, who is impervious to reason. Had we coordinated earlier, it would have saved us from all this fuss. He gestured for his subordinate to present the contract to Lin Qi. Boss Lin, I have brought the contract. Once you affix your signature, we shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Uncle Tai seemed poised to interject. However, Li Qi brandished a cleaver menacingly at Uncle Tai, threatening, "You old man, are you still not finished? Do you believe I wouldn't dare to cut you down?" With that, he feigned an attack towards Uncle Tai. At that moment, Lin Qi swiftly positioned himself in front of Uncle Tai. He seized Li Qi's hand and lowered it, his chest swelling with fury, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. To dare strike someone in my presence is to court death. Yet, he momentarily suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth as he addressed Li Qi. "Let us hold off on signing the contract for now. I agree to your terms, but I must impose an additional condition." Li Qi, somewhat impatient, retorted, "What condition? Are you attempting to go back on your word?" Lin Qi merely waved his hand, signaling Li Qi to draw nearer. Li Qi, emboldened by the knife in his possession, assumed that Lin Qi would not dare to employ any tricks. Thus, he leaned in closer to Lin Qi's ear. Lin Qi whispered, "My condition is your lives." Chapter 10. Lin Qi versus 60. Upon hearing these words, Li Qi immediately sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to distance himself and berate Lin Qi, a powerful slap landed on his face. The rapid succession of 3 resounding slaps struck Li Qi, each one heavier than the last, sending him flying several meters away. With a thud, Li Qi hit the ground, and, upon lifting his head, he found his cheeks swollen to an alarming size, his teeth scattered about. In disbelief, he covered his face, astonished that Lin Qi actually dared to strike him. He had always been the one to inflict harm on others. Never had he been on the receiving end. Furious, he pointed at Lin Qi and shouted to his underlings, "Attack! Bring him down." The gang members, witnessing their leader being assaulted, were left in utter disbelief. How could Lin Qi, who had previously been so compliant, suddenly resort to violence? With cries of outrage, they charged at Lin Qi. Even those outside rushed in to join the fray. Observing the unfolding chaos, Lin Qi turned to Uncle Tai and instructed, "Uncle Tai, please head to the control room upstairs and shut the main door and surveillance off." Lin Qi was truly startled by Uncle Tai's thunderous 3 slaps. Responding with a quick acknowledgement, he immediately dashed towards the 2nd floor. As he ran, he couldn't help but wonder when a young master had become so formidable. Lin Qi gazed upon the throng of subordinates charging towards him, unperturbed in the slightest. Techniques of military combat began to emerge vividly in his mind. As the first 2 subordinates reached Lin Qi's side, they swung their clubs down upon him. Lin Qi first delivered a fierce punch to one of the minions, striking him squarely in the face. He then seized the arm of another assailant with his left hand, executing a swift joint lock that forced the man into an unsteady position. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi unleashed a powerful blow to the man's chest, causing him to spit blood immediately. The ease with which Lin Qi dispatched these 2 opponents left Li Qi, who was shielding his face, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Lin Qi's formidable prowess. Seeing his subordinates intimidated by Lin Qi's display of strength, he erupted in anger, bellowing, "You useless lot! Charge at him! Make sure he is finished off." With their leader's command, they found their courage and surged forward, emboldened by their numbers, over 60 strong. One of the minions swung a club aimed directly at Lin Qi's head, but Lin Qi deftly countered with a technique that twisted the assailant's arm, breaking it with a sickening crack. The sound of snapping bone echoed in the air as the man cried out in agony. Without hesitation, Lin Qi grasped the broken arm and hurled the man aside with great force. Meanwhile, another minion attempted to sneak up on Lin Qi with a blunt weapon, believing that the distraction would secure his victory. However, Lin Qi was far from unprepared. Lin Qi did not turn around. Instead, he extended his palm backward and struck with a sharp motion. Clap! Lin Qi seemed to have shattered something. The young thug emitted a piercing, inhuman cry, then clutched his groin and collapsed. Li Qi was taken aback, realizing that Lin Qi was even more formidable than he had anticipated. He shouted from the sidelines, "Use knives! Cut him down!" Consequently, the thugs all armed themselves with machetes and surged towards Lin Qi. Two of the thugs approached him from either side, brandishing their blades. Lin Qi first crossed his arms to block the strike of the first assailant, then deftly seized the wrist, thwarting another's blow. In swift succession, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered the second man's jaw, sending him flying with a decisive kick. Lin Qi executed a shoulder lock, maneuvering the assailant's knife-wielding arm behind his back. With his other hand, he reached beneath the opponent's armpit, seizing the hand that clutched the knife. Thus, the individual became an unwitting human shield. Their concern about striking their own comrade rendered them hesitant and immobilized. A few attempted to flank and launch a surprise attack, but Lin Qi effortlessly dispatched them with a single hand. Noticing the absence of challengers, he grasped the elbow of his human shield and forcefully twisted it backwards, dislocating the shoulder with a swift motion. The man cried out in agony. Lin Qi propelled him forward and then delivered a forceful kick to his waist. The man was sent sprawling, colliding with several others. Soon, more individuals surged forward, and Lin Qi engaged them in combat once more. Uncle Tai, being merely an ordinary man, hurriedly made his way to the control room on the second floor. Following Lin Qi's instructions, he secured the main door and disabled the surveillance. Although Uncle Tai had navigated the treacherous waters of business for many years, the current situation was fraught with peril. Lives could be at stake. He retrieved his phone, intending to call the police, when suddenly, the commotion on the first floor ceased. Summoning his courage, Uncle Tai glanced down. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. There, apart from the young master, not a single person remained standing. 50 or so individuals lay sprawled on the ground, each of their arms or legs contorted into grotesque positions, groaning in agony. Was this the work of the young master? When had he become so formidable? Could it be a result of his travels abroad? Uncle Tai found it hard to believe that the young master he had watched grow up had transformed into such a powerhouse. Not only was Uncle Tai incredulous, but even Li Qi below shared his disbelief. He had been employing violent coercion to compel entrepreneurs in Pingjiang City to sign draconian contracts for several years. Although he had faced resistance before, he had never encountered a situation where dozens of his men were bested by a single individual. Prior to arriving, he had conducted his research. Lin Qi was merely an ordinary person. How could he possess such astounding prowess? Lin Qi approached Li Qi with a sinister grin. As he retreated, Li Qi warned Lin Qi, "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. My boss is Gao Chong. If you dare to harm me, I assure you, you won't be able to stay in Pingjiang." His warning carried significant weight. After all, who in Pingjiang was unaware of Gao Chong? However, it would have been far more convincing had his voice not trembled. Lin Qi approached Li Qi, inquiring, "Is it Gao Chong?" With a swift motion, he crushed Li Qi's ankle beneath his foot. Li Qi emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Is that right, big brother?" With another decisive strike, the other ankle met a similar fate. "Struggling to survive, are we?" A sound reminiscent of a shattered eggshell echoed in the air. Li Qi clutched at his groin, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. The excruciating pain below compelled him to scream, yet his lungs were already deprived of oxygen. His face turned a deep shade of crimson from strain. Lin Qi seized his hair and yanked it upward, glaring fiercely at Li Qi as he asked, "Do you understand why I've kept you alive until now?" Lin Qi spoke to himself. "How dare you insult me in my presence? You have quite the audacity." Li Qi still covered his groin. "Do you wish to live?" Lin Qi posed another question. Thus, he strained to squeeze out a single word from the depths of his throat. "Yes." "What? You don't want to live? Then allow me to send you on your way." With that, Lin Qi prepared to strike. "Eli kun tanikith. I want to live." He summoned his inner strength and shouted, "I want to live." Chapter 11. The Slaughtering Lin Qi. The Storm Queen, Nieruyun. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi chuckled softly. This Li Qi was merely a bully of the weak. Previously, he had relied on his numerous subordinates and the might of his elder brother to act with impunity. However, this time he had encountered the unyielding Lin Qi. Very well. Immediately crawl to Uncle Tai and apologize to him. If he forgives you, you may yet live. Li Qi recognized his chance for survival and immediately scrambled over to Uncle Tai's feet, weeping profusely. "Uncle Tai, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. Please spare my life. Otherwise, I shall perish. Uncle Tai was taken aback by this unexpected scene. He glanced at Lin Qi, who signaled him to forgive Li Qi. Uncle Tai reluctantly deeplead. All right. Get up. Oh, you can't get up. I forgive you. Upon hearing that Uncle Tai had pardoned him, Li Qi promptly turned and crawled back towards Lin Qi. Boss, Uncle Tai has already forgiven me. Lin Qi cast a cold glance at the individual kneeling before him, a surge of anger welling up within him. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying a considerable distance. The airborne Li Qi struggled to rise. Disregarding the blood spilling from his mouth, his face adorned with a forced grin. Esteemed one, was it not said that my plea for Uncle Tai's forgiveness would grant me freedom? Please, treat me as though I were but a fleeting breeze. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon him and declared, I said that Uncle Tai would forgive you, and that you may live. However, I never stated that I would spare your life. Lin Qi grasped Li Qi's hair with one hand, lifting him up. Will I release you if you seek forgiveness? When the entire shelter with hundreds of people pleaded for your mercy, why did you still resort to ruthless extermination? Lin Qi's words left Li Qi utterly bewildered, his face adorned with a myriad of question marks. What sanctuary? Do you truly believe the apocalypse is upon us? Lin Qi continued, Thus, I cannot forgive you. Upon uttering these words, he swiftly snapped Li Qi's neck. At that moment, this scoundrel, who had remained a contemptible figure both before and after the apocalypse, finally met his demise. Uncle Tai was taken aback. When had his young master become so ruthless? How could he dare to take a life? Previously, he wouldn't even harm a chicken. Is this truly the Lin Qi he once knew? Lin Qi disregarded unclitisch susteniment. He casually seized a subordinate. The individual grimaced in pain as Lin Qi's rough action aggravated his wound. Lin Qi inquired, Where's your boss, Gao Chong, at this moment? All right, very well. Please, esteemed one, spare my life. The man hastily began to plead for mercy. Turning his gaze towards Uncle Tai, he remarked, This must be quite difficult for you to accept, isn't it? Uncle Tai, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. Lin Qi said, Uncle Tai, you only need to understand that the world is about to undergo a significant transformation. Everything I am doing is in preparation for this change. Can you trust me? Lin Qi posed a rhetorical question to Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had harbored some doubts ever since Lin Qi began stockpiling a considerable amount of supplies, suspecting that Lin Qi must have uncovered something crucial. Although he was merely a steward, he had witnessed ample bloodshed and fierce competition within the business realm, particularly concerning the Han Yuan Group. They had long established connections with the local underworld. In cases of homicide, such matters would merely be dismissed as brawls and ultimately swept under the rug. Uncle Tai now had to contemplate how to deal with these individuals. Lin Qi added, Uncle Tai, you need not concern yourself with dealing with these individuals. Moreover, please prioritize your safety. Lin Qi solemnly instructed Uncle Tai and handed him a handgun. Uncle Tai looked at the firearm with astonishment, taken aback by Lin Qi's unexpected habit of carrying a gun when venturing outside. Where could he have procured such a weapon? Could his journey abroad be connected to this? In a state of shock, Uncle Tai accepted the handgun and then opened the warehouse door, departing to attend to his business. Lin Qi undertook these actions because he possessed an unwavering trust in Uncle Tai, who would never betray him. After closing the door, Lin Qi brandished his alloy battle blade and advanced step by step towards the thugs writhing on the ground in agony. These individuals had witnessed Lin Qi mercilessly dispatching Li Qi moments earlier. Ignoring their own pain, they instinctively recoiled, simultaneously pleading for mercy with frantic cries. Spare me. Please do not kill me. Lin Qi gazed intently at the individuals before him. In this apocalyptic world, none of them could be deemed innocent. Their hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. Dealing with such scum, Lin Qi found a sense of satisfaction in their demise. It was perhaps the greatest mercy he could bestow upon them. With a swift motion, the blade descended. In an instant, the bodies on the ground lay lifeless, chilled to the core. Looking over the fallen, Lin Qi murmured, This is far from over. I shall spare not a single one of those who have oppressed me. Lin Qi attempted to store the person on the ground within his storage space, and, to his delight, discovered that it was indeed possible. In the next moment, the system emitted a prompt. Non-resource material detected. Would you like to initiate a 10,000-fold critical strike? Lin Qi quickly shook his head in amusement, pondering the purpose of duplicating such a multitude of these. As for the reason behind his collection, Lin Qi harbored his own intentions. Lin Qi continued to gather all the materials stored in the warehouse into the storage space. A notification from the system echoed in his ears. You have acquired 5,000 tons of millet. The 10,000-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations! You have obtained 5,000 million tons of millet. You have acquired 1,000 tons of pork. The 10,000-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations! You have obtained 1,000 million tons of pork. Lin Qi was exceedingly delighted. With these supplies, his existence in the apocalypse felt considerably more secure. After gathering all the resources within the warehouse, Lin Qi opened the door. From the outside, the warehouse appeared completely vacant. No one would suspect that just moments prior, it had housed a plethora of supplies and 60 living souls. Lin Qi cast another glance at the means of transportation used by this group of individuals. Several Wuling Hongguang vehicles were parked around the warehouse. Lin Qi stepped forward and stored these vehicles into the storage space. You have acquired 12 Wuling Hongguang vehicles with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations on obtaining 1,200,000 Wuling Hongguang vehicles. Since the warehouse rented by Lin Qi was located in the suburbs, there were no surveillance cameras nearby. Lin Qi was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of his actions being discovered. He leisurely drove his car towards his villa. Upon returning to the city, he waited through several traffic lights, while vehicles in the other lanes began to move. However, his lane remained completely stagnant. At this moment, whether it was a car adorned with a small golden figure or a Wuling Hongguang, they were all ensnared in the traffic. Lin Qi leaned forward to gaze ahead. Before him, a group of over 10 individuals had gathered around an electric scooter that lay overturned by the roadside. Lin Qi alighted from the vehicle to investigate and inquired with a nearby individual to ascertain the situation. It turned out that an elderly woman, while crossing the street, had staged a fall involving the young girl, insisting relentlessly that the girl had injured her and demanding compensation for medical expenses. So it was. Lin Qi initially had no intention of involving himself in this trivial matter. However, upon casting a glance at the girl, he suddenly recognized something. This girl appeared strikingly familiar. In her early 20s, clad in a set of work attire, she possessed a tall and slender figure. Her face was adorned with a pair of large, rimless glasses. At that moment, she was nearly in tears, pressured by the elderly woman. Lin Qi gazed for a long while and finally recalled her identity. Nierian, the Storm Queen? Chapter 12. Punishing the Elderly Fraudsters. Lin Qi held a profound impression of this girl. In his previous life, she was renowned as an awakened supernatural being. The types of awakened abilities were primarily categorized into 5 elements: thunder, wood, fire, earth, and water. There were also other unique categories, such as wind and psychic abilities. The classification of supernatural powers was quite straightforward, ranked from low to high: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels. In his previous life, Lin Qi had not awakened any abilities. Fortunately, fate granted him a second chance at life. The supreme serum provided by the system was, in fact, a catalyst for awakening. Currently, Lin Qi had yet to awaken. If he were to awaken during the apocalypse, it was highly likely he would gain a formidable power. His strength would subsequently soar to unprecedented heights. Speaking of Nie Ruyun, in his previous life, she had awakened with dual powers of wind and thunder, achieving a terrifying SS level. Such prowess could easily dominate an entire province, a true lord-level figure. During the siege of zombies in Pingjiang City, Nie Ruyun single-handedly defeated an SS-level zombie and subsequently annihilated hundreds of thousands of undead with her boundless wind and thunder. After that battle, she was hailed as the Storm Queen. Having such a capable subordinate would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience. Lin Qi encountered Nie Ruyun and thought to himself, What formidable supernatural beings might still be present in the post-apocalyptic world of Pengjiang? I could gather them all under my banner. Fate had brought them together. Let me assist her, he mused. Alas, this girl seemed to be exceptionally unfortunate, having stumbled upon such a predicament. She could only resign herself to her misfortune. A middle-aged man riding a bicycle lamented, "My friend, why do you speak so dismally? This situation clearly favors the young lady." The middle-aged man turned and earnestly addressed another young man. "You simply lack experience in society." "Me? Lacking experience? What do you mean?" The young man retorted. "Let me clarify." The older man replied, gesturing towards his bicycle. "I once drove a Mercedes S65. The young man grasped the implication, but the magnitude of the revelation rendered his mind momentarily paralyzed. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder before pedaling away, offering a parting piece of advice. "Steer clear of such matters. The farther away, the better." Lin Qi found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to deem her situation fortunate or unfortunate. On an ordinary day, one would scarcely encounter the infamous scammer elder, yet today, she was inexplicably caught in such a predicament. How might this foreshadow her future as the tempestuous queen? At this moment, Nieruyun was in a state of utter desperation. As a recent university graduate, she lacked the financial means for compensation. Earlier, while crossing the pedestrian walkway at a red light, she had been forced to navigate around the elderly woman who stood defiantly in the middle of the road. In her attempt to avoid a collision, she had fallen to the ground, her newly purchased electric bicycle sliding away, rendered utterly useless. Her leg bore the marks of her misfortune, scraped and bleeding. Lin Qi addressed the elderly woman, saying, "Madam, let us resolve this matter aside. You are currently obstructing traffic." Nieruyun cast a grateful glance at Lin Qi, appreciating the courage he displayed in standing up for her. Upon noticing someone willing to speak out, the old woman's arrogance surged. "What are you doing? Does your voice carry any weight? If I move aside, you will simply flee with this girl. With my frail limbs, how can I chase after you? Spare me your useless words. It is either money or taking her to the police station." With that, she cast a veiled glare at Nieruyun, reveling in her perceived victory. "This little girl thinks she can outsmart me. I've employed this tactic countless times. Originally, I intended to stage a collision with a car, but alas, you insisted on falling into my trap. I shall not be courteous. Let you experience the harsh realities of society ahead of time." Then, in a dramatic flourish, she sank to the ground, striking it with both hands before erupting into tears. Her wails grew increasingly mournful, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. The old woman's cries attracted more and more onlookers, who paused to speculate. "What is happening? Don't you know? This girl on the electric bike hit someone and attempted to flee. How despicable. Indeed, today's youth lack decorum." Amidst the murmurs, a bystander interjected. "What do you know about the situation? Are you just spouting nonsense?" Lin Qi directly addressed the elderly lady, stating, "Very well. Regardless of who is right or wrong, the arrival of the police will clarify everything." Upon hearing that the young man intended to call the authorities, the old woman became even more audacious, retorting, "Call the police? Go ahead. Who is afraid of whom?" In her mind, she mused, "Having navigated the complexities of life for decades, I have relied on my skill of creating chaos. Am I to fear your report to the police?" At that moment, she contemplated devising a scheme to con a young man as well, thinking it would serve him right for sticking his nose into matters that did not concern him. Meanwhile, onlookers began to murmur about Lin Qi's intervention on behalf of another. They observed that the young man, though quite handsome, appeared rather inexperienced in the ways of the world. In this day and age, who still dares to intervene? Does he possess an abundance of wealth or an overabundance of life? What a fine young man to involve himself in such trivialities, ultimately risking his own well-being. Lin Qi overheard the murmurs of passers-by, yet chose to disregard them. Lin Qi discerned the malevolent thoughts lurking within the elderly woman's heart. However, he chose to disregard her, continuing to observe her with an amused expression as she lamented and cried out, "Very well, if you refuse to relent, then so be it. What of it? After all, it was she who encountered me, and even if the police arrive, I shall still hold the upper hand. Lin Qi refrained from engaging in further conversation with the elderly lady and promptly turned to get into his own car. Lin Qi leaned out and exclaimed, "Isn't it money that you desire? I possess ample funds, so if I collide with you, I shall merely compensate you. Do not evade. If you do, I shall not give you a single cent." He then deliberately slammed his foot on the accelerator. Boom! The elderly lady, sensing Lin Qi's intention to crash into her, shouted loudly, "Oh my, do you really intend to hit me? I shall remain here today and see if you dare." The surrounding crowd hastily dispersed, for who would want to be implicated should this reckless youth actually follow through with his threat? Lin Qi indeed disregarded everything. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Starting in second gear, the tires screeched against the pavement, producing a piercing sound. Lin Qi's car suddenly sped away. Just as he was about to collide with the elderly lady, she nimbly performed a backward roll, narrowly avoiding the impact. The elderly woman was taken aback by the audacity of this young man, who had the nerve to drive directly towards her. Had it not been for her agile reflexes, she would have surely sustained injuries. Standing her ground, she shouted vehemently, "You little rascal! Do you truly dare to run me over? I've encountered many like you. Trying to scam, are you?" Lin Qi's actions garnered admiration from the onlookers. When confronted with such an unscrupulous elder, this was indeed the appropriate response. "We must not foster such detrimental societal behavior," one bystander interjected, unable to contain his disbelief. "Wait, didn't you just say that the girl should compensate the elderly woman for the accident? How have you changed your stance? I shall support whomever I choose. Who are you to judge?" Meanwhile, Nieruyun felt immensely grateful to Lin Qi for standing up for her. The elderly woman, realizing her ruse had been uncovered, could only curse under her breath as she turned away in search of her next unsuspecting victim. Just then, as the traffic light shifted from green to red, she crossed to the opposite lane. Calculating the distance, she lay down on the crosswalk, waiting for her prey to fall into her trap. However, this time, fortune would not favor her. The approaching vehicle, instead of slowing down at the red light, maintained its speed. By the time the elderly woman reacted, it was far too late. Thud! Chapter 13. Old Mo, I crave fish. The elderly woman was struck directly by the car. To make matters worse, her clothing became ensnared on the vehicle's front bumper, rendering her unable to extricate herself. She was dragged along by the vehicle. This scene drew the curious crowd of onlookers rushing over once more. Yet, this was no longer a concern for Lin Qi. At that moment, Nieruyun timidly expressed her gratitude to Lin Qi. "Hello, young man, I am truly thankful to you." Lin Qi glanced at Nieruyun's bleeding calf and said to her, "Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for some bandaging. Your leg is bleeding profusely." Nieruyun quickly insisted that it was unnecessary. How could Lin Qi possibly let this opportunity slip away? Lin Qi retrieved alcohol and gauze from his vehicle, meticulously tending to her wounds. Do not inquire as to why such items were present in his car. It is quite reasonable for the owner of a pharmaceutical group to possess a few medical supplies. Is it not? Witnessing Lin Qi's earnestness as he treated her injuries profoundly stirred Nieruyun's heart. As she observed, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After a while, once Lin Qi had finished dressing the wound and stood up, he brushed off his hands and declared, "All done. Where are you headed? Allow me to drive you. Your leg is injured and walking is not advisable." Nieruyun initially declined, insisting she was fine. However, Lin Qi was insistent on accompanying her, leaving her no choice but to enter his vehicle. Seated in the car, Nieruyun felt utterly bewildered. She could not fathom why she had acquiesced to ride with Lin Qi, for she typically refrained from such spontaneous decisions. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about him, as if he possessed a certain enchantment. Sitting in the passenger seat, her heart raced like a startled fawn. Upon arriving at her destination, Lin Qi prepared to depart when Nieruyun called out to him. "Wait a moment, please," she said timidly. May I add you on WeChat?" After uttering those words, she perhaps feared Lin Qi might misinterpret her intentions, hastily adding, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude, especially since you incurred such losses to assist me." Lin Qi's lips curled into a faint smile. Who could have imagined that the future tempestuous queen of storms would, at this moment, take the initiative to add a man's WeChat? Lin Qi would never miss the opportunity to become acquainted with Nye. After all, how could he possibly realize his grand plan for the apocalypse otherwise? Lin Qi took out his phone directly and asked, "Shall I scan your code, or will you scan mine?" Nye promptly retrieved her phone and opened her QR code. The two then added each other as friends. "By the way, what is your name, handsome?" she inquired. "I am Nye, and it is truly a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Qi, as in the Qi of the great sage." Lin Qi replied with a smile. "It is wonderful to meet you, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave, but we shall meet again." Upon hearing this, Nye felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. After watching Lin Qi drive away, she chuckled to herself. I did not expect this young man to possess such charm. As Lin Qi drove along the road, he pondered. In his previous life, he had neither strength nor influence, which rendered his very existence a challenge. Those with power lived luxuriously, while every shelter was guarded by formidable awakened beings. To thrive in the apocalypse, one must establish a robust sanctuary and create a civilization of their own. This endeavor necessitated assembling a cadre of powerful allies. Fortunately, Lin Qi knew several exceptionally strong individuals from the apocalypse era and hoped to recruit them to his side. When the cataclysm erupted, he would be poised for greatness, leading humanity by leaps and bounds. Though this ambition seemed lofty, it was not unattainable. In the apocalypse, strength and influence dictated everything. Could a reincarnated individual like himself truly be outmatched by others? In Jinghai City, at a luxurious hotel, a slightly balding, unremarkable middle-aged man reclined in a rattan chair. Feeling a sense of unease, he had dispatched his subordinates to acquire a pharmaceutical company's factory. Yet a day had passed without any news. This man was Gao Chong, the chairman of the Hongwei Group in Pingjiang City. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the tension-induced headache, he called his associates in Pingjiang to inquire about Li Qi's progress. He was informed that Li Qi had taken his men to a warehouse, only to find it empty, with no trace of them. After hanging up, he removed his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose. At that moment, a captivating woman in a bathrobe approached him, sitting on his lap. One arm draped around him while her fingers softly traced his chest. "What troubles you, darling?" she cooed. Gao Chong replied, his voice tinged with irritation. "Li Qi has grown increasingly audacious. He even dares to ignore my calls." The alluring woman consoled him. "Oh, you should know Qi by now. He is a rascal at heart. How could you expect him to follow the rules? He probably took his brothers off to indulge in revelry somewhere, likely surrounded by women. Worrying here won't help. You could discuss it tomorrow." Gao Chong sighed. "I fear he may cause me trouble by failing to fulfill his tasks." "Don't be upset." The enchanting woman gently chided him. "That pharmaceutical factory will eventually be yours. Besides, if Li Qi fails, we still have Lao, don't we?" He pinched her thigh, acknowledging her words. "Fine, I understand. Just lie down on the bed and wait for me." The woman stood, delicately caressing his chin, whispering sweetly, "I'll be waiting." Gao Chong playfully patted her curvaceous form, signaling her to recline. He resumed contemplating his plans. His ascendance to this position was due to his caution and ruthlessness. After all, how else could he have become the elder brother? Over the years, any potential threats to him had been eliminated, regardless of what tricks Lin Qi intended. The factory would be his without fail. Only by uncovering the truth could he find peace of mind. With that thought, he retrieved a special phone from his clothing and dialed a number. "Lao, I'm craving fish." Chapter 14, Vigorous Vitality. Acquiring 9 million tons of coal. After articulating his needs to Lao, Gao Chong hung up and stretched languidly. His gaze fell upon the alluring figure beside him, and a gleam sparked in his eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, engaging in a whirlwind of passionate combat. At that moment, he transformed from his previously composed self into a frenzied bull. As he struck, he bellowed at his opponent. "Why is it so difficult to obtain what I desire?" "Huh, why?" he declared. "Everything I seek is within my grasp." With that, Gao Chong unleashed a powerful blow, and the enchanting woman braced herself against the impact. "Yes, everything you desire will be yours," she replied before launching her counterattack. Seizing him, and playfully biting his ear. I wonder how a man nearing 50 can still possess such vigor. He continued to devise his next steps. Despite Lin Qi's seemingly ordinary exterior, Gao Chang understood that beneath lay a cunning and ruthless heart. He would not relent easily. Yet, for the moment, he was still in Jinghai, and locating him proved impossible. It would be prudent to adopt a strategy of patience. For now, he would allow Lin Qi to live 3 more days. Lin Qi rose and approached the window, gazing at the outer courtyard wall. Contemplating, it seems the time has come to embark on the construction of my own stronghold. After all, establishing a base is a venture that demands considerable time. A robust fortress can significantly enhance the quality of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Just imagine, while the undead roam freely outside the walls, I would be inside, sipping fine wine, relishing hot pot, and singing merrily. What a splendid affair that would be. Moreover, there are essential building materials, such as reinforced concrete and high-voltage electric fences, that I have yet to procure. At that moment, a prompt resonated in Lin Qi's ears from the system. You may collect the necessary building materials during the novice task. Once the apocalypse arrives and the system is fully activated, it will design a flawless doomsday base according to your desires. What? Such a feature exists? It seems this system is remarkably considerate. With the system's assistance in construction, I merely need to focus on stockpiling materials. Subsequently, he sent the list of building materials to Uncle Tai, instructing him to commence preparations. At the break of dawn of the following day, Lin Qi rose early. He would not allow such a trivial matter to disrupt his plans for gathering supplies. At that moment, he was nearing the coal manufacturer he had contacted the previous day, the Honglu Coal Factory in Pingjiang City. Lin Qi understood that in the apocalyptic era, not only would the flora and fauna undergo mutations, but even the natural weather would become exceedingly terrifying. It was conceivable that during winter, temperatures might plummet to over -50 degrees. It is worth noting that Pingjiang is a city located in the southern region. He had witnessed countless individuals succumb to the cold in the apocalypse. Thus, upon his rebirth, he promptly established contact with this coal factory, the largest privately owned coal enterprise in Pingjiang. Each year, it receives millions of tons of coal, subsequently distributing it across the nation. Lin Qi arrived at the factory's entrance, where the proprietor, Zhang Jiang, had been waiting for quite some time. Zhang Jiang had already learned through various channels that the owner of this leading pharmaceutical enterprise in Pingjiang had begun to lavishly dispense his wealth in recent days. Consequently, Lin Qi came, and Zhang, in his warmth, treated him with a fondness surpassing that of a biological father. Upon Lin Qi's descent from the vehicle, Boss Zhang approached with a beaming smile, extending his hand for a cordial handshake. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Jiang, the proprietor of this establishment." Lin Qi nodded slightly, then raised his head to observe the scale of the coal factory, unwittingly affirming its size. Upon entering the office, Boss Zhang warmly offered Lin Qi a cup of tea, and with a respectful smile, inquired, "May I ask how much coal Mr. Lin intends to purchase this time?" As he spoke, Zhang Jiang had already formed a rough estimate in his mind. Based on Lin Qi's previous consumption standards, he anticipated an order of around 10 to 18,000 tons. This was no trifling sum. However, what transpired next left Zhang Jiang utterly astounded for 3 years. "How much coal do you currently have in the factory? I want it all." Just as Zhang Jiang settled down and took a sip of tea, he was taken aback and spat it out upon hearing those words. He immediately stood up in disbelief. "Ah!" Zhang Jiang stared at Lin Qi in confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. "All of it? Did he not inquire about the amount of coal in my factory before coming here? Moreover, where would he transport such a large quantity of coal?" Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished by the magnitude of Lin Qi's request. Indeed, Lin Qi was just as he had heard. Regaining his composure, Zhang Jiang felt a surge of joy. He was not concerned that Lin Qi had come merely to toy with him. After all, based on his understanding of Lin Qi, he would not engage in frivolous antics. But that was not all. Lin Qi continued, "Additionally, I wish to rent your factory for 1 month." "Rent my factory? For what purpose?" Zhang Jiang was left utterly bewildered. Furthermore, he thought to himself, "I still have many ordinary employees here. Lin Qi stood up and gently patted Zhang Jiang's shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your employees will not be neglected. I can certainly increase the deposit for you. In this month, there will be approximately 9 million tons of coal. Based on a market price for anthracite, that amounts to 22,500,000,000. Here is the plan. We shall proceed with installment payments. I will first provide you with a deposit of 600 million, and at the end of the month, I will pay you the remaining 6 billion, once I have transported all the coal and finalized the accounts." At this moment, Zhang Jiang's mind was filled with the figure of 22 billion, realizing that such a sum could be earned in just 1 month. It was not that Zhang Jiang, the coal magnate, had never seen such wealth before. He had, but it had merely been figures on the company's financial statements. This time, however, the money would be tangibly in his pocket. With this thought, he immediately instructed his secretary to draft a contract according to this payment arrangement. The contract was soon brought to him. Lin Qi casually skimmed through the contract, confirming its accuracy before signing on the spot. This brought immense joy to Zhang Jiang. It appeared that Lin Qi truly spent money like water. Soon, Lin Qi transferred the funds to Zhang Jiang's account. This delighted Zhang Jiang, and the two stood up to shake hands, exclaiming their mutual satisfaction with the collaboration. At that moment, both felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Zhang Jiang believed he had secured a significant deal today, while Lin Qi felt fortunate to have acquired 9 million tons of coal for a mere 600 million. As for the remaining balance, by the end of the month, who would still be around to settle that? Zhang Jiang was ecstatic. He insisted on treating Lin Qi to a lavish lunch. However, Lin Qi politely declined. Why linger when he had already secured such a bargain? Chapter 15. 200,000 tons of vegetables. An invitation from a beauty. Upon opening the message, it was from Ye Ruyun. "Little Qi, are you free lately? I'd like to treat you to a meal. I never got the chance to properly thank you last time before you left, and I felt quite guilty about it." Reading the message, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that the illustrious Storm Queen from his past life would now wish to invite him to dinner? However, at this moment, Lin Qi held the reins. "You may choose the time for our meal." Seeing the youthful tone in Ye Ruyun's message, Lin Qi wore a gratifying smile. He hadn't expected the Storm Queen to possess such an endearing, feminine side. Ye Ruyun lay on her bed, gazing at her phone screen, revealing a charming smile. After putting down her phone, she stretched languidly, showcasing her alluring curves. At that moment, a graceful girl emerged from the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel and her body enveloped in a bath sheet. Ye Ruyun excitedly exclaimed, Kia, I have wonderful news. I managed to secure a date with that handsome young man." The girl, addressed as Qi, inquired, "Who? The wealthy young man who helped you?" Ye Ruyun playfully countered, "You, of course. Don't think I don't know that you've been yearning for this too." "What do you mean?" Kia asked, puzzled. "I mean it's time for you to embrace your desires." With that, the two engaged in a lively pillow fight that was a feast for the eyes. After a while, they lay breathlessly on the bed. Ye Ruyun gazed at the ceiling, blinking her enchanting eyes. "Qi, honestly, no jest, I genuinely encountered a remarkable young man today. In terms of looks, physique, character, and wealth, he is truly exceptional." "What do you mean?" Qi was momentarily confused by Ye Ruyun's point. "It means he is outstanding in every aspect, just like the ceiling we admire." Intrigued, Qi responded, "Is he really as wonderful as you say? Well then, when you both go for that meal, I shall be your guardian." Lin Qi was delayed due to the incident involving Ye Ruyun yesterday. Consequently, he rescheduled his visit to the vegetable trading center for today. Given the perishable nature of vegetables, his presence was imperative. He arrived at the vegetable trading hub in Pingjiang City, which encompassed dozens of greenhouses operated by various farmers. The vegetables here were cultivated using cutting-edge technology, with planting techniques that were at the forefront of global advancements. At that moment, a staff member from the center approached Lin Qi and inquired, "Hello, sir. Are you here for harvesting?" Lin Qi shook his head and said, "No, I am here to purchase vegetables. Please summon the person in charge here. I would prefer to discuss matters with him." Before leaving, Lin Qi kindly reminded her, "By the way, I intend to buy a substantial amount of vegetables." The saleswoman was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Sir, If you are here to buy vegetables, you can simply tell me. Lin Qi expressed some impatience, saying, perhaps you should summon your supervisor. You cannot make decisions regarding this transaction on your own. However, the woman seemed rather obstinate, pondering to herself, what can you possibly purchase alone, no matter how capable you are? Yet, she maintained a polite demeanor, responding, no worries, sir. We offer delivery services here. Please feel free to inform me of your needs, and we shall harvest and bring your selections directly to your home. Lin Qi cast a direct glance at the female salesperson and declared, I require 10,000 tons of vegetables. Prior to his arrival, he had roughly estimated the quantity of vegetables available at this location. However, upon hearing his request, not only was the female salesperson taken aback, but even the elderly woman working nearby was left in a state of disbelief. What a peculiar fellow. Is he here merely to cause a disturbance? To demand such a staggering amount of produce, one might think he has money to burn. The salesperson harbored suspicions that this man had come to provoke trouble. Nevertheless, Lin Qi maintained a serious demeanor and said, if necessary, could you summon your manager? Before long, the salesperson returned with the manager in tow. The manager wore a skeptical expression, but proceeded to inquire, sir, did you truly state that you require 10,000 tons of vegetables? Just for yourself? Zhou Wei regarded the young man before him with incredulity. It was hard to believe that one individual could amass such a vast quantity of produce. Surely, he must be here to stir up trouble. Lin Qi pointed at the vegetables in the greenhouse and remarked, indeed, my time is quite limited. It must be done within the next day or two. Lynch once again confirmed, is the 10,000 tons of vegetables at your base manageable? Observing that Lin Qi did not appear to be jesting, Zhou Wei realized he had encountered a significant client. Unlike other agricultural products, vegetables possess an exceedingly brief shelf life. If left unattended for too long, they may spoil en route. Zhou Wei found it perplexing that, in a time of national stability and prosperity, this young man would seek to stockpile such a vast quantity of vegetables. Lin Qi continued, by the way, do you have any other vegetable farms here? Zhou Wei pondered for a moment and replied, there are 3 large farms currently for sale. Lin Qi then stated, very well, I shall take all 3 of those farms as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei's expression revealed a hint of concern. Lin Qi sensed something. Is there a problem? Zhou Wei quickly replied, but the other 2 bases might be a bit too much. How much? It could be around 100 to 200,000 tons. To Zhou Wei's astonishment, Lin Qi's eyes did not even blink as he responded, very well, then it shall be 200,000 tons. Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that such a young man would truly purchase such a vast quantity. Could it be a ruse? To be prudent, he informed Lin Qi, sir, you must first pay a deposit before we can provide you with the vegetables. Lin Qi readily agreed, saying no problem. Once you make your decision, I shall promptly transfer the funds. Lin Qi still possesses a considerable amount of assets, sufficient for purchasing these vegetables. He then produced the deposit contract. Lin Qi reviewed the document and promptly signed it, immediately transferring the funds. By the afternoon, Zhou Wei had finally secured the vegetables and finalized the order contract. After Lin Qi reviewed the contract, he promptly affixed his signature and transferred the funds. It was only when Zhou Wei saw the 200 million credited to his bank account that all his doubts were dispelled. After all, the money was now in his possession. Everything else was mere illusion. He immediately arranged for the transportation of the vegetables to the location specified by Lin Qi. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Qi arrived at the warehouse and began transferring all the supplies into his personal storage space. You have acquired 10,000 tons of vegetables. Critical multiplier activated. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 million tons of vegetables. Just as he finished storing the contents of the warehouse, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have achieved the milestone. Stored material quantity has exceeded 500,000 cubic meters. Achievement rewards are being issued. Congratulations, you have received Smart Ultra Micro Surveillance. Surveillance. What purpose do these rewards serve? To invade others' privacy. I have no such proclivities. I am, after all, a good person. At that moment, Lin Qi's phone buzzed with a message, revealing an invitation from Ye Ruyun. Xiao Qi, Let us go out for dinner tonight at 7. I'll be waiting for you at Wanda Plaza. By the way, I've invited my girlfriend as well. Hee hee. Chapter 16. The groveling scoundrel Zhao Tianba. It was now 7 o'clock. Lin Qi drove to Wanda Plaza, a splendid venue for university students to meet and enjoy meals together, particularly the female students, with their youthful and vibrant strides, filled the area with an invigorating energy. Lin Qi exclaimed, "Youth is truly wonderful." After parking his car, Lin Qi promptly arrived at a barbecue restaurant marked by the location sent to him by Nie Ruyun. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Nie Ruyun enthusiastically waving at him. "Chiga, over here." Nie Ruyun was already quite charming, and today, with her meticulously applied light makeup, she appeared even more radiant and captivating. Lin Qi nodded and approached. Upon reaching their table, he inquired, "I'm not late, am I?" Nie Ruyun smiled and replied, "Not all. You arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend, Angel. She is quite protective and insisted on accompanying me to ensure I wouldn't be deceived by any men." Lin Qi gazed intently at the girl before him, his expression abruptly sharpening, for he recognized this girl, Angel, who had fallen into misfortune shortly after the apocalypse began, only to be rescued by his sanctuary at that time. Thus, a connection was forged between them. At that moment, neither of them was aware of Angel's extraordinary abilities. It was only later, when some individuals ventured outside to gather supplies and returned injured, that Angel demonstrated her healing powers, revealing her unique ability in the realm of restoration. Subsequently, a suitor of Angel arrived at the sanctuary, Zhao Tianba. He too possessed abilities, but when his affections went unreciprocated, his love turned to hatred, leading him to take Angel's life with his own hands. This act of betrayal ultimately ignited the fierce battle for survival between Nie Ruyun and Zhao Tianba. Lin Qi suddenly realized, no wonder Nie Ruyun could end up in a life-and-death struggle with Zhao Tianba. It turns out that before the apocalypse, they were already close friends. Before him sat Angel, her long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall. Her striking features radiated an undeniable beauty, and her skin was as smooth and radiant as milk, translucent and flawless. Angel's allure was truly on par with that of Nie Ruyun. However, Lin Qi's wisdom far surpassed that of Nie Ruyun. While Nie Ruyun embodied a cute charm, Angel exuded a mature elegance. At that moment, she sat with a hint of aloofness etched across her brow. After all, she was there to oversee Nie Ruyun. If they were to behave as frivolously as Nie Ruyun, it would certainly be inappropriate. Nie Ruyun began to introduce, "This is the young man, Lin Qi, who helped me back then. If it weren't for him, I would have truly been in tears." Angel maintained her icy demeanor, merely responding with a soft, "Thank you for assisting Nie Ruyun." Lin Qi waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formality, as it was merely a matter of small effort. Shortly thereafter, the slices of meat ordered by several individuals were brought to the table. Lin Qi volunteered to take charge of the barbecue. When it comes to grilling, Lin Qi's skills are truly exceptional. The slices of meat sizzle on the grill, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that entices Nie Ruyun like a little glutton. She takes a deep breath and exclaims, "Wow, I never expected your culinary skills to be so remarkable." "Xiao Qi," Lin Qi chuckled softly, offering her a piece of roasted meat. "Give it a try, and do share your thoughts if it doesn't suit your palate." He then picked up another piece and presented it to Angel. "How about a taste?" Angel elegantly took a bite, her eyes suddenly widening as if she had stumbled upon an undiscovered realm. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delicious." The adorable expression shattered the aloof demeanor she had maintained until that moment. At this juncture, Lin Qi observed something quite intriguing. Despite Nie Ruyun currently embodying a sweet and charming persona, she had once commanded fear as the formidable Storm Queen in the apocalypse. Conversely, Angel, who now exuded a cool and regal air, had become a nurturing figure reliant on the strength of others during those dire times. Upon contemplating Angel's future as a clingy caretaker, Lin Qi could not help but chuckle. With her current haughtiness, how shall she fare when awakened as a caregiver in this apocalyptic world? Nevertheless, Lin Qi intended to recruit both of these remarkable individuals under his banner, a tempestuous queen and an exceptionally powerful supporter. With their presence, his authority would undoubtedly strengthen upon establishing a base in this desolate era, thereby attracting more survivors to his domain. As they dined, Angel stepped outside to take a phone call. Noticing her best friend's sudden change in demeanor, Nia Ryun inquired, "What is the matter? Who has upset you?" Angel took a seat, irritation evident in her tone. "Who else could it be?" Nia Ryun quickly deduced the answer. "Is it that Zhao Tianba again?" Upon hearing the name Zhao Tianba, Lin Qi's expression turned serious. What a coincidence! Since his rebirth, Lin Qi had been diligently searching for several formidable individuals in this post-apocalyptic landscape, and Zhao Tianba was among them. To locate them, he had employed numerous so-called private investigators. Yet, with merely a name and limited information, tracking someone down in Pingjiang proved exceedingly arduous. Little did he expect that Zhao Tianba had already been entwined with Angel even before the apocalypse. How dare he meddle with those under his protection? Lin Qi has already internally pronounced the death sentence upon Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba, you truly are in a hurry to reincarnate. In your previous life, you wielded power and authority with impunity. But in this new life of mine, if I do not crush you utterly, it would be a disservice to my golden finger. However, Lin Qi is still not well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Zhao Tianba. With this thought in mind, Lin Qi feigned curiosity. "Oh, Zhao Tianba." Upon hearing this, Nia Ryun was taken aback. "Chigo, do you know him?" Lin Qi fabricated an excuse, stating that he did not truly know him, but had merely heard of him. Upon learning that Lin Qi was acquainted with Zhao Tianba, Shuya began to voice her grievances to Li Mu as if reporting a transgression. Subsequently, Nia Ryun also commenced her complaints to Lin Qi. It turned out that Zhao Tianba was the former boyfriend of Angel. It was indeed unfortunate that Angel had previously encountered unworthy suitors at such a tender age, falling prey to Zhao Tianba's flowery words. Fortunately, she did not lose her virtue. During the course of their relationship, Zhao Tianba was simultaneously courting several other women. Once Angel discovered this betrayal, she decisively severed ties with him. However, Zhao Tianba proved relentless, persistently harassing her with phone calls. He even resorted to threats, and on one occasion, Angel came perilously close to losing her virtue. She attempted multiple times to change her phone number and deactivate her social media accounts, yet he managed to locate her each time. Just a few days later, he found her once again. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly realizing that Zhao Tianba possessed a modicum of talent. Lin Qi inquired again, "Have you ever considered reporting this to the authorities? After all, such behavior constitutes a violation of the law." Nia Ryun pouted slightly. "I did report it, but the police stated that we lack substantial evidence. At most, they could detain him for a few days, and once released, he would likely resume his actions. Moreover, Zhao Tianba has practiced combat sports. How could two girls possibly overpower him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qi began to grasp the gravity of Zhao Tianba's situation. Chapter 17. Modifying 200 armored vehicles comparable to tanks? At this point, Nia Ryun became particularly animated. "Is that true? That's wonderful." She turned to comfort Angel. "Don't worry, since Brother Qi is involved, the issue will surely be resolved." However, Angel merely smiled, offering no further comment. It was evident that she held little hope regarding Lin Qi's assurances. After all, Lin Qi was not the type to easily deceive someone on the first attempt. There was a possibility that he might harass you at your new residence as well. The two women pondered this, acknowledging the validity of Lin Qi's suggestion. Besides, he did not appear to be a malicious individual. Thus, they both settled into Lin Qi's vehicle, which subsequently escorted them to their accommodation. Gentleman Lin Qi did not linger in the room for long. After giving a few words of advice, he departed directly. As Lin Qi left, Nia Ryun grasped Angel's hand and inquired, "What do you think of Qi Go? Is he not quite impressive?" Angel remained somewhat unconvinced about Lin Qi, replying, "He seems adequate. But regarding the matters he mentioned helping with, I wouldn't place my hopes on that. A cunning scoundrel like Zhao Tianba is not someone easily dealt with by ordinary people." Nia Ryun gestured towards Lin Qi's car, saying, Yet, he does not appear to be an ordinary individual, does he? Before Lin Qi departed, he meticulously installed numerous ultra-miniature surveillance devices at the doorstep of the two women's residence and along several nearby streets. Naturally, the interior of the house remained unmonitored. This was solely to track Zhao Tianbai's movements. When the opportune moment arose, Lin Qi would be able to intervene on behalf of the two women, while simultaneously alleviating his own predicament. What followed was a period of anticipation. At this moment, Lin Qi stood by the window. Lin Qi contemplated what additional items he needed to procure. Fuel was paramount. Gasoline, diesel, and alcohol were all indispensable in this apocalyptic world. They served not only as fuel, but also for warmth and disinfection. Most importantly, they could be transformed into incendiary devices and flamethrowers. Lin Qi was profoundly concerned about the safety of the base he intended to establish. Utilizing these materials to fortify the walls against a zombie siege was the most effective strategy. Employing explosives would compromise the integrity of the walls, while firearms offered limited effectiveness against large hordes of the undead. If one zombie were to ignite, it would inevitably lead to a catastrophic chain reaction among the others. This was a lesson Lin Qi had gleaned from his experiences in fending off zombie swarms. As a pharmacist, he had ample supplies of alcohol, yet he needed to secure gasoline and diesel. 500,000 liters of 9295 gasoline and 500,000 liters of number 10 diesel. Lin Qi conducted a brief statistical analysis and, upon summoning Uncle Tai, promptly handed him the list. These items require your connections. It is imperative that you procure them. Lin Qi audited Uncle Tai. Observing the list before them, Uncle Tai appeared somewhat bewildered. With such an abundance of fuel, was there an intention to establish a gas station? Nevertheless, upon learning that Lin Qi had devised his own plans, Uncle Tai refrained from voicing any objections. After carefully stowing away the list, he set about his tasks. Once Uncle Tai departed, Lin Qi resumed his contemplation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, transportation posed a significant challenge. The Hummer he had acquired in the United States could hardly withstand the rigors of a post-apocalyptic environment. Faced with even a moderately sized zombie or mutated beast, it would be rendered useless on the spot. Moreover, armored vehicles and tanks were currently beyond his reach. Thus, a specialized mode of transportation was imperative. Lin Qi pondered to himself, having long since devised a plan. The following morning, he set forth towards an automotive modification studio. After more than an hour's drive, Lin Qi finally arrived at the entrance of a workshop named Pioneer. This establishment is renowned as the finest automotive modification studio in Pingjiang and even throughout the entire Zhanghai province. If you can envision it, the proprietor can bring it to life. Upon entering, Lin Qi sought out the owner, who introduced himself as Ding Tiangong. Lin Qi felt a surge of joy at the name. Tiangong? No wonder his hands are so skillful. Hello. Ding Tiangong greeted him with courtesy. Lin Qi nodded slightly and then said, I came to seek your expertise in modifying a vehicle. Ding Tiangong raised an eyebrow, questioning. Those who visit me are all here for car modifications. Lin Qi was taken aback, realizing that he had not expressed himself clearly. What he meant was that his requirements for the modified vehicle were somewhat different. Ding Tiangong's tone grew slightly impatient. Everyone who comes here says the same thing. Lin Qi smiled. Individuals with such exceptional personalities often find themselves struggling with interpersonal relationships. What are your thoughts? Lin Qi casually remarked, recently, I wish for you to modify a batch of armored vehicles for me. Upon hearing this, Ding Tiangong was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by Lin Qi's request. Armurat vehículos. Ding Tiangong stammered, Boss, I have been in this business for nearly 20 years, and I have never dealt with armored vehicles. Moreover, isn't that illegal? Lin Qi chuckled and said, What are you thinking? What I mean is to transform an ordinary off-road vehicle into one with performance akin to that of an armored vehicle. The body must be heavy and possess strong traction. It should exhibit remarkable structural integrity, offering protection against bullets and explosions. The horsepower must be substantial. Ding Tiangong nodded, now comprehending the notion. So it's akin to those super-modified vehicles seen in post-apocalyptic films. Understood. I can certainly undertake this project. though the cost for a single vehicle may be rather steep. It is estimated to be around 15 million, as fulfilling your requirements necessitates some rather challenging materials. Lin Qi smiled faintly. I am not in need of money. As he spoke, Lin Qi sent the design drawings he created to Ding Tiangong. As Ding Tiangong perused the documents, his astonishment grew with each passing moment. The specifications included night vision devices, thermal imaging, and a plethora of high-tech equipment, some of which were even military-grade. The external requirements were even more extravagant. Demands for bulletproof tires, armored steel plating, and a chassis capable of withstanding landmines were noted. And then there was the most outrageous element, an ejection grappling hook for automotive climbing. What was the intention here? Transforming the vehicle into a Spider-Man incarnation? After reviewing the entire proposal, Ding Tiangong realized he had underestimated the costs. This vehicle would require a minimum investment of 30 million. Confounded. Ding Tiangong looked at Lin Qi and inquired, Boss, are you certain you wish to proceed with such modifications? This vehicle alone could easily amount to 30 million. Lin Qi nodded slightly and said, It's nothing. Moreover, I require them in bulk. Within half a month, I need 200 vehicles. 200 vehicles equate to 6 billion. Upon hearing the staggering quantity Lin Qi requested, Ding Tiangong was utterly taken aback. 200 vehicles? This is an astronomical figure for me. Boss, I have never handled such a large order before. Besides, my studio is worth only so much. How could I possibly manage that? Ding Tiangong exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qi said, Do not concern yourself with financial matters. Simply focus on the modifications for me. I shall transfer 3 billion to you this afternoon. The remaining half will be paid on the day of delivery. I require speed and quality. If this is agreeable, let us proceed with the contract. Lin Qi's words left Ding Tiangong utterly astonished. 60 billion. It rolled off the tongue as effortlessly as 60. How extravagant is that? Ding Tiangong, momentarily dazed, nodded in disbelief, and then a surge of joy flooded his heart. A fervent enthusiast of modifications, Ding Tiangong possessed remarkable skills. With the backing of substantial funds, he could finally showcase his talents. After pondering for a moment, he assured, Rest assured, boss, as long as the funds are in place, I guarantee timely quality modifications for you. Chapter 18. The Wickedness of Usury Contributing to the Apocalypse. After signing the contract, Lin Qi departed from the studio. Once the tasks were completed, he began to tally his expenses over the past few days. To his surprise, the figures were alarming. In just a few days, he had already squandered several small fortunes. It appeared that the funds were depleting more rapidly than he had anticipated. Lin Qi murmured, At this rate, the money wouldn't last more than a month. What should he do? After a brief moment of contemplation, a fledgling idea suddenly sparked in Lin Qi's mind. He chuckled softly to himself. Lin Qi attempted to place the money he held into the storage space, and to his astonishment, he achieved a 10,000-fold crit. However, upon retrieving the funds, he discovered he had obtained 10,000 identical banknotes. How on earth was he to spend such a fortune? If someone were to uncover this, he would inevitably find himself confined in a prison cell for the next 20 days, thereby derailing his meticulously laid plans. Indeed, it is evident that one cannot exploit the loopholes of the law, no matter the circumstance. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qi suddenly conceived a rather cunning idea. He returned to his villa to gather the necessary materials. Lin Qi instructed Uncle Tai to continue stockpiling supplies according to the list he had provided. He himself proceeded to the bank with the relevant documents. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? Inquired a voluptuous bank customer service manager, dressed in a form-fitting professional suit. Indeed, the solution that Lin Qi had contemplated the previous night was to secure a loan. Given the assets currently under his name, obtaining a loan of 2 to 3 billion should pose no challenge. After all, the impending apocalypse was just around the corner. Once borrowed, repayment would be a trivial concern. One must seize the opportunity to benefit. With his substantial assets and credit line, Lin Qi was accorded the personal attention of the bank's general manager. Upon learning that a significant client had arrived seeking a substantial loan, the general manager approached Lin Qi with great deference, asking, Sir, how much do you intend to borrow? Lin Qi confidently expressed the excuse he had long prepared. I am about to establish a company and require a loan, albeit a modest one, perhaps 300 million. The manager was taken aback, contemplating, is such a loan even feasible? Is he jesting? Enough of the pleasantries. If you cannot assist me, I shall seek another bank. Lin Qi urged impatiently. Upon hearing this, the manager's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he promptly called over a nearby female manager, saying, Xiao Li, please prepare a cup of tea for Mr. Lin, and ensure it is brewed with the finest leaves. He then turned to Lin Qi with a sheepish grin, suggesting, shall we sit down and deliberate this matter more thoroughly? Lin Qi cast a sidelong glance at the manager, pondering to himself, were it not for the necessity of repaying this debt, I would hardly engage in such trivial conversation with you. Fortunately, an hour later, Lin Qi successfully secured a loan of 270 million. Although this fell short of his original target, it was nonetheless sufficient. Of course, this was merely the first bank he visited today. There were still 10 more banks to approach. Surely, he could borrow 2 to 3 billion. The prospect of effortlessly acquiring over 2 billion was indeed enticing. Throughout the morning, Lin Qi traversed more than a dozen banks. Lin Qi mortgaged all his assets except for the villa he currently resided in. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, real estate has become nearly worthless when the time comes. As long as one possesses the means, vacant houses on the streets can be occupied at will. These banks, in a sense, are contributing to the survival of humanity in such dire circumstances. Although Lin Qi himself is considered a form of capital, he harbors a deep-seated disdain for banks, viewing them as entities that devour without remorse. Countless news reports have chronicled how banks unjustly seize the savings of individuals, only to later attribute such actions to the negligence of their lower-level employees. The underlying message is clear. Once the money enters their coffers, it is unlikely to be returned. However, this time, Lin Qi was the one confronting the banks. Upon reviewing his account balance, he realized he still lacked sufficient funds and pondered his next course of action. At this juncture, he contemplated an alternative approach. Besides seeking loans from banks, there were also specialized lending companies and online loans available, particularly those unscrupulous firms with exorbitant interest rates. Thus, Lin Qi set his sights on these lending companies as his next target. Lin Qi's lips curled into a faint smile as he contemplated his target, the formidable Hanyuan Group in Pingjiang City. Their dealings were far from pristine, operating an illicit underground casino while simultaneously engaging in predatory lending to various enterprises, both large and small. Lin Qi, previously renowned as a prominent entrepreneur and investor in this city, has had a few encounters with the masterminds behind the scenes. It seems this plump target is ripe for exploitation. Let the nefarious payday lending practices serve to contribute to the chaos of the apocalypse. Lin Qi took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a man's voice came through on the other end. Hello? What brings you to seek out your elder brother? President Lin? Lin Qi exchanged pleasantries with him, saying, Is it inappropriate for me to call you without any particular reason, Mr. Li? On the other end, Gao Sun chuckled heartily, replying, There is no need for such formalities. If there is something to discuss, just say it. Our relationship is far from that of strangers. Lin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Dealing with this group necessitated a repertoire of formalities. Thus, I shall speak candidly. I find myself in need of some funds recently, hence I wish to borrow a sum from you. Upon hearing Lin Qi's request for a loan, Gao Sheng adopted a serious demeanor. He was somewhat familiar with Lin Qi's current circumstances. Given that Lin Qi had approached him for financial assistance, it was likely to be a considerable amount. Consequently, Gao Sheng cautiously inquired over the phone, How much does Mr. Lin wish to borrow? You are aware that I operate at usurious rates. Lin Qi offered no explanation, merely stating, I have borrowed quite a substantial amount this time. Let us arrange a meeting to discuss it. After hanging up, Gao Sheng sent Lin Qi a location. Draped in a bathrobe, Gao Sheng reclined in a rattan chair in his hotel room, swirling a glass of red wine, his leg crossed nonchalantly, with his eyes narrowed. He scrutinized the wine in his glass before tilting his head back to sip. This Lin Qi has borrowed beyond his means. I have the funds available. though I fear he may hesitate to borrow such a sum. The interest here is steep, a staggering 30% per month. What a plump lamb ready for the slaughter. Before long, Lin Qi arrived at the hotel. The two settled into a private booth, with a group of sunglasses-clad bodyguards stationed outside. Gao Sheng, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, appeared genteel. Anyone glancing at him would hardly suspect him to be the city's most formidable gang leader. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Sheng swiftly got to the point. How much does President Lin require? As your older brother, I shall wholeheartedly support you. His demeanor suggested to outsiders that Gao Sheng was exceptionally generous, as if he were about to bestow a fortune upon Lin Qi. Lin Qi spoke casually. What I require is rather substantial. However, I shall return both the principal and interest to you in a month's time. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng felt a surge of joy within, yet he maintained an outward facade of composure. President Lin is merely jesting. Name your figure, and I can certainly accommodate it. However, Gao Sheng deliberately paused. Leaning closer, you must be aware of the interest involved, right? Lin Qi nodded and then remarked. The interest rate is 30%. I am aware. I require 3 billion. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng, who had just raised his teacup to take a sip, nearly choked. Cough. How much? 3 billion? Chapter 19. Accepting the two most powerful workers. Gao Sheng's previous elegance vanished. Observing Gao Sheng's reaction, Lin Qi chuckled. What? Does President Wang find it difficult to produce 3 billion? Surely, you are widely recognized as the foremost financier in Pingjiang City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Sheng became serious. Lin, you know I specialize in high-interest lending. Indeed, you provide funds swiftly, which is precisely why I sought you out. Lin Qi replied. If you're concerned about my credibility, I can offer all my villas and properties as collateral. Gao Sheng suddenly smiled again. Lin, you underestimate the situation. A mere few billion. I am confident that you can repay. He then signaled to his female secretary to bring over the contract. Lin Qi cast a glance and couldn't help but note that the interest rate was indeed quite substantial. Having borrowed 3 billion, he would need to repay 900 million next month. However, such a high interest rate was of little concern to Lin Qi. After all, this matter would become obsolete in less than a month. Lin Qi inquired nonchalantly, when will the funds be credited? Rest assured, it will be in your account by this afternoon. In business, what matters most is integrity. Goldman adjusted his glasses, grinning like a cunning fox. Lin Qi signed the contract without a hint of concern and then departed immediately. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Nie Ruyun. Little Qi Ge. That Zhao Tianba has sent threatening messages to Angel again. In a swift maneuver at a suitable turn, Lin Qi made his way toward Nie Ruyun's home, propelled by urgency. Lin Qi swiftly arrived at his destination. Nie Ruyun had been waiting at the door to greet him. Upon entering, Lin Qi immediately noticed Angel weeping softly. Nie Ruyun approached Angel's side to offer her comfort. Lin Qi inquired about the details. Seeing that Angel was unable to speak, Nie Ruyun stepped in to explain. It turned out that this afternoon, Angel had been dismissed from her company. The reason was that Zhao Tianba had found a way to compromise the company's leadership, threatening them with damaging information. Consequently, Angel was let go. What was even more alarming was that Zhao Tianba had ominously warned her to be cautious, stating that he would visit their room in the coming nights. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi was consumed with rage. Zhao Tianba had repeatedly crossed his boundaries. Tonight, he resolved to confront him. Lin Qi began to review the miniature surveillance devices that had been strategically placed here. The surveillance system was linked to Lin Qi's consciousness, making the process of examination exceedingly convenient. Lin Qi adjusted the surveillance speed to its maximum. Instantly, countless images began to flicker rapidly within his field of vision. Lin Qi's body, having been enhanced through serum modification, was fully capable of adapting to this speed. Soon, Lin Qi located the scene involving Zhao Tianba. In the footage, he was seen wearing a hoodie, standing beneath the window of two women, making a phone call. The content revealed the situation that Nie Ruyun had mentioned. Subsequently, perhaps feeling that the daylight crowd was too large, he entered a car and drove away. Lin Qi memorized the license plate. Lin Qi comforted the two individuals, saying, Do not worry. I have already discerned Zhao Tianba's whereabouts. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to me. Subsequently, Lin Qi sent the license plate number to Uncle Tai, requesting him to investigate the vehicle's trail. At that moment, Nie Ruyun interjected, "Yet we have just relocated here. Must we move again? We have painstakingly found this affordable rental. As two recent graduates without employment, where shall we go if we leave this place?" Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. "I recall you were attending an interview last time. Weren't you? By the way, Xiao Qi, are you not the big boss? Are there any job openings at your place? We are not afraid of hard work. We are willing to take on any task. At the very least, working in a large company would broaden our horizons." Nie Ruyun gazed at Lin Qi with anticipation. Meanwhile, Angel, having regained her composure from the earlier fright, quickly intervened to halt Nie Ruyun's unreasonable behavior. "Why trouble Qi go like this? It is already quite embarrassing to ask someone for help. Must you also ask him to find us jobs?" "It's all right," Nie Ruyun countered. "Qi Gu is such a kind person. How could he possibly feel burdened? Besides, we are fresh graduates and know nothing. It is only natural to seek some guidance." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "This girl certainly elevates me to great heights." Lin Qi glanced at the two of them and said, "This is a simple matter, not a hassle at all. Just so happens that I currently need some help. There's a position for organizing documents. Both of you can gain some experience. Moreover, since your current place is no longer safe and it might take some time to find suitable accommodation, why not move into my villa? I can provide each of you with a bedroom as staff quarters. As for the salary, the base pay is 5,000. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated the faces of the two women. Angel had also wished to go to Lin Qi's place, but had hesitated out of pride. Fortunately, Nie Ruyun expressed her thoughts aloud. With joy, Nie Ruyun exclaimed, "Xiao Qi, you are too kind. I would have hugged you and kissed you if it weren't inappropriate." Angel, blushing, managed a shy smile and said, "I truly feel embarrassed, but my heart is already brimming with joy." She had not anticipated such an unexpected fortune from this trip. Without further ado, Lin Qi gestured for them to leave their belongings behind. He assured them that upon reaching the villa, he would personally provide them with an ample supply of clothing and cosmetics. After exchanging glances filled with excitement, the two women exclaimed, "Qi Ge, this is incredible." They held an unwavering trust in Lin Qi, completely unperturbed by any potential ulterior motives. They quickly gathered their personal items and descended the stairs to follow Lin Qi to the car. The villa sprawled across 8 acres, featuring a garden and a pool. Everything one could desire. The villa itself covered an area of 1,000 square meters, with 2 floors above ground and 2 below. The interior was adorned in a modern, luxurious style, highly favored by the youth. "Wow, this is enormous. Look, there's even a swimming pool in the yard. And servants." Upon stepping out of the car, Nie Ruyun was utterly astonished, pulling Angel to admire this and that, her excitement palpable. Although Angel was typically reserved, she too found herself taken aback by the grandeur of Lin Qi's home, maintaining a semblance of composure. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Lin Qi smiled as he introduced them. "Are we going to live here from now on?" Nie Ruyun beamed like a child. "Of course, my two beautiful ladies. Please, make yourselves at home." Chapter 20. The Deranged Murderer Zhao Tianba. Lin Qi gestured invitingly. Nie Ruyun bounced in exuberantly, exploring the surroundings like a carefree child. In contrast, Angel maintained her composure, discreetly stealing a couple of glances. Just then, Uncle Tai approached, intending to report on his work. Lin Qi addressed Uncle Tai, saying, "Uncle Tai, these are my 2 newly hired employees. Please arrange for 2 rooms on the 2nd floor for their accommodation." Uncle Tai responded affirmatively and then added, "Young master, I have located the information regarding the license plate you asked me to investigate." With that, he showed Lin Qi a glimpse of the findings. Lin Qi glanced at the address above and noted it down. Ever since he utilized the Supreme Serum to enhance his physique, his memory has improved dramatically, allowing him to achieve near photographic recall. Lin Qi addressed the 2 women. "I apologize, but I must step out to attend to some matters. If you need anything, please reach out to Uncle Tai." "All right, Xiao Qi, please take care," Nie Ruyun advised. Angel also gestured for Lin Qi to be cautious. Subsequently, Lin Qi entered the vehicle and proceeded towards the location of Zhao Tianba, following the provided address. Lin Qi recalled that Zhao Tianba's personal strength was rather mediocre. However, he commanded a formidable golden pattern tiger, which was extraordinarily powerful. To what extent was it formidable? To put it succinctly, Nie Ryun sought him out for vengeance on behalf of Angel, and it was precisely due to this tiger that Zhao Tianba had survived. Why does Lin Qi remember so vividly? Because he nearly lost his life at the hands of that man, relying on the formidable power of the golden tiger. Zhao Tianba ruled over Pingjiang City with impunity during the apocalypse. He took a sadistic pleasure in mercilessly slaughtering defenseless, ordinary survivors. Each time a formidable foe sought him out, he relied on that tiger to survive. Undoubtedly, he was a coward sheltered by the might of his beast. Thus, in the eyes of the apocalyptic denizens, he earned the moniker King of Survival. He consistently hid behind that tiger during battles, yet none could rival his ability to endure. It remains a mystery where Zhao Tianba stumbled upon a tiger cub. Following the address provided by Uncle Tai, Lin Qi arrived at a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Pingjiang City. Lin Qi alighted from the vehicle and made his way on foot from a considerable distance. Due to his extraordinary physical constitution, he could detect a pungent scent of disinfectant in the air, even from afar. What on earth was this fellow doing, driving to such a desolate and remote area? Lin Qi felt an unsettling sensation deep within his heart. He cautiously navigated his way into the warehouse. As he drew nearer, the pungent odor of disinfectant in the air became increasingly overwhelming. To his dismay, there was even a hint of a metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Could it be that Zhao Tianba? Lin Qi's heart was already filled with suspicion. He cautiously crept into the warehouse, and in the next moment, he beheld a sight that confirmed his innermost conjectures. Within the dimly lit confines of the nocturnal warehouse lay an array of various blades, axes, and even a chainsaw. It resembled a scene straight out of a horror film. Several computers were placed aside, their screens displaying a dense array of code. It appeared that this was the reason Zhao Tianba had persistently managed to locate Angel, despite her repeated changes of phone number. Lin Qi never anticipated that Zhao Tianba possessed knowledge of hacking. Lin Qi continued to observe. On one side of the factory, a line stretched out, adorned with a series of women's blouses supported by hangers. The most horrifying aspect was that they were stained with oxidized blood. Lin Qi's heart suddenly tightened as if a thought had struck him. Opposite the clothing, there stood a large blackboard adorned with numerous photographs of young girls. Lin Qi keenly noticed that there were photographs of Angel and Ye Ryun above. The images appeared to have been taken surreptitiously, while the faces in the other dozen or so photographs had been marked with large red crosses. Only their pictures remained unscathed. Lin Qi finally realized what kind of person Zhao Tianba truly was. How shocking. No wonder he was so brutal during the apocalypse. It turns out that Zhao Tianba is actually a twisted murderer. Lin Qi's mind could already conjure an image of Zhao Tianba's methods and processes. Zhao Tianba had become a deranged killer, and in the lawless apocalypse, his depravity had only intensified. Those associated with Zhao Tianba's base spoke of his brutal temperament, claiming he regarded people as mere objects, wielding his power like a tyrant with a tiger at his side, bullying both men and women alike. Within his domain, he reigned as a local emperor. Any subordinate who inadvertently offended him risked being fed to his tiger. They simmered with anger, yet dared not voice their grievances. However, within the factory, Lin Qi did not spot Zhao Tianba's presence. As Lin Qi searched for him, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Fortunately, Lin Qi's physical prowess far surpassed that of the average person, allowing him to evade the crossbow bolt aimed at him with a remarkable display of agility. Lin Qi followed the trajectory of the crossbow bolt and beheld the figure of Zhao Tianba slowly emerging from the shadows. Adorned with a pair of glasses, he appeared rather refined. However, in his grasp was a compound bow, and a malevolent grin adorned his face as he gazed at Qing Tian. "Ah, I recognize you," Zhao Tianba exclaimed as he approached Lin Qi. "You are the young entrepreneur who has recently garnered much attention online for stockpiling goods. I never anticipated encountering you here. Alas, You have witnessed something you should not have. Tonight, you shall meet your demise." With that, he let out a derisive chuckle. Yet, all of this was keenly observed by Lin Qi. Lin Qi remained completely unperturbed, observing Zhao Tianba's demeanor as if he were afflicted by a bout of youthful delusion. And he couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. He promptly summoned the super alloy battle knife awarded by the system. Lin Qi's astonishing maneuver of transforming his empty hands into a knife truly left Zhao Tianba in a state of shock. And it was during this moment of bewilderment that Zhao Tianba remained transfixed. Lin Qi sprang into action. He slightly crouched down, then propelled himself off the ground. The immense force exerted even caused slight cracks to form in the concrete beneath him. Subsequently, Lin Qi's body surged towards Zhao Tianba at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhao Tianba was utterly unprepared. With a clang, he only perceived his hand, which clutched the crossbow, plummeting to the ground. A searing pain shot through his wrist. At that moment, he finally comprehended the horrifying reality. His hand had been severed by Lin Qi. Lying on the ground, Zhao Tianba attempted to clutch his wound and scream, only to realize in terror that he had lost his hand. All he could do was embrace himself in despair. Meanwhile, Lin Qi slowly approached Zhao Tianba. "So you wish for me to perish here, do you?" Crack. Lin Qi crushed Zhao Tianba's left knee. Is he trying to emulate a villain's menacing words? Crack. His right knee was also shattered. Unexpectedly, the pain ignited a fierce determination within Zhao Tianba. "Haha, if you have the ability, kill me tonight. Pain will not instill fear in me. It will only drive me to madness." In the end, Zhao Tianba laughed as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Lin Qi murmured, "I have never encountered such a demand in my entire life." He then employed interrogation techniques for military combat skills. Chapter 21. Zhao Tianba's Surrender. Little kitten. 10 minutes later, Zhao Tianba lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit. The defiance he had exhibited moments ago had vanished entirely. He deeply regretted his earlier bravado in front of Lin Qi. Wouldn't it have been better to die peacefully? At that moment, Lin Qi gently tapped Zhao Tianba's cheek with the blade. Zhao Tianba instinctively trembled in fear. "Didn't you claim that pain would only drive you to madness? Why don't you show me some madness?" Suddenly, Zhao Tianba broke down in tears, clutching his head with both hands. "I was wrong. Please spare me. I will never act tough again. I realize it was wrong to show off in front of you. Please forgive me." Lin Qi gazed at Zhao Tianba, who resembled a forlorn stray dog, and scoffed, "No one is as twisted as you. What could you possibly learn from such depravity?" Undeterred by his own pain, Zhao Tianba replied, "Yes, yes. You speak the truth. Once I step outside, I shall repent and start anew. Please spare me." Lin Qi suddenly raised his voice. "Spare you? Go meet them and see if they will spare you." All right, I shall go at once." Zhao Tianba nodded vigorously. "So eager are we? Very well. I shall accompany you." Lin Qi grinned menacingly as he raised the battle knife in his hand. Suddenly, Zhao Tianba sensed something was amiss. "Do not kill me." His words were cut short as Lin Qi struck decisively, bringing an end to Zhao Tianba's nefarious existence. Gazing upon the headless corpse of Zhao Tianba, 07 added, "Go and inquire of those innocent souls you have slain whether they would forgive you." Thus, this blood-soaked murderer, whose heart had been twisted and perverse both before and after the apocalypse, the despicable Zhao Tianba, met his demise. Yet, allowing him to perish so easily seemed somewhat too merciful. Just as Lin Qi prepared to leave the scene, a sudden mewl from a tiny kitten halted his steps. Meow. Lin was puzzled. How could there possibly be a cat in this place? The little kitten meowed again, its sound resonating close to him. Lin Qi followed the sound and arrived at a corner of the warehouse, where a cage lay with a kitten inside. Merely a few days old, and still unable to open its eyes. It seemed to sense the footsteps, and the tiny creature mewed more vigorously. The little kitten bore no significant difference from an ordinary young cat, except for its recent birth and malnutrition, which rendered it alarmingly emaciated. It was evident that this was raised by Zhao Tianba. He possessed a heart for animals, albeit limited. Had it not been for the kitten's remarkable vitality, It might have succumbed under Zhao Tianba's care. To Lin Qi's surprise, Zhao Tianba had a penchant for cats. At that moment, Lin Qi noticed the kitten's fur, which was strikingly golden all over, an appearance reminiscent of the ancient golden silk tiger. Although its malnutrition dulled its coat, the golden hue was still discernible. The Tiger King? Wasn't Zhao Tianba's Tiger King characterized by golden fur? This little kitten bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated fierce beast Tiger King that had always trailed behind Zhang Tianba in Lin Qi's memories. Lin Qi carefully scrutinized the small kitten. Judging by its breed, it appeared to be a Jianzhou cat, renowned for its legendary 4 ears. It dawned on him that the formidable Tiger King, often seen by Zhao Tianba's side, was in fact merely a cat. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qi grasped the truth. It seemed this kitten, raised by Zhao Tianba, had undergone a mutation in the post-apocalyptic world, transforming into the fearsome beast known as the Tiger King from his previous life. Yet this Tiger King would soon belong to me. Lin Qi had not anticipated that this visit would not only resolve the issue with Zhao Tianba, but also yield such an unexpected reward. Lin Qi lifted the cage, intending to take away the tiny kitten. Although the kitten's eyes had yet to open, it sensed the presence of a human approaching and began to cry out fervently. "Are you hungry?" Lin Qi murmured. He found the nearest pet store and carefully selected a suitable brand of kitten food. Additionally, he purchased some milk powder and a feeding bottle. After dissolving the milk powder in warm water, he cradled the little creature in one hand while feeding it with the other. Despite the kitten being no larger than the palm of his hand, it detected the scent of the milk powder and immediately clung to the bottle with all 4 paws, suckling eagerly. Lin Qi gazed at the adorable, plump little kitten cradled in his arms, struggling to reconcile this charming creature with the ferocious beast once known as the Tiger King, who had reigned supreme in the apocalypse. In no time, the kitten had consumed nearly half a bottle of milk, its tiny belly now round and full. It nestled comfortably against Lin Qi, beginning to doze off, occasionally nuzzling against his chest. It was evident that, with the aid of the nourishing milk, the kitten had entirely relinquished its wariness, embracing Lin Qi's scent with complete trust. Observing the delightful little feline, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. It seemed this kitten had already begun to acknowledge him as its master. Perhaps it was time to bestow upon a name. Lin Qi gazed at the golden-furred kitten, feeling somewhat perplexed. Lin Qi is rather inept at naming. However, upon observing the cat's resplendent golden fur, he decided to call it Little Gold. Unbeknownst to the slumbering kitten, its name had been whimsically assigned while it slept soundly. Subsequently, Lin Qi placed the cat food and milk powder he had purchased into storage space. You have acquired a bag of cat food. Critical hit effect activated. Congratulations. You have received 10,000 bags of cat food. You have obtained a bag of goat milk powder. Critical hit effect activated. Congratulations. You have received 10,000 bags of goat milk powder. In an instant, Lin Qi found himself in possession of 10,000 bags of both cat food and goat milk powder. However, he remained indifferent, knowing that the goat milk powder was also suitable for human consumption. Lin Qi gently placed the already slumbering kitten into the new nest he had purchased for it. He then drove to the warehouse to store the various supplies that had been delivered there. As he was busy organizing, the familiar notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. Today is indeed a joyous day for us common folk. At that moment, the 2 women had already fallen asleep. Lin Qi did not inform them about Zhao Tianba. By the following morning, Lin Qi rose early and made his way to the first floor, where he discovered that the 2 ladies were already awake. Nie Ruyun greeted Lin Qi with excitement, exclaiming, "Good morning, little Qi Ge." Angel chimed in, "Good morning, Qi Ge." Lin Qi also greeted them, "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Nie Ruyun exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, this is the best sleep I've ever had in my entire life." Lin Qi chuckled indulgently. "Is that so? That is splendid, as long as you are accustomed to it." Subsequently, Angel inquired, "Little Qi, what were you up to last night? Why did you stay out so late?" He didn't have a confrontation with you, did he?" The 2 expressed their concern. "Oh, you need not worry. In any case, Zhao Tianba will never disturb you again." Chapter 22, Shopping Spree. The Defiant Factory Owner. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the two women felt an immense relief, finally liberated from the twisted entanglement of Zhao Tianba. Lin Qi refrained from disclosing to the two women the crimes committed by Zhao Tianba. After all, Zhao Tianba was now deceased. It was perhaps better for them to remain oblivious to certain truths. After a modest breakfast, Nie Riyun eagerly approached Lin Qi and inquired, "Boss, today marks our first day on the job. Could you please assign us our tasks?" Although Anxier did not voice her thoughts, she too was curious about how the responsibilities of an employee in a large corporation differed from those of a typical job. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Last night, his sole intention was to cleverly entice these two workers, or rather, to invite them to his establishment. Never did he contemplate assigning them any tasks. Nevertheless, Lin Qi deliberately cleared his throat, sat up straight, and assumed the demeanor of a boss. Ahem. Now listen closely. Since you two have officially joined the team, it is my duty as your employer to assign you some responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Nie Riyun and Anxier were filled with anticipation regarding their inaugural task. Nie Riyun chimed in, "Understood, boss. I shall embrace every challenge and diligently fulfill each task you assign." Lin Qi continued, "You must understand, the forthcoming assignment is of utmost significance." At this juncture, he paused intentionally. Unable to contain her curiosity, Nie Riyun inquired, "What exactly is this task?" To which Lin Qi replied, "It is to buy. After Lin Tian finished speaking, the two girls were left utterly bewildered. Buy what? Lin Qi explained that anything was acceptable: cosmetics, bags, shoes, clothing, whatever you wish to purchase. Just go ahead and buy it now. This revelation left the two women even more astounded. What kind of company assigns shopping as a task on the very first day of work? Their boss must be incredibly generous. Lin Qi continued, "It is not merely a casual shopping excursion. I must assign you tasks." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately composed themselves. "I thought as much. How could such a delightful opportunity truly exist? On the very first day of work, to be allowed to shop." Little did they know that Lin Qi's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. "Your mission is to each spend 3 million within 2 days, purchasing whatever your hearts desire. If you fail to exhaust the funds, I shall deduct from your salaries." What? 3 million each? And it must be spent within 2 days? My goodness, what kind of extraordinary boss is this? Nie Riyun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed a laborious yet joyous endeavor." I understand now. Boss, this is the company's foray into the luxury market, isn't it? Rest assured, we shall conduct thorough market research, showcasing our expertise to you. With that, the two women set out with renewed vigor to embark on their shopping adventure, leaving Lin Qi in a state of bewilderment. Am I really entering the luxury market? Who told you that? Yet, he had indeed intended for them to indulge in their personal preferences, ensuring they remained occupied. After all, following the apocalypse, they had become invaluable assets, and there would certainly be ample opportunities to utilize their skills in the future. A modest initial investment was entirely justifiable. Lin Qi signaled Uncle Tai to allocate 3 million to each of the two women, subsequently arranging for covert protection for them. The shop staff looked down upon the two recent graduates. He then took matters into his own hands, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. How greatly this must have impacted the shopping experience of the two women. Lin Qi was determined to ensure that the shopping experience for both of them would be filled with joy. After attending to her tasks, Lin Qi set off once more. She was headed to the neighboring city's forge with Uncle Tai to collect a batch of finely crafted crossbows. Before long, they arrived at the airport. After a flight lasting over an hour, they landed in Jiang City, the very location of the custom arrow and crossbow factory. Upon disembarking, the owner of the factory personally came to welcome them to the company. Soon, they arrived at the establishment, where the factory owner guided them to the warehouse. As the large doors swung open, they were greeted by a meticulously organized array of gleaming daggers and military knives. "Mr. Lin," the owner remarked, "as per your specifications, all the blades have been crafted from alloy steel." Lin Qi casually picked up a blade. Indeed, as the proprietor had described, the weapon was remarkably sturdy. The edge gleamed with a chilling light, effortlessly capable of slicing through copper and severing iron. "Mr. Lin, please take a look at this." The owner continued to extol the virtues of a crossbow nearby. These crossbows are crafted from the finest materials, ensuring their durability for a century or more. Additionally, we have provided ample replacement bowstrings for your convenience. Observing the crossbow before him, Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction. The proprietor then led him to the heart of the warehouse. There, on a shelf, rested a pitch-black bow, equipped with a sighting reticle and a laser light. On the table, 3 quivers were thoughtfully provided, each filled to the brim with 60 arrows crafted from alloy. At this sight, Lin Qi's eyes lit up with excitement. This bow was a custom-made, foldable compound bow, inspired by the one wielded by the superhero Hawkeye. It was not only suitable for ranged attacks, but also effective in close combat. Truly, it was an exceptional find. Lin Qi picked up the bow and began to examine it closely. The curious shopkeeper couldn't contain his intrigue any longer. "Mr. Lin, I must ask, what purpose do you have for commissioning a bow with such immense draw weight? It seems unlikely that anyone could draw it, even if one seeks great power. Modern high-caliber sniper rifles possess far greater force. Why insist on custom ordering such a bow?" "I am not boasting," Lin Qi replied. "I have trained in martial arts since childhood, and I excel particularly in archery. Yet, the heaviest bow I can draw is only 80 kilograms. Seeing the shopkeeper's skepticism, Lin Qi proposed with interest, "Why not make a wager? If I can draw this bow, I shall pay only half the price for this batch of goods. What say you?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. Was Lin Qi truly so confident in his abilities? However, the shopkeeper was equally assured of his own strength. He found it hard to believe that someone with Lin Qi's slender build could possess such might. Thus, he readily agreed, "Very well, I accept your challenge. But what if you fail to draw it?" "Fail to draw it?" Lin Qi chuckled. "I am paying for this batch in installments, am I not? If I cannot draw it, I shall pay you the remaining balance in one lump sum." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt invigorated. "All right, it's a deal." Lin Qi remained silent, merely lifting the bow. He did not knock an arrow. Instead, he was testing the bow's draw weight. As he exerted force, the bow did not bend significantly. This observation brought a glimmer of joy to the proprietor. It seemed that Lin Qi was merely posturing, seeking to save face. Despite his efforts, he could not achieve the draw. Ah, indeed, the youth often indulges in bravado and cares too much for appearances, ultimately suffering the consequences. Why bother? Chapter 23. I have already informed you that this requires finesse. Lin Qi's performance led the boss to conclude that he is merely a wealthy heir who is overly concerned with appearances. Lin Qi merely tested the tension of the bow, discovering it to be quite satisfactory. This realization brought a smile to his face, affirming that commissioning a bow with an 800-kilogram draw weight was indeed a wise decision. Given Lin Qi's current strength, a standard bow could easily reach its full draw with the slightest effort, and even a modest application of force could potentially snap it in two. Such power surpassed that of many ancient generals. Yet, this custom compound bow merely yielded slightly under his initial pull. Gradually, Lin Qi began to exert more force, and the compound bow opened further with remarkable ease, reaching its full draw effortlessly. Meanwhile, the owner of the forge was basking in his own pride. But to his astonishment, Lin Qi effortlessly drew back the 800-kilogram bow, leaving the forge owner utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief. Who is this individual? To draw an 800-kilogram bow requires extraordinary strength. He gazed at Lin Qi, astonished by such an extraordinary physical prowess. Lin Qi gazed at the astonished owner, gently setting the bow aside, and calmly explained, "It is merely a matter of finesse." The owner's mind was inundated with questions. What sort of finesse could enable one to transcend the limits of humanity? No. Could it be that the workers had been negligent in crafting this bow? Surely, that must be the case. He had simply stumbled upon this flaw, having practiced himself. If his slender client could draw it, then he too should be able to do so. This would serve as proof of Lin Qi's deceit. The owner picked up the bow, casting a penetrating glance at Lin Qi, implying, "If you can, so can I." A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he sought to demonstrate that Lin Qi had merely fortuitously discovered a defect. Taking a deep breath, He exerted tremendous force. However, the effortless scene he had envisioned did not materialize. What? His face turned purple, yet he could not draw it. He refused to accept defeat and tried again. Still, he failed to draw it. The owner began to question his very existence. What? This bow was not a defective piece. He could not even surpass a mere reed-like figure. Observing this, Lin Qi merely patted the owner's shoulder, saying, "Stop trying. You cannot draw it. I already told you. It requires finesse." The owner, deflated like a punctured balloon, sank into despondency. He had trained rigorously through the harsh winters and sweltering summers. Yet he found himself outmatched by someone who appeared so fragile. In an instant, the owner's worldview shattered. What did this mean? This individual was dissatisfied with the bow's draw weight? Was he even human? After a long pause, the owner finally emerged from his shock, responding mechanically, "Very well." Now, his mind was consumed with the humiliation of his inability to draw the bow. Lin Qi gazed at his employer, choosing silence in that moment. After all, it was his employer who had doubted him first. He then signaled for everyone to exit the warehouse. Just as the massive door closed, Lin Qi subtly waved his hand. Instantly, every item within the warehouse was drawn into his storage space. "You have acquired 1,000 composite crossbows with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 million composite crossbows. You have received 100,000 crossbow bolts with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations. You have procured 1 billion crossbow bolts." Lin Qi was unperturbed. Upon their reopening of the box, they discovered that the items had vanished. After all, he had already compensated for these possessions. Thus they rightfully belonged to him. The items may have disappeared, yet as long as he chose not to pursue the matter, what could others possibly say? Lin Qi and Uncle Tai did not waste any more time here. Upon returning to the villa, the weariness from the journey over the past couple of days weighed heavily upon them. And given Uncle Tai's advanced age, his body was beginning to show signs of strain. Lin Qi decided to grant Uncle Tai a brief respite. After Uncle Tai departed, Lin Qi seized the rare opportunity to relax for a moment. Ever since he began stockpiling supplies, Lin Qi had been spinning like a top, ceaselessly engaged in his endeavors. Even though his body had been enhanced by the supreme serum, he still found himself somewhat overwhelmed at this moment, his mind clouded and fatigued. Fortunately, Lin Qi permitted himself a short break, for indeed, sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. Lin Qi observed the extravagant appearances of the two women, nearly bursting into laughter. The duo insisted on carrying their own belongings without the assistance of their bodyguards. They were adorned with an array of shopping bags, brimming with garments and footwear. Draped in skirts, they wore 2 or 3 layers of luxurious fur coats. Their faces were obscured by multiple pairs of sunglasses, and their hands and necks were adorned with an abundance of rings and necklaces. They resembled nothing short of nouveau riche, as if they were on the verge of embellishing themselves with gold teeth. Angel was somewhat restrained, but Nyeriyun was the epitome of excess, sporting an impossibly towering hairstyle. She had even managed to adorn her hair with sunglasses and necklaces, truly making the most of her possessions. The two women had transformed themselves into veritable Christmas trees. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qi could not help but chuckle. "What on earth are you two wearing? Have you been struck by lightning?" "You see, Brother Qi, what many do not realize is that even the affluent endure their own struggles while shopping. However, fret not, for we have conducted thorough market research," Nyeriyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she flitted over to Lin Qi, chattering animatedly like a lively chick. "In the past, our shopping excursions consisted merely of window shopping, never daring to make a purchase. But today is a different tale. We have completely taken over a store." The staff were left utterly astounded. "Eventually, we found ourselves unable to carry any more, so we hired a delivery truck to bring our spoils here. But rest assured, Brother Qi, all these acquisitions are not in vain. We are more than willing to contribute to the product development in the future." As she spoke, the distant roar of an engine caught their attention. A delivery truck pulled up to the villa. "Look, just as we were speaking of it," Nyeriyun exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious as she gestured towards Lin Qi before attempting to dash over. However, as she ran, she realized the multitude of bags weighing her down, prompting her to set them aside momentarily. She then trotted over in her high heels, observing the buoyant personality of the girl before him. Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. I never anticipated that the Queen of Storms possessed a flair for comedy. Soon, the gates of the villas swung open, and the truck rolled in. As it came to a halt, Ruyun, an angel, hurriedly approached to open the back of the truck. With the doors flung open, an overwhelming array of goods began tumbling out onto the ground. So much, you two have outdone me in hoarding. Chapter 24. Old Mo. Lin Qi glanced and exclaimed, "Goodness, a Gucci belt, and another item has fallen. Wow, Dior glasses." Lin Qi gazed at the plethora of luxury items haphazardly piled in the cargo truck. One might easily mistake it for a clearance sale at a discount store. Just then, the two girls caught up with him. "What do you think, boss? Have we accomplished our task satisfactorily?" Ruyun stood beside the vehicle, looking at Lin Qi with a sense of pride. Lin Qi could only nod in agreement, saying, "All right, as long as you are happy, keep up the good work. Please move the items inside and place them in the living room." Ruyun exhibited an exceptionally high level of enthusiasm, immediately beginning to transport belongings into the villa's parlor. Lin Qi believed that the initial investment in the two women was indeed necessary. It was only through this that they would come to rely on him in the face of the impending apocalypse. However, Lin Qi was also mindful of maintaining balance, ensuring that he did not indulge them to the point of becoming too willful or unruly. Lin Qi collected all these items into his storage space. After experiencing a 10,000-fold critical hit, he retrieved one portion and placed it aside. Subsequently, he arranged for someone to deliver it to the two women's room. Before long, evening arrived. Lin Qi was just about to take a rest when, unexpectedly, he noticed a suspicious figure on the miniature surveillance cameras he had previously set up around the villa. This individual was dressed in an unusual manner, with their face obscured, donning a tactical vest, a firearm strapped at their waist, and a combat knife sheathed alongside a Glock 81 dagger on their leg. A killer? Lin Qi discerned the identity of this individual. In his contemplation, he realized to whom this person must belong. Was he unable to maintain his composure so swiftly? Subsequently, Lin Qi feigned ignorance and turned off the lights. This person evidently had meticulously planned his approach. Like a cat, he scaled the wall and landed softly. Crouching low, he stealthily made his way to the front door on the first floor. While his actions appeared remarkably professional, under Lin Qi's all-encompassing surveillance, they appeared utterly ludicrous. He glanced at Lin Qi's bedroom on the second floor, then raised his hand to aim. With a soft click, a grappling hook shot forth, embedding itself into the wall. Lin Qi observed the scene. Ah, quite an array of equipment. The individual traversed along the claw-like structure to the window of Lin Qi's room. Employing a specialized tool, he pried open the window with dexterous precision. With a gentle touch, he eased it open. A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed. Gradually, he maneuvered his body into the bedroom, where the cloaked intruder cast a quick glance around the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly toward Lin Qi's slumbering bed. He raised a silenced firearm, aiming it at the covers, and discharged 2 shots. Pop! Pop! After firing, the intruder sensed something amiss. Lifting the blanket, he discovered only 2 pillows beneath. No one. In that instant, the cloaked figure realized he had been deceived. He attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Lin Qi sprang forth from behind, delivering a swift kick that shattered the leg of his assailant. The man clad in black, displaying remarkable fortitude, remained silent even in such dire circumstances. He attempted to turn and eliminate Lin Qi with a firearm in his grasp. However, the adage that a gun is swift at 7 steps yet accurate within the same distance applies solely to ordinary individuals. Lin Qi has now transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. Just as the man in black turned to aim his firearm at Lin Qi swiftly drew his battle blade, and with a graceful motion, severed the gun held by the assailant. Clang! One half of the firearm clattered to the ground. The cloaked figure was utterly taken aback by this turn of events. He had not anticipated that his assassination target would possess such formidable prowess. Furthermore, the speed of Lin Qi's blade was astonishing. Despite his own rigorous training, he found himself unable to react in time to the swift strike. Lin Qi did not afford the cloaked figure any time to react. With a swift motion, 2 more strikes followed, severing the tendons in the figure's hands. Blood flowed profusely. Yet this was not the end. Lin Qi struck again with 2 swift slashes. Swish, swish. He severed the tendons of the cloaked figure's legs. Now the figure could no longer rise to his feet. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Yet, to Lin Qi's surprise, the resolve of this cloaked individual proved unwavering. Despite the severing of his tendons, he did not utter a single sound. Lin Qi could have easily dispatched him with a single stroke, yet he chose to spare him, recognizing his potential utility. Lin Qi flicked on the light, his gaze coldly fixed upon the man before him. The figure clad in black leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds, desperately attempting to rise. However, his efforts were in vain, for the tendons in his hands and feet had been severed, rendering him utterly powerless. At that moment, Lin Qi's blade had not only cut through the tendons, but had also lacerated the ulnar and radial arteries at the wrist, as well as the posterior tibial artery. Blood gushed forth from the wounds like a fountain. Realizing he possessed no strength left to continue the fight, the man in black let out a maniacal laugh and exclaimed, "Ha ha, go ahead and kill me. Come on, grant me a swift end." He incessantly taunted Lin Qi, attempting to provoke him into delivering a merciful conclusion. Lin Qi was not deceived. He slowly used the war knife in his hand to pry open the mask of the cloaked figure. As the mask was removed, Lin Qi finally discerned the visage of the dark-clad man. He was a man in his 30s, possessing a gaunt, elongated face with prominent cheekbones, drooping eyes, and slack lips. His gaze imbued with a fierce malevolence. This appearance evoked in Lin Qi the image of a wolf. Lin Qi gazed at him and spoke calmly, "Speak up. Who is it that wishes to take my life?" The visitor was none other than old M.O., a mercenary who had spent over a decade abroad. In recent years, he had been employed by an individual to resolve matters that were unsuitable for him to address personally. Over the years, he had never once faltered, yet today, he found himself stumbling unexpectedly. Old M.O., enduring excruciating pain, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he remained silent, fixated on Lin Qi, aware that his life was forfeit. He had sought to provoke Lin Qi, but ended up sealing his own fate. However, he was met with disappointment. In Lin Qi's eyes, he discerned nothing but indifference. That gaze he recognized all too well. It was reminiscent of his own when he had successfully completed missions, gazing at his targets with similar detachment. Yet, this mindset was forged through his years as a mercenary, a mentality cultivated after taking the lives of countless individuals. How had Lin Qi achieved such composure? Moreover, he perceived a more formidable aura of lethality emanating from Lin Qi than he himself possessed. It was worth noting that he had personally dealt with hundreds, if not thousands, of lives, yet he had never exuded such a potent sense of menace. Lin Qi, a young man residing in an era of tranquility. How did he cultivate such a terrifying aura of menace? Chapter 25. What am I doing to old M.O. with my critical strike? Lin Qi observed that old M.O. remained silent, yet he had already surmised the general idea in his mind. However, to confirm his speculation, he inquired once more, still not willing to speak. "Are you?" Lin Qi was unperturbed by the man's silence. After receiving the reward for his military combat skills, he simultaneously acquired knowledge on capturing enemy combatants and conducting impromptu interrogations on the battlefield. "Excellent. Splendid." Lin Qi snorted derisively. "In 10 minutes. If I cannot pry open your lips, I shall share your surname." With that, he advanced towards old M.O. Despite being a seasoned mercenary, old M.O. could not help but recoil from the terrifying aura that Lin Qi emanated. He did not come any closer. Thus, in the ensuing 10 minutes, old M.O. experienced the depths of despair and the essence of silent anguish. He attempted to strike back, yearning to divulge his secrets after merely a minute. Yet, this devil named Lin Qi continued his relentless assault for a full 10 minutes before relenting. How inhumane! The once defiant old M.O. was now a mere shadow of his former self. As he gazed at Lin Qi, it was as though he were staring at an unparalleled harbinger of death. When did this reckless heir of wealth transform into such a formidable force? At that moment, Lin Qi dragged over a stool and seated himself before old Mo. His countenance was dark, and his tone shifted abruptly as he coldly demanded, "Now, tell me, who sent you?" Old Mo, unable to meet Lin Qi's gaze, was struck by the terror of this young man. He was far more fearsome than any mercenary who had danced on the edge of death for years. Suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through him and the fear gnawing at his heart, he stammered, "It was Gao Chong from the Lin Corporation." Old Mo divulged every piece of information he possessed to Lin Qi, not only detailing how they intended to deal with him, but also recounting the myriad of crimes Gao Chong had committed over the years. He laid bare all that he knew. Lin Qi felt increasingly astonished as he listened. As an entrepreneur, Lin Qi has certainly heard various rumors about Gao Chong. Gao Chong began his journey as a fishmonger and gradually expanded his enterprise into a formidable force. He has now ascended to a prominent position in Pingjiang. However, what Lao Mo recounted was even more shocking. He claimed that activities such as gambling and drug trafficking pale in comparison to what Gao Chong is alleged to have done, organizing women to engage in activities against their will, deceiving children and treating them as commodities to be sold, and luring individuals from within the country to foreign lands for organ trafficking. It can be said that he is engaged in every activity prohibited by law, and his operations are on a grand scale. Lin Qi's anger intensified with each passing thought. Lin Qi had already begun to devise a plan to eliminate Gao Chong. Noticing that Lin Qi's focus had strayed from him, Lao Mo secretly smirked. The reason he had just spoken so much was to astonish Lin Qi, causing him to lose concentration. Then, he would seize the opportunity to strike back. Discreetly activating a switch concealed on his person, he launched a grenade towards Lin Qi. This hidden grenade had been carried by Lao Mo all along. Truly, he was a seasoned mercenary, demonstrating remarkable restraint. At such a critical moment, he still sought to drag Lin Qi down with him. Aware that he would not survive this mission, he prepared for a mutual demise. With a sinister grin, he fixed his gaze on Lin Qi, ready to embrace death. "Lin Qi, you are still too inexperienced to dare let your guard down at this juncture. You lack the necessary experience. Let us perish together." Just as Lao Mo anticipated the explosion of the grenade, the next moment left him utterly astonished. The grenade inexplicably vanished into thin air. Lao Mo could hardly believe his eyes. What? Am I seeing things? He couldn't fathom where his grenade had gone. At that moment, Lin Qi flashed a menacing smile at Lao Mo. Well, you are quite impressive. You even had a trick up your sleeve? What is this? Do you wish to join me in a mutual destruction? Do you possess the capability for that?" Lin Qi delivered a resounding slap to Old Mo's face. Instantly, the last few remaining teeth in Old Mo's mouth were sent flying. Witnessing the failure of his final trump card, Old Mo could no longer maintain his composure. He began to laugh maniacally. Hee, don't get too smug. Even if I have failed this time, soon there will be a second person, a third person, coming to kill you. Ha ha ha. Lin Qi has now discovered the answer, and with a swift strike, he sent Old Mo to the afterlife. He gazed at the neatly arranged 10,000 grenades within the storage space. Lin Qi was in remarkably high spirits. It turned out that the grenade he had encountered moments ago had been collected by Lin Qi as a resource and stored in his storage space. Within this storage space, the flow of time was effectively halted, ensuring that as long as Lin Qi refrained from retrieving the grenade, it would remain inert and devoid of any threat of explosion. Lin Qi stripped Old Mo of all usable equipment and stored it in his storage space, delivering a critical hit in the process. Gazing at Old Mo's lifeless body, Lin Qi attempted to place it into the storage space. Detected a non-resource item entering the storage space. Would you like to deliver a critical hit? What on earth would I do with 10,000 corpses of Old Mo? Lin Qi felt a mix of anger and amusement. Gao Chong, I did not seek you out, yet you have taken the initiative to approach me. Very well. Do not hurry. I shall come find you. Lin Qi gritted his teeth. This Gao Chong had repeatedly sent people to kill him, not realizing they were merely delivering themselves to their demise. No, wait. Old Mo is indeed quite reliable. His efficiency has always been both swift and commendable. He has never disappointed anyone. A sense of unease began to creep into Gao Chang's mind. However, he refrained from considering the possibility of old Mo's failure, for in this era, no one could evade old Mo's pursuit, unless one were a superhuman. Gao Chang began to formulate a plan in his mind. The next day, Lin Qi inquired as usual whether Uncle Tai had found Yi Tai Chu. Uncle Tai shook his head once more. 17 days had passed, and still no news? Lin whispered. Over the course of more than half a month, Lin Qi, having made ample preparations for this lifetime, faces the impending apocalypse with unwavering composure. As for the formidable adversary, he could effortlessly vanquish him with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, there remains an unfinished matter weighing on his heart. The urgent need to locate Yi Tai Chu. This man has inflicted the greatest harm upon Lin Qi during the cataclysm. In the final year of the apocalypse, Lin Qi painstakingly established a sanctuary of his own. However, one fateful day, an individual within his refuge unexpectedly awakened a beast-like ability, filling Lin Qi with immense joy. Yet, that very afternoon, Yi Tai Chu, accompanied by a group of individuals clad in white, arrived at the sanctuary and seized the one capable of transformation. How could Lin Qi allow them to take him away? Thus, he resisted. However, Yi Tai Chu's strength was simply overwhelming. With just a glance, the sanctuary he had painstakingly built over the course of a year was obliterated in an instant. He himself was gravely injured and fell into a coma, before losing consciousness. The only thing he heard was that the man was named Yi Tai Chu. Chapter 26. Purchasing an entire large shopping mall. Then he found himself once again living a life of wandering, during which he endeavored to uncover any information regarding Yi Tai Chu. Yet, there was not a single lead. Subsequently, he experienced a rebirth. Over the past half-month, he and Uncle Tai had exerted every effort to search for Yi Tai Chu while gathering supplies, employing nearly every conceivable method in secret. Astonishingly, they could uncover no news whatsoever. He had even broadened the search to encompass the entire Zhanghai province, yet still encountered no information. It was as if this person had never existed in this world at all. Yet, the scenes he had endured during the apocalypse were vividly etched in his memory. There was no way his recollections could be flawed. Lin Qi furrowed his brows, for the apocalypse loomed ever closer. Yet, there was still no word from Yi Tai Chu. If only he could locate him before the onset of the cataclysm, when no one possessed any extraordinary powers. After the world descends into chaos, he must seize the opportunity, while his adversary remains vulnerable, to find him with utmost swiftness and eliminate him. Otherwise, once he has matured, dealing with him would become exceedingly challenging. Lin Qi still vividly recalls how a mere glance from Yi Tai Chu had obliterated the might of his sanctuary. At that moment, Lin Qi perceived Yi Tai Chu's strength to surpass even that of Nie Yun during the same period. Lost in thought, he was interrupted as Nie Yun and Angel approached. "Good morning, little Qi," Nie Yun said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "We've already organized the inventory from last night, and we've compiled the detailed market research data as well. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed today?" Lin Qi gazed intently at the two individuals and remarked, "Today, I shall venture out for a while. You both can assist Uncle Tai with some tasks at home. For the next couple of days, refrain from going out." Upon hearing this, the two women nodded in agreement. However, shortly after, Angel shyly interjected, "Little Chigo, we feel as though we are on vacation. It hardly resembles an internship. Indeed, we cannot simply indulge without contributing, can we?" Nie Yun added. Lin Qi merely smiled gently and reassured, "Rest assured, as new employees, consider these couple of days as an opportunity to acclimate to your new surroundings. In a few days, however, your responsibilities will become quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Nie Yun and Angel eagerly responded, "No worries, Brother Qi. We are not afraid of hardship. As long as we can learn something valuable, that is all that matters." Lin Qi said nothing more, merely adding with a hint of profundity that the forthcoming days might not be tranquil, thus advising them to refrain from leaving the villa as much as possible. Upon hearing the mention of snacks, Nie Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Xiao Qi Gu, you are truly wonderful. Angel also chimed in, all right, Xiao Qi, I will diligently work at home. Lin Qi drove straight to the newly opened large shopping centers in the commercial district of Pingjiang. A few days ago, Lin Qi set his sights on this location. Not only is it well equipped with a complete range of goods, but all the merchandise has already been delivered. Moreover, it has yet to open its doors to customers. Such an unopened mall aligns perfectly with his aspirations. With all the supplies at hand, he could acquire everything in one fell swoop. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Qi alighted from his vehicle and soon encountered the person in charge at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Qi, the manager displayed a hint of excitement. For Lin Qi's reputation precedes him. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am the person in charge here. You may call me Lu Chong. Lin Qi nodded lightly, inquiring, yesterday, we discussed this matter. Are all the goods fully stocked here? The person in charge promptly affirmed, rest assured, sir, we completed the stocking yesterday. We have an extensive range of items, including dining essentials, snacks, jewelry, clothing, and fashion, as well as everyday necessities. Everything you could possibly need is available. Lin Qi nodded in response and said, very well, name your price, and I shall purchase every item within the shopping mall. Upon hearing this, the manager was overwhelmed with excitement. It is worth noting that this shopping center, which has yet to open its doors, boasts an impressive array of merchandise, signifying substantial value. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me at last. Could it be that my time to prosper has finally arrived? I have truly emerged from the shadows. The manager's heart swelled with exhilaration. Lin Qi and the person in charge arrived at the interior of the backroom center. Lin Qi glanced around and suddenly addressed the person in charge beside him, saying, by the way, how many shopping malls of this kind were opened concurrently with ours? The person in charge was taken aback for a moment and then replied, in this city, there will be our establishment tomorrow, followed by 2 more the day after. Moreover, they are all currently in a state of preparation for opening. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi merely responded with a casual, oh, very well, I understand. He instructed, please inform the merchants inside to vacate the premises and ask the people to leave. I shall proceed to purchase all the goods in full this afternoon. The manager was momentarily taken aback. To acquire is one thing, but how can you expect to clear everyone out? Furthermore, with such a vast amount of inventory, where will it be transported? Where is there a warehouse of such magnitude? Although the manager was eager for Lin Qi to acquire more items, he couldn't help but ponder. Do truly affluent individuals operate in such a manner, spending copious amounts of money to hoard such supplies? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Yet, the shopping center harbored no items suitable for survival in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Was this not utterly ludicrous? He had never encountered such an absurd situation before. Nevertheless, the manager kept these thoughts to himself. He certainly would not foolishly question Lin Qi. What if Lin Qi were to take offense and choose not to purchase from him? Thus, with a face adorned with flattering smiles, the manager remarked, Mr. Lin, we have assessed all the inventory of this shopping center, which amounts to a total of 1 billion in goods. Lin Qi nodded and said, no problem. Additionally, I would like to rent the space for 10 days. During this period, please store all the goods you transport into the warehouse. I will arrange for the goods to be removed. Meanwhile, no one is to enter. Everything must be cleared out. Upon hearing this, the person in charge nodded vigorously and replied, understood, Mr. Lin. Let us proceed inside to discuss further. Lin Qi said, all right. The two arrived at the office. The person in charge presented the contract and handed it to Lin Qi. Mr. Lin, please take a look. The relevant contract and invoice are all prepared. If there are no issues, then please proceed to sign. Lin Qi cast a brief glance before inscribing his name. He then rose, reiterating his instructions to the person in charge. Do not forget my requests. The individual respectfully escorted Lin Qi out of the shopping center. Lin Qi drove to his warehouse, storing the delivered goods in the storage space. At that moment, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gao Chong, Chapter 27. I am your neighbor below. Gao Qiang. I never expected you to be so cautious. Are you afraid of being discovered by me? Hee. But I have already seen you. Gao Chong. Today marks your demise. A smirk graced Lin Qi's lips. Gao Chong, a man of inherent caution. became increasingly alarmed as he noticed his subordinates disappearing one after another, all due to the pharmaceutical company he coveted. Each incident was linked to the man named Lin Qi. After a detailed discussion with his counterpart, Gao Chong satisfactorily hung up the phone. He then poured himself a cup of tea and stood by the office window, savoring the beverage while gazing outside. Before long, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered his office. After closing the door, she wrapped her arms around Gao Chong from behind. Leaning in close, she whispered softly in his ear, "What troubles you? Is it that man again?" The eyes hidden behind Gao Chong's glasses gleamed with greedy desire. He set down his teacup and turned to embrace the alluring woman. "It's nothing, just trivial matters. Once I acquire that land, in less than 3 years, my group's assets will multiply several times over. Whatever I, Gao Chong, desire, I shall obtain." As he felt the softness in his embrace, Gao Chong's gaze became increasingly hazy. "That Lin Qi. Tonight, I shall make him vanish from this world." With that, he roughly pinched the woman's shapely figure and locked the office door. Turning to the enchanting woman, he said, "Let us indulge right here. I can't resist any longer." The woman playfully chided, "Look at you, so eager. At your age, you still possess such vigor." Subsequently, events of a private nature unfolded within the office. Damn, what an eye-watering scene. Lin Qi observed everything through a miniature surveillance camera with crystal clarity. To think that Gao Chong could be so vigorous, even in broad daylight. Ugh. Yet, after the disgust, a cold smile crept across Lin Qi's face. "You wish for me to disappear tonight? How fortuitous. I too desire your disappearance this evening." With that, Lin Qi sprang into action in a residential area. Lin Qi drove to the vicinity of the neighborhood. To avoid raising any suspicions, he deliberately switched to an ordinary vehicle. Afterward, he disguised himself. There was no choice. In order to prevent any unnecessary troubles, it was best to remain low-key. Lin Qi successfully located the room where the assassin, arranged by Gao Chong, was situated. Stealthily, he installed miniature surveillance devices within the chamber. To his astonishment, he discovered that the curtains were drawn even in broad daylight, a clear indication that nefarious activities were afoot. Inside the room, there were 3 individuals and 2 computers. Most notably, Lin Qi also uncovered 3 complete sets of individual combat gear. Indeed, I had sensed that these individuals were far from virtuous. After thoroughly assessing the distribution of personnel within the space, Lin Qi resolved to enter the room using the most straightforward and unpretentious method, by knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of someone knocking, the individuals inside instantly became tense. Who could possibly come seeking us at this hour? Thus, the group silently agreed to remain quiet, hoping to convey to the outsider that the room was unoccupied, prompting them to depart. However, the relentless knocking continued, sowing seeds of doubt in their minds. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Lin Qi's voice resounded from outside the door. The others swiftly seized the firearms within the room, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. One among them inquired, "Who goes there?" Lin Qi casually replied, "I live downstairs. Your bathroom is leaking and has flooded our home." A person approached the peephole to take a glance, confirming that only Lin Qi stood outside. The vigilance among the group eased slightly. However, they remained cautious, securing their firearms at their lower backs, ready to draw them swiftly should any unusual situation arise. One of them gradually opened the door, while the other 2 concealed themselves behind it, prepared for any eventuality. It was only after confirming that Lin Qi was the sole presence outside that the door was fully opened. Lin Qi commenced his exquisite performance, oblivious to the bewildered expressions on their faces. He confidently strode into their room, exclaiming, "I've been here several times. Each of you should open the door." The group exchanged perplexed glances. This neighbor was rather audacious, wasn't he, to intrude so boldly? Did he have any idea about their activities? "Young man, you certainly possess a remarkable audacity." Lin Qi approached their bathroom directly and began to inspect it. Lin Qi leaned his head in and feigned a casual look around. "Is the restroom in such disarray? I see you rarely open the windows. What is the matter? Are you so afraid of being seen?" Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, a sense of unease crept into the hearts of several individuals. However, they remained silent, exchanging glances with one another. Two of them contemplated taking action against Lin Qi, but the leader raised a hand to restrain them, signaling for caution. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, with a smirk playing on his lips, observed their covert movements through a discreet surveillance device. Yet, they refrained from acting against him. Subsequently, Lin Qi turned around, prompting the others to instantly revert to their usual demeanor. Lin Qi addressed them with urgency, saying, "I urge you to rectify this situation promptly. Otherwise, I shall report to the property management and have the utilities in your residence severed." With that, he cast a fierce glance at the trio before striding out, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The two individuals who had been enduring the tension could no longer contain themselves. They whispered to their leader, "Brother, I can't take this any longer. What on earth is wrong with this fool? Let me out. I want to deal with him." The leader calmed their agitation, reminding them, "Stay composed. Do not forget our mission. We must keep this individual alive until we have accomplished our objectives, and then we will settle the score." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Knock, knock, knock." The younger brother grew impatient and shouted, "What now?" Lin Qi's voice resonated from beyond. "I left something behind." The individual at the door yanked it open, demanding, "What on earth did you forget to take?" "Outside." Lin Qi wore a sardonic smile as he replied, "I forgot to take your lives." Chapter 28. I want your lives. Targeting Gao Chong. "What? You dare?" The man at the door barely began to utter his words. Lin Qi's large foot landed squarely on the man's chest. Thud! Thud! One sound was the result of Lin Qi delivering a powerful kick to the man, while the other reverberated as the man soared 5 or 6 meters. Crashing against the living room wall, he gradually slid down, leaning against the wall, collapsing onto the floor, teetering on the brink of life and death. This sudden turn of events left the other two assassins in astonishment. To kick a person so far, was this still a human being? They stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality, hastily reaching for their handguns at their waists to retaliate. But how could Lin Qi afford them such an opportunity? With a swift pivot, he dashed toward the nearest one. A devastating punch sent that man doubling over in agony, clutching his abdomen and crouching to the ground. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a shadowy object shot forth, striking the other man's wrist, causing his gun to fly from his grasp. In that instant, he felt a searing pain in his wrist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely a pen. It turned out that when Lin Qi was preparing to ascend from downstairs, he realized he lacked a suitable weapon. Drawing a firearm at that moment would have been far too conspicuous. After some contemplation, Lin Qi had walked into a shop, casually purchased a pen, and stowed it away in his storage space. Little did he know that this very item would prove useful in such a critical moment. Lin Qi, having undergone the transformation of the Supreme Serum, could wield the most commonplace items to unleash power rivaling that of firearms. These three individuals were professional assassins, possessing a level of pain tolerance that surpassed that of ordinary people. However, Lin Qi had no intention of letting them off the hook. Since they sought to take his life, they should be prepared for a counterattack. After swiftly tidying up the room, Lin Qi quietly exited the door, leaving as though nothing had transpired. As the night unfolded, Lin Qi monitored the movements of Gao Chong through a miniature surveillance system. At that moment, he was engaged in a dinner with the local authorities of Pingjiang. Around 10 o'clock, Gao Chong bade farewell to his superior with a sycophantic smile. Once the leader departed, his expression returned to one of calm. He coldly stared at the retreating vehicle and spat onto the ground. Gao Chong's eyes now brimmed with brutality, far removed from his earlier demeanor. "Damn it, what a bunch of insatiable fools. Trying to extort me. Just you wait." At this juncture, Gao Chong's thoughts turned to Lin Qi. "Damn it, and that Lin Qi, no matter what tricks you attempt to play, I am determined to seize that piece of land from you tomorrow." With a wave of his hand, a luxury car pulled up. Gao Chong's eyes gleamed with desire. For seated in the rear was the enchanting woman from earlier that day. Upon entering the vehicle, he could hardly contain himself, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her passionately. All that had transpired was witnessed by Lin Qi. Lin Qi vaguely recalls that in a previous life, during this very period, Gao Chang suddenly initiated actions against numerous companies in Pingjiang. He ravenously consumed the operational space of other enterprises, resulting in several affluent individuals in Pingjiang declaring bankruptcy overnight. It seems inextricably linked to this meal, doesn't it? In my former existence, Lin Qi was among the unfortunate victims. However, in this rebirth, such matters hold little significance. As long as you do not obstruct my accumulation of resources, everything shall be well. Gao Chang, do you intend to take my life tonight? I wonder if, after witnessing the grand gift I have prepared for you, you will still harbor the same intentions. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Qi's mouth. Lin Qi arrived at the villa where Gao Chang resided. How did he manage to enter, you may wonder? Quite simply, he strode in with an air of confidence. The security personnel in such a wealthy residential area appeared exceptionally formal. However, they were not fundamentally different from those in ordinary neighborhoods. If one were to treat them with excessive courtesy, they might become quite presumptuous. Conversely, if one maintained a stern demeanor, they would not dare to utter a word. After all, those traversing this locale were often esteemed friends of affluent individuals, and a misstep could spell disaster for them. Thus, Lin Qi walked straight through the entrance. The security at the door attempted to stop him, but a mere glance from Lin Qi extinguished their resolve. Subsequently, he entered with undeniable authority. Lin Qi arrived outside the tall walls of the villa where Gao Chang resided. The walls surrounding the villa were constructed to a height exceeding that of ordinary fences. Perhaps it was due to having offended too many individuals in the past that the walls were raised to such heights. However, for Lin Qi, this posed no real obstacle. After careful observation, he noted that there were no imminent dangers in the vicinity. Lin Qi lowered his center of gravity and leaped effortlessly over the surrounding wall, landing gently upon the verdant lawn of the villa. He then stealthily crept into the lavish abode of Gao Chang. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, Gao Chang, with one arm wrapped around the beautiful woman in his embrace, carelessly let his hand roam over her form while simultaneously answering a phone call. Rest assured, Secretary Liu, I have arrived home. Oh, come now. Why be so formal? It's all part of my duties. Very well then, Secretary Liu. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Gao Chang couldn't suppress a contemptuous spit at the phone. Damn it, you old fool. Just wait until I secure my wealth. I shall see to it that you are ousted. His gaze then turned heatedly towards the beauty in his arms. Tonight, I must relieve my pent-up desires. I yearn to explore new pleasures. The couple entered the grand hall of the villa, where Gao Chang, unable to contain his eagerness, began shedding his clothing. The woman teased him, "Look at you, so eager. Can't even manage the 2 steps to the bedroom?" Yet, she too began to disrobe as they ascended to the second floor. Once in the room, they embraced fervently, Gao Chang's breaths growing heavier. He hastily turned on the lights, losing himself in passion with the woman. Suddenly, her piercing scream shattered the intimate atmosphere. They were entwined, Gao Chang with his back to the bed, while the woman, in terror, pointed at something behind him. Unfazed, he casually turned around, thinking nothing could disturb him in his own villa. However, upon seeing the scene on his bed, his face drained of color. There lay several familiar faces, Lin Qi, old Mo, and the assassins he had dispatched, now lifeless, their bodies contorted grotesquely, eyes wide open in fear and disbelief, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying before their demise. Even a man as ruthless as Gao Chang felt a shiver of dread, though he managed to maintain composure better than the woman who had nearly lost her wits. Just as he contemplated fleeing for help, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 29. Gao Chang's Demise. A return to the beautiful country. When Gao Chang regained consciousness, he found himself bound tightly, his limbs dislocated. Realization struck him. He had been kidnapped. He recalled the sight of Lin Qi and old Mo's corpses in his room before he was knocked unconscious. Who could have orchestrated this abduction? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Those men had been dispatched to deal with Lin Qi. Their deaths implied. At that moment, Lin Qi's voice drifted in, calm and measured. I hear you wish for my demise? Gao Chang turned to see Lin Qi, eyes wide in disbelief. He never anticipated that the most skilled assassins he had sent would fail to eliminate Lin Qi, who now stood before him unharmed. Lin Qi then remarked, "What's the matter? Are you surprised that I am perfectly fine?" Lin Qi seized the few remaining strands of Gao Chang's hair, declaring, "Let me tell you, there is yet to be born anyone in this world capable of taking my life." Gao Chang grimaced in pain, yet he steadfastly maintained his gaze upon Lin Qi, exclaiming, "Damn it, if you have the ability, then go ahead and kill me." After listening, Lin Qi straightened up. Gao Chang thought Lin Qi was intimidated by him. However, in the next moment, Lin Qi delivered a powerful slap to Gao Chang's face. The sound was crisp and resounding. It knocked out several of Gao Chang's teeth and left his face swollen beyond recognition. This was only because Lin Qi had deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, that single slap could have sent him away for good. Following that, Lin Qi unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks on Gao Chang for a full 10 minutes. Yet, he consciously moderated his force, ensuring that he would not kill Gao Chang, but it was certain that he would make him wish he were dead. 10 minutes later, with a face swollen like a pig's head, Gao Chang stared blankly at the ceiling. He now deeply regretted provoking Lin Qi, the harbinger of doom. Why couldn't he just live his life peacefully? At this moment, Gao Chang dared not even glance at Lin Qi, fearing that this demon would resume his assault. The truth was, Lin Qi's strikes were genuinely excruciating. Lin Qi gazed coldly at Gao Chang, the notorious leader of the underworld in Pingjiang, and spoke slowly. "I had initially intended to spare your life until the end of the month. However, you have chosen to court your own demise. Therefore, I shall not grant you mercy." Despite being a gang leader, Gao Chang was still a human being, and the fear of death gripped him. Ignoring his injuries, he crawled to Lin Qi's feet, pleading, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I should not have sent people to disturb you. Please spare my life." At that moment, tears and snot streamed down his face, completely erasing any trace of the former formidable underworld leader he once was. Lin Qi coldly kicked Gao Chang aside. "Forgive you? Perhaps you should inquire whether the thousands of ordinary souls you ruthlessly slaughtered would grant you forgiveness." Gao Chang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qi's words. Although he had taken lives over the decades, it was nowhere near the number he claimed. What did he mean by thousands? However, Lin Qi did not afford Gao Chang much time for contemplation. "If you have questions, perhaps you should descend to hell and pose them to Li Qi, an old M.O." Lin Qi advanced slowly, step by step, until he stood before Gao Chang. It seemed that Gao Chang sensed something amiss. He desperately tried to retreat, pleading incessantly, "I was wrong. Please do not kill me." Lin Qi let out a cold laugh as he delivered a swift kick that severed Gao Chang's neck. Gao Chang has perished. Lin Qi cast a cold glance at Gao Chang, regarding the act of eliminating this individual who had repeatedly sought his demise. Lin Qi felt absolutely no burden on his conscience for having taken his life. Lin Qi is just like that. "If one does not provoke me, he shall not provoketh them. However, should anyone dare to offend me, I will not hesitate to send them back to start anew." After tidying up the area, Lin Qi swaggered out through the main entrance. Upon reaching the security guard, Lin Qi deliberately paused for a moment. The guard, seeing this, immediately bowed and nodded in deference to Lin Qi. Lin Qi couldn't help but smile inwardly. The security guard before him had no inkling of the momentous presence within his shift, someone capable of completely reshaping the landscape of Pingjiang. Lin Qi merely chuckled, then drove away with a flourish. Upon returning to his villa, it was already the dead of night. After completing his nightly ablutions, Lin Qi reclined on his bed, contemplating the endeavors that lay ahead. The formidable influence of the Gaoxiang clan had already been dismantled by his own hand. It was time for him to embark on other pursuits. Lin Qi recalled that at the onset of his rebirth, he had ventured to the beautiful country. However, the defensive strength he required was still woefully inadequate. With only a few days remaining, he resolved to make another journey to that enchanting land. After all, within the confines of that realm, he could act with impunity. As the morning of the following day dawned, Lin Qi rose as usual and greeted everyone warmly. Nie Riyun echoed his sentiments, saying, "Indeed, Shao Qi, you can entrust us with any matters that need handling." Lin Qi merely smiled faintly and remarked, "It's nothing." I happened to encounter an acquaintance with whom I engaged in conversation for quite some time. Lin Qi spoke Torstai unklitoi, saying, unklitoi. Please assist me in booking a flight to the beautiful country. Uncle Tai replied, Young master, are you off to the beautiful country once more? Lin Qi inquired, What is the matter? Is there an issue? Uncle Tai produced his mobile phone and handed it to Lin Qi, saying, Young master, please take a look. Lin Qi, puzzled, picked up his phone to take a look. It turned out that a few days prior, the beautiful nation had announced that one of its military bases was allegedly attacked by terrorists. Following, that was an interview with a reporter. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qi realized that this was indeed the very base that James had taken him to. After a moment of reflection, Lin Qi could not help but smile. Lin Qi seldom pays attention to news on his mobile phone. Thus, he remains oblivious to this incident. It seems that this beautiful nation is utterly perplexed as to how the ammunition depot of one of its military bases could be emptied overnight. In a stroke of convenience, they have attributed it to the actions of terrorists. Following this event, the beautiful nation has intensified its security measures, implementing stricter regulations for entry and exit. Every individual crossing the border is subjected to rigorous questioning and inspection. However, for Lin Qi, this poses no concern. After all, when he accessed the ammunition depot, he was still 3 kilometers away from a base. They are completely unaware of his existence. Moreover, all his acquired items are securely stored in his storage space. Even if he were to venture back to their vicinity, they would remain oblivious to the fact that he orchestrated it all. After Lin Qi finished reading, he returned the phone to Uncle Tai. No worries, Uncle Tai. Just take care of booking the tickets. Lin Qi addressed the 2 women, saying, Your task for the next couple of days is to assist Uncle Tai. With that, he departed. Observing Lin Qi's retreating figure, Uncle Tai couldn't shake the feeling that the recent attack on the base in Beautiful Nation was somehow connected to his young master. Yet, he chose to remain silent, believing that fulfilling his duty sufficed. Nevertheless, a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate Beautiful Nation lingered in his heart. It seemed that calamity was once again befalling them. Chapter 30. The Arrogant Beautiful Nation. Another base falls. After departing from his villa, Lin Qi drove to his warehouse, where he meticulously arranged the incoming supplies into the storage space. Subsequently, he hurried to the shopping center to store the goods there as well. Congratulations on achieving the milestone. You have successfully stored over 50,000 cubic meters of the same type of material. Your achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, you have acquired invisibility ability. Has another achievement been unlocked? Lin Qi curiously examined the newly acquired achievement reward. To his astonishment, it was an invisibility ability. When activated, it rendered the user's body optically invisible. It could be used once a day for a total duration of 2 hours. How could Lin Qi possibly remain unfazed? This is an extraordinary ability that every man yearns for. If there were a ranking of the most coveted powers among men, the ability to become invisible would undoubtedly claim the top spot. It is simply beyond reason. Lin Qi was fully prepared to commence his ruthless plundering of the beautiful nation the moment he disembarked from the plane. After all, he was not in Huaxia. He could do as he pleased without consequence. Once he completed all his preparations, he received a message from Uncle Tai, who had already purchased his ticket to the beautiful nation. Without delay, Lin Qi hurried to the airport, following his previous venture to the beautiful nation. Lin Qi was imbued with great confidence regarding his forthcoming endeavors there. Thus, after enduring 13 hours of tumultuous travel, Lin Qi has finally set foot once again in the United States. However, upon disembarking from the plane, he was met with an immediate challenge. All foreign arrivals were mandated to undergo a 7-day quarantine at designated locations, only to be released once deemed safe. It was akin to a covert form of house arrest. As they exited the aircraft, a contingent of armed personnel escorted them away. Yet, Lin Qi had a purpose for his visit and had no intention of remaining compliant for a week. Nearby, fellow travelers from various nations voiced their grievances, asserting that the United States was being excessively unreasonable. Was this not a veiled form of detention? Determined, they sought to contact their embassy to lodge complaints regarding the infringement on their personal freedoms. As frustrations mounted, a palpable tension began to rise, hinting at a potential uprising. At that moment, the head of the local FBL, a Caucasian man, made his appearance. Instead of offering an explanation, he brandished an assault rifle and fired a volley into the ceiling. The sudden gunfire startled the gathered travelers, who instinctively crouched down, fearing to utter a word. Unarmed and vulnerable, they felt utterly at the mercy of their captors. Once he had instilled sufficient fear, the man spoke with brazen arrogance, first letting out a mocking laugh before addressing the crowd. You would do well to cooperate and refrain from mentioning your embassies. Do you truly believe that we, the United States, fear your countries? Comply, and you will only need to endure 7 days. Should you choose defiance? He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. The crowd looked up in apprehension, and he surveyed them with a menacing gaze, lowering his voice to a chilling whisper. Every year, a number of foreigners disappear in our great nation. His unspoken threat hung heavily in the air. The people felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The United States possessed the might to disregard the pressures from other nations. In contrast, a typical country would engage in prior communication before allowing travelers to enter. But the United States, with its overwhelming power, seemed indifferent to such protocols. If you resist, a gun to your temple will demand your compliance. Thus, the attendees could only acquiesce, knowing that non-compliance could lead to their vanishing without a trace. However, Lin Qi was not among them, for he had already slipped away amidst the chaos. As the gunfire erupted and panic ensued, he activated his invisibility and vanished unnoticed from the scene, strolling confidently out of the airport. Why would a rational person linger in a place where others flaunted their authority? In a matter of days, the proud United States would find itself among the first nations to suffer in the impending apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, all airport arrivals were rounded up for roll call. Suddenly, the FBL leader scrutinized the list in his hand and noted the absence of a Chinese individual. Where is Lin Qi? Can anyone tell me where this person from China has gone? When did he escape? Damn it! Search for him. Thus, an operation to locate Lin Qi commenced at the airport. Yet, none of this concerned Lin Qi any longer. Let them search as they wished. He had exited the airport and swiftly procured a vehicle, heading towards the nearest military base. Before long, Lin Qi arrived at a large army base situated on the outskirts of Niuyao City. As before, he parked at a distance and approached on foot, utilizing binoculars to survey the area. He observed that, due to his previous actions, the United States had expanded the security perimeter of their base to over a kilometer. Armed personnel were stationed throughout the ground, and drones hovered above, continuously monitoring the surroundings. Lin Qi observed the situation and couldn't help but remark, indeed, they have significantly bolstered their security measures. If I had come here earlier, it would have been quite challenging to proceed. With this thought, a smile graced Lin Qi's lips. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the air. Lin Qi came to a halt 3 kilometers away from the base. Long-distance resource collection has been activated. In an instant, Lin Qi sensed the resources within the base. In Lin Qi's field of vision, he beheld the supplies within the confines of this base. This base was even larger than the one Lin Qi had encountered previously. Tanks, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft guns, and an array of other military equipment were all present. Lin Qi has designated the entire base as the area for resource collection. Supplies detected. Would you like to store them in the storage space? Lin Qi resolutely made his choice. Once confirmed, a flurry of system notifications began to resonate in his ears. You have acquired 500 M1A2 SCP tanks with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations, you have received 500 M1A2 SCP tanks. You have obtained 600 M1117 armored security vehicles with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations, you have received 600 M1117 armored security vehicles. Chapter 31. The Shapeshifter's Power. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Qi's ears, filling his heart with immense joy. Congratulations, you have achieved the milestone. Resource storage has reached 10 million cubic meters. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. You have acquired the shapeshifting ability of the Shapeshifter. The ability of the Shapeshifter? Lin Qi curiously examined the reward for this achievement. The shape-shifting ability of the metamorph. The capacity to alter one's cellular and tissue structure, allowing transformation into the appearance of any individual, including iris, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, and even gender. The attire can also mimic the texture of any garment, including eyewear. This skill is remarkable. Lin Qi was immensely delighted to have acquired it. Lin Qi was able to deduce that his sudden disappearance at the airport would undoubtedly attract the attention of the FBL from the beautiful country. With this newfound skill, he felt liberated, no longer needing to act with trepidation in his subsequent endeavors. He could now boldly execute his plans without hesitation. Meanwhile, the soldier on duty in the surveillance room had just been idly passing the time. He scoffed at the claims from a brother unit that their ammunition depot had been emptied overnight. How could such a vast quantity of ammunition possibly be removed in a single night? The ineptitude of those in Los Angeles was evident. It was clear that they had been neglecting their duties. Days had gone by without anyone conducting serious patrols or monitoring the screens. He dismissed the tales from his comrades as mere nonsense. Instead, he took out his phone and began chatting with a curvaceous woman he had recently met on social media. Their conversation was lively, and the soldier planned to discuss some promising scripts with her during his upcoming leave. After some time, he set his phone down, elated, for she had accepted his invitation for a date. As he leaned back in his chair, resting his legs on the table and fantasizing about their script discussions, he glanced at the surveillance screen. Wait, something seemed amiss. Upon closer inspection, he stood up and scrutinized the screen for 10 seconds. Oh, the warehouse was indeed empty. No, wait, empty. Oh my God. He hastily triggered the alarm, his face paling as cold sweat beaded on his brow, collapsing into his chair in despair. It appeared that the theft at the Los Angeles base was alarmingly real. This was a grave incident to occur on his watch. Surely, he would be facing a military tribunal. Lin Qi had executed his plan with ruthless efficiency, clearing the entire base in one fell swoop. Just as he finished his work, the deafening alarm blared throughout the facility. The shrill sound pierced the night, plunging the entire base into chaos. Lin Qi observed a flurry of activity within the base through his binoculars. However, his actions were executed with such precision that not even a single electric vehicle was left behind. Although he could not hear their utterances, their frantic gestures betrayed their exclamations of exasperation, likely cursing in frustration. Yet, Lin Qi paid them no mind, turning away resolutely to embark on his journey to the next base. At that moment, en route to Huazi City, Lin Qi remained oblivious to the fact that a significant portion of the Federal Bureau of Law Enforcement had commenced a manhunt for him. From the airport in Tuanyao City, intelligence regarding Lin Qi had begun circulating within the FBL organization. They suspected that he was a spy dispatched by China to the United States. Consequently, they exerted pressure on the Chinese authorities, demanding a plausible explanation. If there exists a nation unafraid of the United States' influence, it is undoubtedly China. Upon reviewing the correspondence from the U.S., the leadership merely remarked, "Ignore them. Their persecution complex has flared up again." The U.S. government, upon seeing China's declaration, was infuriated. Damn it, they're clearly treating our words as mere folly. Yet, this assertion bore a kernel of truth. They were indeed powerless against the personnel at the Chinese embassy, leaving them in a state of utter frustration. Seeing that no advantage could be gained from China, the president's secretary proposed a suggestion. "Mr. President, if the Chinese are so obstinate, then let us proceed in this manner. We shall deploy our television stations to various military bases." The president exhibited a look of curiosity. The secretary continued, simultaneously, "We will broadcast a 24-hour live feed from our bases. This way, if we capture the spy named Lin Qi, the entire world will witness it, leaving China no room to deny accountability. Moreover, it will showcase the might of our nation to the world. It is likely that Lin Qi is a liaison sent by China to connect with the thieves we previously placed here. Capturing him will allow us to trace back to the stolen items." The secretary did not elaborate further, yet the president grasped his implication. After a thorough discussion, A campaign to apprehend Lin Qi was initiated within the United States, codenamed Operation Capture Lin Qi. The head of the FBL, a Caucasian individual, eagerly volunteered to personally seize this Chinese individual who had slipped through his fingers. Subsequently, orders cascaded like snowflakes, prompting all military bases across the United States to enter a state of heightened alert. The perimeter was expanded to a 10-kilometer radius, with meticulous searches conducted both above and below ground. All radar systems were deployed, including the still-in-development Eye of Heaven system, with the unwavering resolve to capture Lin Qi. Meanwhile, at a military prison in the United States, the commander of the Los Angeles military base, upon witnessing the news of the theft at the Tuanyao city base, was overwhelmed with anguish. Previously, he had been met with disbelief when he reported that the ammunition depot had been emptied overnight. Now, they had suffered a similar fate. And even more devastatingly, an entire base had been stripped clean. The commander knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Oh, omnipotent God, let them mock me. It serves me right. I have received my just deserts." Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, a grand scheme was swiftly unfolding in response to his actions. After driving for 3 hours and nearly running out of fuel, he stopped at a large gas station to refuel. The underground reservoir at the gas station had just been replenished that very day. At this moment, Lin Qi transformed into an ordinary, handsome middle-aged man from the United States. He was fueling his vehicle himself when he overheard a conversation between the staff at the gas station. "Hey, Melissa, did you catch that news?" "No, what news?" Jack handed his phone to Melissa, saying, "Look, it's about the military base in Tornado City that was robbed. The officials claim it all relates to a spy named Lin Qi sent by Huaxia." "Really? One person managed to steal supplies from an entire base? That seems far-fetched." "Indeed, it appears yet again that they are concocting excuses to extract money from us." Sigh. The whole world thinks life in the United States is akin to paradise. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this is merely the perspective of the affluent. We, the ordinary folk, can only strive to survive. Lin Qi listened intently. When did he become a spy? Lin Qi was both exasperated and amused. Consequently, he approached them. "Is the news you mentioned genuine?" A portly middle-aged man pondered to himself. Such news was evidently fabricated. It was reminiscent of that previous incident regarding the theft at the Los Angeles base. Lin Qi wore an expression of helplessness. This person is constantly preoccupied with making money, without a thought for us. With that, he finished refueling and declared, "Here, as your payment." He then climbed into his vehicle and continued on his journey. At that moment, another car arrived for refueling, only to discover that the pump was empty. The driver approached Jack, questioning why the gas station remained open despite the lack of fuel. Upon hearing this, Jack's face was etched with confusion. Just that morning, fuel had been delivered to their storage. How could it possibly be depleted so swiftly? He glanced at the fuel gauge in disbelief and exclaimed, "Where is all the fuel gone?" Meanwhile, in a vehicle traveling towards Huazi City, a portly middle-aged man chuckled softly. Suddenly, his figure shimmered and transformed like ripples in water, revealing a handsome man of Huaxia descent. It was Lin Qi. He had just emptied the gas station. Huh, did they really think they could capture me? Let them try. Lin Qi pressed the accelerator and swiftly sped down the highway. Before long, he arrived at his destination, a stunning Air Force base located in the northwest of Huazi City. Lin Qi remained unchanged, alighting from the vehicle ahead of schedule and then proceeding on foot. However, this time the circumstances were quite different. A considerable military presence had been established by the United States, a full 10 kilometers away from the base. Furthermore, reporters from the American television network were on site, continuously broadcasting real-time updates. Disguised as an ordinary American man, Lin Qi blended into the crowd, gathering information about the situation. "Hey, Owen, have you heard? Our base has been robbed twice in just half a month," one individual exclaimed. "How could you not? Moreover, I've heard that all bases across the United States have cleared out a 10-kilometer radius from their facilities. Only their own personnel are permitted to come and go, and they must undergo rigorous inspections." The official explanation given to us was that all of this chaos was instigated by a man named Lin Qi from China. It's utterly ridiculous. Those are two military bases, with such vast resources inside, How could a single person possibly empty them in such a short time? Do they not even draft their lives properly? Hidden among the throng, Lin Qi overheard their conversation, a plan forming in his mind. Is the support among the American populace truly so low? I never anticipated that this group of so-called white folks would possess such efficiency in formulating a response. But do you think this will deter me? Lin Qi chuckled softly to himself, gradually retreating from the crowd. Now, one issue remained. Lin Qi was now 10 kilometers away from the base, far beyond the limits of his long-range resource-gathering capabilities. Had it been earlier, he might have found himself at a loss. However, now he smirked. Lin Qi's figure gradually receded from the crowd. He intended to first test whether his ability to become invisible would allow him to enter. Once Lin Qi rendered himself invisible, he stealthily approached the perimeter of the guarded area. Lin Qi observed several radar vehicles within the restricted zone, their radars tirelessly operating. Lin Qi was about to draw closer to test the waters when the system prompted him. Please note, there is a radar vehicle ahead. Your cloaking ability may be detected by its scans. Startled by this alert, Lin Qi realized that his cloaking ability was merely effective in optical conditions. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly advancing. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. After all, with his current capabilities, he could withstand only the impact of ordinary bullets. In the event of encountering high-caliber firearms or rocket launchers, he would be defenseless. Given that stealth was no longer a viable option, he had no choice but to contemplate alternative strategies. Lin Qi pondered for a moment. He then discreetly approached the television station's interview vehicle parked beside the base. At that moment, the vehicle was occupied solely by the beautiful reporter from that glamorous country, who had just concluded her interview. Lin Qi stealthily entered the vehicle and swiftly rendered the female journalist unconscious with a precise strike. Subsequently, he activated his ability and transformed into the likeness of the journalist. Lin Qi transformed into a woman for the first time. He adjusted to this new physique. Everything else was manageable, but the two prominent features on his chest were somewhat overwhelming. It was a bit challenging to maintain balance while walking. Lin Qi disembarked from the interview vehicle, adjusting his attire before approaching a soldier from a foreign nation. Lin Qi deliberately displayed his robust capital. "Oh, soldiers, you have toiled hard." The soldier, upon seeing Lin Qi transformed into a female journalist, approached with an alluring demeanor. Instantly, he became intrigued. "No, beautiful lady." Lin Qi approached the soldier, leaning forward intentionally to whisper in his ear, "I have just concluded an interview, yet I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of this so-called spy from Huaxia. Could you provide me with some clarification?" As he spoke, he nearly leaned against the soldier. The soldier, sensing the journalist's fervor, swallowed hard and replied, "Sure. When discussing this matter, please keep your voice down." He then continued, "This individual named Lin Qi from Huaxia possesses an air of mystery. He appears to be anything but ordinary." Lin Qi was perplexed. "Oh, why?" At the airport, the FBL, after a meticulous comparison through the airport surveillance, uncovered something astonishing. What was it? In order to impress the beautiful reporter, the soldier cleared his throat and then said to Lin Qi, "This Lin Qi can actually become invisible." Chapter 33. Another Victory. The enraged white pig. Lin Qi was taken aback. His abilities had been discerned by them. However, he still possessed numerous hidden cards. What? Wasn't that a power exclusive to comic books? Initially, even the experts were skeptical. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So it's like this." Lin Qi inquired, "What about you? Are you merely stationed here on watch?" "Certainly not," came the reply. "We have designated shifts, and shortly we shall return to the base to change over. Soon I will be off duty." The soldier extended an invitation to Lin Qi, saying, "Miss, would you be fortunate enough to discuss the script with me after my shift?" Lin Qi felt a sudden chill. How outrageous! I'm a man. What on earth are you thinking? Yet, in order to infiltrate without injury, he could only suppress his revulsion, gently prodding the soldier's chin with his hand, signaling him to follow. The two then maneuvered behind the cover of a military vehicle, slipping into a blind spot. Just as the soldier believed he was about to experience an exhilarating encounter, Lin Qi struck. In a swift and stealthy manner, he snapped the soldier's neck. The soldier's eyes were filled with shock and terror. He yearned to cry out for help, but his neck was already broken. His limbs were rendered utterly immobile. Lin Qi whispered in his ear, "I am a man." Then, the soldier was irrevocably plunged into darkness. Lin Qi activated his ability, transforming into the guise of the soldier, and subsequently discovered his nameplate, revealing that he was called William, a second lieutenant in the Air Force. After attending to the scene, the shift change vehicle arrived. Lin Qi then followed their vehicle into the base. Lin Qi initially believed that his entry would proceed smoothly. However, to his astonishment, the United States had established a layer of security at the entrance of the base. It was an iris recognition system, which was originally intended for clocking in at the gate. Yet, Lin Qi was not a resident of this place. Should the identification fail, he would find himself in peril. At this moment, although Lin Qi appeared calm on the surface, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of being recognized. When it was Lin Qi's turn for inspection, he leaned his face closer. Lin Qi clenched his fists, poised for action. However, in the next moment, the system illuminated a green light, signifying that he had successfully passed the identification test. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. The ability of this entity, known as the shapeshifter, was indeed formidable. It could even replicate an individual's iris. Upon entering the main gate, Lin Qi concocted an excuse to separate from the others, subsequently concealing himself in an area beyond the reach of surveillance. He activated the long-range resource collection feature, and instantly, the entire layout of the Air Force Base unfolded in his mind. Wow, so many fighter jets. Yet, no one knows how to operate them. But who cares? Should I seize them now? What if I later acquire the skill to pilot them proficiently? Lin Qi has designated the entire base as the scope for collection. Supplies detected. Would you like to transfer them to storage? Lin Qi decisively chose yes. Upon confirming, he was immediately inundated with system notifications. You have acquired 100 Lockheed Martin F-22 Raptor fighter jets with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 million Lockheed Martin F-22 Raptor fighter jets. You have secured 100 AH-64 attack helicopters with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations. You have received 1 million AH-64 attack helicopters. You have acquired 100 AGM-158 joint standoff weapons with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 million AGM-158 joint standoff weapons. My heavens, what a bountiful harvest. Truly, this is the work of the Americans, relying on their might. They brazenly disclosed the locations of their military bases. I never imagined this would turn out to be a windfall for me. After plundering the base, Lin Qi began to make his way outside. Just as he reached the entrance, an ear-piercing alarm blared from within the base. Then, the gates suddenly slammed shut. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Qi, cloaked in invisibility, thought, "Do you really believe you can catch me with this trick?" Assessing the height of the walls, he leaped effortlessly over them, landing softly on the ground. Outside, chaos ensued. Seizing the moment, Lin Qi leisurely departed from the scene. The commander of the Huazi City Air Force Base was infuriated. Damn, this marked the third theft of a military base within this month. Moreover, the interval between the last two incidents was less than 15 hours. Is this Lin Qi truly the rumored superhuman from Huaxia? Has he single-handedly raided our 3 bases? At this moment, he summoned all personnel, excluding those on guard, to assemble at the base. He berated them, calling them useless for allowing so many people to fail at securing the base's assets. He then began to hold them accountable, inquiring about the previous shift. The members of that shift stepped forward, but soon realized something was amiss. One individual was missing, Lieutenant William. Who knew where Lieutenant William had gone? They explained that he had mentioned having business as soon as he arrived and then left. The commander was taken aback. This was disastrous. There was something suspicious about William. Shortly thereafter, the commander received alarming news. A female reporter from the television station was found unconscious in her interview vehicle. Upon hearing this, those from William's shift expressed their concerns. This doesn't add up. We clearly saw the reporter approach Lieutenant William to ask him some questions. Then they both disappeared from our sight for a brief moment. After that, we came on duty. However, the speaker's voice grew quieter, as those present began to deduce an unbelievable truth. The reporter who had spoken with William was an imposter. As this notion surfaced, disbelief washed over everyone. This was a superpower. The commander promptly reported this revelation to his superiors, his spirit visibly deflating. Ultimately, all present would face a military tribunal. The news that Lin Qi might possess shape-shifting abilities and had utilized this skill to dismantle another base reached the ears of the officer in charge of capturing him, a certain white pig. Soon after, an urgent call came through. The officer was met with a barrage of curses. He was given an ultimatum: capture Lin Qi within 24 hours or face dire consequences. The officer repeatedly affirmed his compliance. After hanging up, he furiously smashed objects around him. Damn, Lin Qi is too cunning. You have his trick up your sleeve. Lin Qi, just wait. I will surely capture you and make you suffer. Based on the clues at hand, the officer deduced Lin Qi's next target. This time, he resolved to personally oversee the operation to apprehend the detestable Lin Qi. However, none of this concerned Lin Qi. As night fell, he transformed into a rock-and-roll youth and checked into an inn. Lying on the bed, the system's notification sounded once more. Congratulations, you have achieved secure storage of goods for 480 hours. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Chapter 34. The Arrogant White Pig. Congratulations, you have received increased range for material collection. This beautiful nation truly is a treasure trove for me. I never anticipated that within such a short span of time, I would consecutively receive achievement rewards. Lin Qi examined this achievement reward. Long-distance resource collection. It allows the designation of resources within a 10-kilometer radius for collection. Usable once per day. Current remaining uses, 17. This feature has surprisingly been upgraded. This skill is Lin Qi's greatest asset during his journey in the beautiful country. The timing of this upgrade is like a fish returning to water for Lin Qi. How could Lin Qi not be astonished? With this newfound skill, I am curious to see how those charming Americans will respond, Lin Qi remarked with a grin while driving. Meanwhile, in an office within the United States, a man was furiously banging on the table. Damn it, this Lin Qi from China is insufferably arrogant. He clearly looks down upon us. The man in question was the head of the operation to capture Lin Qi, known as the White Pig. His anger towards Lin Qi's audacity was palpable. At that moment, he resembled a beast poised to strike. The members of the action team nearby were too frightened to move. They were all once under White Pig's command and understood his volatile temperament all too well. After all, he was known for his propensity to resort to violence. Given that Lin Qi had eluded him, White Pig realized that failing to capture him would spell the end of his career at the FBI. After a fit of rage, White Pig calmed down. Contemplating the situation, he solemnly stated, "From the intelligence we currently possess, Lin Qi has several abilities. One is the power of invisibility. Another is the ability to transform into the likeness of others, which we must particularly watch for. There's also a suspected capacity to transport large quantities of goods instantaneously." Subsequently, White Pig accessed satellite imagery of the military base closest to Huazi City and confidently pointed at a specific location. This will undoubtedly be Lin Qi's next target. We must deploy personnel to secure this area in advance. If we implement our countermeasures effectively, denying him any opportunity to approach the base, we stand a good chance of apprehending him during his next operation. Do you all understand? White Pig's dark gaze swept over his subordinates. With the issuance of orders, commands cascaded like snowflakes towards the base where Lin Qi was poised to strike. Before long, the next day arrived. Lin Qi was unlike those members of the task force who were sleeplessly plotting to apprehend him. Last night, he enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening early in the morning and indulging in a simple breakfast, he descended to check out. As he approached the front desk, he overheard the staff engaged in conversation. "Did you catch that news this morning?" one inquired. Indeed, they claim that Lin Qi, the alleged spy sent by Huaxia, possesses supernatural abilities. They also assert that the recent thefts from military bases are entirely due to this spy. I hardly believe them. It is clearly their own professional negligence. In the end, they blame an imaginary figure. Please have your identification ready. We look forward to your next visit. Another chimed in. Right? Didn't these fellows previously assert that the Huaxia masks were the primary cause of virus transmission? It's truly laughable. Now they are using the same excuse to deflect blame from their own citizens. It seems this nation is in dire straits. Lin Qi listened intently from behind. He had never anticipated that his mere presence would incite such discontent among the populace towards the leadership of the beautiful nation. However, with the impending apocalypse looming, such discussions seemed futile. The two clerks continued. Moreover, the so-called leader of the action team has released a video statement, claiming that they have established an impenetrable net at the next base, ensuring that this spy will find no escape this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Are you challenging me? Huh. After vacating the room, Lin Qi entered his car and set off for the next destination. Haven't you laid out an intricate web ahead? Today, I shall boldly venture into the tiger's den, fully aware of the dangers that lie within, and let you showcase your prowess with idioms in front of the people of Huaxia. Not long after Lin Qi departed from the inn, a sudden exclamation echoed from within. Why is our warehouse empty? What are you still standing there for? Call the police. What is the phone number for the man? Lin Qi swiftly arrived at Celtic City, a picturesque coastal metropolis that houses the largest naval base of the beautiful nation. As per his usual practice, Lin Qi chose to alight from the vehicle ahead of time and proceed on foot. Upon reaching the vicinity of the base, he observed that the security measures here were even more stringent than those at the base in Huazi City. The area was entirely off-limits to the general public, and the presence of security personnel was significantly heightened. To his surprise, Lin Qi also spotted the pale-skinned figure from the airport. However, he was unaware that this individual was the orchestrator of the operation against him. He could only wonder how this person had come to be present in such a location. Lin Qi activated his invisibility and stealthily made his way towards the base. As he approached, he could already hear the voice of the white-skinned pig. He had come personally this time to capture Lin Qi. How would Lin Qi escape from their grasp this time? Beside him, his subordinates began to flatter him, proclaiming, "Of course, with the leader personally on the scene, let us see how that Huaxia man, Lin Qi, can evade your clutches." The white-skinned pig reveled in the praises of his subordinates, exuding an air of assured victory that nearly tempted Lin Qi to confront him with a couple of punches. However, Lin Qi restrained himself, knowing that an impulsive act would reveal his location. Faced with the multitude of firearms surrounding him, he realized he truly could not afford to engage. His objective was merely to empty the base. Once that was accomplished, he would move on to his next destination, unwilling to squander time with this fool. The white-skinned pig glanced at his wristwatch. Calculating the time, he surmised that Lin Qi should be arriving soon. Everyone be prepared. Do not allow Lin Qi to use his transformation abilities to infiltrate our ranks. Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle at their adversarial demeanor. Did they truly believe that this would render me helpless? How naive! Lin Qi initiated a long-distance resource collection right before their eyes. In an instant, he selected the entire perimeter of the base. Resources detected. Would you like to store them in the storage space? Lin Qi decisively chose to proceed. Chapter 35. Another naval base to be taken down. The various attitudes of the parties involved. Once confirmed, a series of notifications echoed in Lin Qi's ears. You have acquired one Ford-class CVN-78 aircraft carrier with a 10,000-fold critical strike activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 10,000 Ford-class CVN-78 aircraft carriers. You have acquired 3 units of a USS Tripoli LHA-7 with a 10,000-fold critical strike activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 30,000 USS Tripoli LHA-7. Hearing the incessant notifications, a smile crept upon Lin Qi's lips. He paid no heed to those who were still on high alert. Lin Qi turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Bai Pai Zhu and his companions were still waiting for Lin Qi's arrival. As Bai Pai Zhu pondered the delay of Lin Qi, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted from the base behind them. The sound sliced through the air, striking a chord of panic in by Pai Zhu's heart. In disbelief, he turned around, hoping the cause of the alarm was not what he feared. However, contrary to his hopes, his subordinates soon delivered the grim news that the base had been emptied once again. At that moment, darkness enveloped by Pai Zhu's vision, nearly causing him to faint. What kind of person is Lin Qi? How could he possibly evacuate such a large naval base from a distance? This was astonishingly powerful. How was he to capture him now? At this very moment, Lin Qi was leisurely driving towards his next destination. Glancing at the array of weapons and equipment filling his storage space, Lin Qi felt an immense joy swell within him. These would be his greatest assets in the impending apocalypse. He pressed down on the accelerator, setting off for the next base. Meanwhile, in a villa in Pingjiang City, Huaxia, two exceptionally beautiful young women were anxiously watching the news on television. The broadcast was reporting on international news concerning Lin Qi. Nie Ryun nervously exclaimed, "Our little Qi Gu is actually an undercover agent we sent to the beautiful country, and now he is being pursued by the entire nation? Am I dreaming?" Angel stared at Lin Qi's photo on the screen with great concern. Could it be true that Qi Gu is an undercover agent? No wonder he suddenly went to the beautiful country. When I asked him what he was doing, he wouldn't say a word. With all this shape-shifting and invisibility, he sounds almost like a mutant. Isn't that right, Uncle Tai? Nie Ryun glanced at Uncle Tai, who stood nearby, staring blankly at the television. For in this world, only he knew the true nature of his young master's abilities. Those who had witnessed his prowess were already dead. Now, with such a significant incident occurring during Lin Qi's visit to the beautiful country, Uncle Tai couldn't help but wonder what his intentions were. At the heart of this turmoil, Lin Qi was tirelessly navigating between various bases in the beautiful country. They had no means to counter him. If his target were something else, it might have been manageable. They could have evacuated in advance. However, this was a military base. Such a vast place could not simply be cleared in one sweep. To date, they had not devised any effective methods to handle Lin Qi. Abandoning a base or attempting to kill Lin Qi was also out of the question, as they could not predict when he might strike. Furthermore, they had their own concerns. Even if the beautiful country exerted pressure on Huaxia, Huaxia was unperturbed. The strengths of both nations were closely matched. Moreover, with Lin Qi as a looming threat in the background, the beautiful country's previously effective military intimidation had become futile. It was indeed a situation of profound helplessness. Lin Qi, however, remained unfazed, joyfully strolling along the quaint paths of California. He had just inadvertently passed by one of the most magnificent oil refineries in the country and had, by sheer chance, plundered it entirely. At that moment, countless tons of crude oil and refined gasoline and diesel lay quietly in storage, ensuring the sustenance of his base. Now, the nation spoke of Lin Qi with trepidation, and the populace gradually began to accept the existence of such a figure. There was no denying it. Lin Qi had systematically looted every shop and gas station along his route to each base. The police had received innumerable reports, yet they were powerless to act. Even the most elite forces of their own nation failed to apprehend him. How could ordinary officers ever hope to succeed? In response to the police's inaction, the public erupted in criticism and protest. Criminals, emboldened by the lack of law enforcement, expressed their gratitude towards Lin Qi, embarking on their own sprees of robbery, even targeting banks. The police found themselves overwhelmed, and the situation escalated into street shootouts. Such violent incidents erupted across the nation, with masses of citizens demonstrating in the streets. A significant number of officers began to forcibly disperse the unruly crowds as public discontent with the government reached its zenith. The streets were filled with despair, as if the end of days had already arrived. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Lin Qi, continued his relentless plundering across the country. He had not anticipated that his visit would precipitate such turmoil. 5 days had passed since his arrival, during which he had dismantled 29 bases in the country. While this may seem negligible compared to the over 800 bases in existence, it had nonetheless inflicted severe damage. The citizens of a nation were now gripped by anxiety. Living in fear, they struggled to manage their domestic affairs, let alone confront external threats. Consequently, the The country had halted all foreign transportation and issued stern condemnations of the immoral actions of Huaxia. Yet, how could the great Huaxia be intimidated by such threats? The foreign ministry promptly released a statement, and the unconventional sixth princess timed her screening of Wolf Warrior too perfectly. However, they were ultimately powerless. Simultaneously, within a clandestine research facility in the nation, a young scientist with striking blonde hair and glasses, exuding an unsettling charm, held a thick stack of documents pertaining to Lin Qi. As he perused the materials, his gaze behind the glasses grew increasingly twisted. This Huaxia individual was utterly fascinating. The revelation of his extraordinary abilities suggested that the direction of his research was indeed correct. Humanity was on the brink of evolution. He must capture this individual to uncover the secrets of his powers. Damn it, these incompetent fools can't even catch one person. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and grinned malevolently. Chapter 36. Return to Huaxia. The final countdown. He could no longer afford to linger in this place. However, the country had now sealed off all external transportation. Yet for Lin Qi, this posed no obstacle. Upon returning to Huaxia, he hurriedly visited his warehouse. Time was of the essence. This was the final day, and in just half a day, the apocalypse would commence. After 5 days of delays in the foreign land, he needed to swiftly secure the last wave of supplies within his storage. Fortunately, the spacious warehouse he had rented prevented his resources from spilling out into the open. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Qi summoned all the goods into his storage space. He then made a visit to the shopping center, where he stored his own supplies as well. Subsequently, he hurried to the vehicle modification studio. After more than an hour's drive, Lin Qi finally arrived at the entrance of the studio, named Vanguard. As soon as Lin Qi arrived, the proprietor, Ding Tiangong, eagerly approached him. Boss Lin, I am honored to meet your expectations. The 200 vehicles you requested have been successfully modified. Lin Qi followed him to the expansive factory located behind the studio. Observing the neatly arranged 200 vehicles, Lin Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the efficiency of his work. He glanced at the owner, Ding Tiangong. Lin Qi believed he could bring him under his command. After all, his subordinates also required a talented individual for logistical maintenance. Lin Qi promptly transferred the final payment to Ding Tiangong. With a grand gesture, he summoned all the vehicles into his storage space. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. What difference did it make for him to showcase his abilities? Ding Tiangong stood by, witnessing the warehouse suddenly emptying before his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing a ghost in broad daylight. In utter astonishment, he glanced at Lin Qi beside him, pointing ahead, his trembling fingers rendering him speechless. Lin Qi patted him on the shoulder. Do not be astonished. I can only tell you that this world is about to undergo a profound transformation. It will become exceedingly perilous. With that, Lin Qi swaggered away, leaving Ding Tiangong in a state of shock. There was no choice. Today marked the final day, and in just 2 hours, the apocalypse would commence. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Lin Qi noticed a throng of reporters gathered there. Lin Qi, perplexed, stepped down from the vehicle to investigate further. Upon his arrival, the crowd surged towards him, and in an instant, a barrage of cameras and microphones surrounded him. They clamored to voice their inquiries. Mr. Lin Qi, are those claims made by the beautiful nation truly your doing? What compels you to act in this manner? Is it driven by national animosity or personal gain? Mr. Lin Qi, many netizens have reported that over the past month, you have been feverishly acquiring supplies. What preparations are you undertaking? Is it for smuggling? Lin Qi found himself somewhat exasperated by the incessant inquiries of the journalists, maintaining a stoic demeanor throughout the ordeal. Drawing upon his formidable physical prowess, he broke free from the throng of reporters and entered the villa, shutting the door behind him. The two women had been anxiously awaiting news of Lin Qi for the past few days. Upon seeing him enter the house, they rushed over, scrutinizing him intently. Their hearts finally eased once they confirmed that he had come to no harm, yet a sense of worry lingered. Nie Ruyun approached him with concern, asking, Little Qi, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? And what of Uncle Tai? Her excitement bubbled over as she continued. Little Qi, Is it true what they say on television about your exploits in the beautiful country? Did you really raid over 20 of their military bases? They even claim you possess extraordinary abilities. Is there any truth to these allegations? Lin Qi merely smiled and said, whether it is true or not, that is for you to determine. Now, for the time being, I require you to remain here and not leave this house. Why? Both individuals felt utterly perplexed. Lin Qi remarked, I shall not elaborate too much for now. Heed my words. Do not let a house escape your grasp. Otherwise, your lives may be in peril. Lin Qi spoke with great seriousness, making the two realize that she was not jesting. They nodded in agreement. Then, with a sweeping motion of her hand, several firearms and a pile of magazines materialized on the ground. Take them for self-defense. Lin Qi's astonishing skill of transforming his bare hands into a firearm truly left the two in a state of shock. Is this magic? And a gun, no less? Their perspectives on reality began to shatter. Nie Ryun, trembling, inquired of Lin Qi, Brother Qi, are these real guns? Of course. He replied, why would I show you a bunch of fake guns? But we don't know how to use them. The two expressed their confusion. Lin Qi proceeded to demonstrate to them. He then cautioned, there may be terrifying entities that could appear shortly. If they enter, you must fire. Is that for real? How frightening. Chiga, don't scare us. We are quite timid. The two nodded vigorously in agreement. Stay safe. As they watched Lin Qi exit the room, the two women exchanged glances, each perceiving a trace of inexplicable fear reflected in the other's eyes. As Lin Qi stepped out of the door, a throng of reporters once again encircled him, bombarding him with insipid questions that left him feeling quite vexed. He maneuvered through the crowd and entered his vehicle, setting off towards the concrete plant. Some reporters, witnessing his departure, followed him in their own cars, while others opted to remain behind, lying in wait for potential opportunities. After an hour's drive, Lin Qi finally arrived at the concrete plant in Pingjiang City. Upon disembarking, he spotted Uncle Tai engaged in a handover of responsibilities with the owner of the plant. Lin Qi approached and cast a glance at Uncle Tai. How are you faring? Lin Qi urged Uncle Tai. If you haven't given it, then there's no need to. Uncle Tai was bewildered. Why? The boss was equally perplexed. What do you mean? We have painstakingly prepared the goods, and you simply declare you don't want them? Is this a joke? Chapter 37. The Apocalypse Approaches. Which hand that dares to operate a concrete factory is untainted? As he spoke, he was ready to strike. The boss's body was sent flying like a puppet. This slap left everyone present in utter shock. The boss clutched his swollen cheek, glaring at Lin Qi with fury. How dare he act so brazenly on his territory? With a wave of his hand, the thugs kept at the factory rushed in, armed and ready. Uncle Tai was equally astonished. He had witnessed Lin Qi in action before, but that was in private. He never expected Lin Qi would dare to act in such a public setting. After a trip to the United States, Lin Qi's audacity had grown. Meanwhile, the reporters who had followed were elated. They never anticipated that they would uncover such a significant story. They quickly grabbed their cameras and began recording Lin Qi. Lin Qi glanced at the countdown on the system. Less than a minute remained. Lin Qi unleashed his terrifying speed. In mere moments, all the assailants present were rendered incapable of resistance. Calmly, Lin Qi approached the piles of finished concrete, and with a sweeping gesture, he stored all the materials into his spatial inventory. Subsequently, a notification from the system appeared. Time remaining until the apocalypse. 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Congratulations on completing the novice quest. Congratulations on receiving a reward. You have acquired the supernatural ability, the 6 techniques of Rob Lucci. However, Lin Qi did not take the time to examine the details of his newfound reward, for the apocalypse had commenced. At that moment in the concrete factory, the owner who had just been struck by Lin Qi suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Uncle Tai was bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Suddenly, the owner sprang upright from the ground. Indeed, he stood up. Before Uncle Tai could process the shock, the owner lunged towards Lin Qi with a feral determination. From Uncle Tai's perspective, the owner resembled a bloodthirsty beast. His arms outstretched, he staggered towards Lin Qi. As he drew near, the bewildered owner opened his mouth wide. With an agonizing effort, his jaws gaped tearing at the corners. A stream of dark blood flowed profusely from the gaping wound. Uncle Tai was paralyzed with fear. At his advanced age, he had never witnessed such horrors. Alarmed, his blood pressure surged. Despite his terror, he managed to shout a warning to Lin Qi. "Quick, evade!" Lin Qi stood frozen in place, as if rendered speechless by fear. Uncle Tai was in a state of panic. Yet he could no longer afford to focus on Lin Qi, for other zombies were lunging toward him. In that critical moment, Lin Qi suddenly conjured 2 hand cannons into his grasp. Bang! Bang! The resounding gunfire echoed, and the zombies that had been attacking Uncle Tai, along with the boss, were all dispatched with precision by Lin Qi's sharpshooting. The tremendous noise nearly caused Uncle Tai's heart to stop in terror. He could hardly believe that Lin Qi would dare to fire a weapon in broad daylight. Moreover, where had those 2 guns come from? While Uncle Tai was momentarily bewildered, Lin Qi summoned forth a modified vehicle from the workshop. This left Uncle Tai utterly astonished. He had already been taken aback by the transformation of his bare hands into firearms. Lin Qi beckoned to Uncle Tai, urging him to get into the vehicle. Uncle Tai hesitated momentarily, overwhelmed by the plethora of information he had absorbed in those fleeting 10 seconds, rendering his mind in a state of paralysis. Observing his confusion, Lin Qi swiftly assisted Uncle Tai into the car. He then instructed, "Do not exit the vehicle or open the door. I shall explain everything to you shortly. For now, please wait inside." With that, he ceased further conversation with Uncle Tai. With a resounding thud, Lin Qi slammed the car door shut, then turned and unsheathed his alloy battle blade, charging into the midst of the undead. Uncle Tai, who was about to pose a question to Lin Qi from the vehicle, hesitated as he recalled Lin Qi's admonitions and the terrifying scene outside, ultimately opting to remain safely ensconced within the confines of the car. Lin Qi initially intended to leave by car, but at that moment, the system issued another task. Task: obtain crystals. The apocalypse has arrived. Please use melee weapons to slay zombies and acquire 10 crystals. Time remaining: 09 minutes and 54 seconds. Completion reward: ordinary crescent moonblade. For the sake of this reward, he decided to proceed. Lin Qi brandished his blade, commencing his slaughter of the undead. He deftly dispatched several zombies lurking by the roadside. Then he methodically sliced open their skulls. However, fortune did not favor him. He found not a single one. Lin Qi furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this task seemed rather challenging. Given this drop rate, he truly might not be able to complete it within the designated time frame. Lin Qi had no choice but to accelerate his efforts in slaying the zombies. He then cast his gaze towards the reporters gathered outside the door. Among the group of journalists who had followed him, some had begun to transform into zombies. Earlier, in pursuit of exclusive news about Lin Qi, they had clustered together. When the apocalypse abruptly commenced, they had witnessed Lin Qi brandishing 2 firearms and firing in broad daylight. The instinctive sharpness of a reporter led them to believe they had stumbled upon sensational material. Each of them eagerly captured images of Lin Qi, their minds racing with relief at having followed him, for without it, how could they have uncovered such a monumental scoop? However, they remained blissfully unaware that there was an anomaly among them. One individual suddenly convulsed and collapsed. The woman whom he had bumped into expressed her irritation. "Don't push me. What is there to push about?" The fallen man then rose again, colliding with her once more. The woman, now incensed, exclaimed, "Can't you hear? Why are you pushing me?" She shot a glance at the man, but soon realized something was amiss. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils seemingly vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Before the woman could react, he lunged and sank his teeth into her cheek. With a grotesque, tearing sound, a large piece of flesh was ripped away. The scene was horrifically bloody. The man continued to gnaw at the woman's face, her cries gradually fading. Eventually, she convulsed once before falling silent. In a moment of stunned disbelief, the woman suddenly sprang to her feet, seizing the nearest individual and biting down ferociously. The man, initially intending to push her away, was taken aback by her unexpected strength. He too had succumbed. It was only then that the remaining individuals began to react, hastily attempting to flee. Yet, Their prior clustering proved disastrous. In such a dire situation, their legs faltered, rendering them nearly immobile. Consequently, they met with utter annihilation. At that moment, there were no humans left nearby. The remaining zombies charged towards Lin Qi, the closest human. Lin Qi smiled faintly and, with a swift motion, plunged into the horde of zombies. With a flick of his wrist, he severed one head after another. Lin Qi skillfully wielded the knife to slice open the skull. And fortune smiled upon him as he directly acquired 5 crystals. Chapter 38. Rewards obtained. Explanation. With over 20 journalists present, the revelation of 5 crystals was indeed an impressive rate of success. Lin Qi stored them in the storage space. You have acquired 5 zombie crystals with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 zombie crystals. Lin Qi was thoroughly pleased with his gains. And then he rushed into the interior of the concrete factory. The factory premises had already been entirely overrun by zombies. When Lin Qi entered, there were no survivors left. Lin Qi's speed was astonishing. In less than 7 minutes, he eradicated all the zombies within. However, he only acquired 4 crystals. Lin Qi furrowed his brow slightly, as he realized that the deadline for the task was fast approaching. Lin Qi still needs 1 more. However, there are no zombies in the vicinity anymore. Lin Qi contemplated for a moment. He could not afford to linger here for too long. He cast a glance at the concrete factory owner sprawled on the ground. Then a thought crossed his mind. Lin Qi opened the boss's head and, indeed, discovered a brain within. Lin Qi hastily picked it up. You have obtained a zombie crystal, with a 10,000-fold critical hit activated. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 zombie crystals. Indeed, it is possible. Lin Qi cast a glance at the task timer. A close call. Only 3 seconds remained before he would forfeit his reward. Congratulations on completing the task. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Ordinary crescent moon charge. Without scrutinizing the details of the reward, Lin Qi opened the car door, started the vehicle, and drove towards his villa. Simultaneously, this harrowing scene unfolded in every corner of the world. Schools, large supermarkets, hospitals. Any place bustling with people had descended into a veritable inferno. Among the throngs, those who had just been bitten rose to their feet, behaving like feral beasts, attacking anyone in sight. Chaos erupted wherever they went, accompanied by the cacophony of screams and shrieks. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and within mere minutes, these locations transformed into hell on earth. Everyone yearned to escape this nightmarish realm. Amid the frantic pushing and shoving, many were trampled to death or left grievously injured, yet the crowd paid no heed. Their sole desire was to flee. Some fortunate souls managed to break free from these places, believing they had narrowly evaded disaster, only to find the streets had already succumbed to chaos. The thoroughfares of the city were rife with car accidents. Vehicles collided with the roadside and exploded. The streets echoed with lamentations. The cries of children, the anguished screams of the bitten, and the growls of the undead filled the air. Those who had painstakingly emerged from the confines of buildings found themselves tragically devoured by the zombies prowling the streets. At this moment, no entrepreneur nor celebrity could escape the clutches of this global calamity. People finally came to the grim realization. The apocalypse had arrived. Lin Qi recklessly maneuvered the modified armored vehicle through the streets. Lin Qi was immensely pleased with the armored vehicle he had designed. Its power surpassed that of military vehicles. Coupled with the sharp spikes adorning its exterior, it effortlessly barreled through any obstacles in its path. Abandoned cars lining the roadside were no match for Lin Qi, who dispatched them with ease. The oblivious zombies attempting to charge at him were obliterated beneath the vehicle's might. As for the debris lying on the ground, regardless of whether it was undead or not, Lin Qi crushed it without hesitation. Even if they had yet to succumb to the transformation into zombies, it was only a matter of time before they did. Thus, Lin Qi showed them no mercy. With a firm press on the accelerator, the armored vehicle roared to life, its speed intensifying. In an instant, the mindless zombies and the unwary humans scattered in disarray. Some zombies, undeterred, even attempted to chase after the vehicle as it sped away. Lin Qi caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and merely scoffed. He then accelerated towards the villa, reaching a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. However, Lin Qi felt no concern. The public institutions were currently grappling with the threat of a zombie crisis as well, particularly the nation's armed forces. They possessed superior equipment and exhibited enhanced physical capabilities. This implied that, upon their transformation into zombies, they would possess greater strength than ordinary zombies. Yet, this was not a matter of concern for Lin Qi. At the entrance, apart from the reporters who remained behind, now transformed into zombies, there was no one else in sight. Lin Qi aimed at them, executing a graceful drift that shattered them into countless pieces. He then alighted from his vehicle, stylishly drawing his handgun to eliminate the remaining zombies. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Lin Qi instructed Uncle Tai to exit the car, escorting him into the villa. Upon entering, two young girls appeared, immediately embracing Lin Qi and weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, you scared us to death." Outside, the journalists began to turn on one another, as if they had all lost their sanity. What on earth has happened to this world? As soon as they arrived, the two girls began to recount their harrowing experiences. Lin Qi could only comfort the two of them. Once they regained their composure, Lin Qi began to elucidate the events that had transpired. "What I am about to share with you may momentarily surpass your understanding, but I urge you to absorb it swiftly." Observing Lin Qi's serious demeanor, the two women also took on an unusual gravity, as they had begun to fathom the gravity of the situation. Lin Qi then turned to Uncle Tai, saying, "Uncle Tai, you should listen in as well." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi began to elucidate the reasons behind the incomprehensible actions he had undertaken over the past month. "I know you might have guessed a few things, Uncle Tai," he continued. Uncle Tai, feeling a twinge of fear, nodded in acknowledgement. "But now you can see, the entire world is on the brink of an apocalyptic calamity. In other words, the world has transformed into one overrun by zombies." At these words, the eyes of the two women widened in astonishment. An apocalypse? Zombies? Indeed, they suddenly realized that the behavior of the reporters outside had eerily mirrored that of zombies in a film. Meanwhile, Uncle Tai's gaze sharpened. From his observations over the past month, he was certain that his young master possessed knowledge of the unfolding events. He had witnessed Lin Qi's extraordinary strength firsthand, effortlessly lifting an adult man with one hand, a feat that defied all logic. Yet, he had never anticipated that the world would devolve into a realm plagued by the undead. Thus, hearing it directly from his young master's lips left him profoundly astonished, especially as he had personally witnessed the terror that zombies instilled. Lin Qi glanced at the expressions of the three individuals and realized that this situation was exceedingly surreal. Just an hour prior, the world had appeared to be perfectly normal. Yet, an hour later, it had transformed into an apocalyptic realm. It was inconceivable for anyone to digest such a dramatic change at once. I understand that you are struggling to accept this right now. Let me demonstrate, and you will discern the veracity of my words. Chapter 39. System successfully loaded. Inventory rewards. With that, Lin Qi approached Nyerryun, who was seated on a sofa weighing at least 100 kilograms. To the astonishment of everyone present, Lin Qi effortlessly lifted both her and the sofa into the air with a single hand. This display was undeniably effective. Amidst the gasps of surprise and Nyerryun's exclamations, Lin Qi gently lowered her back down. Calmly, he inquired, "Well, do you believe it now? This is the transformation the apocalypse has bestowed upon us." The two women stared in awe, nodding slowly, utterly taken aback by the revelation. "Little Qi, you don't appear to be a muscle-bound man. How could you possess such strength? It is entirely serendipitous. Fortunes and misfortunes are dictated by appearances." Lin Qi did not disclose the extraordinary abilities they awakened in their previous lives, for she had been reincarnated, and certain circumstances had consequently altered. Who could predict whether Lin Qi's rebirth would instigate a butterfly effect? Thus, she refrained from making any definitive statements. After a considerable pause, the two finally responded. Nyerryun, with a hint of anticipation, inquired of Lin Qi, "Little Qi, will we also be able to become as formidable as you in the future?" Lin Qi nodded. The two girls then chattered incessantly, their joy reminiscent of two lively magpies. Lin Qi glanced at Uncle Tai, unsure if he had acquired any supernatural abilities in his previous life. In any case, the information he was currently imparting would certainly keep them occupied for a while. Lin Qi refrained from uttering further words and instead settled beside the sofa. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Apocalypse base system loading. 98, 99, 100. Loading successful. You may now select the blueprint for your base's construction. Has it finally arrived? Lin Qi rubbed his hands together in excitement. Come on, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Then, a multitude of translucent base models manifested before Lin Qi's eyes. Lin Qi began to meticulously select, incorporating his own ideas, ultimately settling on a particular plan. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his ears. You have selected the base blueprint. Deducting resources from storage space. Turning to the three individuals beside him, Lin Qi reassured them. Something will occur shortly, but do not be alarmed. Just as their curiosity piqued, a resounding rumble enveloped the surroundings. The courtyard walls expanded outward, simultaneously rising like towering trees. In the blink of an eye, the walls reached a staggering height of 20 meters. Moreover, atop the walls stood structures resembling sentry booths, and an electrified barbed wire fence flickered with sparks of electricity. The individuals in the hall stood in astonishment, gazing towards the courtyard. To their amazement, two long, thick iron pipes appeared at intervals atop the walls. Are those anti-aircraft guns? How could our courtyard possibly have such weaponry? Are they meant for aerial defense? They marveled, while the rotating object, if Lin Qi's eyes did not deceive him, appeared to be a Gatling gun. The two women cast inquisitive looks towards Lin Qi, yet he merely smiled, offering no explanation. The transformations outside were far from over. The courtyard continued to expand, eventually reaching a perimeter of 1 kilometer before coming to a halt. Subsequently, numerous rooms began to emerge within the courtyard, meticulously divided according to their intended functions. This would serve as the residence for the new additions to his base. Finally, the villa underwent a metamorphosis, evolving into a modern-style castle, significantly larger than before. When all the changes concluded, the scene was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Qi addressed the group, saying, "Welcome to my apocalyptic base." At this moment, the others had yet to recover from their earlier shock. Nie Ruyun, still in a daze, asked Lin Qi, "Is this what you meant by a minor incident?" Angel was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Such a tremendous uproar? Is this truly justifiable?" Lin Qi cast a glance at Angel and remarked with a smile, "In a post-apocalyptic world, what could possibly be deemed unreasonable?" Without paying heed to the astonishment of those around him, Lin Qi began to assess the rewards he had acquired since the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Qi first opened the system panel. After all, the system had been loading for an entire month, and he was exceedingly curious about its true nature. Name, Lin Qi. Level, base population. For construction points, 10. These points can be utilized to expand the base's range, acquire skills and weapons, enhance the strength of subordinates, unlock skill trees, and increase the population. The population can contribute to the construction points, and slaying zombies by anyone other than the protagonist can also add to these points. Strength, 112, normal human, 1. Constitution, 102, normal human, 1. Agility, 100, normal human, 1. Mentality, 123, normal human, 1. Skills, 6 styles of Rob Lucci. Ordinary crescent moon / military combat techniques, loyalty assessment, remote resource collection. Equipment, super alloy warblade, intelligent microsurveillance. Pet, little gold. Indeed, upon the system's activation, the attributes became manifest, rendering all that he possessed more intuitive. Subsequently, Lin Qi examined the 2 newly acquired skills, 6 styles of Rob Lucci. The 6 styles are 6 forms of martial arts that transcend the limits of the human body. Rob Lucci has perfected these 6 styles to their utmost potential, creating ultimate techniques from them. The power of these techniques increases with the practitioner's physical prowess. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had acquired the 6 styles of the Marine Combat Fist from One Piece. This was an incredibly formidable skill, and to think that he had mastered the ultimate form of the 6 styles. Lin Qi was now filled with a restless eagerness. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting within the confines of the room, he would have eagerly embarked on an experiment at once. Lin Qi began to examine another reward. Ordinary crescent moon slash. A delicate crescent-shaped strike is unleashed from the curve traced by the blade during the slash. It attacks all enemies in a straight line ahead. My goodness, it resembles a technique from Death God. I used to be quite fond of this skill. I never anticipated that I could possess it myself. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Lin Qi's ear. Congratulations on completing the construction of the base. Reward obtained. Scanning. What does this mean? Lin Qi felt a twinge of confusion as he opened the reward to examine it. Scan. It can detect the opponent's physical attributes, types of abilities, and other pertinent data. Goodness, if that is the case, I could ascertain my opponent's hidden strengths in advance and devise a targeted strategy to counter them. Couldn't I? Lin Qi expressed immense satisfaction with the newly acquired reward. Chapter 40. Awakening of Supernatural Abilities. Lin Qi glanced at the time and realized that an hour had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. This signified one crucial development. The first batch of individuals endowed with supernatural abilities was on the verge of awakening. Lin Qi glanced at the sky outside, only to find that it had been shrouded in ominous clouds without his notice. The earth was engulfed in darkness. At this moment, Nie Ruyun leaned in closer, having also observed the peculiarities in the sky. I cannot fathom, she exclaimed. Could it be akin to what is portrayed in films? Perhaps a viral outbreak has occurred at some foreign biological research facility? Lin Qi shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He genuinely did not know. If it were a virus leak, it could not possibly spread across the globe in an instant. Moreover, the impending awakening of abilities could hardly be attributed to a viral outbreak, could it? In his previous life, Lin Qi had little exposure to information regarding these powers. However, one thing was undeniably clear. This apocalyptic scenario was far from a mere viral leak. Instead, it seemed to be a meticulously orchestrated elimination. An inexplicable thought suddenly sprang to Lin Qi's mind. However, in his previous life, he was perpetually preoccupied with survival, leaving little room for such contemplations. Lin Qi, on the contrary, looked forward to whether his subordinates would awaken abilities akin to those they possessed in their previous lives. At that moment, a terrifying scarlet light suddenly flickered across the sky. The first batch of supernatural beings. They have awakened. Then, Lin Qi felt no difference whatsoever. This left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be? Was it not said that utilizing the Supreme Serum would significantly enhance the probability of manifesting supernatural abilities? Yet, his complexion appeared so dark, as if he had narrowly evaded the awakening of any extraordinary powers. As Lin Qi felt an inexplicable unease brewing within him, he suddenly experienced a sensation akin to being struck in the abdomen by an unseen force, collapsing in agony onto the ground. Goodness, the impact was indeed formidable. In an instant, beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to trickle down his forehead. The pain accompanying the awakening of his extraordinary ability surpassed that of utilizing the Supreme Serum by a significant margin. If the initial level of pain could be quantified as a mere one, then the torment of awakening his powers soared to an excruciating 10. This was all while his body had already been enhanced 100-fold. Had he not undergone such fortification, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to the ordeal. Lin Qi suddenly collapsed to the ground, startling those nearby. Just as they were about to rush forward to check on him, in the next moment, both women also fell to the ground, clutching their heads and groaning in pain. Uncle Tai lay sprawled on the nearby sofa, though he appeared to be relatively unaffected. Fortunately, this excruciating pain was swift in its onset and equally swift in its departure. Lin Qi rose to his feet, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He glanced at the two women struggling on the ground and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It appeared that the rumors from his previous life were indeed accurate. Both women had awakened their abilities right at the onset of the apocalypse. However, Lin Qi was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Tai's condition. In his recollection, Uncle Tai had not awakened any powers after the onset of the apocalypse in his past life. To his astonishment, Uncle Tai was now also an ability user. It seemed that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, altering certain outcomes that were originally fated to remain unchanged. Among the first group of awakened individuals, most had evolved into formidable forces in the subsequent chaos, regardless of the nature of their powers. Even those with non-combat abilities were well cared for within the survivor base established at the beginning. Lin Qi was immensely curious about Uncle Tai's impending awakening of his extraordinary abilities. However, as they had yet to complete their own awakening, he could only take a moment to observe what powers he himself would soon unveil. Lin Qi opened his attribute panel and discovered that an option for supernatural abilities had indeed appeared. Supernatural ability. Gene Lock, Gene Lock? Lin Qi felt somewhat perplexed and promptly opened the introduction. Gene Lock, comprising 5 tiers. Each unlocked tier significantly enhances one's power. The difficulty of unlocking the Gene Lock is correlated with one's foundational attributes. The weaker the foundation, the easier it is to lift the Gene Lock's constraints. However, the resultant power increase will also be lesser. Conversely, the stronger the foundation, the more challenging it becomes to unlock the Gene Lock. Yet, the power gain will be considerably greater. After perusing the introduction, Lin Qi fell into deep contemplation. At present, his extraordinary ability appeared to be rather redundant. Without having unlocked any tier of the Gene Lock, this ability was virtually non-existent. This implied that if this power were to awaken in another individual, they would undoubtedly perish before ever unlocking the Gene Lock. Currently, Lin Qi possessed the serum that granted him 100-fold enhancement in strength, which was still somewhat effective in the early stages. However, once the first wave of mutated zombies matured, his enhanced physical prowess would seem rather trivial. Moreover, the introduction indicated that individuals with stronger foundational attributes would find it increasingly difficult to unlock the Gene Lock. Nevertheless, Lin Qi remained unconcerned with the abilities he currently wielded. He felt sufficiently equipped to survive in this apocalyptic world. As for the unlocking of his extraordinary power, he could take his time with that. Lin Qi glanced at several individuals who had now returned to their normal state. Confusion adorned their faces. Upon catching sight of Lin Qi, the 2 women sought his elucidation regarding their perplexities. Xiao Qi, what has transpired? My head was throbbing excruciatingly, as if countless needles were being thrust into my mind by an endless stream of concubine Rome. I felt it too. Waves of pain coursed through me. It was as if my lower abdomen was aflame, an inexplicable sensation that something was there, waiting for me to harness it. As she spoke, Nie Riyun conjured a small whirlwind in her palm. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in a tempestuous gale, leaving even Lin Qi struggling to maintain his balance. Lin Qi was filled with immense joy upon witnessing the scene. The Storm Queen truly lived up to her illustrious reputation, having just awakened her extraordinary powers. She displayed such formidable strength. How could such a phenomenon manifest with merely a raised hand? Lin Qi smiled at her. It's all right. You have awakened your extraordinary abilities. Moreover, they are quite formidable. Extraordinary abilities? Nie Riyun spread her hands in disbelief, realizing that she had indeed awakened such powers. How astonishing! Lin Qi turned to Angel and said, You may also try to harness the energy residing in your lower abdomen with your mind. Observing her close friend awakening such a formidable supernatural ability, Angel felt an eager anticipation for what her own power might manifest as. She then extended her hand, and a surge of green energy began to coalesce in her palm. However, that was where the phenomenon ended. Chapter 41. The Shelter of Survivors. A crucial challenge in the apocalypse. Angel felt a tinge of confusion. Why did her supernatural ability lack the spectacular visual effects that others exhibited? Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi offered no explanation. Instead, he unsheathed his battle blade. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he slashed the edge of his hand. The 2 women gasped in shock, bewildered by Lin Qi's act of self-harm. As blood began to trickle from the wound, Lin Qi urged Angel, Stop dawdling. Channel your powers into my injury. Without hesitation, Angel complied. A green energy surged into Lin Qi's wound, and under its influence, the injury healed at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, It was restored to its original state, leaving not even a scar behind. Lin Qi explained to Angel, "Do you see? Your ability is healing." Angel felt somewhat disheartened, wondering why she had awakened an auxiliary power. Lin Qi discerned her thoughts. In the apocalypse, daily battles are inevitable. Some grievous injuries can only be healed by a healer with abilities like yours. Without you, our survival in this desolate world is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Angel understood her significance. Subsequently, Lin Qi glanced at Uncle Tai, curious about the nature of his awakened abilities. Lin Qi was perplexed, as it was reasonable to assume that the abilities of the first batch of awakened individuals should not be so trivial. Lin Qi activated the scan. At last, Lin Qi comprehended the nature of Uncle Tai's extraordinary ability. Mental enhancement. This supernatural power can render one's mental faculties exceptionally potent, enabling the user to project their consciousness to manipulate objects, alter their shapes, and utilize it for offensive measures against adversaries or to control them. Furthermore, it allows the user to extend their mental energy, functioning akin to a radar. What Uncle Tai referred to as the enhancement of cognitive speed is merely a supplementary effect of this unique ability. Lin Qi was delighted to discover that Uncle Tai's extraordinary ability held immense potential for development. It undoubtedly served as a formidable asset for team support, truly befitting of a steward. Even the awakened power perfectly aligned with the supportive nature of his role. Lin Qi said to Uncle Tai, why not try to concentrate and see if you can move the cup on the table? Although Uncle Tai felt somewhat perplexed, he complied. Indeed, in that fleeting moment of focus, he sensed an inexplicable ability to effortlessly shift it. Subsequently, the cup was lifted into the air by Uncle Tai. At that moment, Lin Qi remarked, "Uncle Tai, your extraordinary ability is essentially a form of mental enhancement. This means that as long as you wish, this power can manifest in various forms." Following this, Lin Qi addressed everyone, saying, "Moreover, when you wield your abilities, you must be mindful of the energy within you. Do not overextend yourselves. Otherwise, when the moment is critical, you may find yourselves unable to act, and that could lead to dire consequences." Observing Lin Qi's earnest gaze, several individuals nodded in agreement. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Qi's ear. "Mission: Rescue survivors. The apocalypse has arrived. Please assemble your team and secure 20 survivors at the base. Time allotted for the mission, 24 hours. Completing the mission will grant you unlocking special abilities of the base lord." Lin Qi glanced at the pop-up task notification, filled with curiosity about what abilities the base lord might possess. However, the notification mentioned something about gathering a team. Lin Qi felt somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he have forgotten? He had neglected that little fellow. What transgression! Lin Qi immediately arrived at the room designated for Xiao Jinting. As soon as he opened the door, a golden ethereal figure collided into his embrace, causing even his robust physique to take a step back. The creature nestled in his arms was eagerly licking Lin Qi's face with its tongue, exuding an unmistakable excitement. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was none other than the little golden one he had not seen for several days. Xiao Jin had now grown to the size of an adult cat. Lin Qi was somewhat astonished. It seems that Xiao Jin has also awakened extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could it have grown so rapidly? Lin Qi examined the attributes of Xiao Jin and discovered that Xiao Jin had awakened the power of the gold element. The abilities associated with this element are characterized by formidable attack and defense. Moreover, Xiao Jin's speed is remarkably swift, as evidenced by the previous encounter. Even Lin Qi, with his body enhanced 100-fold, could barely discern Xiao Jin's movements. This illustrates just how astonishingly rapid its speed truly is. With such swiftness, it is undoubtedly a natural-born assassin. Lin Qi smiled as he gently stroked the head of the little golden creature in his arms. "Not bad. It seems you have awakened as well." The little golden creature reveled in the affection, comfortably narrowing its eyes in bliss. Lin Qi, cradling little Jean, turned to the others and said, "Now that each of us has awakened our extraordinary abilities, it is time to venture out and test the strength of our team." Upon hearing the prospect of going outside, the expressions of the group grew serious. After all, they had just acquired their powers, yet psychologically, they had not fully transitioned from ordinary individuals to beings with supernatural abilities. A lingering sense of fear resided within them, but this was a hurdle they had to overcome. Lin Qi surveyed his team, feeling immense satisfaction with their condition. After all, they would need to stand on their own in the future. It would not do to be fearful of this or that. Embracing little Jean, Lin Qi called out, "Let's depart." At that moment, they arrived at the outskirts of the villa area. Due to the sparse population in the villa district, Lin Qi and his companions had no choice but to venture into the city. Upon driving into the urban area, they found the streets completely overrun by zombies. Lin Qi drove leisurely, surrounded by wandering zombies on the road. Not far away, several zombies clustered together, feasting on something grotesque. Scattered limbs and severed arms littered the ground, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld the scene. Vehicles lay strewn about, occasionally erupting in explosions that ignited fierce flames. Distant cries of anguish pierced the air, while the atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of blood mingling with burnt remains. Upon witnessing this horrific tableau, the others felt their stomachs churn violently. After all, apart from Lin Qi, it was their first encounter with such terror. The decapitated body on the ground bore a gaze filled with despair and dread. There were also those half-bodies, still propping themselves up with their arms, desperately pursuing the vehicle carrying Lin Qi and his companions. Overcome by the gruesome sights, they could bear it no longer. With a sudden retch, they expelled their contents. Lin Qi had made preparations in advance. He had provided several individuals with plastic bags. Now, they were thrusting their heads into the bags, retching violently. Lin Qi had anticipated this. After all, he had already experienced it once. Their reactions should be those of an ordinary person encountering such a scene for the first time. However, this was a hurdle they must overcome in their apocalyptic existence. Chapter 42. The initial display of Little Jin's power. Lin Qi did not urge them. This challenge must be overcome by them on their own. Lin Qi's vehicle was moving at a leisurely pace. Coupled with a distinct scent of human presence emanating from them, it swiftly attracted a horde of over a dozen zombies, encircling Lin Qi's car. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qi cautioned them, "It's time to get to work. If we delay any longer, we shall be surrounded." At that moment, they lifted their heads, their faces pale with fear. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they beheld the grotesque visages of the zombies outside the vehicle, alarmingly close. Some had lost the skin on one side of their faces, revealing their molars. Others had their scalps missing, with their brains exposed to the open air. There were those whose eyeballs dangled precariously from their sockets, held by nerves that had yet to give way. Perhaps disturbed by the obstruction, one zombie audaciously yanked out its own eyeball and proceeded to consume it, chewing with a sickening squelch that splattered against Lin Qi's car window. The sight was overwhelming, and the group collectively expressed their revulsion, declaring that the spectacle was far too stimulating for their visual senses. Lin Qi, feeling helpless, observed their current state and realized they possessed no combat capability. Thus, he gently cradled the little golden creature in his arms and said, "Little Gold, I need you to venture outside and eliminate those zombies. Additionally, please check if any of them possess such stones within their skulls." As he spoke, Lin Qi produced a piece of zombie crystal. Little Gold instantly became exhilarated, displaying a level of excitement that surpassed even its reaction upon seeing milk powder. Such eagerness was quite remarkable. Lin Qi smiled. This little golden creature indeed possesses remarkable perceptive abilities. It understands that as a mutated beast, it requires zombie crystals. Lin Qi gently patted its head, playfully chiding, "You little glutton, go take care of your business first." At once, Xiao Jin emitted a pitiful whimper. With a human-like nod, it licked its lips, casting a reluctant glance at the zombie crystal. Then it frantically pawed at the car window, signaling its desire to leap out and engage in battle with these zombies. Consequently, Lin Qi lowered the window, allowing Xiao Jin to spring forth. As a mutated beast, Xiao Jin harbored no fear of zombies. Once outside, it swiftly unleashed a flurry of cat-like punches upon the first zombie it encountered, swiftly bringing it down. Xiao Jin's speed was astonishing. The recently transformed zombies moved sluggishly, utterly unable to keep pace with its agility. They reached out with their decaying arms in an attempt to seize Xiao Jin, but it deftly evaded their grasp. One after another, the zombies fell before Xiao Jin's prowess. After vanquishing the last of them, Xiao Jin began to search for any zombie crystals in accordance with Lin Qi's instructions. Its claws were remarkably sharp, resembling a series of keen little blades as they effortlessly pierced through the zombies' heads. Methodically, Xiao Jin commenced its quest for the zombie crystals. Before long, it bounded back to the car, presenting Lin Qi with the 3 zombie crystals it had discovered, gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Lin Qi glanced at Xiao Jin and smiled. All right, here you go." He then took out 10 zombie crystals and placed them in his palm. With remarkable swiftness, Xiao Jin devoured the crystals in one gulp, crunching them as if they were cat food. After a few satisfying chews, she swallowed them whole and let out a contented meow, curling up in Lin Qi's embrace. She then emitted a soft purring sound. The others in the vehicle had emptied their stomachs completely. They had witnessed Xiao Jin's valiant battle outside the car, and her heroic demeanor had truly astonished them. The zombies, it seemed, were not as fearsome as they appeared. If a small creature like Xiao Jin could easily handle them, then surely, with their own unique abilities, they should not feel incapable themselves. Lin Qi observed the performances of several individuals and realized that they had all successfully navigated the initial and most challenging phase. This revelation prompted Lin Qi to regard them with newfound respect. Indeed, they were formidable figures from his past life, possessing an inner fortitude far beyond what he had ever demonstrated. It was also conceivable that their extraordinary abilities contributed to this remarkable adaptation. To Lin Qi's astonishment, he had not anticipated that Uncle Tai would adjust so swiftly. In his previous life, he had taken several days to acclimate to the onset of the apocalypse, desperately hoping for timely rescue from the authorities. However, what Lin Qi had failed to comprehend in his former existence was that even the official agencies succumbed to chaos at the very onset of the apocalypse. The sooner they adapted, the more rapidly their base would flourish. At this moment, they were eager and ready for action, a sight that delighted Lin Qi immensely. Lin Qi proposed to the group, "Since you all feel that you have acclimated, let us commence the inaugural battle of the apocalypse." The individuals exchanged glances and then nodded resolutely at Lin Qi. Lin Qi was also curious about what kind of chemical reactions would emerge from his team. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, they began to make their way to the nearest shopping center under Lin Qi's guidance. Why choose this destination? Because the apocalypse had only just commenced, and the items within the shopping center had not yet expired. Unlike in his previous life, when Lin Qi first ventured out, every shopping center he passed was either completely looted or the goods had already perished. Moreover, who would ever complain about having an abundance of supplies at hand? The group instinctively surrounded the sole support angel, gradually making their way into the first floor of the shopping center. Only a few hours had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and thus, the items remained untouched. Lin Qi glanced inside and could discern that this place must have been overcrowded during the apocalypse. He observed numerous bodies, gnawed and ravaged, sprawled haphazardly within. Lin Qi signaled for the other 3 to exercise caution. The shelves here posed an obstacle. It was entirely possible that a zombie lurked just on the other side. If it were to spring forth unexpectedly, the consequences would be dire. Lin Qi continued to advance with a few companions while simultaneously storing items in his spatial inventory. You have acquired 10 bags of cherished shrimp chips, 10,000 times critical strike activated. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 bags of cherished shrimp chips. Nie Ruyun could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and quietly inquired of Lin Qi, "Brother Qi, are there really zombies here? Why have we not encountered any after such a long time? Could it be that the zombies have already left this place?" Lin Qi raised his index finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. Nie Ruyun immediately fell silent. Having endured the apocalypse, Lin Qi understood a fundamental law of this desolate world. The moment one believes that zombies will not appear, they will inevitably manifest, and always at the most unsuspecting moment. Lin Qi himself had personally validated this apocalyptic law on several occasions. Thus, When Nie Ryun expressed her doubts, Lin Qi immediately silenced her. In Chapter 43, the battle in the supermarket marked the first collaboration of the team. As he halted her, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. What was happening? Indeed, around the corner of the next shelf, a zombie suddenly appeared. This zombie's appearance was grotesque. Its face was almost devoid of skin, with exposed muscle laid bare to the air. Most alarmingly, the zombie emerged almost face-to-face with Nie Ryun, mere centimeters separating them. Startled, she let out a scream. Nie Ryun instinctively leaped back and activated her abilities. Numerous blades of wind surged forth, dismembering the zombie into pieces. However, her skill was unleashed with her eyes closed. Laking prupe control. The additional wind blades toppled nearby shelves, creating a chaotic scene. After a moment, Nie Ryun opened her eyes, astonished by the extent of the destruction her abilities had wrought. Was she truly this formidable? She then stuck out her tongue, apologizing to the others. Yet, Lin Qi looked at her with helplessness, gesturing for her to observe their surroundings. Following his cue, the group glanced around. Due to Nie Ryun's attack, all the shelves had been knocked down, causing a tremendous noise. Instantly, every hidden zombie within the supermarket turned their attention to them. The entire space fell into an eerie silence. Then, all the zombies surged towards the group in a frenzied manner, leaving them utterly petrified. The mere appearance of one zombie had already frightened them to the core. Now, faced with such a multitude, how could they not be overwhelmed? Their ability to remain conscious without fainting was already a testament to their resilience. Lin Qi shouted loudly, "Wake up! We are surrounded by zombies. We must summon all our strength." Lin Qi's voice proved to be remarkably effective. Indeed, he now found himself encircled by zombies. If he did not fight desperately, he would surely become the undead's next meal. Furthermore, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Surely he would not be devoid of any capacity for resistance. Lin Qi's calm voice resonated in their ears. "Now heed my command. We shall fight while retreating. Let us withdraw towards the exit." Lin Qi remained remarkably composed, and with just a few words, he instilled a sense of direction among the crowd. They heeded his guidance and gradually began to retreat towards the exit. Lin Qi addressed Uncle Tai. "Uncle Tai, arrange the shelves to form a passage. Let the zombies come only through this corridor." "Understood." Nie Ryun, use your abilities to continuously eliminate the zombies emerging from the front passage. "Absolutely." "Angel, be ready. Treat anyone who gets injured at the first opportunity." "Got it." With Lin Qi's composed and calm orders, the other three members of the team swiftly began to follow his instructions. Uncle Tai manipulated his mental energy to move the nearby shelves, creating a narrow passage at the entrance that allowed only one person to pass through at a time. Nie Ryun moved to the front, taking a deep breath to reassure herself of her capabilities. From the darkness, solitary zombies surged towards her. Nie Ryun activated her powers. Her eyes gradually turned pale, and a fierce whirlwind enveloped her. Lightning crackled between her hands. She thrust her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of wind and lightning that struck the zombies with tremendous force. The advancing zombies fell to the ground, incapacitated. Witnessing her abilities decimate so many zombies at once, Nie Ryun's initial fear transformed into exhilaration. It turned out that zombies were not as terrifying as they appeared. Just as she was about to launch another attack, Lin Qi, vigilant and alert, cautioned his teammates, "Don't celebrate just yet. Be mindful of your energy usage. We can't afford to exhaust our powers." Nie Ryun sheepishly stuck out her tongue, refocusing on the task at hand. The team organized themselves efficiently, clearing waves of zombies as they came. For a time, all seemed safe. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, even the slightest misstep could lead to the downfall of an entire squad. Uncle Tai had positioned the shelves at the entrance, blocking the zombies on either side from passing through. They soon realized they could not get through at all, their arms trapped between the shelves, while the zombies behind them continued to push forward. Suddenly, the shelves collapsed under the pressure. With the obstruction removed, the zombies surged forward in a chaotic swarm, catching the previously coordinated trio off guard, plunging them into a state of frantic disorder once more. Lin Qi remained entirely uninvolved, merely standing guard and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. He offered the group a strategic approach to combat, rather than incessantly dictating commands into their ears. Consequently, they ultimately became reliant solely on their own directives, mindlessly executing their skills without fostering synergy or reflecting on their shortcomings during the battle. Lin Qi led them out not only to accomplish the mission, but also to cultivate an effective synergy within his team through practical engagement, thereby rapidly enhancing their combat efficacy. At the outset, Lin Qi perceived the latent vulnerabilities within their formation. However, he chose not to articulate them directly. He intended for his team members to glean insights and lessons from their experiences in battle. Yet, as the situation unfolded and they encountered their own challenges, it became imperative for him to intervene. Thus, he summoned forth the alloy battle blade. Lin Qi immediately approached the group, signaling them to step back. The crescent moon soared into the sky. Lin Qi swung his blade downwards towards the approaching zombie. As the edge of the sword sliced through the air, a faint blue crescent-shaped arc emerged, swiftly cleaving through all the zombies in its path. Lin Qi was also utilizing this skill for the first time, filled with curiosity about the ultimate effects it might yield. He observed as the crescent-shaped attack surged forward, traversing 5 or 6 meters before dissipating into the air. The current zombies possessed no intelligence. They did not evade when faced with an assault. Consequently, every zombie in its path was decapitated. This display left the other 3 utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief at the scene. Brother Qi, that strike was incredibly impressive. He had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen zombies in one fell swoop. There was no comparison. His own meager attempts had only managed to eliminate 2 or 3, making him feel like a mere child playing house. Without hesitation, Lin Qi continued his onslaught, turning swiftly to unleash another strike in a different direction. Once more, a pale blue crescent arc cleaved through the air, beheading all the zombies that stood in its way. Lin Qi discovered that when utilizing this skill, his super alloy warblade seemed incongruous with the crescent moon charge technique. It felt as though he was forcing the warblade to execute a skill, akin to an unyielding bow drawn against his will. Lin Qi sarcastically mused. It seems that the crescent moon heaven's charge must indeed wield a Zanpakuto. I wonder if my system will truly reward me with a Zanpakuto in the future. Chapter 44. Brother Long of Kunshin. Lin Qi's remarkable skill left the others utterly astonished. Wow, Brother Qi, I had no idea you were so formidable. Indeed, your abilities can reach such great distances. Every single zombie lost its head. Lin Qi interrupted them, speaking with a grave demeanor. Enough with the flattery. Let's take a moment to reflect on why you committed such a fundamental error. With your capabilities, if you had coordinated effectively, those zombies could have been dispatched without any casualties. Do you realize that your minor oversight nearly cost us dearly? The 2 women were taken aback by Lin Qi's sudden seriousness, as it was their first time witnessing him in such a grave state. In this apocalyptic world, every small action you take can determine your fate. Noticing Lin Qi's solemn tone, their expressions grew serious as well. Upon observing that they had begun to engage in independent thought, Lin Qi chose to refrain from further commentary. Lin Qi waved his hand, urging the members of his team to follow swiftly. Lin Qi was aware that at the onset of the apocalypse, all power supply devices began to malfunction due to the absence of human maintenance. However, since the end of the world had only just begun, mobile devices such as cell phones were still operational. People fervently pleaded for rescue across various platforms, while some official accounts promised that survivor bases had been established, urging the survivors to make their way there. Lin Qi and a few others are currently resting in a secure location. Lin Qi appeared to perform a magical act, retrieving food and water from his storage space for the 3 individuals. This feat left Nie Ruyun and Angel in a state of astonishment. The 2 of them were utterly perplexed by how Lin Qi had conjured the provisions, especially since it was evident that he carried no backpack. Lin Qi said nothing, merely urging them to eat quickly so they could set off again once finished. Meanwhile, a few individuals huddled together, discussing and reflecting on their recent battle as they consumed their meal. Lin Qi, however, took a moment to glance at his phone perusing the news. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a shocking video. In the footage, a burly man was filming a group of men tormenting a woman, who was cornered in a room surrounded by several shirtless men. The woman was utterly naked, crying and pleading for mercy, yet the men were consumed by their primal instincts. The more she screamed in despair, the more exhilarated they became. After subjecting her to their cruelty, the woman, helpless and broken, crouched in the corner, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards the window, her expression resolute. Seizing an opportunity when the men were distracted, she dashed towards the window. By the time the men realized what was happening, she had already shattered the glass and leapt out. The video revealed that they were on a high floor, at least a dozen stories up. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a sickening thud, the sound of her body colliding with the ground. The man recording rushed to the window, extending his phone outward. The woman, having fallen from such a height, was instantly killed upon impact. The deafening noise attracted the attention of nearby, wandering zombies, who soon descended upon her lifeless form, devouring it completely. The man leaned out the window, not feeling fear, but rather letting out gleeful laughter. In the comments beneath the video, some questioned how such a clip could pass through the moderator's scrutiny. Since the apocalypse began, the moderators had either gone into hiding or succumbed to becoming zombies, leaving no one to oversee the platform. Yet, the majority of comments celebrated the man's audacity. With remarks like, "Brother, you are impressive. I wish to do the same." Lin Qi gazed coldly, having anticipated this outcome. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying aspect is not the zombies or mutated beasts, but the absence of legal constraints that unearths the inherent ugliness within the human heart. In such a dire environment, this ugliness is amplified to an infinite degree. Lin Qi paid them no mind, for in this apocalyptic world, everyone was solely focused on their own survival. The notion of being a saint that had perished the moment the apocalypse began. In the concluding moments of the video, the individual behind the camera turned the lens upon himself. He was quite robust, with a neck nearly as thick as his head. Adorning his neck was a gold chain, the thickness of a pinky finger, and his body was covered in tattoos, exuding an aura of ferocity. He introduced himself to the camera. "Greetings, I am Kunshin, an extraordinary being. The apocalypse has arrived. There is no longer any need to adhere to those so-called rules. A true man knows how to indulge. I welcome everyone to join my ranks. With me, we shall have access to both smoke and women. If you wish to join, please bring a token of goodwill to Pingjiang City." This self-proclaimed Kunshin even divulged his address. Below, many expressed their eagerness to join Long's formidable team. Lin Qi shut his phone, a smile gracing his face as he gazed ahead. Why was he suddenly so captivated by this video? It was because he recognized the individual known as Kunshin. At that time, Lin Qi had joined a survivor base. During one of their excursions to gather supplies, they stumbled upon an untouched little supermarket, only to find themselves in fierce conflict with another group vying for the same prize. At that moment, a tall and robust man emerged from the opposing faction, none other than the Kunshin featured in the video. His strength was formidable, wielding 2 large machetes. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Lin Qi's team. Just as Lin Qi's group faced imminent annihilation, reinforcements from their base arrived, leading to an intense battle between the 2 factions of supernatural beings. Ultimately, Kunshin was forced to retreat, and now, miraculously, Lin Qi was able to learn more about this formidable figure once again. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Qi's mouth. "Long time no see, Brother Long. Just wait. I shall come to reminisce with you." After a brief respite, Lin Qi commenced leading his small team towards the nearest university. Although the campus was teeming with people, and the number of zombies that had emerged since the onset of the apocalypse was overwhelming, it was noteworthy that the survivors within were relatively abundant. In this moment, Lin Qi found it convenient to fulfill his task. Meanwhile, in a room of a mobile residential building, several burly men sat bare-chested, laughing and joking. In an adjacent bedroom lay 2 disheveled women, helplessly weeping, evidently having suffered inhumane treatment moments before. At this juncture, a sycophant flicked a lighter, shielding the flame with his hand. as he eagerly offered a cigarette to the man seated in the center of the room, known as Lin Qi. Lin Qi, would you like to smoke? I wonder if my girlfriend is having a good time? The man sitting there was none other than the infamous Lin Qi from the video Lin Qi had previously seen. Beside him, a slender man, having been captivated by Lin Qi's video, yearned to join his ranks. He deceived his girlfriend, claiming he had found a makeshift sanctuary, and brought her along to this place. Chapter 45. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is the human heart. As for the other girl, she was simply someone he encountered on the road. The man felt exuberant at the thought of bringing 2 women to Lin Qi, believing it would earn him better treatment. Thus, he coaxed and deceived her as well, leading her to Lin Qi's domain. However, upon arrival, the 2 women plummeted into a living hell. For hours, they endured relentless humiliation at the hands of 6 or 7 men, leaving them battered and bruised. The instigator of their plight, now acting like a sycophant, was busy lighting cigarettes for the beast in the living room. This man was even less than a beast in his depravity. Lin Qi took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Not bad, just a bit small at the front, but it's fine for few indulgences. The sycophant immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, as long as you Lin Qi are pleased. Lin Qi took another puff and blew the smoke directly into the man's face, causing him to choke. Yet, having invested so much to gain entry, he refrained from showing any sign of weakness, fearing it could jeopardize his future. Seeing the man still grinning, Lin Qi laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. All right, I accept your joining my ranks. Follow me, and there will be meat for you and soup for you all. Lin Qi is mighty. Lin Qi is mighty. They cheered as Lin Qi dragged the man into the bedroom. Addressing the 2 women on the bed, he declared, "You should thank him. He brought you here and offered you a chance to survive in this apocalypse." The man's girlfriend and the woman he had encountered on the road were filled with rage and attempted to confront him. Instantly, the 6 or 7 men rushed over, restraining the 2 frantic women and even groping them inappropriately. Though they could not strangle him, both women cursed him vehemently. "Bastard, you're worthless. I trusted you completely. I brought supplies through a horde of zombies for you. And this is how you repay me?" The man, instead of feeling shame, portrayed a facade of concern for their well-being. "You need to wake up. We are in an apocalypse. The old rules no longer apply. Survival is paramount. If it weren't for my wise decision to bring you to Lin Qi, would you have food and drink in the future?" The man's girlfriend felt despair wash over her. She never imagined that just hours ago, her boyfriend, who had professed eternal love, would trade her to a band of demons for a chance at survival. She loathed herself for not recognizing his true nature sooner. But it was now too late. The other woman was even more vicious, hurling curses that were too vulgar to be written. She not only condemned the man, but also Lin Qi. Lin Qi, amused by the unfolding drama, suddenly darkened as he overheard the woman's insults. In this world, strength ruled supreme. How dare a defenseless woman insult him? It was a death wish. He approached her and seized her by the throat, effortlessly lifting her with one hand. The woman struggled desperately to escape his grip. Lin Qi dragged her to the window and hoisted her body outside. Her face turned pale with terror as she fought harder against him. Yet, he bore a sinister grin, and then, abruptly, he released her. Instantly, the woman felt the weightlessness of falling, screaming in horror as she flailed her limbs. With a loud thud, her body collided with the ground, producing a resounding echo. Soon after, the approaching zombies devoured her, leaving nothing but bones. Lin Qi peered down, spitting in disdain. "Dare to insult me? This is your fate." He then turned abruptly, causing the man behind him to tremble in fear, worried that he might be the next to be thrown to the zombies. In that moment, regret seeped into the man's heart. Perhaps he had not aligned himself with the right leader, but rather had walked willingly into the jaws of a tiger. Lin Qi swiftly drove his team members to the entrance of the nearest university. Coincidentally, this was the very institution attended by Nie Ruyun and Angel. Just a few months prior, in June, he had graduated from this very place. To his astonishment, upon his return, it had transformed into such a state. Lin Qi inquired of the 2 young women, "Where is the dormitory located?" The 2 pointed towards the 3 buildings situated behind the teaching block, indicating the direction. Curiosity piqued, The young women asked, Brother Qi, what exactly are we here to do in university? As Lin Qi pressed the accelerator, he urged them, come, rescue the suffering souls from the sea of anguish. At that moment, the gates of the campus stood firmly closed. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of the zombies at the entrance, who frantically surged toward Lin Qi. Yet, they were thwarted by the imposing gates. A horde of zombies reached their arms through the bars, grasping at anything within reach. Lin Qi swiftly disengaged the clutch, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the modified armored vehicle surged forward like a primordial beast, charging toward the gates. Uncle Tai, in perfect synchrony, activated his psychic abilities, enveloping the vehicle in a translucent protective shield to prevent any unsavory entities from adhering to the windows. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air. Lin Qi's vehicle collided violently with the school gate. The tremendous impact caused the gate to emit a sound that made one's teeth ache. The gate was utterly unable to withstand the force of the vehicle and was instantly flung open. Not only that, but several layers of zombies surrounding the gate were also swept aside. In an instant, red and white substances scattered through the air. The squad members, having acclimated to the grotesque scene, were now largely immune to the repulsive sight before them. However, thanks to Uncle Tai's extraordinary abilities, not a single drop of anything splattered onto the vehicle. Witnessing this, the two women couldn't help but commend Uncle Tai. His powers were indeed practical. For the safety of the group, Lin Qi retrieved from his storage space a handgun and a short knife for each person, along with a compound crossbow and 30 crossbow bolts. Fully armed, the group then disembarked from the vehicle. Lin Qi does not carry an excessive amount of equipment, for he possesses a storage space. Retrieving an item from this space is an instantaneous affair. Lin Qi instructed a few individuals to proceed to the dormitory building. Nie Ryun expressed her confusion. Shouldn't our purpose at the university be to gather food from the cafeteria? Lin Qi merely smiled without uttering a word. Oncle Tai, standing beside him, elucidated, I believe the young master has a plan in mind. Chapter 46. The Physical Education Teacher. Brother, who as the apocalypse has only just commenced, and given the peculiar nature of the day, it is likely that most university students are currently residing in their dormitories. These dormitories typically contain a stockpile of food, sufficient to last at least 3 to 4 days without issue. Consequently, the consumption of provisions from the student cafeteria has been minimal at this juncture. It would still be feasible to gather supplies from the cafeteria later on. As for why the young master chose to head to the dormitories first, I suspect his intention is not merely to consume food, but rather to recruit individuals, perhaps. Uncle Tai adjusted his glasses and deduced Lin Qi's purpose with a few succinct observations. This revelation left the two women momentarily stunned, yet they were filled with curiosity. Why would he come to rescue others? Meanwhile, within the dormitory, a group of students trembled in fear, bewildered by the transformation of their peers outside into monstrous, zombie-like creatures that attacked on sight. They huddled together, too frightened to venture outside. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air. The students believed it to be the authorities arriving to rescue them, and they mustered the courage to peer out the window. However, their hopes were swiftly dashed. Below, there was merely an armored vehicle and 4 individuals. The flicker of hope they had ignited was extinguished in an instant. With only 4 people arriving, how could they possibly escort dozens of them to safety? Lin Qi, accompanied by the remaining 3, entered the first floor of the dormitory. At that moment, the corridor was filled with zombies. Lin Qi commanded the squad to systematically eliminate the zombies. Drawing from their prior combat experience in the supermarket, Nyerun, Angel, and Uncle Tai displayed an increasingly harmonious coordination. Before long, all the zombies had been eradicated, resulting in the acquisition of 30 zombie crystals. Lin Qi swiftly placed it into his storage space. You have obtained 30 zombie crystals with a 10,000-fold critical strike effect. You have acquired 300,000 zombie crystals. He gazed at the soaring quantity of zombie crystals. Lin Qi was filled with joy. Indeed, the more populous the place, the more crystals there were. Upon inspecting every room on the first floor, he found them all vacant. Either the entire building had been annihilated, or if there were any survivors. They were likely on the rooftop at this moment. The group then ascended to the second and third floors, slaying over 100 zombies. Yet, they still encountered no survivors. This situation left Nie Ruyun and the others somewhat impatient. Nie Ruyun approached Lin Qi and inquired, "Little Qi, do you think there are still survivors in the dormitory building? How is it that we have already reached the third floor without encountering a single survivor?" Lin Qi addressed her comrades, urging them not to rush and to ascend steadily until they reached the rooftop for a better vantage point. Thus, the group battled their way to the top floor, only to discover that the building had indeed been utterly decimated. Nevertheless, this structure yielded a total of 134 zombie crystals for Lin Qi. Upon realizing there were no survivors, Lin Qi declared, "Let us proceed to the next building." With that, Lin Qi led her team on a sweeping mission through 3 dormitory buildings of the university. Yet, as fate would have it, they found not a single survivor within. Undeterred, Lin Qi and her companions then ventured towards the academic building. At this point, the structure was besieged by a horde of zombies. A cursory glance revealed over 100 undead lurking outside. However, under Lin Qi's careful prearrangements, she refrained from revealing her extraordinary abilities in front of witnesses. Instead, she wielded her short blade and crossbow, systematically dispatching the zombies. Once the undead in front of the academic building were cleared, Lin Qi led the survivors inside. Within a classroom, a group of robust athletes had commandeered the space. In a corner, several disheveled female teachers and students cowered. At that moment, a lookout stationed by the window alerted, "Tiger, we have visitors downstairs." The foremost pair, 2 men and 2 women, armed with short blades and crossbows, had eliminated the zombies at the entrance and entered the building. The individual referred to as Tiger was the physical education teacher of the school, a 30-year-old towering figure who had leveraged his stature and a few athletic students to dominate the classroom since the onset of the apocalypse. He had confined several female survivors in the room, where unspeakable events had transpired. After indulging in his power, Tiger contemplated his next move. Although the room was currently secure, it lacked a food supply. He resolved to devise a plan to seize the school cafeteria. As he pondered, one of his underlings reported the arrival of a group downstairs, noting that 4 of them were armed. Rather than feeling alarmed, Tiger broke into a grin, conceiving a clever strategy to safely reach and occupy the cafeteria. He rallied his students, assigning them tasks. "We have the numbers. When we go out, we will overpower them. Once we seize their weapons, we'll head to the cafeteria. With enough food, we can then join Brother Long from Kunshin, and we'll enjoy a life of luxury together." The students eagerly nodded, their desires magnified by the apocalypse. With no restraints, their actions were now more beastly than humane. Tiger surveyed the eager faces of his young followers, inwardly amused by their naivety regarding the harsh realities of the world. Not long ago, he too had been captivated by a video released by Brother Long from Kunshin, yearning for the power and status he had witnessed. Thus, he meticulously plotted to secure his position before seeking refuge with Brother Long. Convinced that he would rise to become a minor leader, enjoying a life devoid of daily struggles, complete with ample food, drink, and companionship, Tiger instructed his subordinates to hide behind the door, preparing an ambush for Lin Qi and her group. Soon, Lin Qi and her companions had cleared the first floor and ascended to the second. As they approached Tiger's classroom, he preemptively opened the door, gesturing for Lin Qi and her team to enter. Afterward, he retreated to the window, addressing Lin Qi, "Brother, you must be sent by the higher-ups to rescue us, right? This is truly fortuitous. We have been on edge for several hours." He then signaled to his underlings to launch a surprise attack on Lin Qi and her companions from behind. Lin Qi observed Brother, whose subtle movements with keen perception. He understood that Brother who engaged in conversation merely to divert his attention. From a moment they entered the room, Lin Qi sensed something amiss. He immediately noticed several women with disheveled hair and clothing. As soon as they stepped inside, a few of the younger men deliberately positioned themselves out of his line of sight. More importantly, Lin Qi had a habit of assessing loyalty upon encountering others. Just moments ago, upon glancing at Brother Hu, he was astonished to discover that his loyalty had plummeted to below 0. How could this possibly align with his claims of being exceedingly pleased to see him? The women nearby dared not lift their heads, fearing that even a mere glance at Lin Qi might result in a brutal beating from Brother Hu and his companions. Lin Qi merely smiled faintly, fixing his gaze upon Brother Tiger's eyes. Isn't it rather unsporting to launch a surprise attack from behind? Chapter 47. Oscar-winning actor Lin Qi. What do you mean, brothers? We are overjoyed that you have come to our rescue. How could we possibly wish you harm? Brother Tiger still attempted to evade the issue. At this moment, Lin Qi wore a playful expression, questioning the intentions of his adversaries. What do your companions intend to do behind us? Are they preparing for a sneak attack? Upon realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Brother Hu ceased to feign innocence and revealed his true colors. The smile that had graced his face vanished, replaced by a sinister demeanor that showcased his duplicitous nature. With a menacing tone, Brother Hu remarked, "I did not expect your vigilance to be so acute. Since you have discerned my intentions, let me speak plainly. You see, I have 10 men here, each skilled in physical combat. A mere 2 or 3 of you would stand no chance. You are outnumbered, with only 4 in your party, including 2 women and an elderly man. You cannot possibly defeat us. If we charge together, you will have no opportunity to resist. It would be wise to surrender your weapons voluntarily. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." With a self-assured demeanor, Brother Hu crossed his arms, confident in his overwhelming advantage. After all, his side was robust and formidable, while the opposition consisted of the weak and vulnerable. The odds of victory appeared overwhelmingly in his favor, even if they attempted to fight back. He was certain his men could overpower them before they could draw their weapons. As for the 2 men, he intended to dispose of them swiftly, casting their bodies down to feed the zombies below. As for the women, Brother Hu had eyed them with a predatory gaze since their arrival. Their beauty far surpassed that of the other females present in the classroom. He envisioned keeping them for his own enjoyment, perhaps even sharing them with Long Gu afterward. Brother Hu had anticipated that the young man before him would rally his comrades to resist. To his astonishment, the young man instead led the way in relinquishing his gear, raising his hands in surrender and gesturing with his chin that he could retrieve his weapons from the ground. He also signaled for his companions to discard their arms. This unexpected turn of events delighted Brother Hu. He could not help but praise the young man before him, exclaiming, "Well done, lad. You have a promising future ahead." Those who recognize the situation are true talents. Rest assured, following me, Brother Hu, will bring you plentiful rewards. Brother Hu applied the same manipulative rhetoric he had used on his underlings to Lin Qi. His subordinates erupted into arrogant laughter, taken aback by encountering such a seemingly foolish survivor. Not only was he naive, but he also appeared cowardly. Brother Hu had uttered a few simple words, and this man had already capitulated. The defeated female students and their teacher, huddled in despair, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had hoped for a savior to deliver them from their torment, only to find someone willing to hand over their lives so easily. How could he so readily trust Brother Hu's deceitful words? Picking up Lin Qi's dagger, Brother Hu gazed at him with a knowing smile, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Lin Qi displayed an expression of utter panic. "I've given you the items. From now on, I shall follow you, Brother Hu." Lin Qi's unexpected surrender left Nia Ruyun, Angel, and Uncle Time momentarily bewildered. They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Lin Qi's sudden capitulation. The notion that they feared falling into peril upon relinquishing their weapons was unfounded. Their curiosity was piqued. What was Lin Qi truly scheming? Brother Hu paid no heed to Lin Qi, instead gesturing for his subordinates to approach and disarm them completely. Subsequently, they were encircled, with Brother Hu casting a mischievous grin at Lin Qi and his companions. Lin Qi's face displayed a look of bewilderment. "What do you mean by this? I've already heeded your words, Brother Hu. What is the purpose of this? What is going on?" At last, Brother Hu cast aside his disguise. "Young brother, it seems you have yet to experience the harsh realities of society. How can you place your trust in a stranger? Remember this in your next life. Do not easily believe the words of an unfamiliar person." He then instructed his subordinates, "Leave those 2 women to me. Eliminate these 2 men. brother whose gaze burned intensely upon Ryun and Angel, making them feel utterly uncomfortable. Several of his lackeys exchanged sinister smiles as they approached Lin Qi, their knives rhythmically tapping against their palms. Lin Qi appeared to be engulfed in fear. His gaze flickered nervously, retreating continuously as he pleaded for his life. However, the group ignored his desperate cries, brandishing their daggers, ready to strike him down. In the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed before their eyes. One of the henchmen was sent flying at astonishing speed, colliding with the wall, leaving a deep indentation in his chest. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, signaling the imminent end of his life. This unexpected turn of events left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. The remaining henchmen were bewildered. Had anyone truly comprehended what had just transpired? Was it possible that they were haunted by a ghost? Unease crept into their hearts as they glanced back at Lin Qi, who continued to cower, clutching his head and begging for mercy. Exchanging apprehensive glances, one audacious individual suddenly swung his knife towards Lin Qi's neck. This time, their eyes widened in anticipation, determined to discern the truth behind the earlier incident. The movement of Lin Qi was now vividly clear to all, for the blade was aimed directly at his throat. Lin Qi's first instinct was to crouch down. In that instant, the assailant's blade swung through the air, missing its mark entirely. The strike landed in empty space, causing the attacker to lose his balance. With no force to counteract his momentum, he toppled forward. At that precise moment, Lin Qi rose to his feet, and his head collided intimately with the man's chin. The assailant was propelled upward, crashing against the ceiling before he fell heavily among a group of individuals. Blood gushed from his face, and a portion of his skull was visibly dented. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. At this juncture, how could they possibly fail to recognize that the source of this chaos was the man before them? Trembling, they began to retreat. This individual exuded an unnerving aura. Fearful for their lives, they dared not advance. Although the apocalypse had stripped away the constraints of law, rendering them lawless, the instinct for survival prevailed. Thus, they shuffled towards the exit, desperate to escape the eerie confines of the room. Lin Qi was still performing. Ryun and the others looked at each other in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lin Qi possessed such a penchant for theatrics. In the next moment, Lin Qi suddenly lifted his head, grinning at them. "Are you frightened? How dull. I wish to play a little longer. Since that is the case, I shall cease the pretense and lay my cards on the table." Chapter 48. No more pretense, I reveal my hand. No more pretense, I reveal my hand. Lin Qi suddenly transformed into a formidable figure, sending Tiger Brothers' lackeys scrambling to escape through the door. In the next moment, Lin Qi sprang into action. With a swift motion, his figure became a blur, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In mere seconds, the hapless minions of Tiger Brother lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He could scarcely believe that the seemingly frail young man before him possessed such extraordinary skills and astonishing speed. Surely, he must be an awakened one, akin to Brother Long from Kunshin. He had been contemplating aligning himself with the powerful Brother Long, only to realize that this very man before him was equally formidable. Had he not harbored ill thoughts towards Lin Qi, he might have secured a strong ally, ensuring a life free from fear in the impending apocalypse. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. He had irrevocably offended Lin Qi. Yet, Tiger Brother had not entirely surrendered. He sought a glimmer of hope for survival. Casting a furtive glance at Ryun and the others, he noted that everyone's attention was fixated on Lin Qi, completely oblivious to his presence. In a flash of inspiration, he seized the nearest Ryun, intent on using her as leverage, hoping Lin Qi would hesitate to act against him. If he could distance himself from Lin Qi, perhaps he could secure his own escape. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Qi turned to see Ryun being held captive by Tiger Brother. Realizing the situation, Ryun prepared to unleash her abilities to incapacitate Tiger Brother. However, Lin Qi shot her a warning glance, signaling her to refrain from such actions. Understanding his intent, she complied and retracted her powers. Meanwhile, Uncle Tai and Angel, sensing the tension, also moved to assist, but Lin Qi swiftly interposed himself between them. As they stood in confusion, Tiger Brother spoke up. "You little brat, I must admit I misjudged you. I never anticipated your strength. But this woman in my grasp is of great importance to you, isn't she? Do not act rashly. I have no intention of harming her, but you must grant me a path to safety. If you let me go, I assure you she will be released unharmed." His voice trembled with fear, yet his grip on Ye Ruyun remained firm. Tiger Brother understood that relinquishing his hold would mean his demise. He hoped Lin Qi would be wary of the hostage and allow him to escape. However, rather than displaying anxiety, Lin Qi merely chuckled. "Tiger Brother, I must commend your audacity." At this, Tiger Brother was taken aback. What was happening? Was this man truly unconcerned about the potential death of his hostage? Thus, he feigned bravado. "What do you mean? Don't push me. If it comes to it, I won't hesitate to die. But if I perish, I will take someone down with me." Lin Qi maintained a cheerful smile. "Brother Hu, I am at a loss to determine whether your luck is fortunate or unfortunate. Why did you have to choose her of all people?" Lin Qi's words left Hu Gu in a state of bewilderment. What distinguishes this woman from others? Or has he merely made an erroneous wager? Yet, the woman before him seems no different from the rest. Surely she cannot be yet another awakened one. Can she? Lin Qi ceased to engage in further dialogue and commanded, "Nie Riyun, take action. Leave one alive." At this moment, Nie Riyun had been eagerly anticipating the order. As she unleashed her powers, her eyes transformed into a blinding white. Instantly, a tempest erupted, with lightning gathering ominously in the surroundings. Brother Hu stood frozen in shock at the unfolding spectacle. By the time he regained his senses, it was far too late. The lightning, under Nie Riyun's command, struck his body with ferocity. In an instant, Brother Hu's hair stood on end, and he fell to the ground stiffly, with wisps of black smoke emanating from his mouth. Observing this, Lin Qi inquired of Nie Riyun, "Did I not instruct you to leave one alive? You didn't accidentally kill him, did you?" Nie Riyun sheepishly stuck out her tongue, replying, "My apologies, Shao Qi. I couldn't quite rein it in just now, but he isn't dead, merely stunned." "Very well then." Lin Qi approached Hu Ji's side. He swiftly lifted Hu Ge from the ground and seized all 5 of his limbs. Crack! Lin Qi effortlessly crushed Tiger Brother's 5 limbs with his bare hands. The excruciating pain jolted Tiger Brother from his unconscious state. Upon experiencing the intense agony radiating from his limbs, he could not help but let out a wail of despair. Lin Qi shouted angrily, "Cease your howling." Yet, Brother Tiger continued to bellow. Lin Qi delivered a resounding slap to Tiger Brother. With a sharp crack, a few of Tiger Brother's teeth flew out. The side of his face began to swell at a visible pace. In agony, Tiger Brother attempted to shield his face with his hand, but his arm was already broken. Any movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. In that moment, he was at a loss, unsure whether to cover his face or his arm. Then, Lin Qi forcefully threw Tiger Brother aside. He let out a muffled groan, yet disregarding the searing pain throughout his body. Tiger Brother scrambled to his feet and bowed before Lin Qi, fervently pleading for mercy. Lin Qi approached Hu Ge and crouched down beside him, saying, "Hu Ge, long time no see." Upon hearing this, Hu Ge looked up in disbelief. In his recollection, he did not seem to have any prior interactions with the man before him. However, it turned out that in his previous life, Lin Qi had indeed encountered Hu Ge. He was a subordinate of Long Ge from Kunshan and had participated in that fateful battle alongside Long Ji's squad. Despite Hu Ge appearing as an ordinary person now, in Lin Qi's past, he was a wielder of the skin-hardening ability. His tough exterior rendered ordinary weapons utterly ineffective against him. Moreover, he served as Long Ji's chief strategist, the very one who had suggested the ambush that nearly cost Lin Qi his life. Upon entering the classroom earlier, Lin Qi had immediately recognized Hu Ge. He never anticipated that in this new life, he would encounter Hu Ge once more. This realization ignited a resolve within Lin Qi. He would not easily let go of those who harbored intentions to harm him. Lin Qi coldly addressed Tiger Brother, saying, "The moment you harbor thoughts of wanting to kill me, you must be prepared to face my retaliation. I shall send you to meet your doom." With that, Lin Qi lifted Tiger Brother and, with a slight exertion of strength, flung the nearly 200-pound man down from the building. Thud! Tiger Brother crashed heavily to the ground, the immense impact causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A few scattered zombies on the playground, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards Tiger Brother. Though he attempted to flee, his limbs were rendered useless. Soon, Tiger Brother was devoured entirely. Lin Qi cast a frosty glance at Brother Tiger. Lin Qi had his reasons for taking such actions. He aimed to establish his authority among the survivors he was about to shelter, allowing them to witness his formidable strength. Subsequently, Lin Qi approached the group of survivors within the dwelling and extended an invitation to them. Are you willing to accompany me? Chapter 49. The Temptation of Delicacies. Lin Qi crouched before several individuals, extending an invitation to them. The group slowly lifted their heads, revealing faces marred by torment. There were 4 of them, each bearing the marks of bruises and injuries. It was evident that brother who had subjected them to considerable suffering. They had been observing Lin Qi's battle moments earlier, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had overheard brother Hu and his companions discussing a certain supernatural being known as Kunshin Long, realizing the existence of such extraordinary individuals. They understood that Lin Qi before them was indeed one of them. His remarkable speed was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Moreover, that girl could wield lightning itself. Were all supernatural beings so formidable? Their gazes were filled with envy and yearning. Lin Qi once again inquired of them, "Are you willing to accompany me?" A few of them numbly nodded in response. Lin Qi's heart brimmed with joy. "Welcome to my base. Rest assured, you will be grateful for your choice today." The women remained silent. After just a few hours in this apocalyptic world, they had come to realize that for the weak like themselves, survival could only be achieved by aligning with the powerful. As for whether their chosen path would lead them to someone like Tiger Brother, that was a matter of fate. Turning to Uncle Tai and the others, Lin Qi declared, "It's getting late. Let us rest here for a while." Before the eyes of the survivors, he conjured an array of delectable dishes: steaming rice, the aromatic yellow braised chicken wafting through the air, the crystal-clear dompa pork, accompanied by a generous bowl of braised lion's head. The survivors' eyes widened in astonishment. They had gone 10 hours without food since morning, not to mention the torment they had endured at the hands of Tiger Brother and his crew for several hours. At that moment, they felt both famished and parched. They couldn't fathom where Lin Qi had conjured such a feast from. As the tantalizing aroma of food wafted into their nostrils, a collective gulp could be heard. Once, these young women had refrained from indulging in greasy foods to maintain their figures. Yet now, they had never craved meat so desperately. Gazing at the fragrant yellow braised chicken and dompa pork not far from them, they wished they could rush forward and devour it, were it not for Lin Qi's formidable presence. Alas, they could only watch longingly as the sumptuous dishes lay before them. Oh, look, that yellow braised chicken seems to be sizzling, as if it has just been prepared, glistening with oil. They watched as someone picked up a piece, the meat quivering in midair. The fat dripped from the chicken skin. Wow, that chicken must be incredibly tender. At that moment, Nie Ruyun gazed at the feast before her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Qi, this is so greasy. Can it be a bit lighter? If I eat this, I'm going to gain weight." Lin Qi, in a state of perplexity, questioned, "Is it too greasy for you?" He then glanced at Angel, adding, "Are you feeling the same?" Angel, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded, for it was Lin Qi who had prepared all the dishes, and she had not contributed to the selection. However, since Lin Qi had posed a question to her, she felt compelled to answer honestly. Nearby, several girls overheard Nie Ruyun and Angel expressing their disdain for the greasy cuisine. They inwardly chastised these two women for their blatant ingratitude. In such trying times, how could one still be so selective about their food? If they didn't wish to eat, they could simply voice their preference, and the others would gladly assist. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, having any food at all was a blessing. The girls regarded these two as spoiled and pampered. With food so scarce, how could one still be picky about it? At that moment, the girls felt superior in their lack of fussiness, declaring they could easily survive on both meat and vegetables, unlike these two high-maintenance individuals. However, in the next instant, Lin Qi appeared to perform a magic trick, producing several plates of vegetarian dishes. He looked at Nie Ryun, an angel, with an affectionate gaze, saying, "All right, you two can have this." The other girls were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Qi had actually acquiesced to their unreasonable demands. Goodness, this man was exceptionally kind to the women under his care. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, he showered such affection upon them. How fortunate these two women were. Furthermore, how did he manage to carry so many dishes with him? After observing for a while, they could discern no source from which Lin Qi had retrieved this abundance of food. At that moment, Nie Ryun took a bite of her dish and suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "It's so hot, so hot." The other girls began to grumble again, questioning her audacity to complain about the temperature of the food at such a time. "Don't offer it to me. I'm not afraid of the heat," they retorted. Lin Qi, meanwhile, wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. During the meal, Lin Qi was keenly observing the movements of several women present. It became apparent that Lin Qi's decision to showcase his abilities in their presence was not without purpose. These individuals were also discerning in their selection. They would not simply accept anyone into their ranks. By demonstrating his prowess before them, Lin Qi aimed to convey two essential messages. First, that his strength was formidable, and they should not entertain any ulterior motives. Second, that aligning themselves with him would afford them a life of luxury and indulgence. With this series of subtle maneuvers, it was certain that they would soon be yearning for his guidance, pledging their unwavering loyalty and respect. Although Lin Qi was not particularly concerned about this matter, such actions would undoubtedly alleviate potential troubles. Subsequently, he could extend a few small favors to ensure their steadfast allegiance. Now, the moment had arrived. Lin Qi turned around and inquired of the others, "Do you wish to partake as well?" The group could not help but nod in agreement. Initially, they were not particularly hungry, but after being tantalized by Lin Qi and the others for such an extended period, their own stomachs had begun to rumble with hunger. Lin Qi produced 4 exquisite loaves of bread and offered them to the women. "Enjoy, for once you have finished, you shall be ready for work." Gratefully, they accepted the bread, their eagerness palpable as they hastily tore open the packaging. They began to devour the bread hungrily. Observing their fervent appetite, Lin Qi realized that their spirits were now buoyed. Lin Qi desired nothing less than unwavering loyalty from those who chose to follow him. This requirement was non-negotiable, even if it meant delaying the completion of their tasks. Chapter 50. Want to join me? First, slay a few zombies. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Lin Qi gestured for the newly recruited individuals to tidy up the surroundings. He then distributed a short knife to each of them, informing them that if they truly wished to accompany him, they must first pass a test. The newcomers eagerly inquired about the nature of the assessment, but upon hearing the words, fear swiftly clouded their faces. Were they to confront the terrifying zombies? They had already experienced the horror of the undead at the onset of the apocalypse. Thankfully, they had fled quickly and taken refuge in this classroom. However, they had encountered a group of scoundrels. But that was a tale for another time. Now, to be asked to slay zombies? They were filled with trepidation. Even wielding the short knives did little to instill confidence in them. At that moment, Lin Qi's voice resonated calmly. "If you fear confronting zombies, that is acceptable. However, I shall not take you with me, for I do not accommodate idleness among my ranks. To follow me, you must prove your worth. Only then will I lead you away. The choice is yours." With that, he stepped aside. The group exchanged glances, acutely aware of the terrors that zombies posed. Yet, they also recognized that aligning themselves with Lin Qi would spare them from the constant anxiety of survival. They were unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Moreover, given the current state of the world, they had to acclimate to their grim reality. Otherwise, they would inevitably perish in this apocalypse. After all, zombies were merely formidable in appearance. Their movements were sluggish, and with a bit of caution, they reasoned they should be able to manage the threat. Ultimately, one of the teachers addressed Lin Qi, expressing, "I hope you will honor your word." Lin Qi remained remarkably calm. "There is no room for negotiation with me. If I succeed, I shall lead you away. If I fail, you shall remain here to fend for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the teacher's body visibly stiffened, as if resigned to fate. Subsequently, he, along with several others, ventured out to hunt the zombies. Lin Qi waited here, refraining from imparting any precautionary advice to them. He wished to allow them the opportunity to contemplate independently, strategize, and fulfill the tasks he had assigned. After several of them departed, Angel summoned her courage to inquire of Lin Qi, "Brother Qi, why do you compel them to undertake such perilous missions?" Lin Qi smiled at Angel and asked, "Is it dangerous?" He then turned his head towards the direction where several people had departed. "Uncle Tai, please explain it to them." Uncle Tai had already anticipated Lin Qi's thoughts. He elaborated, "To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must conquer their fear of zombies. Only by doing so can one earn the right to exist in this harsh reality. If one continues to live in fear, how can they endure in such a world?" Uncle Tai then glanced at the two women. "Did not our young master previously lead us in combating zombies to acclimatize ourselves? Otherwise, we would still be fleeing at the mere sight of them. Those who wish to accompany us must demonstrate their worth. Otherwise, we would merely be dragging along a few burdens, and, in the end, we might even jeopardize our own safety." Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, a look of realization dawned upon Angel and Ye Ruyun's faces. It turned out that Xiao Qi had considered so much. In that moment, both women felt an even greater admiration for Lin Qi in their hearts. After listening to Uncle Tai's explanation, Lin Qi expressed his full affirmation. "Indeed, that is precisely my thought. What I intend to establish is a base, not merely a charitable shelter. It is not a place for just anyone." As he spoke, they suddenly heard the piercing screams of several individuals coming from the corridor outside. Upon hearing this sound, Ye Ruyun couldn't help but comment, with such loud voices, "Aren't they afraid of attracting all the nearby zombies?" Lin Qi smiled silently. Success and failure ultimately depend on their own choices. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the classroom door swung open. A few individuals entered, supporting one another. Just as the two women intended to step forward to assist them, Lin Qi halted their advance. Lin Qi stepped forward personally and meticulously examined them for any wounds inflicted by the zombies. After his thorough inspection, it was confirmed that several individuals had not been attacked by the undead. The leading female teacher, her voice frail and devoid of energy, addressed Lin Qi, stating, "We have completed the task you assigned to us." Upon finishing her sentence, the group leaned against the wall, disregarding their appearance, and gasped for air. The preceding 10 minutes had undoubtedly been the most exhausting of their lives. Driven by the instinct for survival, their attention had been intensely focused and sustained for such a duration. Now, as they relaxed, they felt utterly drained, teetering on the brink of fainting. Lin Qi glanced at the group of individuals and then spoke aloud to them, "Welcome to our team." At that moment, the female instructor had evidently assumed the role of leader of this quartet. She gazed intently at Lin Qi and inquired, "We have completed our task. Could you possibly provide us with some additional provisions?" "Of course," came Lin Qi's reply, as he retrieved some food and water from his storage space and handed it to them. Lin Qi advised them, "Be cautious not to overindulge. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to run." After receiving the food, the group continued to devour it ravenously. Lin Qi gazed intently at them, instilling a sense of unease within their hearts. It felt as though he could see right through them. They assumed Lin Qi was akin to Tiger Brother. Yet unbeknownst to them, he was merely employing a loyalty assessment function. Indeed, after his meticulous training, their loyalty levels hovered around 90. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Qi engaged in a brief conversation to familiarize himself with them, learning their names. The teacher was Wan Fanyan, the tall and slender one was Meng Xiaozhen. The petite one was Ding Wan, and the bespectacled one was Ai Ningle. At this juncture, Lin Qi addressed them. "Next, we shall proceed to your school's cafeteria. You shall lead the way." Thus, they embarked on their journey to the cafeteria. Following the recent battle, the four of them had gradually honed their combat abilities, no longer requiring Lin Qi's intervention, as they had successfully dispatched the oblivious zombies along the way. This prompted Lin Qi to regard them with newfound respect. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria's entrance. Just as Wan Fanyan was about to push open the large door, Uncle Tai interjected. Slow down. There is something amiss behind the door. Heeding Uncle Tai's warning, Ai Ningle positioned herself by the door, flanking Wan Fan Yin as they cautiously opened it. The others stood at the ready. As the door creaked open just a sliver, a shadow suddenly darted through the gap, hurtling straight towards Angel's face. Chapter 51. The Chef Who Throws Knives. Lin Qi was quick-witted and swift of hand. Before the shadow could strike Angel, Lin Qi's blade descended, severing the shadow in one decisive stroke. Thud! The shadow fell to the ground. A chill of apprehension crept over Angel as she realized that ever since acquiring her extraordinary abilities, she had become somewhat complacent. Coupled with the protection offered by Lin Qi and the others, she had mistakenly believed that this apocalyptic world was not as daunting as she had once imagined. Just moments ago, she had exhibited no sense of vigilance. Had it not been for Lin Qi's quick reflexes, she might have lost her life. Angel glanced at Lin Qi beside her, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. The attention of the group shifted to the ground, revealing that the shadow was none other than a 30-centimeter long rat. My goodness, how could this rat be so enormous? Ding Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qi then pulled open the door for Angel and signaled everyone to stay aside. They were all unaware of Lin Qi's intentions. As he fixed his serious gaze upon the mouse on the ground, beast mastery ability, Lin Qi's heart raced with anxiety. He had not anticipated encountering the most formidable awakener right at the onset of the apocalypse. Why was this individual so challenging? It was because this extraordinary ability allowed him to command all mutated beasts and even zombies within his vicinity. What was the most prevalent threat in this dystopian world? Zombies? Without a doubt. The fact that he could manipulate these creatures made it clear how formidable an adversary he was, especially considering that currently, all other supernatural beings had yet to mature. Those endowed with such powers were particularly daunting to contend with. At that moment, a horde of rats emerged at the entrance, furiously charging towards the group. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the few present. Even Nye Ruyun and Angel felt their scalps tingle in response to the overwhelming swarm of rodents. What should they do? Nye Ruyun anxiously inquired of Lin Qi. Lin Qixin's thoughts raced like electricity. It appeared that this adversary in the cafeteria was not inclined to allow us entry. Moreover, it had unleashed such a multitude of rats. Yet, Lin Qi glanced at the small golden object in his hand. He possessed the natural enemy of mice. Lin Qi said to Xiao Jin, eliminate these rats, and I shall reward you with extra food. Understanding his intent, Xiao Jin nodded in acknowledgement, then leapt from Lin Qi's embrace to the ground. In an instant, he transformed into a golden phantom, darting through the swarm of rats with remarkable agility. True to his nature as the nemesis of rodents, wherever he passed, the rats met their demise. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary rats. Had they been mutated beasts, Xiao Jin would have faced a far more formidable challenge. Xiao Jin rubbed against Lin Qi and let out a couple of meows. Lin Qi rewarded Xiao Jin with 10 zombie crystals. Xiao Jin swallowed them in one gulp and began to chew. The entire event unfolded rapidly, taking merely a few seconds. Lin Qi led his team ahead, allowing the 4 newcomers to follow closely behind them. Lin Qi was the first to enter the cafeteria, where he beheld a tall and burly chef seated on one of the chairs, casting a haughty gaze upon him. The chef spoke. That cat in your arms is quite remarkable. I desire that cat. Lin Qi encountered someone who caught his attention for the first time right in front of him. What a delightful thought. The chef, however, simply shrugged his shoulders and remarked, is that all there is to discuss? Without further ado, the chef took action. With a mere flick of his fingers, numerous dark shadows swiftly surged towards the crowd. Lin Qi felt no concern, for he was accompanied by his loyal team members. Uncle Tai extended his hands forward, conjuring a wall of psychic energy that materialized before the crowd. With a resounding crash, the dark shadow collided forcefully with the mental barrier, only to lose its momentum and fall helplessly to the ground. The clatter of metal echoed as several knives clattered down, revealing that they were indeed flying daggers. It seemed this chef had awakened some extraordinary abilities, Otherwise, how could a mere cook wield such mastery over throwing knives? Lin Qi also stared at the chef in astonishment. What is happening? Wasn't he endowed with the ability to tame beasts? Lin Qi began to scan and examine the attributes of a chef. Name, Wang Xiaoqian. Ability, string fruit, capable of manipulating nearly invisible threads with delicate movements of his fingers. Strength, constitution, 8, 9, agility, 5, spirit, 1 for equipment, 2 kitchen knives. Astonishing. He does not possess the beast-mastering ability, but rather the power of the string fruit. No wonder he can launch flying knives. This teammate is certainly formidable. Yet for Lin Qi, he is merely a challenge to be overcome. He has ample strategies to deal with this man. Upon witnessing Lin Qi deflect his flying knives with the blades in his hands, the chef expressed mild surprise. I didn't realize your team also harbored an ability user. You can withstand 3 flying knives. I wonder about 30? At this remark, the crowd gasped in shock. What? He can unleash 30 flying knives at once. How terrifying. Should we retreat? Swish, swish, swish. 30 flying knives soared towards Lin Qi from various angles. Notably, the few knives that had just fallen to the ground began to rise, swaying in midair under the chef's control, heading straight for Lin Qi's face. The chef gazed at Lin Qi with a grin, brimming with confidence in the power of his flying knives. He watched intently, as if anticipating that Lin Qi would soon be pierced like a pincushion. Then, his cat would belong to him. Moreover, he noticed that most of Lin Qi's team consisted of women, 2 of whom were particularly striking. This ignited a sense of desire within him, as the rotund chef indulged in his fantasies. Lin Qi is in action. He shaves. Lin Qi's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. No, to be precise, Lin Qi's speed had reached such a remarkable level that the onlookers could scarcely react in time. In the next instant, all the flying knives disappeared from sight. This left the crowd completely astounded, especially the several women in the back, who believed they had witnessed Lin Qi's full prowess in the classroom. Little did they expect that Lin Qi had concealed even more of his strength. The speed demonstrated by Lin Qi just now was undoubtedly swifter than when he was in the classroom, was it not? Lin Qi's sudden action truly flustered the chef. He had merely noticed Lin Qi's impressive knife skills a moment ago. However, his previous strike had not been particularly swift. A regular person with years of practice could achieve something similar. The chef believed that the golden cat cradled in Lin Qi's arms was the real source of power. Just moments before, he had launched throwing knives from various angles, hoping to catch the cat off guard, allowing him to ensnare Lin Qi and his companions. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Qi proved to be even more formidable. In that instant, the chef lost all semblance of his earlier composure, as fear gripped his heart. Chapter 52. The crystal of abilities. Lin Qi landed and cast a glance at the chef, pointing with his finger. Lin Qi concentrated all his strength in his index finger, unleashing a strike with the speed of lightning through his hardened digit. A projectile of compressed air, imbued with the force of a bullet, swiftly hurtled towards the chef. The chef visibly panicked. The only thought racing through his mind was to utilize his supernatural abilities to hurl the surrounding tables and chairs in an attempt to momentarily impede Lin Qi's assault. However, the power of Lin Qi's finger gun was immense. It penetrated through 2 layers of tables. The finger gun continued its relentless trajectory, striking the chef. The chef's right chest was pierced. The sheer force of the impact sent his body flying. Crash! The chef's body crashed heavily to the ground. Gush! The severely injured chef expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. In that instant, the chef's mind was devoid of any desire for Lin Qi's possessions. Regret washed over him. He lamented that he should never have harbored greedy thoughts towards Lin Qi. Otherwise, he could have shared control of the cafeteria with Lin Qi at this very moment. Lin Qi leaped forward and stood before the chef. Lin Qi feared that the chef might master his supernatural abilities too well, using his own powers to mend his wounds. Lin Qi was well aware of the capabilities of the string fruit. In its later stages, this power could even allow one to sew their own injuries together with threads. However, as Lin Qi rushed forward, he realized that he had perhaps overestimated the situation. After all, Only a few hours had passed since the apocalypse began. How could anyone possibly master their supernatural abilities to such a degree? Upon seeing Lin Qi suddenly appear before him, the chef panicked. Ignoring the severe injury that had pierced through his chest, he struggled to distance himself from Lin Qi, pleading desperately, "I was wrong. Please spare me. If you let me go, all the supplies in this cafeteria will be yours." Lin Qi found it utterly amusing. What a joke. If I were to kill you, the entire cafeteria would belong to me. Letting you go? Only a fool would do such a thing. The chef did not anticipate that Lin Qi would be so difficult to deceive. Just as the chef pondered ways to escape from this dire situation, Lin Qi spoke again. "Do you not have a fondness for throwing daggers?" With that, he concluded his statement. Suddenly, several flying daggers materialized in Lin Qi's hands. Familiar, isn't it? Lin Qi swung his arms repeatedly, and the flying daggers plunged fiercely into the chef's body. In his final moments, the chef's only thought was how familiar these daggers appeared. Indeed, they were the very daggers that Lin Qi had just confiscated. The chef had originally intended to use these blades to end his own life. But little did he expect to meet his demise by the very weapons he had sought to wield against himself. After Lin Qi confirmed that the chef was irrevocably deceased, he proceeded to slice open the chef's skull with a knife. Lin Qi, this is not due to any peculiar habit of his. Rather, Lin Qi is in search of an object. A white crystal fell from the chef's mind with a clatter. Lin Qi picked up the crystal and examined it closely under the light. What a remarkable find. This crystal is, in fact, the essence of an ability user's powers. Unlike the randomly occurring zombie crystals, each ability crystal is uniquely present within the mind of every awakened ability user. The fact that it originates from each individual ability user renders this crystal exceedingly rare. The emergence of each ability crystal signifies the demise of an ability wielder. Consequently, in a previous life, the appearance of an ability crystal would incite frenzied competition for possession. Why is this so? The purpose of this ability crystal is to bestow the user with the powers it embodies. Although the mastery of the ability still requires training from the very beginning, this object nonetheless draws insatiable desire from all. Lin Qi weighed the ability crystal in his hand before storing it away in his personal storage space. Lin Qi was eager to test whether this ability crystal could deliver a critical strike. If it could, he would undoubtedly attain great fortune. In the next moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. You have obtained an ability crystal of the line fruit. Critical strike effect activated at 10,000 times. Congratulations. You have received 10,000 ability crystals of the line fruit. It was indeed possible. This revelation filled Lin Qi with immense excitement. The ability crystals could yield a 10,000-fold critical strike. This meant he could potentially assemble an army of extraordinary beings. Just imagine, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, when there were only a handful of ability users from other regions, he could already form a formidable legion of powered individuals. What a delightful thought. However, Lin Qi was acutely aware that not everyone possessed the innate capacity to awaken their abilities. Furthermore, not all individuals could utilize ability crystals. Awakening powers demanded certain physical prerequisites. At the very least, one must possess a strong will and be free from severe ailments or injuries. Otherwise, one might very well succumb to the terrifying pressures accompanying the awakening of their abilities, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Lin Qi could not carelessly allow those without abilities to wield such potent items. Lin Qi glanced at the newly acquired survivors, deciding against allowing them to utilize the crystal just yet. She felt the need to conduct further assessments to observe their capabilities. After all, what if they were to gain extraordinary abilities and turn against her? Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to regrettable consequences. Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, Lin Qi harbored deep skepticism towards human nature. Were it not for her rebirth and the system she now possessed, she would have preferred to form a small team to navigate the trials of this desolate world. Moreover, even if she were to permit them to use the crystal, it would be prudent to ensure that their bodies were in peak condition beforehand. This would significantly enhance the likelihood of them awakening their latent powers. At this moment, Lin Qi cast a glance at the items within the cafeteria, discovering an abundance of rice, flour, and cooking oil. However, the warehouse was strewn with corpses, both of zombies and humans alike. It appeared that a considerable battle had transpired in this modest cafeteria warehouse at the onset of the apocalypse. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, Lin Qi collected all the supplies into his storage space. He felt immensely satisfied with his gains from this excursion. Simultaneously, he checked his task notification. He was still 16 survivors short of his objective to accommodate 20. Nevertheless, Lin Qi remained unperturbed. Lin Qi glanced at the time. It was getting late. It was time to rest. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter's work. After good rest, he would continue tomorrow. Lin Qi signaled for them to inspect the cafeteria and its surrounding environment. After securely closing the doors and windows and confirming everything was in order, Lin Qi instructed the newly joined members to take turns on watch. Thus, the night passed without incident. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin Qi and his companions rose. Subsequently, Lin Qi led his team towards their next objective, Brother Long of Kunshan. Chapter 53, The Lickers. Lin Qi, accompanied by his team members, set forth towards the location of Longge. Along the way, they encountered numerous survivors. Suddenly, Nie Ryun inquired of Lin Qi, "Where are we headed? Are we going to that Longge in Kunshan?" Lin Qi cast a glance at him and inquired, "What makes you think that?" Nie Ryun replied, "Because I noticed that day while you were watching videos, I also saw that Longge." The content of the video was infuriating. Since the apocalypse has arrived, these individuals have completely lost their humanity. After speaking, she subtly glanced at the few survivors brought out from the university. Lin Qi understood her implication. Those individuals had just been rescued from the clutches of Uge, and they must not fall into Long Ji's hands again. Subsequently, Angel also remarked, "Though I am unaware of your reasons for disregarding others and focusing solely on Longge, we wholeheartedly support whatever you choose to do." With that, both Nie Ryun and Angel fixed their intense gazes upon Lin Qi. Lin Qi glanced at them with a smile and reassured, "Rest assured, that Brother Long won't last much longer." The two women exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to elaborate further, for they harbored unwavering confidence in Lin Qi. Lin Qi approaches every endeavor with a distinct purpose. Moreover, whenever he takes action, nothing seems impossible. Soon, a group of individuals traversed a bustling pedestrian street. Suddenly, a colossal shadow darted by. Then, with a resounding thud, this shadow collided violently with one of the vehicles in their convoy. The immense force of the impact caused a several-ton armored vehicle to veer off course. Fortunately, Lin Qi had invested heavily in the construction of the armored vehicles, enhancing their safety features to an extraordinary level. As a result, the occupants inside the vehicle sustained no serious injuries. However, upon witnessing the source of the attack through the windows, a piercing scream erupted from within the vehicle. Lin Qi, seated inside, caught a glimpse of the figure through the rearview mirror. As he discerned the nature of the imposing entity, his gaze fixated on a zombie squatting not far from the vehicle. This zombie was strikingly different from ordinary ones. Its stature was immense. Even on all fours, it stood nearly 2 meters tall. Its skin lay exposed, revealing crimson muscle tissue beneath. This creature lacked eyes and a nose, with its brain exposed to the open air. Simultaneously, an exceptionally long, retractable tongue licked its own cheek. Recovering from its previous daze, this extraordinary zombie began to roar furiously at the armored vehicle. Lin Qi discerned that it was a mutated zombie licker. A licker? Lin Qi felt a sense of perplexity. The lickers, a unique mutated species, only emerged half a month after the onset of the apocalypse in the previous life. How could they appear just the day after? Lin Qi was completely baffled. Perhaps it was his own reincarnation that had inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. The Devourer had once again launched an assault on the vehicle. Bang! This time, even the robust armored vehicle's door was slightly deformed from the impact. Lin Qi leaped from the vehicle, ready to confront the Devourer. Uncle Tai, Nie Ryun, An angel intended to accompany Lin Qi down as well. Prepare to challenge this formidable foe. However, Lin Qi gestured for them to remain in the vehicle, for he discerned that, given their current prowess, the three of them were ill-equipped to contend with the colossal devourer before them. While he believed he could potentially vanquish it alone, their presence on the battlefield would necessitate his attention to their safety, complicating his chances of triumph. Lin Qi examined the attributes of the display. Lick Eater, Strength, 99 Stamina, 60 Spirit, 1 Agility, 98 Skills, Claw Strike Leap. Lin Qi discovered that the strength and agility of this adversary were surprisingly comparable to his own. This foe was the most formidable opponent Lin Qi had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Upon Lin Qi's descent from the vehicle, the head of the licker lunged toward him with fervor. Devoid of eyes and ears, the licker relied solely on the vibrations in the air to perceive its surrounding adversaries. Upon sensing Lin Qi, it let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very heavens with its ferocity. Lin Qichao glanced around. Due to this loud call, the zombies wandering among the nearby shops began to gradually converge onto the street. Lin Qi understood that he needed to act swiftly. He could not afford to be encircled by the zombies. At that moment, the licker suddenly extended its long, anteater-like tongue towards him. The speed of the tongue was astonishing, and even Lin Qi found it difficult to discern its movement. He hurriedly sidestepped. The massive tongue struck the lamppost behind him, instantly piercing through it. The enormous lamppost subsequently toppled over. Witnessing the destructive power unleashed by the licker's tongue, Lin Qi felt a chill in his heart. Truly, the licker lived up to its fearsome reputation. In this post-apocalyptic world, few could evade such an attack. With a powerful leap, he sprang onto the adjacent building. Utilizing his formidable, razor-sharp claws, he embedded them into the wall to secure his position. Thus, he ran a few steps along the vertical surface before leaping again, directly launching himself towards Lin Qi. The occupants of the vehicle, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, were filled with concern for Lin Qi's safety. Lin Qi fixated intently on the licker, just as it was about to pounce upon him. Lin Qi unleashed the Navy's sixth style, Moonwalk. Lin Qi's body soared swiftly into the air. He then rapidly tread upon the atmosphere, forcefully altering his trajectory amidst the currents. After a few deft maneuvers, Lin Qi found himself positioned beside the licker. Just as he drew forth the formidable golden battle blade, poised to strike at the licker, he was taken aback by the creature's swifter reaction. The licker's neck had morphed into a form unrecognizable as human, exhibiting a flexibility akin to that of an owl. With an uncanny twist, the licker turned its head towards Lin Qi and unleashed its elongated tongue with alarming speed. Lin Qi, quickly evade, cried the onlookers in the vehicle, their concern palpable. In midair, Lin Qi had no time to dodge. Instead, he had to seize the moment and position his blade defensively at his side. The moment their forces collided, the licker's tongue crashing against Lin Qi's weapon. The tremendous impact propelled Lin Qi's body several meters away. Upon landing, Lin Qi executed a roll, then assumed the pose of a superhero as he touched down, gliding several meters along the ground before finally coming to a halt. Lin Qi rose and positioned his battle blade before him, his gaze fixed intently on the licker. To his surprise, the licker swiftly turned and lunged towards Lin Qi once more. Just as the licker was about to pounce on Lin Qi, Lin Qi leapt directly into the air, and suddenly a chain of iron materialized in his hand. With a swift motion of his wrist, the chain coiled several times around the neck of the licker. Then, with a powerful tug, Lin Qi propelled himself towards the licker's back. Simultaneously, the licker stumbled, caught off guard by the immense force transmitted through the chain. In a moment of desperation, the licker attempted to claw at the chain to free itself, but was already too late. Lin Qi, with the aid of iron chains, directly ascended onto the back of the licker. Lin Qi said with a sinister smile, "Do you not fancy the brains of angels? I shall sever your brain and present it to you." As Lin Qi steadied himself, he grasped the iron chain tightly with one hand. With the other, he raised his battle blade and unleashed his skill, Crescent Moon Charge. He swung the blade toward the head of the devourer. As Lin Qi's weapon descended, a massive, pale blue wave of energy surged forth, slicing directly toward the Devourer's brain. The Devourer's head was exceedingly fragile. Under the assault of Crescent Moon charge, its brain was entirely cleaved away. Without its brain, the Devourer collapsed to the ground, and its severed brain followed, landing heavily on the earth beneath. Chapter 54. Is someone trying to escape? Lin Qi gazed at the colossal Devourer sprawled on the ground, a sense of relief washing over him. The recent skirmish, though it seemed to last but a fleeting few seconds, had demanded utmost concentration from him. A mere moment's delay or a slight miscalculation could have meant a fate far worse than that of the Devourer. The survivors within the vehicle, witnessing Lin Qi's agile prowess, felt an immense gratitude swell within them, rejoicing in their decision to follow him. Simultaneously, Lin Qi's remarkable skills extinguished any lingering treachery in the hearts of some. In this moment, Nyeryun and Angel hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle, anxiously checking to see if Lin Qi had sustained any injuries. Lin Qi signaled that he was fine and then gestured to his surroundings, urging, "Do not worry about me for now. Instead, take a look around." The two women followed his, and their eyes widened in shock. Good heavens! They had now become ensnared in a horde of zombies. A rough estimation revealed that there were approximately 300 zombies encircling them. Even the two women, who had already endured battles before, felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of such a multitude of the undead. Lin Qi gestured for them not to panic. The zombies here were not the mutated ones encountered earlier, and they were perfectly suited for training. Training? The two women were puzzled. We are not engaged in battle. What kind of training could we possibly undertake? Lin Qi smiled silently. He bellowed, "Everyone, take up your weapons and disembark." The occupants of the vehicle were momentarily taken aback. Outside, a horde of zombies loomed ominously. With only a handful of them, they were hardly sufficient to contend with the multitude of the undead. And now he commanded them to exit the vehicle. Wan Fanyin and the few individuals who were first to follow Lin Qi understood his temperament well. He was not the type to run a charity. To earn his protection, one must prove their worth. Thus, Wan Fanyin and her companions were the first to alight from the vehicle. Seeing this, the others followed suit, their thoughts mirroring those of Wan Fanyin. In this apocalyptic world, no one would squander their resources to shield a group of ineffectual, ordinary people. No one would extend kindness without reason. To gain someone as protection, one must demonstrate their value. As they witnessed others disembarking, Lin Qi addressed them. Now, your task is to eliminate all the zombies before you. Although the group had already surmised his intentions, hearing it articulated by Lin Qi sent a wave of trepidation through their hearts. They had already observed the vast sea of zombies surrounding them, and the sheer number of undead was visually overwhelming. Previously, in their quest for Lin Qi's protection, they had dispatched a few zombies, but this was an entirely different scale. Just a handful of zombies could be managed with a determined charge, but now they faced over 300. Even before the apocalypse, one would struggle to gather such a crowd for a brawl, let alone face such a terrifying onslaught directed toward them. They had been ordinary people, unaccustomed to such chaos. However, they understood that this was the reality of the apocalypse, and they must overcome this challenge. While the zombies appeared fearsome, their movements were relatively sluggish. As long as they remained vigilant and avoided recklessly entering their midst, they should be safe. With that resolve, they raised their weapons and began their assault on the undead. Yet, a few individuals remained in the vehicle, paralyzed by fear or unwilling to comply. They believed Lin Qi's command was merely a ploy to exploit them as free labor. Armed and sheltered within the sturdy armored vehicle, they felt they could disregard Lin Qi's orders, commandeer the vehicle, seize a territory, and become their own leaders. Such a prospect was undeniably enticing. After a brief discussion among themselves, a couple of them decided to act on this impulse. Suddenly, one vehicle in the convoy roared to life, executing a sharp 180-degree turn before speeding away in the opposite direction, much to the astonishment of the others. Beside them, Angel and Nyeryun were visibly anxious. "Little Qi, look, they're driving away with our vehicle. What should we do?" Lin Qi was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he looked at the two women with great interest and asked, "What's the matter?" Have you adapted to your role as my housekeeper so quickly? Lin Qi's words instantly flushed the faces of the two women. What are you saying? We are merely concerned for you. You are mischievous. Oof. We shall no longer pay attention to you. Brother Qi. With that, the two women turned their backs. After Lin Qi playfully teased the two women, he simply smiled and said, "Rest assured, they cannot escape far." Upon hearing this, the two women turned around, puzzled. What do you mean? They pointed towards the departing vehicle. The two women glanced over, seeing nothing amiss. Just as their confusion deepened, the vehicle suddenly erupted in chaos. A roaring fire blazed within, flames bursting forth from the seams of the car. The four individuals inside emitted blood-curdling screams. Even from a distance, the chilling cries were audible to the crowd. The two women looked at Lin Qi in disbelief. Lin Qi smiled silently. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and four men, engulfed in flames and disfigured beyond recognition, stumbled out. The horrifying inferno within the vehicle had driven them solely to escape. Little did they realize that they had emerged into a world overrun by zombies. Their earlier screams had already attracted the attention of the nearby undead. The nearby zombies shifted their focus, closing in on the terrified group. By the time they comprehended the perilous environment they found themselves in, panic set in. At that moment, they could no longer heed the searing pain of their burning bodies. "No, I was wrong. Lin Qi, please come and save us," they cried out, desperate in their haste to escape. The short knives that Lin Qi had distributed to them were left in the vehicle. At this moment, they were already several dozen meters away from the car, which had been obstructed by a horde of zombies. In that instance, the two women, taken aback, turned to Lin Qi and inquired, "Is this your doing?" Lin Qi merely nodded with a smile, then fixed his gaze upon the fleeing individuals. It turned out that Lin Qi had anticipated that someone would attempt to escape in their own vehicle. Thus, when designing the car, he incorporated a theft prevention feature. Once the vehicle was taken beyond a certain distance from his person, it would unleash a torrent of flames. Lin Qi cast a faint glance at them. Goodness, they dare to steal my car and still hope to escape? Now that they couldn't flee, did they expect me to rescue them? How naive of them. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld in horror as the four individuals were devoured by the zombies. If the zombies possessed any semblance of consciousness, they would undoubtedly express gratitude for the sumptuous feast generously provided. Chapter 55. The Mutated Crystal. Upon witnessing the grim fate of those who attempted to flee, the crowd was inwardly astonished. Goodness, the demise of these individuals was truly brutal. They all cast sidelong glances at Lin Qi, silently vowing to avoid incurring his wrath in the future. Consequently, they began to exert themselves more fervently in the slaughter of the zombies. Meanwhile, Nie Ruyun and Angel finally emerged from their state of shock. "You," Lin Qi inquired, "what is the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. Everything is fine." The two women refrained from probing further. They understood that in this apocalyptic world, there was no need for a savior. Besides, the fate of those four individuals was entirely of their own making. Soon, under the organized assault of these survivors, all 300 zombies were eradicated. Lin Qi then instructed them to sever the heads of all the zombies, extracting the crystal cores within for his own use. Observing the growing obedience of his companions brought Lin Qi a sense of solace. They were gradually developing a sense of reverence for him. This was indeed a positive development, for he did not require a mere assembly of idle laborers who contributed little but consumed resources. He aimed to transform them into a formidable army of his own. These individuals would serve as the foundation of his future forces. With their presence, Lin Qi felt a renewed sense of hope for his life in the post-apocalyptic world. With the demise of the four who had just fled, they were left with 13 individuals. These 13 did not disappoint. They would eventually become the legendary 13 Guardians of the World. Of course, that was a tale for another time. For now, these 13 were merely transitioning from ordinary individuals to survivors in this harsh new reality. At this moment, they presented all the zombie crystals they had collected to Lin Qi. Lin Qi was not a tyrant. He had provided them with ample food and water. He then approached the devourer and severed its head with his battle blade. At that moment, within the devourer's brain lay a peculiar blood-red crystal. Upon seeing this object, Lin Qi smiled, much like the crystals of the supernatural beings. This mutated zombie's crystal was also a guaranteed yield. However, unlike the crystals of supernatural powers, this mutated crystal was intended for mutated beasts. Its function was to bestow upon mutated zombies or beasts the extraordinary abilities contained within the crystal. Why did Lin Qi, a man devoid of supernatural powers in his past life, possess such detailed knowledge? It was due to the system's scanning function that revealed this information. Speaking of mutated beasts, Lin Qi glanced at the little golden creature in his arms. Indeed, this little one was a quintessential mutated beast. If the little golden creature were to acquire a supernatural ability, its strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Lin Qi carefully stored the mutated crystal into his storage space, then retrieved another one for Xiao Jin. Curiously, Xiao Jin sniffed the blood-red gem, its eyes sparkling with intrigue, before promptly swallowing the crystal whole. In that moment, Lin Qi felt a significant transformation occurring within Xiao Jin. Its body radiated an intense heat, and it seemed to endure immense suffering, reminiscent of a painful awakening. Lin Qi felt a pang of apprehension. The system had merely informed him that the crystal could enhance the abilities of mutated beasts, but had not specified what would occur upon ingestion. Fortunately, he was able to safeguard Xiao Jin. Had it consumed the crystal at an inopportune moment, it could have been perilous. However, akin to the initial awakening, the entire process was swift, both in its onset and conclusion. Subsequently, Lin Qi examined Xiao Jin's attributes and discovered that a new ability had indeed manifested on its panel. This ability was perfectly suited for a mutated beast. Was it not akin to the frenzy skill found in games? Lin Qi glanced at the small creature nestled in his arms. The little one sensed the transformation within itself and extended its tiny tongue to affectionately lick Lin Qi's cheek. Though it could not yet articulate words, it understood that its change was a gift from Lin Qi. Subsequently, Lin Qi organized his team and set forth towards the location of Longge. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the recent battle had been captured by survivors from nearby apartment buildings and subsequently shared online. Below the video, a multitude of survivors from Pingjiang City engaged in lively commentary. Did you see that? Such a massive zombie, taken down by that man in a single strike. Indeed, that man could even unleash blade energy. Isn't it fantastical? Who would disagree? This person's abilities are astonishing. Moreover, where did he acquire such a sturdy armored vehicle? Surely, that vehicle must belong to the authorities, right? Have the officials come to rescue us? Who knows? Regardless of their affiliation, as long as they provide us with safety, what difference does it make to follow them? By the way, did anyone spot that convoy? After all, the landlord's pantry is bare. I saw them. They are at XXX Street, XXX Community. Is anyone forming a team? Let's go downstairs and test our luck. Longge. It appears that convoy is headed our way. A sycophantic lackey handed his phone to a burly man adorned with tattoos. Longge himself. Longge took the phone and glanced at the video. His strength is commendable, but nothing extraordinary. After watching, Longge rendered his verdict. The nearby lackey, eager to curry favor, immediately began to extol Longge's virtues. Longge, majestic. Longge, the unrivaled champion. Who in this apocalypse could rival Longge? The lackey was well aware of Longge's fondness for flattery and seized every opportunity to shower him with praise. This sycophant had yet to awaken any abilities of his own. Merely by mastering the art of adulation, he had become Longge's second-in-command. As for the reason behind the lackey's incessant praise of Longge, it stemmed from an incident the previous night. While scavenging for supplies, one of Longge's subordinates stumbled upon a crystal embedded within a zombie's skull. Driven by selfish motives, the lackey concealed it. He believed he could successfully deceive everyone. But as he passed by Longge, the latter, being an ability user, sensed the presence of the zombie crystal. Longge seized it and swallowed it whole. Afterward, he felt a surge of power within him, a revelation that filled him with elation. He inquired about the origin of the crystal, and upon learning it had been retrieved from a zombie's head, he promptly dispatched his subordinates to seek more crystals. They toiled throughout the night and unearthed 20, all of which were presented to Longge. Just moments ago, he felt his powers amplify significantly, akin to leveling up in a game, a sensation that ensnared him in its allure, instilling a sense of invincibility. Thus, upon learning of Lin Qi's actions, he resolved to ambush him. Upon realizing Lin Qi's intentions, the second-in-command once again lavished him with extravagant praise. Chapter 56. Lin Qi becomes young master. Unbeknownst to all of this, Lin Qi remained blissfully unaware. Lin Qi never anticipated that he would gain unexpected fame on the internet. However, he did not take this matter to heart. Lin Qi, seated in the vehicle, presented the day's supply of zombie crystals to the other 3 individuals. These are the crystals we need to absorb today. I will give you an extra one. Try to see if you can absorb these today. If it proves too challenging, do not force yourselves. The capacity for absorption is intrinsically linked to one's physique and mental fortitude. Overindulgence could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon hearing this, Riyun playfully stuck out her tongue. Understood. We will be cautious. The method of utilizing these zombie crystals involves ingestion. However, few dare to undertake such a risk, fully aware of the origins of these peculiar items. Alternatively, one may place the crystal in the palm and channel their abilities to draw energy from it. Both methods yield comparable efficacy. After consuming the crystals, a formidable aura emanated from the group, signifying their ascension in level. They had all reached the 3rd tier. This rapid progression was remarkable. It is noteworthy that, in the previous life, no one had managed to achieve such a level at this juncture, as a majority remained oblivious to the extraordinary potential of zombie crystals. Yet, Lin Qi was different. He possessed an ample supply of these crystals, contingent only upon the capacity of one's body to absorb them. Lin Qi can swiftly produce a multitude of advanced supernatural beings. Lin Qi found the process of absorbing zombie crystals remarkably simple. He could effortlessly draw them from his storage space without it interfering with his driving. After a single instance, he absorbed over 100 of them. Lin Qi felt an abundance of energy coursing through his body. However, he had yet to meet the standards for the 3rd level. Lin Qi also realized that perhaps due to the exceptionally robust physical condition he possessed when acquiring his extraordinary abilities, the energy required for him to advance a level was several dozen times greater than that of others. However, conversely, at the same level, his combat prowess was also several dozen times superior to theirs. Although, in his current state, the so-called Kunshin Dragon Brother would not stand a chance against him. Lin Qi was the kind of person who believed in thorough preparation for any endeavor. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must exert its utmost effort. Moreover, this Dragon Brother was certainly not as simple as a mere rabbit. Lin Qi must not allow his complacency to jeopardize the hard-won advantages he has established since his rebirth. Brother Long, are you ready? Here I come. Lin Qi soon arrived in close proximity to Lin Qi's location. Each vehicle was equipped with communication devices. He gestured for the others to halt, and then awaited instructions within the car. Meanwhile, he deployed numerous intelligent micro-surveillance devices to ascertain Lin Qi's current activities. Based on the videos uploaded by Lin Qi, Lin Qi had a rough idea of his whereabouts. Through the surveillance, he observed Lin Qi engaged in a form of exercise known as the piston movement. A smile crept across Lin Qi's lips. Lin Qi, you possess quite the refined taste. Allow me to present you with a grand gift upon our meeting. He then turned to Uncle Tai and instructed, while I am away, please ensure everyone remains calm and does not act impulsively. I will go down to assess the situation. Uncle Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Just before exiting the vehicle, Riyun and Angel expressed their concern for Lin Qi, urging him to exercise caution. Lin Qi alighted from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. Subsequently, he executed the Navy's 6th form, shave, propelling himself towards the location of Brother Long with astonishing speed. Lin Qi did not recklessly charge forward. Through the observation of the intelligent microsurveillance, he had already discerned the eyes and ears that Lin Qi had placed at various intersections within the community. However, for Lin Qi, these were mere trifles. After surveying his surroundings, he approached a building, and with a graceful leap, he executed the moon step technique. Swiftly, utilizing the force of the walls, Lin Qi ascended to the rooftop of the building. This edifice was situated approximately 800 meters away from the building where Lin Qi resided. Lin Qi employed a miniature surveillance device as a telescope and located Lin Qi, who was still engaged in a piston-like motion. He then summoned a sniper rifle from his storage space, placing his finger gently on the trigger. As he exhaled a deep breath, Lin Qi observed through the scope the two treasures of Lin Qi, which were swaying back and forth with a certain inertia. Lin Qi's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth from the muzzle, aimed directly at Lin Qi's groin. The speed of the bullet surpassed even that of sound. Crash! The bullet shattered the glass in the room. It was Lin Qi's most relaxed moment. However, his vigilance was keen. He was acutely aware of the many ways those under him contemplated to end his life. Even at this moment, he maintained his ability of skin hardening. When activated, his skin became as tough as steel, accompanied by an enhancement of strength, a formidable physical augmentation ability. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The nearby subordinates, previously excitedly lining up for their turn after Lin Qi's charge, were suddenly taken aback as if he had been struck by a locomotive. He staggered back, colliding with the wall, then crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin. The subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the recoil from an enhancer's charge was so tremendous? Then they noticed the shattered glass, followed by a barely audible gunshot. Only then did they realize it was not recoil, but a gun attack. At that moment, Lin Qi's face turned crimson with pain radiating from his groin, causing him to gasp for breath. He had been charging forward when he felt a tremendous impact below. Despite maintaining his skin-hardening ability, the force penetrated his skin, wreaking havoc within. From that moment forth, Lin Qi would be known as Yuge. After a moment of catching his breath, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! Which fool dared to ambush me? Everyone, get out and investigate." The group of subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions reluctant. Seeing this, Lin Qi's anger flared. "You better hurry up. If you don't, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies." His roar echoed in their ears. With no choice, the subordinates complied with his orders. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, observing Lin Qi's plight through the scope, smiled faintly before storing away his sniper rifle. He then leaped down, knowing that this was merely an appetizer. The true feast had yet to arrive. Chapter 57. Do you wish to escape? Once in the car, Ruyun and Angel couldn't help but ask Lin Qi, who appeared so elated, "What were you up to just now?" Lin Qi smiled mysteriously. "I've sent a grand gift to Brother Long from Kunshin." "A grand gift?" The words spoken by Lin Qi left the two women in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, Lin Qi continued, stating, "Once we disembark, we shall proceed according to our prior arrangement." The group responded in unison. Action. Subsequently, Lin Qi instructed everyone in the vehicles behind to disembark. They began to encircle the location where Lin Qi was situated. The whimsical Ruyun even bestowed a vivid name upon this operation, dubbing it the Bear Pole Operation. Upon hearing this name, Lin Qi felt it was exceedingly apt. Now, Lin Qi has become a solitary figure. What lies ahead for me is to transform him into a solitary commander. Lin Qi provided each of the 13 survivors with a compound crossbow, a short dagger, and 60 bolts. The crossbows were equipped with infrared scopes, making them easily manageable even for ordinary individuals. When these 13 individuals realized that their forthcoming adversaries would not be the undead, but fellow survivors like themselves, a sense of reluctance stirred within them. The zombies, in their grotesque forms, bore little resemblance to humanity, allowing for a certain detachment when it came to killing. However, their next opponents would be human beings. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and they had yet to fully acclimate to the brutal reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle, where survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Their minds still clung to the notion that taking the life of another human was a criminal act. Lin Qi had long anticipated their actions. He coldly uttered a single phrase, "If you do not slay them, they shall surely slay you." Moreover, they are no longer human. Their hearts have become more twisted than those of demons. After recounting some of their heinous deeds, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. In the apocalypse, one may choose to be a villain, but one must never forsake their humanity. if one disregards the fundamental principles of being human? What difference is there between them and beasts? Upon grasping this truth, the crowd unanimously expressed that they felt no moral burden. Lin Qi smiled with relief. After the 13 individuals disembarked, they swiftly formed a line, resembling a long, serpentine formation. This was a skill imparted during the impromptu training Lin Qi had conducted for them. They began to advance in an orderly manner towards the neighborhood where Long Gu was located. They maintained a distance of several meters between each other. When encountering zombies along the way, they charged forward to eliminate them. Naturally, they did not forget the task Lin Qi had assigned to extract the crystals from the zombies. Lin Qi equipped each of them with a miniature surveillance device as an auxiliary tool. With the assistance of these devices, they were always able to launch an attack before the enemy could detect their presence. Throughout the night, Brother Long had gathered dozens of like-minded individuals to serve as his subordinates. After enduring considerable hardships to arrive here, they soon realized they had been misled. This place was not the paradise of indulgence Brother Long had promised, but rather a life of servitude. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. One by one, individuals began to fall. It was only then that Brother Long's subordinates realized they were under attack, rendered mere moving targets in the eyes of their assailants. Fear gripped them as they realized that they had not yet enjoyed the lavish lifestyle described by Brother Long, but instead faced the grim prospect of being shot dead. In a panic, they turned to flee. Yet, the 13 individuals armed with crossbows would not easily let this opportunity slip away. A barrage of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Alas, Brother Long's subordinates continued to fall in response to the assault. Perhaps the archers were not exceptionally skilled, but their numbers were overwhelming. If one bolt missed, 2 or 3 would follow. Eventually, one would surely find its mark. The chaos unfolded swiftly, within mere seconds. Brother Long's lookout station downstairs was struck down by the rain of arrows. The cries of the fallen attracted the attention of nearby, wandering zombies, who began to surround the 13 assailants. Instantly, the pressure on them intensified. However, they maintained their composure and retreated in an orderly fashion towards Brother Long's building. At that moment, the sycophantic second-in-command overheard the anguished cries of humans from downstairs. Peering down, he caught sight of a group armed with crossbows, relentlessly firing at both the zombies and his own subordinates as they slowly advanced towards their building. Panic seized the second-in-command as he recognized the group. Were these not the survivors led by Lin Qi that he had seen online? They were well-equipped and exhibited seamless teamwork, far beyond what he could contend with. Moreover, behind them trailed Lin Qi himself, accompanied by 2 strikingly beautiful women and a middle-aged man. It appeared they were fully aware of their presence in the building and were approaching directly. What to do? At this juncture, Brother Long, relying on the formidable physique granted by his awakening, slowly made his way down. He hunched over and glanced downstairs, then erupted into a tirade. Damn that Lin Qi. He must be behind this. How dare he come here? The second-in-command was drenched in cold sweat. Recognizing that Brother Long seemed oblivious to the overwhelming strength of the group downstairs. Seizing the opportunity while Brother Long was distracted, the second-in-command attempted to discreetly retreat and escape. But just as he took a step back, Brother Long's voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? Hearing this, the second-in-command's heart sank. Brother Long turned, a menacing smile spreading across his face. You wish to flee? The man, in a state of panic, wasted no time and bolted. However, outrunning an awakened individual was impossible. Brother Long swiftly seized him from behind, yanked him back, and with a fierce grip around his neck, snapped it with a violent twist. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of his second-in-command, Brother Long spat a thick loogie upon him. Coward, trying to escape at a time like this? He glared hatefully at Lin Qi downstairs, then retrieved his 2 trusty machetes from beneath the bed. These blades had accompanied him through countless battles, and it could be said that his standing in the underworld was forged through their use. He intended to wield these machetes to reduce Lin Qi and his subordinates to mere pulp. Chapter 58. A Turn of Events. Brother Long descended the stairs, intent on confronting Lin Qi. In his rage, he had lost all sense of reason, ready to strike at anyone in his path, be they subordinate or zombie. Soon, He arrived downstairs, where he fortuitously encountered Lin Qi. The sight of his adversary ignited a fierce animosity within him, and Brother Long swung his blades towards Lin Qi with unrestrained fury. Lin Qi would not indulge his flaws. The members of his survivor team formed a protective circle behind him, preventing the zombies from advancing. Lin Qi slowly approached Long Ge, who was still struggling to rise after being kicked down. Gazing at Long Ge, who lay motionless on the ground before him, Lin Qi couldn't help but mock him inwardly. How can you pretend to be a big brother when you can't even hold a watermelon knife steadily? Lin Qi smiled as he addressed Long Ge. Are you satisfied with the gift I presented to you? At that moment, Long Ge's face was flushed with confusion. He clutched his chest, where he had been kicked, and knelt on the ground. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. What gift? Noticing Long Ge's lack of comprehension, Lin Qi coolly continued. Long Ge, it seems that you are now left with nothing. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Long Ge gazed at Lin Qi with disbelief and asked, What do you mean? Was that bullet fired by you? Lin Qi chuckled. It seems you are not as foolish as I thought, to have guessed so quickly. Seeing Lin Qi's playful demeanor, Long Ge felt an overwhelming surge of anger threatening to explode within him. Lin Qi, you wretched scoundrel, he exclaimed, struggling to rise. He was determined to avenge the injury inflicted upon him by Lin Qi. However, just as he attempted to stand, Lin Qi swiftly kicked him back down. Long Ge, we have only just met. There is no need to be so hasty in your demise. Do not rush. I shall entertain you a while longer. Lin Qi wore a playful expression. At this moment, even Long Ge, whose mind was clouded by rage, began to regain a semblance of clarity. He recognized that Lin Qi's strength surpassed his own, and that brute force would yield no success. Instead, he must resort to cunning. Consequently, he feigned severe injury, rolling on the ground while his mind raced with strategies to find a way to escape. Lin Qi appeared indifferent, turning his back. Only the seemingly fragile Ruyun and Angel were gazing at him with a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Brother Long thought he had found an opportunity. He intended to take a hostage, using them to coerce Lin Qi into letting him escape. Once he had evaded Lin Qi's men, he was confident that with his unique abilities, he could quickly assemble a new crew to continue his reign of terror. With this thought, Brother Long suddenly sprang into action, seizing the nearest Ruyun and locking her throat from behind. Witnessing this, Angel cried out, Oh no, little Qi, look, Ruyun has been taken hostage. At that moment, Ruyun, realizing the peril, also exclaimed, Oh dear, I'm so scared. Little Qi, please come save me. Lin Qi turned upon hearing the commotion, and there he beheld Ruyun ensnared in Long Ge's grasp. At that moment, Long Ge possessed a hostage, and his confidence surged tremendously. Lin Qi, I acknowledge your formidable prowess. I concede that in a direct confrontation, I cannot best you. However, if you grant me a chance for survival, I assure you we shall never cross paths again. Rest assured about this woman. Once I reach a place of safety, I shall release her. At that instant, Ruyun exaggeratedly cried out, Little Qi, please save me. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qi pressed his hand to his forehead, displaying a visage of deep regret. Long Ge, observing this, felt an immense surge of joy within him, convinced that he had discerned Lin Qi's vulnerability. He believed that as long as he held on to this woman, Lin Qi would not dare to strike against him. With this thought, Long Ge proceeded, step by step, with Ruyun towards the periphery of the encirclement. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently from Lin Qi, Long Ge felt secure enough to contemplate eliminating Ruyun and making his escape. At that moment, Lin Qi's voice rang out unexpectedly. Ruyun, your penchant for theatrics has become excessive. You're overdoing it. If you don't act soon, everyone will have fled. What? Long Ge was rendered utterly bewildered by these words. What did it mean? Acting? Who was performing? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Ruyun, who had just been screaming in terror, suddenly erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha! Xiao Qi, you are truly something. After finally having a chance to play a trick on someone, you go and interrupt me. This is utterly no fun at all. Long Ge, upon hearing this, was even more confounded. What did this imply? Was he being toyed with? He felt that this group was exceedingly strange and resolved to distance himself from them. Just as he turned to flee, he discovered that his body had become immobile. A closer inspection revealed that he was ensnared by nearly invisible fine threads. Panic surged within him. When had he been ensnared? He felt no sensation. Could it possibly be due to the woman before him? This was too bizarre. At that moment, Nie Ruyun ceased her playful demeanor and turned to Long Gu, declaring, "You scoundrel, do you still wish to abduct me?" With that, she delivered a swift uppercut, striking Long Gu squarely in the abdomen. The excruciating pain radiated throughout his entire being, causing him to double over. Yet, due to the constraints of the threads, he was utterly immobilized, forced to writhe in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of agony. At this juncture, Long Ji's mind was consumed by astonishment. He could hardly believe how formidable Lin Qi was, but to discover that even a random female member of his team possessed such strength was beyond his comprehension. That punch was no less powerful than the kick Lin Qi had previously delivered. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of dread. What sort of monstrous beings had he provoked? Was every member of his team this formidable? If that were the case, who could possibly stand a chance against them? After Lin Qi witnessed the success of his plan, he gave Nie Ruyun a thumbs up. It turned out that everything that had just transpired had been prearranged by Lin Qi in consultation with several others before his arrival. Lin Qi was resolute in his belief that Long Gu, upon witnessing his prowess, would refrain from taking action against him. Instead, he would direct his efforts towards the other three individuals. It would be wiser to play along with his scheme. Thus, in the moment of Long Ji's greatest hubris, he would seize the opportunity to subdue him, plunging him into utter despair. Lin Qi's actions were undoubtedly backed by confidence. On the way here, he had bestowed upon each of them a crystal imbued with the ability of the lion fruit. Upon receiving the crystals, their physical prowess was significantly enhanced due to the dual abilities they now possessed. Subsequently, Lin Qi provided them with an ample supply of zombie crystals for absorption. They are now nearing the 4th level. Moreover, in terms of the potency of their abilities and physical condition, they far surpass others of the same rank. In contrast, Brother Long is merely a newly ascended 2nd-level ability user. His strength, when compared to the others, is akin to the heavens versus the earth. Lin Qi's actions were undoubtedly aimed at thoroughly tormenting Long Gu. At this moment, Long Gu finally realized he had been deceived by Lin Qi and his companions. He struggled desperately, attempting to break free and escape from his predicament. However, the more he fought, the tighter the bindings became. The strength of the cord was remarkably resilient, even more so than fishing line. Despite his physical prowess, he found himself unable to escape. At this juncture, Lin Qi approached Long Gu. Observing him suspended and immobilized in midair, Lin Qi mockingly remarked, "Long Gu, your appearance is quite unique." In this moment, Long Gu, true to his reputation as a ruffian, could only muster defiance through his words. "Lin Qi, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, release me so we can settle this one-on-one." Lin Qi appeared to have heard the most hilarious joke in the world. "Brother Long, do you take me for a mere 3-year-old, easily deceived? You are already in my grasp. Do you still have the standing to negotiate terms with me?" With a resounding punch, Lin Qi delivered a fierce blow to Long Ji's abdomen, causing him to grimace in excruciating pain, his face turning crimson as his body writhed in agony. After experiencing Lin Qi's terrifying strength once more, Long Gu could not help but exclaim that Lin Qi was beyond human. Despite possessing the ability to harden his skin, he found himself unable to withstand the immense force of Lin Qi's punch. "If you have the capability, then kill me," Long Gu shouted defiantly, suspended in midair, his body drenched in sweat from the impact of Lin Qi's strike, yet still refusing to concede. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qi offered a faint smile. He had a penchant for those who were obstinate. If someone were to yield too quickly, it would lose its charm. With that said, Lin Qi grinned malevolently as he began to slowly approach Brother Long. Noticing the unsettling gleam in Lin Qi's eyes, Brother Long felt a twinge of panic. He instinctively leaned his head back, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Please, do not come any closer." How could Lin Qi possibly fulfill his wish? After revealing a meaningful smile to Long Gu, Lin Qi rested his hand upon Long Ji's shoulder. Thus, 10 minutes elapsed. At this moment, Long Ge dangled there, his eyes devoid of vitality, saliva mingled with blood trickling from his mouth. He clung to life by a mere thread. His entire skeletal structure had been nearly obliterated by Lin Qi's relentless assault. Were it not for Long Ji's ability of skin hardening, he would likely have been crushed by Lin Qi, piece by piece, akin to the crumbling of dry noodles. He now dared not meet Lin Qi's gaze. In his eyes, Lin Qi had transformed into a veritable demon. Long Ge believed himself to possess a heart sufficiently cruel. Yet, in comparison to Lin Qi, he appeared as pure as a saint. He was utterly bewildered as to how Lin Qi had acquired such torturous methods, which could only be likened to the most heinous of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures. Lin Qi undoubtedly employed interrogation techniques from military combat skills on Brother Long. He utilized the entire repertoire on him. Remarkably, the efficacy of these interrogation methods varies significantly when applied to ordinary individuals as opposed to those with supernatural abilities. Due to their superior physical attributes, superhumans exhibit an extraordinary resilience to pain. An ordinary person subjected to the same treatment would have perished long ago. It is only the superhumans who could endure such an ordeal up to this point. After 10 minutes of relentless confrontation, Lin Qi found himself increasingly captivated by the experience. Were it not for the impending plans, he feared he might inadvertently beat Brother Long to death. Lin Qi has two objectives in his actions. Firstly, he seeks to alleviate the resentment that has burdened his heart. Secondly, he aims to deplete Long Ji's supernatural energy through relentless attacks. Indeed, at this moment, the faint azure glow that once enveloped Long Ge has vanished entirely. It appears that the energy within him has been exhausted, leaving him unable to sustain his supernatural state any longer. Lin Qi glanced at Long Ge, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed the way to proceed with the forthcoming actions. Long Ge, how about I present you with another grand gift? Lin Qi edged closer to Long Ge, uttering a single phrase to him. At that moment, Long Ge, upon hearing Lin Qi's voice, reacted as if confronted by a terrifying presence. His body shuddered involuntarily. He dared not lift his gaze to meet Lin Qi's eyes, repeatedly murmuring, I was wrong. Please spare me. I assure you, I shall never oppose you again. Lin Qi then said, do not be hasty, for my grand gift has yet to be presented to you. Upon hearing this, Long Ge numbly raised his head, only to be met with the sight of a zombie's head, mere inches away from him. Startled, Long Ge quickly looked upward, only to discover that there was not just one zombie before him, but a veritable horde. It transpired that while Lin Qi was engaging in a profound and amiable conversation with Long Ge, the 13 survivors had executed their plan, luring all the wandering zombies in the vicinity towards them. Subsequently, Uncle Tai and his companions utilized the abilities of the line fruit to restrain the movements of the zombies. At this moment, the creature's claws bared, roared menacingly at Long Ge. Understanding Lin Qi's intent, Long Ge fought against the excruciating pain in his body and struggled with fervor. Lin Qi pressed down on Long Ji's head, forcing his eyes wide open. Leaning close to his ear, she spoke in a frenzied manner, Long Ge, don't you relish watching others being slowly devoured by zombies? My brother, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Experience firsthand the sensation of being consumed bite by bite by the undead. What do you think? Do you relish the thought? Long Ji's mental state had already shattered. Damn it, you want me to personally experience the feeling of being devoured by zombies. Lin Qi is akin to a ruler of the apocalypse. In comparison to Lin Qi, I am nothing short of an embodiment of purity. Lin Qi seized the watermelon knife that had just fallen from Brother Long and placed it firmly in his hand. I grant you one last opportunity. If you can emerge alive from the onslaught of the zombies, I shall spare you. With that, Lin Qi swiftly evaded the scene and signaled Uncle Tai and the others to release the zombies, gesturing for Nie Ruyun to withdraw her powers. Brother Long crashed to the ground with a thud, aggravating his wounds. The pain was excruciating, compelling him to curl up. Yet, the instinct for survival urged him to resist such despair. Succumbing now would be tantamount to inviting death. He struggled to rise, ignoring the agony that coursed through his body. and began to inch away from the approaching horde of zombies. Freed from their restraints, the zombies surged towards the nearest tantalizing meal, encircling Brother Long. Seeing this, he attempted to activate his abilities, only to discover that his internal energy was completely depleted, rendering him powerless. Without his powers, Brother Long was merely a slightly stronger ordinary man, and his bones had been crushed by Lin Qi's earlier actions. Each movement sent waves of pain throughout his body, yet the primal urge to survive compelled him to wield the watermelon knife and strike at the encroaching zombies. To his surprise, Brother Long exhibited a commendable skill. He managed to fell the nearest zombie. With reckless abandon, he plunged a knife into the creature's skull. Elated at having vanquished one foe, he momentarily believed he could escape. However, in the next instant, a zombie seized his leg, followed by several others that pulled him down. Rendered immobile, Brother Long clawed at the gaps in the tiled floor, desperately trying to crawl forward, but the overwhelming number of zombies soon engulfed him. The stench of their rotting bodies surrounded him. In that moment, Brother Long comprehended the feelings of those he had previously discarded from the building. Despair washed over him completely. The zombies, heedless of his plight, began to consume him, tearing him apart. Amidst his anguished screams, he fell silent, his existence extinguished. Thus, the once menacing Brother Long met his demise. Chapter 60. The Lord's Unique Ability. After the zombies had feasted on Brother Long, they shifted their focus toward Lin Qi's team. Yet, they were swiftly eradicated by Lin Qi's survivor squad. The team had now begun to exhibit combat prowess. Ordinary hordes of zombies posed no challenge to them, barring an overwhelming tide of the undead or mutated variants akin to the lickers, which they were not yet equipped to handle. Once the last of the zombies had been dispatched, Lin Qi instructed his team to extract the brains of all the zombies, collecting the crystals within to present to him. Approaching Brother Long's remains, he excavated the crystal of his abilities. A shard gleaming with a metallic luster was unearthed and stored in his inventory. You have acquired a skin-hardening ability crystal. Critical hits amplified 1,000-fold. Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 skin-hardening ability crystals. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Qi led his team into the room where Long Gu was located. They discovered several women whose mental state had deteriorated alarmingly. At that moment, they were scantily clad, their hands flailing wildly in the air, and their faces were etched with sheer terror as they muttered incessantly about something. After a mere glance, Lin Qi turned on his heel and exited. This group had succumbed to madness, and he was no reincarnation of Hua Ta. Lin Qi gestured for the girls in the team to step forward and assist one another in putting on their clothes, bestowing upon them a semblance of dignity in their final moments. A few of the girls, their faces etched with compassion, approached, offering words of comfort while helping to dress them. Tears streamed down their faces as they donned the garments, lamenting the inhumanity of Long Gu and his ilk, who had subjected innocent lives to such torment. The sudden onset of this apocalyptic reality had magnified the most grotesque facets of human nature. In a world already fraught with peril, women and children were rendered the most vulnerable. Yet these demons relentlessly exacerbated their suffering. It was an injustice that Long Gu had met his end so easily. He ought to have endured far greater anguish. After completing this somber task, Lin Qi led his team away from the community. Unbeknownst to him, however, the scene of his squad-esque confrontation had been captured by a survivor from the neighborhood and subsequently shared online, igniting a tempest of reactions. Each video was inundated with numerous comments. Lin Qi has struck again. My heavens, are his followers this formidable? The equipment of his squad is astonishingly advanced. Oh, how I wish to join this team. I wonder if Lin Qi would accept a devoted supporter. Many remarked upon the fact that Lin Qi had targeted the infamous Long Gu, who had previously garnered significant attention online. Upon your mention, I indeed see the resemblance. It seems Lin Qi must have watched Long Gu's videos and deemed him too arrogant, prompting this intervention. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Long Gu's arrogance was unbearable. Another chimed in, I recognize you. Warranty you the one commenting under Long Gu's posts, expressing a desire to join him? In the days preceding the apocalypse, the internet had yet to descend into complete disarray. Lin Qi's videos are not only wildly circulated in Pingjiang City, but have also begun to spread to several surrounding cities. They are gradually becoming aware of the emergence of an extraordinarily powerful ability user in Pingjiang City. He leads a small team, equipped with superior gear and possessing formidable combat prowess. The video of Lin Qi has captured the attention of those who pride themselves as the strong in the apocalyptic world. At that moment, within a rented room in Pingjiang City, a red-haired youth deftly manipulated a short blade, licking his lips in anticipation, resembling a predator poised to strike. Lin Qi, I hope you can provide me with some excitement. Meanwhile, at a martial arts school in Pingjiang City, a robust man wielding a large blade, its edge ablaze, also caught sight of Lin Qi's video. He chuckled, noting that the two girls beside him were quite attractive. What Lin Qi remained oblivious to was that his battle with Long Gu had captured the attention of countless onlookers. In the days that followed, tranquility would be a rare commodity in the entire Pingjiang City. However, Lin Qi was indifferent to this chaos. By sheer coincidence, he encountered a group that had taken over a shopping mall's warehouse, presumably comprised of employees from the supermarket who had sought refuge within its confines at the onset of the apocalypse. At that moment, two individuals within had awakened their extraordinary powers. One possessed the ability to expel a highly corrosive liquid from his mouth, while the other could endlessly proliferate bone matter, utilizing the resulting growths as lethal projectiles. With their newfound abilities, they treated the other survivors as mere slaves, issuing commands as they pleased. Upon spotting Lin Qi and his companions, rather than exhibiting caution towards the strength of Lin Qi's team, they were instead consumed by greed for their equipment and the presence of several females within the group. In a reckless display, they initiated an assault on Lin Qi and his allies. The outcome was predictable, even without Lin Qi's direct intervention. The two were effortlessly dispatched by Uncle Nie and the other two members of the group. Subsequently, Lin Qi scoured the warehouse and brought the remaining survivors with him, thus fulfilling his mission of gathering survivors. However, the newly rescued individuals were not spared from the trials set forth by Lin Qi, as they too had to endure the challenge of slaying zombies devised by him. Upon entering the stronghold, Lin Qi was greeted by the system's notification. Congratulations on completing the Survivor Collection mission. You have received the reward, Special Lord Ability. Lin Qi curiously opened this ability to examine its other attributes. Lord Special Ability, Domain. Upon activation, a domain centered around oneself will be formed. Within this domain, you possess absolute dominion, exerting a formidable deterrent effect on targets within its confines. As the level of opponents increases, the deterrent effect gradually diminishes. Inside the domain, you could traverse the terrain effortlessly, moving through walls or objects, and even burrowing underground. Your presence within the domain can be concealed. The concealment effect becomes ineffective against opponents exceeding 3 levels above you. Current domain radius, 5 meters. The domain's range and power are correlated with the number of survivors within your base and the base's level. After Lin Qi finished examining the attributes of this new reward, he felt an immense joy within his heart. With his skill, he would no longer fear those adept at ambushes, whether they be supernatural beings, zombies, or mutated beasts. However, he was uncertain about the precise effects of its deterrent power. He needed to find someone to test it out. Lin Qi glanced around and happened to see Nie Ruyun assisting nearby. Lin Qi smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to deploy it. You are the one. Lin Qi quietly approached Nie Ruyun. He then expanded his domain. Chapter 61. Are you having a candlelight dinner in broad daylight? At that moment, Nie Ruyun was assisting Uncle Tai with matters concerning the survivor's entry into the base. Amidst the bustling activity, she suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Her legs stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an unseen force, rendering her utterly motionless. Only her consciousness remained alert. Simultaneously, a wave of intense fear began to spread from her heart. Could it be that the daytime was haunted? Nie Ruyun glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Lin Qi stood before her, meticulously observing her every move. He discerned that Nie Ruyun was not pretending. She truly could not see him. To her, he had become as invisible as a ghost. Satisfied with this realization, Lin Qi nodded approvingly. He withdrew his domain and revealed himself to her. At that moment, Nie Ruyun suddenly felt the strange and terrifying pressure that had enveloped her dissipate. Confused, she wondered why this sensation had come and gone so swiftly. Then, she was startled to find Lin Qi inexplicably standing right in front of her. "Little Qi, how do you appear and disappear so mysteriously? When did you come to stand before me?" Lin Qi glanced at Nie Ruyun, smiling yet remaining silent. Lin Qi's smile left Nie Ruyun utterly perplexed. However, through the experiments conducted on Nie Ruyun, Lin Qi is exceedingly pleased with the performance of skills in this domain. The concealment effect, at present, is indistinguishable from invisibility. The opponent is utterly oblivious to your presence. But this is not the end. Lin Qi arrived once more at the side of the villa's wall. He then unleashed his domain. At that moment, the wall and the surrounding objects were suddenly enveloped in a faint green hue in Lin Qi's eyes. The once solid wall appeared to him as if it were a tranquil surface of water. Lin Qi, filled with curiosity, extended his finger and gently tapped against the wall. In an instant, the entire wall seemed to ripple as though a stone had been cast into water, creating a series of concentric waves. To his astonishment, his finger effortlessly penetrated the wall. This remarkable discovery brought Lin Qi immense joy. Eager to explore further, he then leaned his entire body toward the wall. The sensation was akin to plunging into water, as the surface gradually enveloped his skin. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qi found himself within the confines of the villa. Lin Qi was experiencing the sensation of passing through walls for the very first time. In summary, it could be encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. At this moment, Lin Qi was filled with excitement. This ability was far more intricate than merely traversing walls, as it appeared on the surface. In just a brief span of time, Lin Qi conceived several feasible applications. For instance, he could manifest a battle domain, approach a zombie, and extract the crystal from its brain with a mere gesture. Alternatively, during combat with an adversary, he could project his domain to stealthily approach and crush their heart from within. However, this remarkable skill seemed to possess a significant drawback. Maintaining its activation consumed energy at an alarming rate. Given Lin Qi's current resources, he was not inclined to squander them recklessly. Lin Qi closed the domain and then emerged from the grand entrance of the villa. The bustling crowd noticed his figure, though a sense of perplexity lingered in their minds. Didn't Lin Qi just stand beside them moments ago? When did he enter the villa? How could he have failed to notice at all? Indeed, Lin Qi's prowess is truly formidable. He must strive to enhance his own strength, lest he fall too far behind Lin Qi. Soon, the newly arrived survivors were allocated to their respective living quarters. The necessary provisions had already been entrusted to Uncle Tai by Lin Qi, who would distribute the daily essentials to these survivors. At this moment, Lin Qi retrieved several delectable steaks from his storage space, along with a few bottles of 1982 Lafite. Seated at the dining table, he began to enjoy lunch with Uncle Tai and a few others. This sight left the newly joined survivors at Lin Qi's base utterly envious. After all, this is a post-apocalyptic world. Not only are they spared from hunger, but here they are indulging in steak, accompanied by fine wine. Do they even need candles during the day? Is this what one might call the absurd ritual of the affluent? Glancing at their own humble bowls of rice, they instantly felt a sense of deprivation. The 13 individuals who had joined Lin Qi's team earlier remarked, "It's just a matter of getting used to it." They were merely expressing their envy. In truth, Lin Qi had been quite generous to them as well, providing each person with a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, a luxury in their current circumstances. Lin Qi quickly finished his meal. He silently observed the survivors before him. It became evident that the construction of his base and the enhancement of its domain were inextricably linked to these survivors. Thus, his foremost task was to shelter them, thereby strengthening his own ranks. The more survivors he could accommodate, the greater his power would become, enabling him to provide them with enhanced safety and protection. Concurrently, as his strength grew, it would naturally attract even more survivors to join his base. This was indeed a virtuous cycle. At that moment, Lin Qi also discovered a remarkable fact. Those survivors who had been recognized by the system as belonging to his base now bore the label of Lin Qi's base on their attribute panels. This signified that once they entered, the notion of betraying Lin Qi's base would be rendered impossible. Lin Qi was exceedingly pleased with this measure. He had been troubled by the prospect of these survivors causing disturbances in his base, but the system had flawlessly resolved this dilemma for him. After finishing their meal, Lin Qi took out the zombie crystals for Uncle Tai and the others to use. As their physical prowess and abilities enhanced, the effectiveness of using the level 1 zombie crystals diminished significantly. Given the current trend, it was anticipated that once they reached level 4, these crystals would hold no value whatsoever. The pressing concern now was to locate level 2 zombies. However, with only the second day of the apocalypse upon them, all zombies had yet to consume sufficient flesh and blood to evolve. Where would he find a substantial number of level 2 zombies to slay? Well, one step at a time, Lin Qi shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After a brief period of preparation, he set out again in the afternoon with his companions, embarking on a mission to gather supplies and shelter survivors. After all, he was not running a charity. If he was to provide for them, they must contribute to his efforts. He ventured forth to earn his own sustenance. However, his primary concern remained the safety of his subordinates. Lin Qi took out the crystallized abilities of the line fruit and distributed them among the group. Upon receiving the crystals, excitement surged through them. For Lin Qi had just mentioned that utilizing these crystals would grant them formidable powers akin to his own. This would significantly enhance their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. He also equipped them with a plethora of weaponry, short blade for close combat, firearms, bows, crossbows, and even grenades. The sheer volume of weaponry left the survivors in awe. They were astounded by the source of Lin Qi's impressive arsenal. However, with such an abundance of weapons, their sense of security was greatly bolstered. They reaffirmed in their hearts that joining Lin Qi's base was indeed a sagacious decision. Chapter 62. The Zombie Pup. Soon, Lin Qi completed the allocation of teams. The 20 survivors were divided into 3 groups, each led by Nie Ruyun, Angel, and Uncle Tai. Given that Angel's personal strength was somewhat inferior to that of the other 2, her team was supplemented with 2 additional survivors to balance the overall capabilities. Lin Qi had meticulously established a timeline for them and equipped the 3 team leaders with intelligent micromonitoring devices for seamless communication. After thoroughly assessing the condition of each squad and confirming all was in order, Lin Qi signaled for their departure. He and Xiao Jin formed one team, their objective being to journey to a warehouse in the outskirts. There, they sought potential transportation or additional supplies that they might lack. As they traversed the route, Lin Qi pressed the accelerator to the floor, careening through the streets with reckless abandon. Any zombies encountered along the way were mercilessly collided with, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson carnage in the wake of his vehicle. Thus, while cutting a path through the throng of the undead and scavenging for resources, Lin Qi spent over an hour before finally reaching their destination, the suburban warehouse complex. Upon entering the outskirts, a palpable sense of desolation enveloped the area as silence descended. After all, the apocalypse had only recently commenced, and the zombies from the city had yet to migrate to this locale. Lin Qi arrived at the largest base in Pingjiang City, dedicated to the integrated processes of pig farming, slaughtering, processing, storage, and transportation. Glancing around, he noticed dozens of trucks that had seemingly been unloading cargo before the onset of the apocalypse. However, with the arrival of the end times, the drivers must have either fled from the zombies or succumbed to becoming one themselves. In any case, the doors of the cabs stood wide open, and half of the cargo had fallen to the ground. Coupled with the sweltering heat, after a day's passage, the pork left exposed to the elements had entirely decomposed, emanating a repugnant stench. Lin Qi waved his hand in front of his nose, and then, cradling little Jean, strolled into the courtyard. Little Jean, displaying a touch of anthropomorphism, covered his nose with his front paw, as if to express the unpleasant odor that permeated the air. As they ventured further, they encountered several small platforms equipped with conveyor belts at the entrances of 4 large warehouses. This appeared to be the designated area for loading and unloading goods. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Qi observed 5 expansive warehouses standing side by side. However, one of the cold storage facilities seemed to have suffered due to the onset of the apocalypse, as the refrigeration unit within had malfunctioned. Ultimately, a fire had engulfed the entirety of the warehouse. By the time Lin Qi arrived, the fire had nearly extinguished. The air was permeated with a faint scent of charred remnants. Lin Qi decided to first examine the first warehouse on the left, carrying the little golden object. He arrived at the entrance of warehouse number 1. At that moment, he noticed a map affixed in front of the warehouse. This map depicted the entire factory area, indicating the functional divisions within the 5 warehouses. The layout of the 5 warehouses was identical. Lin Qi resolved to enter the warehouse and uncover its mysteries. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in a spacious area that was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic hum of the operational refrigeration compressor. Observing the vehicles at the entrance, Lin Qi realized that this place must have been populated during the apocalyptic events. Yet, the warehouse was so expansive that it seemed implausible for it to be entirely devoid of life. Regardless of the presence of survivors, it should not be so utterly empty. With this perplexing thought, Lin Qi cradled the small golden object and cautiously ventured further into the depths of the warehouse. As he walked, his hand brushed against the meat stored nearby. Before long, he had successfully collected an array of supplies into his storage space. As he continued on, he spotted an individual clad in work attire, seated and exhibiting a series of involuntary spasms. Approaching closer, he discerned a faint rustling sound emanating from that direction. It appeared that something was amiss ahead. Lin Qi cautiously approached to investigate. However, when he stood before the figure, he was rendered speechless. The scene was utterly chilling. The man's body had been hollowed out. Within his abdominal cavity, two entities that appeared to be puppies were relentlessly tearing at the flesh, clinging to the bones. It was this very action that had misled Lin Qi into thinking the man was merely convulsing. In truth, it was the work of these 2 puppies. Suddenly sensing the presence of another, the 2 puppies turned their heads sharply. Their appearance suggested they were no more than a month or 2 old, mere helpless pups. Yet at that moment, they were drenched in blood, presenting a terrifying sight. Lin Qi beheld the 2 dogs and pondered. Have the creatures of this apocalyptic world resorted to feasting upon the remains of humanity? However, in the very next moment, he realized that these were no ordinary, famished pups. To his astonishment, as they faced him, their heads began to split apart along the midline, grotesquely opening wide while emitting terrifying howls that were utterly chilling to behold. Moreover, this gaping maw was lined with razor-sharp teeth, and at its center lay a tongue bristling with vicious barbs. Lin Qi harbored no doubt that a mere lick from that tongue could cause him to lose a couple of pounds. At this moment, he was fully aware that he was not confronting 2 starving little dogs, but rather 2 mutated zombie hounds. In the wake of the apocalypse, it was not only humans who could transform into the undead. A plethora of flora and fauna were also susceptible to such a fate. Among the urban dwellers, the most common transformations were those of household pets like cats and dogs, as well as the rats that dominated the sewers. In terms of combat prowess, zombie beasts surpassed their human counterparts significantly. Lin Qi vaguely recalled a legend from his previous life, one that spoke of a medium-sized sanctuary housing several hundred individuals, which had been utterly annihilated by a horde of mutated zombie dogs that were once stray canines. It is worth noting that this base was home to individuals with extraordinary abilities. Yet, even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. In such circumstances, the presence of superhumans offers little solace against the fate of total obliteration. Observing this dire situation, the small golden creature in Lin Qi's arms suddenly bared its teeth at 2 of the zombie dogs. Just as Lin Qi prepared to set the creature down to allow it to eliminate the 2 zombie pups, more than 20 similarly sized zombie pups unexpectedly sprang forth from the surroundings. To make matters worse, among them were 4 exceptionally large zombie dogs. Notably, 2 of these appeared to be mutations of German Shepherds or Czech wolf dogs, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, towering over Lin Qi by a head's height. Lin Qi realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. This horde of zombies appeared to be incensed by the presence of Lin Qi, emitting piercing cries that echoed through the air. The more than 20 zombie dogs, varying in size, mirrored this aggression, their heads twisting from side to side, revealing menacing maws filled with jagged fangs. Among them, two particularly robust zombie dogs were even more fearsome, their skulls grotesquely split into 4 segments, exposing not only a barbed tongue, but also countless slender tendrils writhing within. They howled and charged toward Lin Qi with ferocity. Chapter 63. Fierce Battle with the Zombie Dogs. Truly, these hunting dogs, imbued with the genes of wild wolves, exhibited a remarkable savagery. It was evident that this pack of zombie dogs retained the primal instincts of their pre-transformation state. It seemed that prior to the apocalypse, these creatures were kept in warehouses for guarding purposes. However, after the cataclysm, they transformed into zombie dogs, not only awakening their inherent wildness, but also significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Lin Qi did not dare to delay any longer. He hastily summoned a set of Kevlar armor and donned it. At that moment, Xiao Jin also leaped to the ground, ready to engage in combat with the zombie dogs. Lin Qi did not dare to be negligent. He cautiously drew his alloy war knife and cleaved the zombie puppy that lunged towards him in two, slaying it instantly. However, it was not long before the remaining 20 or so zombie puppies charged right before Lin Qi. Lin Qi had no choice but to retreat while wielding his blade in defense. At this moment, Xiao Jin found itself ensnared by a pack of several zombie pups. Despite the dire circumstances, Xiao Jin was still able to maneuver with remarkable speed, skillfully evading the advances of the undead hounds. Lin Qi moved swiftly, continually retreating to create distance between himself and the zombie pups. He compelled them to leap one by one in an attempt to attack him. This provided Lin Qi with the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Lin Qi initially believed that he and Xiao Jin could effortlessly eliminate the pack of zombie dogs. However, at that moment, Lin Qi cast a glance to the side and noticed that the 4 massive zombie dogs were standing still, fixated on Lin Qi and Xiao Jin. Witnessing this, Lin Qi's heart tightened involuntarily. Typically, zombies or mutated beasts act on instinct, mindlessly engaging in slaughter. The only circumstance in which creatures observe a battle from the sidelines is when they have developed their own intelligence, capable of seizing opportunities and coordinating as a team. This realization prompted Lin Qi to exercise greater caution. Should they capitalize on a moment of vulnerability, it could spell trouble for him. Although Lin Qi moved with remarkable swiftness, he could not escape the fate of encountering over 20 zombie pups, resulting in a few elusive adversaries slipping through his defenses. Those zombie pups that evaded Lin Qi's blade lunged at his Kevlar armor, opening their gaping maws to incessantly gnaw at his body. The sound of their biting echoed ominously. Yet, Kevlar proved itself as the most suitable material for ballistic and stab resistance in contemporary warfare, effortlessly enduring the assaults of the ravenous zombie pups. Lin Qi observed the relentless assault of the zombie puppies upon him. With a swift motion, he freed one hand and seized one of the creatures, hurling it away with great force. Remarkably, its teeth remained intact even after biting into Kaifula. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was embroiled in a fierce struggle of her own, encircled by several zombie puppies. It appeared that these creatures had some semblance of coordination, likely directed by a few larger zombie dogs employing a peculiar method from behind the scenes. Consequently, Xiao Jin had no choice but to rely solely on her remarkable speed to evade their attacks, continually defending herself while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, no such chance presented itself. At that moment, Lin Qi decided to take decisive action. He could not afford to squander any more time with these zombie puppies. His focus had been unwaveringly fixed on the zombie dogs, which were now showing signs of impending movement. Lin Qi wielded a knife in one hand while executing the finger thrust from the Navy 6 techniques with the other. The two techniques harmoniously complemented each other, rendering the zombie pups no match for Lin Qi, who swiftly dispatched them one by one. Soon, the surrounding zombie pups were all eliminated by Lin Qi. With the pressure alleviated, Xiao Jin seized the moment and quickly took down the zombie pups, encircling it. It then approached Lin Qi, baring its teeth at the 4 remaining zombie dogs. At that moment, Lin Qi scanned the area and discovered that these 4 zombie dogs had attained the level of third-tier zombies. This rapid evolution was likely due to their guardianship of such an immense warehouse and their recent consumption of copious amounts of flesh and blood, granting them substantial energy. It is worth noting that Xiao Jin, despite receiving Lin Qi's support, had only reached the 3rd level, still short of the 4th. In a one-on-one scenario, Xiao Jin might prevail against one of them. However, in the face of 4 simultaneously, it stood no chance of victory. Even Lin Qi would find it challenging to vanquish them in a 1 versus 4 situation. Lin Qi glanced at Xiao Jin and remarked, "It seems we are about to witness a spectacular showdown between Tom and Spike today." Xiao Jin looked at Lin Qi with confusion. Although he understood that Lin Qi was likely speaking to himself, he could not grasp the true meaning of Lin Qi's words. However, the 4 zombie dogs did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. In that moment, the 4 undead canines sprang into action, their heads snapping open to reveal gaping, blood-soaked maws. They unleashed their barbed tongues, which shot forth like harpoons, aimed precisely at Lin Qi and Xiao Jin. Lin Qi and Xiao Jin leapt to the left and right, narrowly evading the 4 tongues that lunged towards them. Yet this was not the end. The 2 larger zombie dogs unleashed an array of writhing, minuscule tentacles from their gaping maws, enveloping Lin Qi and Xiao Jin in a swift, silken embrace. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qi executed the moon step in midair, forcefully altering his body's orientation to evade the lethal grasp of the tentacles. However, Xiao Jin lacked the agility to similarly maneuver in the air. As Xiao Jin was on the verge of being ensnared, Lin Qi swiftly slashed towards him with his blade. The crescent moon slash unleashed a delicate azure crescent of blade energy, slicing directly before Xiao Jin. With a resounding whoosh, the strike severed countless slender tentacles, which fell to the ground, writhing frantically. The tentacles then closed their gaping maws, reverting to their ordinary canine countenance. Casting a glance at Lin Qi, they propelled themselves off the ground, launching towards him with remarkable swiftness, one to the left and the other to the right. Lin Qi was utterly astonished by their swiftness. He had not anticipated that the 2 zombie dogs, despite their considerable size, could match the speed of the agile little golden retriever so closely. Lin Qi executed the Navy SEAL-style shave technique, instantly propelling himself several meters away, deftly evading the attacks of 2 zombie hounds. Following this, he unleashed a gale kick, sending forth a crescent-shaped blast of compressed air directly towards the nearest zombie hound. Boom! The hound's hind leg was obliterated by Lin Qi's strike. In agony, the creature swiftly pivoted, baring its bloodied maw, while its harpoon-like tongue lunged at Lin Qi once more. Lin Qi reacted swiftly, evading to the side. He then swung his blade, severing the tongue into 2 halves. Subsequently, he executed a swift maneuver, appearing directly before the zombie dog. With a rapid strike, he cleaved the creature in 2, splitting its body cleanly from the gaping maw. It was utterly lifeless. The other zombie dog hesitated, taken aback by Lin Qi's astonishing display of power that had instantaneously dispatched its comrade. In that moment, it lost the will to fight, turning to flee in desperation. Lin Qi was astonished by the intelligence of the zombie dog, which had surprisingly learned to flee. However, Lin Qi could not let this opportunity slip away. On the battlefield, whether human or beast, one must never turn their back on the enemy. Lin Qi seized the opportunity and executed a crescent moon strike, cleaving the second zombie hound in 2. Turning back, he observed that Xiao Jin, with agile movements, had already inflicted severe wounds upon the 2 zombie hounds. Seeing that the 2 hounds were on the brink of collapse, Lin Qi charged forward and swiftly decapitated them with a single stroke each. In the midst of his fervent battle, Xiao Jin suddenly noticed that Lin Qi had dispatched his 2 adversaries. In a moment of frustration, he began to whine at Lin Qi, expressing his displeasure that just as he was ready to enjoy the thrill of combat, Lin Qi had already eliminated his opponents. Lin Qi chuckled softly, taken aback by the revelation that this little Jin was, in fact, a battle enthusiast. He retrieved a zombie crystal from his storage space and offered it to the eager little creature. Upon seeing the delectable treat, Xiao Jin immediately transformed into a docile feline form, rubbing affectionately against Lin Qi before promptly devouring the crystal with delight. Chapter 64. The Mutated Rat. After attending to the gluttonous Xiao Jin, Lin Qi commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. He first severed the heads of several zombie pups, extracting a crystal from within. This crystal was merely 1/3 the size of a typical one. Nonetheless, Lin Qi did not express disdain, for even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. He casually stored it away in his storage space. After cleaving the heads of 2 more zombie dogs, he uncovered 2 crystals of normal size. Lin Qi placed them all into the storage space. He then cleaved open the heads of the 2 exceptionally large zombie dogs. The crystals that tumbled out were significantly larger than the ordinary zombie crystals, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Lin Qi glanced curiously at the crystal's attributes. Zombie dog crystal. Description: grants mutated beast the ability to acquire tentacles. Lin Qi glanced at the introduction, then turned his gaze to Xiao Jin, his expression one of bewilderment. He had just imagined the creature opening its mouth, unleashing a multitude of tentacles, and the mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He promptly shook his head. There was no way he would let Xiao Jin use such a thing. It was far too detrimental to its image. After consigning the object to his storage space, Lin Qi, accompanied by Xiao Jin, proceeded towards the next warehouse. It is worth noting that ever since Xiao Jin awakened its extraordinary abilities, it had lost all interest in its former favorites, cat food and goat milk powder. Now, the only sustenance Lin Qi could provide was zombie crystals. Moreover, Xiao Jin's appetite was astonishingly large, consuming nearly as much as Uncle Tai and his 2 companions combined each day. This was only feasible for Lin Qi, given his substantial resources. Otherwise, Xiao Jin might very well regard an ordinary individual as mere sustenance. Upon arriving at another warehouse, Lin Qi discovered that the large door stood wide open, yet the lights in the ceiling had extinguished. Coupled with the absence of windows in the warehouse walls, the deeper he ventured inside, the darker it became. This compelled Lin Qi to retrieve a flashlight to illuminate his path. Lin Qi glanced at the little golden creature beside him and observed that it was still as lively and bouncy as ever, showing no discernible difference from its usual self. Indeed, cats possess remarkable night vision. As long as the surroundings are not enveloped in total darkness, they encounter no difficulties. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became. Lin Qi illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, revealing nothing but emptiness. Consequently, he proceeded forward gradually, all the while placing the supplies from the warehouse into his storage space. At that moment, Lin Qi and Xiao Jin reached a corridor when, suddenly, an object came crashing down. This startled Xiao Jin, making her leap several meters into the air. It is often said that a cat's reflexes are 7 times that of a human. Even Lin Qi, with his enhanced physique, could not match Xiao Jin's swift reaction. Lin Qi directed the flashlight towards the fallen figure, revealing his visage. It became evident that he was a warehouse worker, discernible from the tattered remnants of his clothing. However, this individual was devoid of flesh and blood, reduced to nothing but a thoroughly gnawed skeleton. Lin Qi assumed it was the work of yet another pack of zombie dogs. However, upon illuminating the skeletal remains with his flashlight, he was met with a different revelation. Lin Qi suddenly sensed something amiss. The skeletal remains before him were covered in a multitude of minute marks. These did not resemble the bite marks of a canine. Rather, they bore a closer resemblance to those of another species of rodent. The traces appeared to have been left by mice. The surface had been licked clean to an extraordinary degree. Even zombie dogs, when feasting on humans, would not leave such a pristine scene. Only diminutive, mutated rodents would exhibit such behavior. Despite their feeble strength, the sheer numbers of these mutated mice were overwhelming. A single nest could harbor hundreds, if not thousands of them, particularly in the vicinity of such a vast warehouse. If rodent control measures were not promptly implemented, a veritable plague of mice would ensue. At that moment, Lin Qi seemed to hear a rustling sound ahead. Additionally, his feline companion, Xiao Jin, sensed something amiss as well, displaying its claws and bristling fur. The cacophony of the rodents grew increasingly loud. This indicated a clear truth. The mice had caught wind of Lin Qi and Xiao Jin's presence and were hastening towards them. However, Lin Qi was not particularly alarmed by a few hundred mice, as he believed he could manage them. Yet, judging by the noise, it sounded as though there were more than just a few hundred. If there were thousands, even Lin Qi would have no choice but to flee for his life. He was unafraid when confronting enemies of greater individual strength. Lin Qi found himself devoid of any means to utilize his skills, if surrounded by a swarm of rodents. Even he would be left with no choice but to start anew. At this moment, the rats in the distance had surged to the forefront. The beam of the flashlight illuminated their features, revealing their grotesque forms. Through mutation, this horde of zombie rats had grown to the size of domestic cats. Scanning the area within the flashlight's glow, Lin Qi counted dozens of these creatures. At this juncture, he dared not to underestimate the threat. He swiftly scooped up the eager little Jean and fled towards the warehouse entrance. The outside space offered a greater chance of escape, making it less likely for him to be encircled. Venturing outdoors would provide him with an opportunity to counterattack. However, just then, a particularly large rat emerged at the entrance. This creature had mutated to a height equivalent to Lin Qi's thigh. It now blocked the warehouse's entrance, its crimson eyes fixed intently on both Lin Qi and little Jean. Simultaneously, it emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, seemingly issuing commands to the advancing horde behind it. Lin Qi felt a surge of anxiety welling up within him. He found himself trapped, beset by dangers both ahead and behind, leaving him no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Setting down the little golden creature, he summoned forth his alloyed battle knife. The little golden one would confront the horde of rodents pursuing from behind, while Lin Qi prepared to face the enormous mutated rat king before him. Despite the overwhelming number of rodents, it was well known that cats were the natural predators of mice, and the little golden creature was a special mutated beast. Thus, it was reasonable to expect that dealing with a swarm of rats would pose no significant challenge. Lin Qi gripped his battle knife tightly, aiming it at the Rat King looming in front of him. At that moment, the Rat King planted its foreclaws firmly on the ground, fixating its gaze on Lin Qi. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing shriek and charged towards him with astonishing speed. The velocity of the Rat King caught Lin Qi completely off guard. He had not anticipated that such a large creature could move with such swiftness, rivaling his own. Had Lin Qi not employed the Navy's 6 styles, he would have found it difficult to outpace the mutated Rat King. It was too late for Lin Qi to evade, as the little golden creature was directly behind him. Consequently, he positioned his battle knife horizontally before him, bracing for the Rat King's assault. The collision of the Rat King's teeth and the blade of the knife produced a jarring impact, accompanied by a sound that sent shivers through Lin Qi's teeth. The Rat King, undeterred, continued to gnaw at the knife as if intent on severing it, preparing to launch an attack against Lin Qi. Lin Qi never anticipated that the Rat King's teeth would be so formidable. When they sank into the alloy sword, not only did they fail to shatter, but they also generated sparks from the intense friction against the blade. Realizing it could not reach Lin Qi, the Rat King abandoned its assault and pivoted, launching itself towards Lin Qi from another angle. Where could Lin Qi possibly remain stationary, enduring the onslaught of the Rat King? In a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful slash. Yet, to his astonishment, the Rat King exhibited remarkable agility. That massive form, in a surprising display, forcibly twisted its body to alter its course, narrowly evading Lin Qi's strike. Subsequently, the Rat King pivoted, its elongated and resilient tail sweeping toward Lin Qi's calf with ferocity. Lin Qi swiftly raised his blade to defend himself, but the Rat King's tail ensnared both his weapon and his leg. In a decisive motion, Lin Qi drew his sword, severing the tail and causing blood to gush forth. The Rat King let out a piercing scream of agony before lunging at Lin Qi with increased ferocity. Seizing the moment, Lin Qi employed the technique of moon step, closing the distance between them and bringing his sword down. However, he had underestimated the Rat King's agility. At such a close range, the Rat King unnaturally shifted its spine, evading Lin Qi's strike with an uncanny twist of its body. Frustrated by his repeated misses, Lin Qi's anger began to boil. Today, I shall not believe that a mere rodent can stir up such chaos. With this thought, he unleashed his domain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qi vanished from the Rat King's perception, leaving it bewildered and unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of its foe. Meanwhile, Lin Qi closed in on the Rat King, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just as his blade was about to cleave through the Rat King's form, instinctual survival kicked in. The Rat King desperately twisted its neck aside, resulting in Lin Qi's strike landing at the base of its forelimbs instead of delivering a fatal coup. Blood erupted forth, igniting the primal fury within the Rat King. Undeterred by its injuries, it charged at Lin Qi with renewed ferocity. Lin Qi executed a swift strike from the Navy's 6 styles, retreating gracefully. Following this, he launched a powerful moon cutter, which landed heavily upon the Rat King. The Rat King, caught off guard, was unable to evade the blow. The strike cleaved through the Rat King's body from its left foreleg to its right hind leg, effectively severing it in twain. Yet, the Rat King's vitality remained remarkably resilient. Despite being so grievously wounded, it did not succumb immediately. Its jaws continued to snap open and shut, seemingly intent on sinking its teeth into Lin Qi. Lin Qi stepped forward and delivered a final strike, severing the head of the Rat King. At last, the Rat King was vanquished. Lin Qi did not rush to clean up the battlefield. Instead, he looked up at Little Jean. At this moment, although Little Jean was fighting alone, it grew more valiant with each encounter, its paws waving vigorously. Each strike landed with precision on the body of a mutated rat, relentlessly reaping the lives of these creatures. However, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming, and a single cat could hardly withstand the onslaught. Just then, Lin Qi charged forward, wielding his blade against the mutated rodents. With Lin Qi's assistance, the pressure on Little Jean was instantly alleviated. It let out a fierce roar and boldly plunged into the throng of rats, unleashing devastation all around. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qi thought to himself, how could he allow a mere cat to overshadow him? Thus, an unspoken competition ensued between man and feline, each striving to outdo the other in the extermination of mutated rats. For every rat you dispatch with your claws, I shall fell one with my blade. In a fleeting moment, the warehouse became a battleground, leaving the mutated rats bewildered as to who held the upper hand. The duo, man and cat, fully embraced their roles as targets for practice, tirelessly experimenting with various forms of attack upon the swarming rodents. Ultimately, at a certain moment, with the final mutated rat collapsing, Lin Qi and Xiao Jin annihilated the mutated mice within the warehouse. After an intense battle in a short span of time, even Lin Qi, with his serum-enhanced physique, could hardly bear the strain, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Xiao Jin fared no better. Its once golden fur was now stained crimson with blood, the dried remnants matting its coat into clumps. Nevertheless, Lin Qi found a certain exhilaration in the act of slaughter. Lin Qi chose to rest for a moment in place. He then approached the Rat King, drawing his battle blade and swiftly slicing towards the creature's head. Subsequently, a crystal, the size of a quail's egg, tumbled forth from its cranium. Lin Qi gazed at the crystallized essence of the Rat King, pondering its attributes. He was taken aback to discover that the Rat King possessed the extraordinary ability to command its kin. Such a power is indeed quite practical. Just imagine, when Xiao Jin faces the overwhelming tide of the undead, standing atop the fortress walls and unleashing a mighty roar. In that instant, a legion of mutated cats, each the size of a tiger, emerges, charging into the horde of zombies with relentless ferocity. The mere thought of such a spectacle ignites a fervor within one's soul. He carefully stored the Rat King's crystal into his storage space. Lin Qi has once again set his sights on the two formidable fangs of the Mouse King. During the recent battle, Lin Qi experienced firsthand the remarkable hardness of these incisors, which astonishingly rivaled that of a blade forged from adamant alloy. Lin Qi unsheathed his battle blade and cleaved open the skull of the Rat King, extracting both incisors with precision. After inspecting them, he placed the trophies into his storage space, deeming such materials worthy of preservation. Should the base eventually unlock functionalities for equipment synthesis, these items would prove invaluable. At that moment, a pang of hunger struck Lin Qi. Undeterred by the carnage surrounding him, he settled down, retrieving food and water from his storage, and began to partake of his meal right there. Lin Qi had long since acclimatized to such circumstances. In his previous life, he had dined even amidst heaps of corpses. Naturally, at this moment, he did not forget to pull out a zombie crystal and toss it to the little glutton, Xiao Jin. This creature had been thoroughly exhausted from the recent battles. Upon receiving the crystal, it began to devour it voraciously, as if feasting on cat food. Each bite crunched delightfully. Soon, both man and cat were sated. Afterward, Lin Qi rose and commenced the tedious task of methodically slicing open the heads of the mutated rats to extract their crystals. Though these crystals were diminutive, their quantity was considerable. After a couple of hours of diligent work, Lin Qi successfully gathered 1,036 mutated rat crystals. Adhering to the principle of opportunism, he stored them all in his personal storage space. Chapter 66. It is quite humiliating to train a cat to bark. Once he had completed his task, Lin Qi glanced at the little Jean, who was still licking its lips with evident satisfaction, displaying an insatiable expression. Observing this, Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder those with a voracious appetite are called gluttonous cats. This little Jean was indeed quite the Epicurean. However, its combat prowess was formidable, and he genuinely needed it to fight alongside him. Thus, indulging its appetite was of little consequence. After all, he could afford to support it. Following the thorough sweep of the second warehouse, Lin Qi and Xiao Jin arrived at the third warehouse. The entrance to this warehouse was securely shut, exuding a robust appearance. However, that was merely the case for an ordinary person. Could Lin Qi now be an ordinary person? With a single kick, the entire gate began to tremble violently. Bang! The resounding noise reverberated throughout the entire warehouse complex. Another kick followed. Bang! The gate was now on the verge of collapse. Bang! Lin Qi delivered a powerful kick with his third strike. The grand door, unable to withstand the force, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust erupted in a swirling cloud. Lin Qi waved his hand, dispersing the dust before him. At that moment, the contents of the warehouse revealed themselves to his eyes. This warehouse appeared to be somewhat cleaner than the previous two. It was filled to the brim with supplies, and as Lin Qi walked, he began to store them in his storage space. Just then, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air echoed around him. Lin Qi reacted swiftly, sidestepping to the side. However, it appeared as if the object had anticipated his evasion, striking him squarely on the head. At that moment, Xiao Jin also entered a state of vigilance, determined to unmask the assailant, the devious old six. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of doubt arose within Lin Qi's heart. He could distinctly sense that this object possessed no lethal force. It was merely the product of an ordinary person's strength hurled through the air. Lin Qi cast his gaze downward, curious about what had ambushed him. To his surprise, it was merely a pig's foreleg. At this moment, Lin Qi felt a sense of helplessness, for he realized that there was undoubtedly a survivor hidden within this warehouse. Straightening his posture, he surveyed his surroundings and called out boldly, "Come forth. Do not hide any longer." When no one emerged, a cold smile crept across Lin Qi's face. He deliberately taunted, "Still unwilling to show yourself? If you remain hidden, I shall unleash my dog upon you." Xiao Jin. Lin Qi turned to glance at Little Jean. Little Jean was quite intelligent. He understood the meaning behind Lin Qi's words. However, he looked at Lin Qi with a face full of confusion. "Did you not just say you were going to unleash the dog? Why are you calling me? Am I really so much like a dog?" "Absolutely not." "Yeah, my God." Little Jean protested vehemently. Yet, in Lin Qi's eyes, Little Jean was merely meowing incessantly at him. Lin Qi had anticipated that Xiao Jin would say something more. He gently patted Xiao Jin's head and said, "Good boy. In a moment, you will pretend to be a dog. When I shout, you simply rush forward." Xiao Jin's protest became more fervent. "Why should I be the dog? I refuse." Perhaps sensing a pang of conscience, Lin Qi reassured Xiao Jin, "Don't worry. I won't make you work for nothing. If you agree, I will reward you with a crystal from the zombies. All right?" The mention of the zombie crystal instantly brightened Xiao Jin's eyes. With a zombie crystal in hand, things would become much easier. It was merely a matter of pretending to be a little dog, and he could surely satisfy Lin Qi in no time. Clearing his throat, Xiao Jin stopped meowing and began to mimic the sounds of a dog instead. Meow, woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi was filled with immense joy. He had not anticipated that Xiao Jin possessed such a remarkable talent for imitating a dog's bark. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin pondered to himself, "Is it easy for me to toil for this morsel of food? Alas, the plight of a worker is truly hard." At that moment, Lin Qi rose once more to survey his surroundings, noticing that the individual had yet to emerge. Lin Qi exclaimed, "I shall count to 3. If you do not emerge by then, I will truly unleash the dogs to hunt you down." At that moment, the little golden dog chimed in with a bark, as if to say, "Come out, you old rascal." After all, it is quite a disgrace for a cat to mimic the bark of a dog. 3, 2. Before Lin Qi could utter a word, a voice suddenly emerged from behind the storage area. "No, no, no. Don't let the dogs out. I'll come out." Shortly thereafter, a young man stepped into view. Clad in the work attire of the warehouse, he appeared to be around 20 years of age, embodying the youthful innocence of someone fresh from academia. He and Lin Qi were of similar height, yet his frame was notably slender. At that moment, he gazed at Lin Qi with a visage of sheer terror. This young man was Zhang Bufan, who had recently graduated from a technical school and leveraged connections to secure employment in this place, working as a conveyor belt operator. He had only been on the job for 2 days before the apocalypse struck. Initially, he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He distinctly recalled the incident from the previous day when someone collapsed beside him. Just as he approached to investigate, that individual suddenly erupted into violence, lunging at him. Fortunately, he had a wrench used for operating the conveyor belt in hand, which he instinctively raised to fend off the zombie's attack, preventing it from biting him. After breaking free from the zombie's grasp, he hastily retreated into the warehouse and secured the door. A few others followed him inside, but tragically, 2 among them had already succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies within moments. Chaos ensued within the warehouse as the undead began to swarm. Overwhelmed with fear, Zhang Bufan seized a wrench and struck wildly at the approaching zombie, his panic intensifying, even as he rendered the creature unrecognizable. He could not bring himself to cease his assault. It was only when more zombies lunged at him that he instinctively dodged. By sheer luck, he stumbled upon a long hook used for hanging meat, its end sharp like a spear. Armed with this newfound weapon, he methodically dispatched several zombies within the warehouse. Subsequently, he remained in hiding, afraid to venture outside. Moments ago, he had heard the ominous sound of someone kicking the door, prompting him to conceal himself. Peeking cautiously, he saw a figure enter through the door. In a desperate act of self-defense, he hurled a pig's foreleg at Lin Qi's head, gripped by fear. The sight of this man, who had effortlessly kicked the warehouse door open with a mere 3 strikes, made Zhang Bufan acutely aware of the formidable strength he possessed. Chapter 67. Conceptual Abilities. During his school days, Zhang Bufan was an avid reader of novels. He could piece together the events that had transpired since yesterday, recognizing them as a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic tales. Most people had transformed into zombies, while a select few, endowed with remarkable talents, awakened extraordinary powers. To Zhang Bufan, the man before him seemed to embody one of those gifted individuals. How else could one explain his ability to kick open the warehouse door with such ease? "W, what are you here for?" Zhang Bufan stammered, regretting his words the moment they left his mouth. Wasn't that an utterly pointless question? Of course. The man had come for the supplies within the warehouse. Coupled with the man's overwhelming prowess, it was conceivable that he might resort to lethal measures to eliminate any witnesses. In such a scenario, Zhang Bufan feared for his very life. As he pondered how he might escape this dire predicament, the notion of conceptual abilities lingered in his mind. Lin Qi suddenly spoke. "You possess extraordinary abilities, don't you?" This unexpected remark left Zhang Bufan momentarily speechless. At that instant, A tempest surged within Zhang Bufan's mind. How could this man possibly know about his abilities? He had not exhibited any behavior that would reveal such a secret. The thought was utterly terrifying. Zhang Bufan took 2 steps back, gazing intently at the man before him. He felt as though he stood before him in utter vulnerability, devoid of any secrets. It turned out that among the first group of individuals to awaken their powers yesterday, Zhang Bufan was one of them. His ability was rather unique, not one that amplified attack power or provided healing, nor did it boast spectacular visual effects like many other superpowers. He himself could not articulate the nature of his ability. After enduring the agonizing process of awakening, he sensed that he had developed an infallible skill. Although his physical prowess had not significantly improved, the conviction within him was intensely palpable. He experimented within his capabilities, discovering that he could hit any target with precision, regardless of what he threw. This revelation evoked a mix of exhilaration and disillusionment. He was thrilled to realize that he had awakened extraordinary powers, yet disappointed that his ability seemed rather trivial. The thought of announcing his newfound skill felt embarrassing. What good was it to be able to hit a target with pinpoint accuracy? Would he really need to carry a handful of stones to hurl at opponents during a fight? What if his adversary was 50 meters away? Would he be unable to reach them? The pig's foreleg he had aimed at Lin Qi moments ago was indeed thrown by him. However, Lin Qi had evaded it with astonishing speed. Upon receiving Zhang Bufan's affirmation, Lin Qi was filled with excitement. Why did Lin Qi realize that Zhang Bufan possessed extraordinary abilities? It was because in that fleeting moment, Lin Qi's own capabilities should have allowed him to evade the attack effortlessly. However, he also discerned that despite his successful avoidance, that pig's foreleg still struck him with undeniable force. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. It was due to the influence of his scanning skill. Lin Qi discerned that Zhang Bufan possessed an extraordinarily unique ability, a conceptual power unlike any he had encountered in his 2 lifetimes. This ability, known as enhanced accuracy, dictated that as long as one harbored the conviction that their next strike would surely hit, the ensuing attack would inevitably find its mark. Upon this revelation, Lin Qi was filled with elation. He had stumbled upon a veritable treasure. Despite Zhang Bufan's rather ordinary physique, unenhanced by any form of augmentation, the potential of this ability was immense. In an instant, Lin Qi's mind brimmed with numerous strategies for utilizing Zhang Bufan's extraordinary gift. For instance, equipping him with an exceptionally powerful weapon would ensure that, once he took control, the weapon's targeted strike would be inescapable. In simpler terms, Zhang Bufan's role could be likened to that of a missile's targeting system, yet far superior, a guaranteed hit. When Lin Qi glanced at Zhang Bufan once more, it was as if he beheld a treasure. This Zhang Bufan was indeed extraordinary. However, when Lin Qi's gaze fell into Zhang Bufan's eyes, the meaning shifted entirely. Imagine a grown man staring at you with such fervor. Could one's heart not quiver with unease? Zhang Bufan assumed that Lin Qi harbored a peculiar inclination. It was merely that society did not embrace such inclinations, prompting him to conceal his true self. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, he no longer needed to hide his proclivities. He hastily stepped back and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Qi perhaps realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly donned a smile and said to Zhang Bufan, "I have established a survivor's base. Would you care to join me?" Zhang Bufan, not a child to be easily swayed by mere words, posed a pragmatic question. "A survivor's base? What reason do I have to follow you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qi remained unperturbed. What was the reason for that? With a grand gesture, Lin Qi summoned a selection of steaming delicacies and an array of beverages, each boasting distinct flavors, before Zhang Bufan. "Just look at this. What do you think? Have you come to an agreement?" Upon witnessing Lin Qi's remarkable feat of seemingly conjuring food from thin air, Zhang Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, having spent such a lengthy period in this place, hunger had begun to gnaw at him. The mere sight of raw meat, coupled with his lingering reluctance to embrace it, rendered him unable to partake. Had it not been for the few beverages set aside for the workers in the warehouse, he would have surely succumbed to thirst and hunger. At that moment, Lin Qi produced the steaming dishes. How could he not feel exhilarated? Zhang Bufan glanced at the spread. Oh, Kung Pao chicken, dompa pork, stir-fried kidney, spicy sliced beef. Good heavens! The kidneys looked so tender. One bite would surely release a delightful burst of juices, wouldn't it? And that dompa pork. The color, the aroma. It must be of a national banquet chef's caliber. At this sight, Zhang Bufan couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Qi observed these subtle gestures with keen interest. So, what do you think? The raw meat here is rather unpalatable, isn't it? Lin Qi meticulously prepared 10 exquisite dishes, placing them before Zhang Bufan. It was evident to him that Zhang Bufan had not eaten in quite some time. No ordinary person could bring themselves to consume raw meat. Zhang Bufan glanced at Lin Qi. Disbelief etched across his face, and pointed at the array of dishes, asking, "Are these all for me?" Lin Qi smiled and said, "As long as you choose to accompany me, all of this shall be yours." Lin Qi made a promise to Zhang Bufan after a full second of internal struggle. Zhang Bufan immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will go with you." During their subsequent conversation, Lin Qi learned about Zhang Bufan's recent circumstances. Zhang Bufan revealed that his name was given to him by his grandmother, who always hoped he would become an extraordinary person. However, a sudden flash flood turned Zhang Bufan into an orphan. He later found himself in an orphanage, and during his years there, he worked diligently to earn a place in a vocational school. Upon graduation, he was assigned to work at his current location. Upon hearing Zhang Bufan's story, Lin Qi was surprised to discover the tragic background of his new companion. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of joy at having acquired such a promising ally. Observing this, Zhang Bufan could no longer contain himself. He eagerly grabbed a portion of rice and a dish, shoveling food into his mouth while exclaiming, delicious." He chuckled foolishly before lowering his head to continue eating. Seeing Zhang Bufan's exaggerated eating style, Lin Qi merely smiled. He then took out a bottle of mineral water and, to Zhang Bufan's astonishment, proceeded to wash his face with it. At that moment, Zhang Bufan thought, "Brother, we're in a post-apocalyptic world." Even he understood that in such dire times, water and food were the most vital resources. If one managed to possess a bottle of water, it was a cause for quiet celebration, and one had to sip it sparingly to prolong its use. Yet here was Lin Qi, carelessly using it to wash his face, an apparent waste. Moreover, Lin Qi miraculously produced a basin and opened another bottle, pouring the water into it and offering it to Xiao Jin, who eagerly dipped his head into the basin, lapping up the water with his tongue. This scene left Zhang Bufan utterly stunned. In a world where water was so scarce, Lin Qi was actually providing water for his pet. That amount could sustain Zhang Bufan for 2 or 3 days. Sigh, the disparities among people could truly be infuriating. If Xiao Jin were aware of Zhang Bufan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort that it was Zhang Bufan who was the pet, along with his entire family. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhang Bufan addressed Lin Qi, saying, "Brother Lin Qi, we are in an apocalyptic world, and you shouldn't waste water like this." In response, Lin Qi reassured Zhang Bufan, "This water? I have plenty in my base. Once you arrive at my base, not only will your water needs be met, but I could even let you swim in mineral water." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bufan understood. The Lin Qi before him was indeed a wealthy individual. In this post-apocalyptic world, aligning oneself with such a figure seemed to be a wise choice. With this thought in mind, Zhang Bufan lowered his head and began to eat rapidly once more. Soon, they were well-fed and hydrated. Along the way, Lin Qi explained that his base had been converted from a villa. Zhang Bufan had seen pictures of villas online and had a vague impression of them. However, when he finally laid eyes on the base Lin Qi had described, he was utterly astonished. He looked at Lin Qi in disbelief. "Is this truly the villa you mentioned? Are you sure it's not a military base?" The walls were remarkably high. Zhang Bufan exaggeratedly jogged a few steps to the base of the wall, pointing at the protruding machine guns. He asked Lin Qi, "How would you have guns here? And so many of them? Don't tell me you acquired them from the United States." During his schooling, Zhang Bufan had read numerous post-apocalyptic novels, where protagonists would often take a trip to the United States upon their rebirth. Could it be that Lin Qi was one of those characters? Lin Qi merely smiled at Zhang Bufan, choosing silence over words. Zhang Bufan looked up again, only to discover the presence of anti-aircraft machine guns and surface-to-air interception systems atop the city wall. My goodness, how cautious is Lin Qi with his life? He has even mounted missiles on the city wall. Are there flying zombies in this apocalyptic world? At that moment, Lin Qi turned to Zhang Bufan and said, "All right, the outside tour is over. We should head inside." The two arrived at the entrance. Zhang Bufan was awestruck by the imposing gate of the base. The gate towered 10 meters high and nearly 5 meters wide, constructed from a single massive iron plate. Zhang Bufan stood there, mouth agape, utterly astonished. Good heavens! How much iron must have been used to forge such a colossal door? With such thickness and size, even the Titans from Attack on Titan would struggle to breach it. Was it truly necessary for Lin Qi to construct the base so robustly? Soon, the gate swung open, revealing an expansive courtyard. Various functional areas were thoughtfully delineated throughout the premises. At the heart of the courtyard stood a grand castle. Goodness, is Lin Qi truly so wealthy as to reside in a castle? At that moment, upon witnessing Lin Qi's base, Zhang Bufan's worldview, painstakingly constructed over 2 decades, shattered in an instant. He had never anticipated that Lin Qi's base would be so lavish. Moreover, the level of defense was astonishingly high. Zhang Bufan even believed that not just zombies, but even the Titans might find it challenging to break through from the outside. Staying here was simply synonymous with safety. Zhang Bufan felt increasingly grateful for his choice. "Come on, I'll give you a brief tour." With that, Lin Qi took Zhang Bufan by the hand and began to familiarize him with the surroundings of the base. Before long, under Lin Qi's guidance, Zhang Bufan gained a general understanding of the entire facility. Suddenly, Lin Qi came to a halt, leaving Zhang Bufan momentarily perplexed, fearing something might be amiss. However, after a few seconds, Lin Qi moved again and said to Zhang Bufan, "Follow me. We are headed to a certain place." Although uncertain of their destination, Lin Qi reminded himself that to remain in his base, one must contribute through hard work. Lin Qi, after all, was not a philanthropist, unable to indulge you without recompense. Zhang Bufan understood this well. Soon, Lin Qi took Zhang Bufan and drove towards their destination. They quickly arrived at the location, where Lin Qi spotted Nie Ruyun. At that moment, Nie Ruyun hastened towards him, exclaiming, "Xiao Qi Gu, you have finally arrived." It turned out that Nie Ruyun had contacted Lin Qi through a smart miniature surveillance device, informing him that she was outside the First People's Hospital in Pingjiang City. Upon her arrival, she noticed several survivors within the premises. Just as she was about to lead her team into the hospital, she discovered that a few formidable zombies were lurking inside. Nie Ruyun could distinctly sense that her current group was ill-equipped to confront those zombies. Engaging even one of them would undoubtedly attract the attention of the others, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. To err on the side of caution, she reached out to Lin Qi. Consequently, Lin Qi appeared with Zhang Bufan in tow. After Angel greeted Lin Qi, she suddenly noticed Zhang Bufan, piqued by curiosity. Lin Qi then introduced to Nie Ruyun, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Zhang Bufan. He is a survivor I just found in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Not only that, but he also possesses a unique ability." He turned to Zhang Bufan and continued, "This is Nie Ruyun. She is also an awakened individual in our base." Zhang Bufan quickly greeted Nie Ruyun. "Hello, Sister Yun." Being addressed as Sister Yun made Nie Ruyun feel a bit shy, as they appeared to be contemporaries. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the extraordinary ability that Lin Qi mentioned Zhang Bufan possessed. "Zhang Bufan, what skill do you have?" Nie Ruyun inquired. At that moment, Zhang Bufan awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate the nature of his power. Just as he was struggling to find the right words, Lin Qi interjected, "Nie Ruyun, his ability must remain confidential for now. You will understand once you see him in action." Chapter 69, A Born Sniper. Upon hearing this, Nie Ruyun pouted. Why make it all so mysterious? So enigmatic? Meanwhile, Zhang Bufan discreetly stepped aside, He could discern that Lin Qi, as the leader of the base, had authority, and the woman under him was undoubtedly the matriarch of the base. As a junior, he felt he had no right to engage with her. His task was to observe, listen, and act while speaking less. This was advice imparted by his mentor, which proved valuable even in the apocalypse. At this moment, Lin Qi asked, "Where are the mutated zombies you mentioned?" Ruyun led the two to the entrance of the hospital, pointing towards the courtyard within. There, for distinctly mutated zombies could be seen, differing greatly from ordinary ones. 3 of them still retained a humanoid shape, yet their skin appeared as if it had been flayed, exposing their crimson muscles. Each stood approximately 3 meters tall, with hind limbs reminiscent of a wild beast's. They crouched low to the ground, their forelimbs remarkably elongated. Each mutated zombie's right arm was disproportionately large, where hands had transformed into 3 elongated, sharp claws. At that moment, they were traversing the courtyard on all 4s. Lin Qi turned his gaze towards the remaining mutated zombie. This particular creature appeared less terrifying than the other 3. It stood approximately 2.5 meters tall and bore a striking resemblance to a human. Its skin possessed a hue reminiscent of bronze, and it was completely bald, with eyes devoid of pupils, entirely pale in color. The zombie's physique was remarkably robust. At that moment, it was clad in a long leather coat, which failed to conceal its bulging muscles. Could it be that the zombie before him, dressed in leather, was none other than the most popular character from a renowned intellectual property? Lin Qi utilized the scanning function to examine the attributes of several mutated zombies. Goodness, their attributes were increasingly formidable. Particularly striking was the zombie resembling a tyrant. Its attributes surpassed even those of Ruyun. In comparison to Lin Qi, it was not significantly inferior. After reviewing the attributes of the mutated zombies, he was left astonished. Lin Qi couldn't help but commend Ruyun for her cautious decision. Had she recklessly led her team into the hospital, the outcome would have been dire, certain annihilation at the hands of the lurking zombies. His arrival was merely to assist Ruyun with the aftermath. With this in mind, Lin Qi patted her shoulder and said, "All right, leave this to me. Soon, I shall reveal to you my secret weapon." "Secret weapon?" Ruyun exclaimed, her face brimming with curiosity. Given her understanding of Lin Qi, she found it difficult to fathom what he could possibly mean by such a term. Beside them, Zhang Bufan also looked at Lin Qi with intrigue, having found this enigmatic brother to be nothing short of mysterious. It was as if he possessed a 4th-dimensional pocket akin to that of Doraemon, capable of producing anything at will. Zhang Bufan was filled with anticipation at what treasures Lin Qi might conjure from his seemingly infinite supply. However, Lin Qi then approached Zhang Bufan, gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and addressed Ruyun. "Do you see? This is what I refer to as my secret weapon." Upon hearing this, Ruyun was taken aback. "Wait, what makes Zhang Bufan so special that you would call him your secret weapon? He appears rather ordinary," she thought, noting his resemblance to Gu Tianla. Not just Ruyun, even Zhang Bufan himself was bewildered. "Since when did I become a secret weapon? How am I unaware of this?" Lin Qi turned his head and patted his shoulder again, saying, "Do not doubt. You must believe in yourself. You are the secret weapon." At that moment, Zhang Bufan still wore a perplexed expression. Lin Qi posed a question to Zhang Bufan. "Do you enjoy shooting?" Zhang Bufan, taken aback, nodded in response. Well, boy does not harbor a fondness for firearms. Yet, discussing such a passion at this moment seemed rather absurd. Nevertheless, it was enough to simply enjoy it. As he spoke, Lin Qi seized Zhang Bufan and executed the moonwalk, transporting them to the rooftop of a tall building adjacent to the hospital. From this vantage point, the entire expanse of the hospital grounds lay before them in full view. At that moment, Zhang Bufan could not help but think of the exhilarating sensation akin to a roller coaster ride. His heart raced wildly as he gazed at Lin Qi in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly dashing Lin Qi possessed such formidable strength. To carry a living person and soar effortlessly to the 33rd floor was nothing short of terrifying. This feat ignited a sense of admiration within him for Lin Qi. Lin Qi uttered no superfluous words, but instead revealed an exceptionally large firearm. It was an NTW-20 anti-material rifle, boasting a formidable 20mm caliber. The rifle's body was nearly as tall as Zhang Bufan himself. At that moment, Lin Qi meticulously assembled the rifle and aimed its barrel towards the expansive courtyard of the hospital, addressing Zhang Bufan. Now, your task is to use this weapon to shoot at those 4 zombies within the hospital. Upon hearing this daunting assignment, Zhang Bufan promptly shook his head, indicating that this was far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person. Setting aside the fact that he had never fired a gun before, one glance at the weapon was sufficient to comprehend the extraordinary recoil it possessed. It was likely that someone unaccustomed to firearms would find themselves incapacitated by the force of its kickback, potentially even suffering a broken collarbone. Observing Zhang Bufan's evident reluctance, Lin Qi understood his trepidation. Lin Qi patiently spoke to him. "It's all right. As long as you activate your skills while shooting and focus on hitting your target, you'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bufan suddenly understood Lin Qi's intention. He meant for him to wield a powerful weapon and employ his unique abilities, transforming himself into a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. No wonder he referred to himself as Lin Qi's secret weapon. After all, Zhang Bufan was in his 20s, an age ripe for imagination. A sniper? That identity sounded incredibly impressive. With this thought, Zhang Bufan crouched down and took hold of the rifle. Through the scope, he clearly identified several targets. Strangely enough, although he had never handled a firearm before, the moment he grasped the gun, he felt like a seasoned veteran who had been shooting for decades. In an instant, he found himself in the zone for sniping. He pressed his elbows firmly against the ground, his abdomen aligned with the earth, and spread his legs to form a stable prone position. Zhang Bufan slowly exhaled, then began to breathe evenly and slowly as he locked onto his target through the scope. He gently placed his index finger on the trigger and applied gradual pressure. With steady breaths, his heartbeat slowed to 60 beats per minute. Suddenly, in Zhang Bufan's world, everything seemed to fall silent. Thud, thud. Between 2 heartbeats, Zhang Bufan squeezed the trigger just at the critical moment. Bang! A 20mm round sped through the air, piercing towards a target. Chapter 70. Lin Qi is truly impressive. The sound of the bullet entering flesh echoed. Zhang Bufan aimed for the tyrant's head. It must be said that his unique ability was remarkably effective. As the bullet approached, the tyrant seemed to sense the danger, desperately turning its head to the side. Yet, unexpectedly, the bullet still struck its skull. This outcome delighted Zhang Bufan. He had believed his ability would be of little use, but Lin Qi had provided him with this opportunity. That seemingly formidable tyrant zombie had been hit by his shot. In the past, he would not have dared to even dream of such a feat at that moment. Zhang Bufan observed through the scope the tyrant zombie he had shot. He wanted to rise and share his joy with Lin Qi, grateful for the chance to experience the feeling of being powerful. However, in the next instant, his expression grew serious, and his heart sank. Through the scope, he saw the tyrant zombie, after being shot, merely tilt its head back slightly. He had expected it to topple over, but to his astonishment, it eerily straightened its head. In that moment, Zhang Bufan noticed a bullet lodged in its skull. The sudden assault enraged the tyrant zombie. It howled to the sky and yanked the embedded bullet from its head, tossing it to the ground. It glanced around and then fixed its gaze on Zhang Bufan and Lin Qi, who were positioned in the high building above. Lin Qi and the tyrant zombie stood several hundred meters apart, yet their gazes collided in midair, igniting a fierce spark. Lin Qi exhibited an air of remarkable composure, a faint cold smile playing upon his lips. It seemed that this tyrant was indeed poised to confront him directly. Lin Qi murmured softly. Subsequently, the tyrant zombie emitted a series of low growls directed at the other nearby zombies, as if issuing some form of command. In response to this directive, the 3 peculiar-looking zombies nodded and began to sprint towards Lin Qi with alarming speed. Observing this unsettling scene through his scope, Zhang Bufan felt a surge of anxiety. He immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, those 3 zombies are charging towards us. What should we do?" In response, Lin Qi calmly patted his shoulder and instructed, "You stay up here and shoot at those 3 zombies with your firearm. I shall descend to confront them." With that, Lin Qi leaped from the rooftop, gracefully employing the moon step technique to descend to the ground. This display of agility filled Zhang Bufan with envy. He yearned for the day when he could move through the air with such freedom as Lin Qi. Shaking his head, he crouched down and began to follow Lin Qi's orders, aiming his weapon at the approaching zombies, trusting in Lin Qi's judgment to keep him safe from harm. Meanwhile, the sudden, thunderous gunfire startled Nieruyun, prompting a fierce roar from the tyrant zombie echoing throughout the hospital courtyard. In an instant, she understood that the commotion was the result of Lin Qi and Zhang Bufan's actions. Recognizing that the tyrant zombie had been provoked, she knew she must quickly distance herself from the area. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, Nieruyun was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between herself and the zombies. With her current abilities, she was not equipped to partake in such a formidable confrontation. To recklessly engage would only lead to her demise at the hands of the undead. At that moment, Lin Qi landed on the ground, perfectly positioned amidst the 3 approaching zombies. Lin Qi did not act recklessly. Instead, he drew forth his alloy warblade and positioned it defiantly before him. Subsequently launching a proactive assault, Lin Qi rushed to the forefront of the first zombie. The zombie, astonished that such a diminutive human dared to approach, let out a piercing howl, raising its exaggerated right arm and striking downward with ferocity. Its massive claws sliced through the air with remarkable speed, producing a deafening sound of rupture. It appeared that this zombie intended to rend Lin Qi into countless pieces in a single blow. Lin Qi was well prepared. He immediately positioned his battle blade above his head, resolutely absorbing the impact of the zombie's strike. The zombie, taken aback, could not fathom that such a seemingly insignificant human possessed the strength to withstand its assault. Lin Qi was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the strength of this zombie would be nearly on par with his own. It is worth noting that he had undergone 100-fold enhancement of his physical capabilities in advance. Even so, the power of this zombie was still at least 70% of Lin Qi's own. Otherwise, how could there be any survivors left in the present circumstances? As Lin Qi advanced, he unleashed the Crescent Moon Slash. A blade of energy swept forth, effortlessly severing the claws of the zombie. It was as smooth as a mirror. The zombie, taken aback by the sight of this seemingly diminutive human, who was less than half its height, managing to chop off its most prized claws, was filled with rage. It clenched its left fist and, in a furious manner, hurled a punch towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi unleashed one of the techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, Iron Block. Instantly, a surge of black energy enveloped him, and his skin took on a metallic hue, resembling iron. A resounding sound reverberated through the air, akin to a mighty bell tolling. The zombie's left fist collided fiercely with Lin Qi's body, only for the zombie's fist to bend at a peculiar angle. Observing this, Lin Qi smirked mischievously. Daring to challenge my fortitude is truly a death wish. Finally, Lin Qi leaped into the air under the astonished gaze of the zombie. Lin Qi swung his blade down, severing the enormous head of the zombie, which tumbled to the ground. The 2 remaining zombies, witnessing their companion fall victim to a human strike, were instantly consumed by rage. They charged at Lin Qi, one from the left and the other from the right. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qi immediately executed the 6th technique, swiftly evading to the side. The enormous claws of the 2 zombies crashed forcefully into the ground. The asphalt surface was punctured, creating a deep crater from the impact of both undead creatures. Spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward from the pit, spreading in all directions. The strength of these zombies was undeniably formidable. Lin Qi was also filled with trepidation. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him. Had he been struck by that blow, his life would have been in grave jeopardy. Lin Qi did not dare to slacken his efforts. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombie's attack recovery, he swiftly positioned himself before the creature. With a graceful arc of his weapon, he executed a crescent moon strike, severing the head of one zombie, which tumbled down in a grotesque manner. Witnessing the demise of its two companions, the remaining zombie charged at Lin Qi with reckless abandon. In response, Lin Qi performed a graceful leap, evading the creature's strike. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, he delivered a powerful slash that cleaved the zombie from its skull down to its chest, splitting it in twain. With a powerful push from his feet, he executed a stylish backflip, landing smoothly on the ground. The entire spectacle was keenly observed by Zhang Bufan from above, who could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Lin is truly remarkable." Chapter 71. The Tyrant Zombie with Iron Skin and Bronze Bones. Zhang Bufan had witnessed the recent battle through his scope. Initially, he contemplated Lin Qi's instruction to provide rifle support. However, upon observing Lin Qi's effortless dispatch of the first zombie, Zhang Bufan quickly realized that his assistance was entirely unnecessary. Lin Qi was more than capable of vanquishing all three zombies alone. He feared that firing his weapon recklessly might complicate matters for Lin Qi, potentially jeopardizing the outcome of the encounter. Zhang Bufan was astounded by Lin Qi's formidable prowess, as he deftly dealt with the three seemingly formidable zombies. Just as Zhang Bufan was grappling with the magnitude of Lin Qi's strength, he suddenly noticed a shift through his scope. The tyrant zombie, which should have remained within the confines of the hospital courtyard, suddenly leaped out and charged at Lin Qi with alarming speed. This sight terrified Zhang Bufan. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the tyrant zombie. He had initially believed that the powerful rifle Lin Qi had provided would suffice to dispatch the creature with a single shot. To his dismay, however, the weapon had merely inflicted superficial wounds upon the tyrant zombie. Furthermore, this tyrant had the capacity to command the three previously formidable zombies, indicating that its strength far surpassed theirs. Zhang Bufan was deeply concerned, although Lin Qi had effortlessly dealt with the three earlier zombies. Facing the tyrant zombie would likely prove to be a far more daunting challenge. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Qi, having just concluded his battle, was preparing to survey the battlefield when he sensed a rush of air behind him. He promptly leaped forward just as the tyrant zombie's colossal fist crashed into the ground, causing a violent tremor. Upon landing, Lin Qi regarded the imposing tyrant zombie with a grave expression. The immense force generated by the creature's descent suggested that its destructive capability might even exceed his own by a slight margin. Lin Qi tightened his grip on the battle knife, a foreboding sense washing over him as he anticipated that the impending confrontation would be a grueling struggle. As expected, the tyrant zombie, infuriated by Lin Qi's evasion of its assault, leaped into the air, intent on crushing him with renewed ferocity. Yet, Lin Qi stood his ground, motionless, leading Zhang Bufan, peering through the scope, to mistakenly believe that Lin Qi had been paralyzed by fear. Alas, it was too late to sound a warning. At that moment, Lin Qi seized the opportunity, deftly evading the tyrant zombie's furious strike and maneuvering to its flank, where he delivered a decisive slash. Just when Lin Qi believed that this strike would sufficiently incapacitate the tyrant zombie, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Qi still underestimated the formidable hardness of the tyrant zombie's body. Even with such a sharp adamantium battle knife, it merely sliced through the flesh of the zombie. The knife became firmly lodged in the bones of the tyrant zombie. Lin Qi attempted to extract the blade, realizing that he had struck with excessive force moments ago, rendering the task momentarily futile. At that precise juncture, the tyrant zombie let out a furious roar, agitated by the pain in its arm. As it beheld the human before it, struggling to dislodge the knife embedded in its flesh, the creature twisted its body, aiming to lift Lin Qi into the air before delivering a fatal blow. However, in this critical moment, Lin Qi reacted swiftly, decisively relinquishing the weapon and leaping backward to establish a safe distance. Upon landing, he fixed a fierce gaze upon the tyrant zombie, astonished to discern that it retained some semblance of intelligence, a revelation that took him by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries merely 2 days into the apocalypse. It was evident that this new world had transformed into something beyond his previous understanding, prompting him to act with urgency. At present, the tyrant zombie had seized his battle knife, placing him at a disadvantage. In that moment, the creature grasped the handle embedded in its own bone with its other hand and, gritting its teeth, emitted a low growl as it forcefully yanked the blade free. It glanced at the weapon, poised to hurl it at Lin Qi with lethal intent. Just as the situation reached a critical climax, a thunderous gunshot rang out from a distant building. The bullet struck the tyrant zombie squarely in the head, the immense force causing its head to jerk sideways, nearly destabilizing it. Regaining its composure, the tyrant zombie turned its gaze toward the source of the gunfire, revealing Zhang Bufan, who had just discharged that pivotal shot, temporarily alleviating Lin Qi's perilous predicament. The tyrant zombie fixated on Zhang Bufan, instilling a sense of dread within him, as if he had inadvertently provoked the creature's wrath. The tyrant zombie emitted an enraged growl, disregarding Lin Qi entirely, and hurled the battle knife at Zhang Bufan with astonishing strength, a testament to its formidable power. Lin Qi's battle knife, in his grasp, truly resembled a dart, soaring an impressive distance of 300 meters. Observing this from above, Zhang Bufan immediately executed a lazy roll to evade the impending danger. However, the anti-material rifle left behind was far less fortunate, as it was cleanly severed by Lin Qi's blade, the barrel plummeting to the ground below. Witnessing this, Zhang Bufan broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming in relief, "How perilous!" Had my reaction been even a fraction slower, the severed object would not have been merely the rifle. The tyrant zombie, realizing its attack had failed to eliminate Zhang Bufan, was consumed by rage. It charged towards the building where Zhang Bufan resided with relentless speed. Upon reaching the base of the structure, the tyrant zombie leaped, scaling several stories with astonishing agility. With a powerful grip, it embedded its limbs into the wall, ascending step by step towards the rooftop. This sight horrified Zhang Bufan, who could scarcely believe the creature's dexterity. With such formidable height surmountable, he found himself devoid of refuge. What was to be done now? Lin Qi felt a profound sense of gratitude as he observed Zhang Bufan's selfless act of firing that shot to aid him. This young man appeared to possess commendable qualities, worthy of a deeper friendship. However, he had now inadvertently revealed his position and was on the brink of being slain by the tyrannical zombie. Lin Qi would never permit such an occurrence. Lin Qi took a powerful leap into the air, executing the moonwalk technique, seemingly treading upon the very fabric of the atmosphere. With astonishing swiftness, he reached the rooftop ahead of the tyrant zombie. Upon landing, Lin Qi did not pause. He swiftly seized Zhang Bufan and, without hesitation, retrieved the fallen battle blade from the rooftop, then leaped downwards with Zhang Bufan in tow. This incited the tyrant zombie to pound its chest in furious rage. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. Chapter 72. The Overexertion of Nieruyun. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Lin Qi was enveloped in profound perplexity. During her descent, she glanced upwards, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, a vast expanse of ominous thunderclouds had amassed above her vicinity. The clouds loomed dark and foreboding, intermittently revealing flashes of lightning within their depths. At that moment, the tyrant surprisingly abandoned his ascent, redirecting his course to swiftly scale the vertical wall, momentarily leveraging his strength. With a sudden leap, he remarkably closed the distance to Lin Qi, who was plummeting. However, just as the tyrant was on the verge of catching up to her, a bolt of lightning descended from the thunderclouds with astonishing speed, striking him squarely on the head. The immense power of the electric surge inflicted grave injuries upon the tyrant, who let out a pained wail before uncontrollably plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash. At that instant, Lin Qi cast her gaze downwards, where she beheld Nieruyun, who was bleeding from her nose due to the overheating caused by overexerting her abilities. It turned out that this powerful strike was orchestrated by Nieruyun herself. As she observed the tyrant pursuing Lin Qi from the ground, she realized that she could no longer afford to remain in hiding. After all, it was Lin Qi who had consistently shielded her. Now, it was her turn to take action on Lin Qi's behalf. Thus, she summoned her powers with all her might, managing to alter the weather in her immediate surroundings within a brief span of time. Indeed, Nieruyun's talent was extraordinary. despite not yet reaching the fourth tier. She was capable of wielding abilities that could transform the natural environment. Ignoring the potential repercussions of her overexertion, she unleashed all the gathered lightning from the thunderclouds. Coincidentally, a bullet that had yet to be extracted from the tyrant's head acted as a lightning rod, allowing the tremendous current to surge directly into his brain. Witnessing the tyrant's injury, Nievin gazed triumphantly at Lin Qi, suspended above, as if to convey that she had finally alleviated some of Lin Qi's burdens. However, her overexertion led to her collapsing from exhaustion. Upon observing this, Lin Qi's expression darkened. It was the tyrant zombie that had inflicted harm upon Nie Ruyun, and such transgressions could not go unpunished. In a swift motion, Lin Qi approached Nie Ruyun's side, and upon ascertaining that she had merely fainted from fatigue, breathed a sigh of relief. She lifted Nie Ruyun into her arms and called upon several female survivors to tend to her. With a face devoid of emotion, Lin Qi then turned and strode towards the tyrant. At that moment, Zhang Bufan interposed himself, declaring, "Brother Lin, allow me to assist you." Lin Qi shook his head lightly, expressing his resolve. "No need. I shall deal with it myself." Zhang Bufan understood Lin Qi's intention. The recent fainting of Nie Ruyun was entirely due to the tyrant, who lay on the ground, convulsing and attempting to rise. Lin Qi approached, seemingly intent on granting Nie Ruyun a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the cunning Zhang Bufan felt compelled to showcase his abilities before brother Lin Qi. At that moment, Lin Qi, wielding his battle blade, strode towards the tyrant. One cannot help but admire the tyrant's tenacity. Struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, it astonishingly clung to life, refusing to succumb immediately. It continued to writhe, attempting to rise once more. Upon noticing Lin Qi's approach, it emitted a series of guttural roars from its throat, as if issuing a warning. How audacious! It dares to bare its fangs at me? This tyrant is doomed. Lin Qi approached the tyrant's side. Without unnecessary words, he swiftly struck with his blade. A crescent-shaped arc of light emanated from his weapon, the pale blue gleam slicing through the air and cleanly severing the tyrant's neck. In an instant, a leaden-colored head tumbled to the ground. Lin Qi, at last, with the collaboration of his teammates, vanquished the tyrant beneath his blade. Lin Qi stepped forward, wielding his battle blade as he typically would, slicing through the skull of the zombie and extracting the crystalline essence within. However, this time there was something amiss. Lin Qi made a swift stroke, astonished to find the tyrant's skull remarkably resilient. In a moment of disbelief, he summoned all his strength and struck once more. At last, he succeeded in cleaving the skull open. Suddenly, a dark azure crystal rolled out with a clatter. Lin Qi picked up the iron-blue crystal that had fallen to the ground and examined it closely. Indeed, this was a crystal belonging to a mutated zombie. The singular ability it bestowed was the enhancement of physical strength. Perfectly, this crystal could be utilized by Xiao Jin. Lin Qi casually stored the crystal into his storage space. You have obtained a mutated tyrant zombie crystal with a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 mutated tyrant zombie crystals. Upon hearing the familiar system notification sound, Lin Qi's mood improved somewhat. After all, Nie Ruyun's injury was caused by the tyrant. He then approached the 3-clawed zombies he had encountered earlier and extracted their crystals as well. Subsequently, he returned to the gathered crowd and surveyed the hospital before him. Lin Qi increasingly felt that the current apocalypse was somewhat different from the one he had come to know in his previous life. Not to mention other aspects. Even within the first 48 hours of the apocalypse, there had already emerged level 3 zombies and even more formidable tyrant mutated zombies. In his past life, such occurrences would not have manifested until over 20 days into the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Qi increasingly felt that events were spiraling out of control. His foremost task now was to seize the time to enhance his strength. He aimed to shelter a multitude of survivors while simultaneously bolstering the capabilities of his subordinates, thereby significantly augmenting his own power. With this thought in mind, Lin Qi ventured into the hospital. After all, places like hospitals, being public venues, must have housed a considerable number of people before the apocalypse. Hence, it was reasonable to surmise that a fair number of survivors still remained within, since the survival of these individuals was intrinsically linked to his own strength. Acquiring these survivors from the hospital had become an imperative for him. Lin Qi drove his car directly through the entrance of the hospital. The gate, struck with force, emitted a disconcerting creak. Subsequently, Lin Qi nonchalantly parked his vehicle in the center of the courtyard. Lin Qi's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. Firstly, the tremendous commotion would attract the nearby zombies, allowing him to conveniently collect a batch of zombie crystals. Secondly, it served to inform any remaining survivors within the hospital of his arrival through the noise. Lin Qi signaled for 2 female survivors to stay behind and watch over Nie Ruyun in the vehicle. He then handed Zhang Bufan a short dagger and a crossbow before leading the other survivors into the outpatient department of the hospital. In the outpatient department, within a small pharmacy room, 3 young nurses huddled together. They had been trapped there since the onset of the apocalypse the previous day while preparing medications. Suddenly, they found themselves amidst a horrifying scene of a zombie attack in the corridor. Upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle, they quickly recognized the peril they were in. A few of the already mutated zombies spotted them and charged forward, prompting the nurses to retreat into the pharmacy and secure the door. They remained hidden inside, frightened and desperate, wishing to escape, yet fearing the monstrous creatures outside. With no food available in the pharmacy, only medical supplies and various liquids, they had resorted to consuming glucose solution to stave off hunger and thirst. Although this sustenance could last them for 3 to 5 days, they were acutely aware that their situation was untenable. The thought of perishing in that room, without ever having experienced a romantic relationship, weighed heavily on them. To compound their distress, they glimpsed through the window 4 terrifying creatures prowling outside, which made them even more hesitant to act recklessly, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their demise. Just as hope seemed lost, they heard the sounds of battle in the distance. One of the older nurses, a commanding presence among them, cautiously leaned over the windowsill to peek outside and was astonished to find that the zombies in the courtyard had vanished. Moments later, they heard the resounding crash of the hospital's entrance being breached by a vehicle. Summoning their courage, they looked out to see a heavily armored vehicle had entered the hospital grounds, flanked by several individuals wielding short daggers and crossbows. From the vehicle emerged a strikingly handsome man, who surveyed his surroundings before leading his group toward the outpatient department. The sight filled the nurses with excitement, a glimmer of hope that they were to be rescued. The youngest amongst them, who had only recently begun her career, turned to the older nurse, Qinjie, exclaiming, "Qinjie, they must be here to save us. Finally, we can leave this dreadful place." However, Qinjie remained composed, cautioning Xiaomei, "Let's not celebrate prematurely. Are you aware of the environment we are facing? This is the apocalypse spoken of in films. The most terrifying aspect is not the monsters, but the darkness within human hearts. We, as women, are already at a disadvantage in this world. Until we ascertain whether these newcomers are friends or foes, we must remain concealed. Do you understand?" Xiaomei nodded, acknowledging Qinjie's wisdom. Trusting others in such dire circumstances was indeed perilous. Another tall woman beside them inquired, "What do we do now? We can't stay here indefinitely. If they miss us, we may lose our chance to escape." Qinjie turned to her, "Xiao Na, let's not rush. We will observe the situation first." Reluctantly, Xiao Na acquiesced, though her discontent was palpable. Alone, she would dread confronting the zombies lurking in the corridor. Lin Qi, accompanied by her small team, arrived at the first floor of the outpatient department. The payment hall was entirely overrun by zombies. It was akin to a sea of bodies. At that moment, the distinct scent of the living emanating from Lin Qi and her companions drew the attention of the undead. In an instant, all the zombies surged towards them. Faced with this overwhelming tide of zombies, even Zhang Bufan, who had previously encountered the undead, felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. He had only encountered a handful of zombies before, but the sheer number before him was a visual onslaught that would unsettle any ordinary person. Observing the group of survivors led by Lin Qi, he noticed their resolute expressions as they methodically began to eliminate the zombies. Witnessing their performance instilled a sense of confidence in Zhang Bufan. These zombies were merely ordinary level 1 zombies, appearing fearsome but not particularly formidable. With a bit of caution, they could be dispatched without excessive dread. Furthermore, the survivors were all ordinary individuals, whereas he was an awakened ability user. Surely, he could not allow himself to perform worse than them. He glanced at Lin Qi, realizing he had only joined the base today and felt the need to make a favorable impression in her presence. With this thought bolstering his courage, Zhang Bufan joined the ranks of those combating the zombies. Lin Qi observed Zhang Bufan's performance and nodded to himself. This young man, though seemingly youthful, possessed a remarkable ability to assess situations. Furthermore, he was not averse to hardship, proving himself to be a competent subordinate. At that moment, Zhang Bufan remained oblivious to Lin Qi's appraisal of him. He was becoming increasingly adept at dispatching the zombies, and indeed, as he had anticipated, these creatures were merely frightening in appearance. Their movements were sluggish, and with a modicum of caution, he could navigate through them unscathed. His speed was noticeably superior to that of the average survivor. In a moment of exhilaration, he found himself reminiscent of the games he used to play at the Internet CAF, completely unaware that he had gradually strayed from his group and ventured deep into the horde zombies. After a brief period of continued slaying, a sense of unease began to creep in. Why did it feel as though zombies were closing in on both sides? He had unwittingly become encircled. Panic surged within him, and his aim faltered. This reckless approach was evidently futile. The zombies exhibited no fear, and his erratic flailing had no impact. Nearby, the other survivors were eager to rush to Zhang Bufan's aid, yet they too faced their own multitude of zombies, rendering them unable to reach him swiftly. Just as Zhang Bufan was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the horde, Lin Qi made his move. He immediately unleashed the Gale Kick. With a single strike, he forged a path free of zombies between himself and Zhang Bufan. Then, Lin Qi executed the Navy's Six Styles technique, swiftly arriving before Zhang Bufan. At that moment, Zhang Bufan was still reeling from the shock he had just experienced. As he came to his senses, his face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Bufan addressed Lin Qi. "I apologize, Brother Lin. I was overly reckless just now. I nearly put my teammates in jeopardy. I assure you, I shall not act so impulsively in the future." Chapter 74. The little girl who only calls for mommy and daddy. Lin Qi gently patted his shoulder and said, "All right, everyone makes mistakes, but only this once." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhifan nodded vigorously, turning his gaze towards the nearby zombies. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. He was determined to prove to Lin Qi that he was indeed a valuable asset. Armed once more with his knife, he coordinated with the other survivors to systematically attack the zombies. Once they formed a cohesive unit, confronting the zombies became a mere slaughter. Soon, the zombies in the lobby of the outpatient department on the first floor were eradicated. As was his custom, Lin Qi instructed them to extract the crystals from the zombies' heads and gather them for him. Afterward, Lin Qi led the group on a tour of the first floor, only to discover that no survivors remained. It was understandable, as typically the first floor of a hospital is bustling with individuals at the payment window, all clustered together. Thus, when the zombie outbreak occurred, these individuals likely had no time to react and were swiftly overwhelmed. Having cleared the first floor, they quickly ascended to the second floor. At that moment, 3 nurses in the dispensing room heard commotion echoing in the corridor and became excited. However, instead of rushing out, they cautiously opened the door a crack to observe the scene outside. To their astonishment, they saw Lin Qi leading the way up to the second floor. Just then, they noticed a little girl in a hospital gown staggering down the corridor, crying out loudly as she searched for her parents. Instantly, the 3 nurses were filled with compassion, imagining that the child had become separated from her parents at the onset of the apocalypse. They wondered how she had managed to survive for so long, and whether her parents were still alive. In that moment, their instinct was to rush forward and assist the little girl. They could not help but open the door and intended to embrace her. Unbeknownst to them, something was amiss. As Lin Qi witnessed their intent to approach the child, he swiftly called out, "Don't go near her. Be careful." The sudden, forceful admonition startled them, and the 3 nurses glared at Lin Qi in anger. She needs to find her parents. How could we, as nurses, not help? They retorted. However, Lin Qi continued, you've been deceived. Cannot you see that she is not a normal child? This is clearly a zombie. How can you say she is a zombie? What proof do you have? She is merely a little girl looking for her mother. They protested, still unwilling to believe that such an adorable child could be anything but innocent. Lin Qi calmly explained, what kind of child wears an adult hospital gown and wanders the corridor at this time? Just observe. Aside from calling for her parents, can she utter any other words? At this revelation, the nurses suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the little girl had only been calling for her parents, and, as she approached them, she continued to cry out for them. It seemed she could only articulate those two words. This behavior was entirely inconsistent with that of a typical 4 or 5-year-old child, who would usually possess a broader vocabulary. How had they overlooked this glaring red flag? It felt as if an internal voice had been urging them to approach the child and embrace her, leading them to impulsively rush out of the dispensing room. They were now filled with trepidation and hurriedly exclaimed, come quickly. Lin Qi gestured for them to quickly take cover behind him. The three individuals realized they might be confronting something terrifying. They obediently concealed themselves behind Lin Qi, who, at that moment, regarded the child before him with utmost seriousness. In his eyes, the child was not merely a child, but a fearsome, undead creature. The appearance of a small child was merely a disguise. As for Lin Qi's earlier remarks about the child wearing an adult's hospital gown, those were nothing but absurdities. The reason Lin Qi discerned that this little girl was a zombie lay entirely in his scanning ability. At that moment, the attributes of a zombie were laid bare before Lin Qi. Its other characteristics appeared rather ordinary, yet its mental attribute was astoundingly high, nearly matching Lin Qi's own. It is worth noting that Lin Qi possessed considerable mental strength. Moreover, this particular zombie possessed an additional ability, the power to create illusions. Just moments ago, it had utilized this ability to simulate the appearance of a little girl, thereby exploiting the survivor's compassion to lure them in. When the survivors drew near, it would then strike with ferocity, achieving its predatory aims. This tactic had proven effective time and again for the zombie. However, it had not anticipated encountering Lin Qi, who was an obstacle it could not easily overcome. Just as it was poised to succeed, Lin Qi's appearance thwarted its scheme. The zombie still maintained the guise of a little girl, yet its expression was now one of intense fury, repeatedly calling out for daddy and mommy. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time he had encountered such a courteous zombie, addressing him as father right off the bat. However, I certainly do not possess a daughter as terrifying as you. With that, Lin Qi unsheathed his battle knife and charged forward. The zombie, taken aback by Lin Qi's audacity, unleashed its full power to conjure an illusion, attempting to impede Lin Qi's advance. Yet, Lin Qi, being equipped with a system, would not be easily deceived by such a rudimentary illusion. However, soon a wicked smile crept across the zombie's lips, sending a jolt of alarm through Lin Qi's heart. It seemed that something ominous was about to transpire. Turning his head, he noticed Zhang Bufan, along with the three nurses from earlier and his own team of survivors, appearing as though they had lost their souls, slowly closing in around him, effectively restraining Lin Qi's movements. At this sight, the mutated zombie revealed a smile imbued with a semblance of humanity. Lin Qi glanced at the zombie that was about to vanish from his sight, astonished. This zombie, with its remarkable mental prowess, exhibited a commendable level of intelligence. It had the audacity to utilize its surroundings for cover in an effort to preserve itself. Moreover, it recognized its inability to confront me and chose to flee instead. However, if that is all it possesses, then this zombie is unlikely to survive for long. Lin Qi smiled faintly and directly employed the Navy's sixth style, the shave. Instantly, his figure vanished amidst the encirclement, akin to teleportation, as he arrived behind the fleeing zombie. The mutated zombie was taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Qi could break free so swiftly. At that moment, it attempted to use its powers to confuse Lin Qi. However, it was in vain, for Lin Qi was the nemesis of those capable of conjuring illusions. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade and dispatched the mutated zombie with lethal precision. Chapter 75. Perhaps joining him would be the right decision aside from its remarkably high mental attributes. The mutated zombie possessed otherwise mundane characteristics. Faced with Lin Qi's descending strike, it had no time to evade, helplessly witnessing the blade slice through its neck. Thus, the zombie, endowed with the ability to ensnare others in illusions, met its demise at Lin Qi's hands. At that moment, Zhang Bufan and the others, previously under the control of the mutated zombie, broke free from the illusion's grasp. They exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing a look of confusion. In their recollection, they had been standing at the staircase just moments ago, yet the next instant, it felt as though they had teleported to their current location. Lin Qi raised his battle blade and cleaved the mutated zombie's skull open. Instantly, a translucent crystal tumbled out from within. Upon examination, it was evident that this crystal contained the ability to create illusions. The essence of illusion manipulation lies in harnessing powerful mental energy to alter the target's sensory perceptions, thereby ensnaring them in a fabricated reality. For instance, if the target perceives a cliff ahead, activating this ability can distort their brain's judgment of the environment, leading them to believe that what lies before them is an expanse of flat terrain. Consequently, taking a step forward would result in them plummeting into the abyss. This ability is indeed formidable. However, Lin Qi was aware that within his team, there existed an individual capable of mastering this illusionary power, Uncle Tai. As a possessor of psychic abilities, Uncle Tai could later utilize his immense mental strength to ensnare opponents in illusions. Moreover, he could manipulate his psychic energy to form various offensive or defensive constructs, far surpassing the mere creation of illusions. Regardless, Lin Qi decided to store the crystal in his inventory, for the mutated zombie's crystal could be of great use to Xiao Jin. Just imagine a scenario where a speed-oriented mutated beast suddenly acquires the ability to conjure illusions. How delightful that would be. However, Lin Qi had previously discovered through scanning that the number of abilities one can possess is inherently limited and cannot be infinitely stacked. The quantity of abilities also correlates with an individual's innate talent. He had observed Nie Ruyun, who could simultaneously wield 20 abilities, truly deserving of her title as the Storm Queen. Possessing top-tier talent, both Uncle Tai and Angel could manage up to 15 abilities at once. Notably, Xiao Jin also turned out to be a top-tier talent, capable of wielding 20 abilities. Qin Tian, due to his system, faced no restrictions regarding the number of abilities. In theory, this implies that Lin Qi could possess an unlimited number of abilities concurrently. Yet, he discovered a flaw within himself. He could not utilize the abilities acquired from the crystals of other ability wielders. Lin Qi yearns to acquire a new supernatural ability, which can solely be obtained from the rewards provided by the system. However, one can be assured that anything produced by the system is of exceptional quality. Lin Qi need not worry about lacking exceptional abilities. As for the individuals under his command, with Qin Tian's prowess, he could effortlessly arrange for them a set of high-level ability combinations perfectly suited to their needs. However, all of this requires time to unfold. At this moment, Lin Qi turned around and approached Zhang Bufan and the others. Lin Qi began to scan the 3 surviving nurses. At that moment, the nurses met Lin Qi's gaze once again and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had it not been for Lin Qi, or had they not heeded his words, they would now be the unfortunate meal of that zombie. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, through his scanning, seemed to have uncovered something remarkable. Of course, his scan did not possess the dubious ability of X-ray vision. What he discovered was indeed astonishing. These 3 women each possessed supernatural abilities. However, their powers remained dormant at present. It turned out that every individual with such abilities must unleash them at least once after awakening for them to be activated. It appeared that they had undergone the process of awakening, yet at this moment they were unaware of their newfound powers, or rather, the nature of those powers. Thus, they had not utilized their skills. Nevertheless, this was exceedingly advantageous for Lin Qi. Lin Qi was preparing to welcome them into her fold. At that moment, the eldest of the three nurses, Sister Qin, stepped forward. She appeared to be about 26 or 27 years old, with a curvaceous figure and remarkably smooth and delicate skin. Addressing Lin Qi, she said, "Sir, please allow me to extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of the three of us. You are clearly offering us a well-meaning reminder, and we misinterpreted your intentions. We are truly sorry." With that, she bowed deeply. As it was summer and the weather was quite hot, the nurses wore loose-fitting attire which, when she bent forward, inadvertently revealed a pronounced cleavage before Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi, being a man of integrity, paid no heed to such distractions. "I have a survivor base that is currently accepting a considerable number of survivors. Would you be willing to join us?" Upon hearing this, the three women exchanged glances. In these tumultuous times, joining a powerful faction and securing essential resources was indeed the most advantageous option. Nevertheless, doubts lingered in their hearts. Lin Qi discerned the thoughts that lingered in their minds. Consequently, he gestured for several young female survivors to step forward. Conversations among women often flow effortlessly, and before long, they found common ground. Indeed, persuading survivors to join one's team proved far more effective when a woman took the lead rather than a man. At this moment, it was Sister Qin who stepped forward, expressing her willingness to join Lin Qi's group. Lin Qi felt a profound sense of joy. As long as they were willing to join the ranks, everything would be manageable. However, Lin Qi spoke up, "As you're already aware, there's a prerequisite to joining my base. You must personally slay at least one zombie and present me with a piece of zombie crystal." Upon hearing this, Sister Qin, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Na were filled with trepidation. Through their previous conversation with the female survivors, they had already learned of Lin Qi's stipulation. To join his base, they must pass this test, irrespective of age or gender. Having made their choice to join, they had no alternative but to confront this challenge. Taking a deep breath, Sister Qin addressed Lin Qi. "We will do it. Please provide us with weapons. We will go kill the zombies." In response, Lin Qi handed them short knives and crossbows, directing them towards the waiting area of a nearby department. "There are bound to be infected zombies there. Complete your task, and you shall be welcomed into our fold." As he spoke, Lin Qi conjured food and water before their eyes, laying them on the ground. "Upon completing the task, this food will be yours." The sight of the food made the three women, who had not eaten or drunk for nearly 48 hours, gulp in unison. Yet, their remaining rationality restrained them from rushing forward to seize it. Resolutely, they turned and headed in the direction Lin Qi indicated. At that moment, Lin Qi signaled Zhang Bufan to follow, tasked with their protection and oversight. As the three women rounded the corner, ensuring Lin Qi could neither see nor hear them, Xiao Na whispered to Sister Qin, "Why are we following that man's orders? He has given us weapons. We could easily take them and find a safe place to establish our own base." Sister Qin shook her head in response. "That is not feasible. Did you not see how he summoned so much food just now?" With Sister Qin's reminder, Xiao Na and Xiao Mei realized that Lin Qi had seemingly conjured those items out of thin air, with no apparent flaws. Sister Qin continued, "Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, it is reasonable to assume that if we can encounter zombies with the ability to create illusions, there must be survivors with extraordinary powers as well. It is evident that this man possesses such abilities. Furthermore, he still retains a semblance of rationality characteristic of a modern individual. He does not appear to be malicious. The opportunity he offers to join him is already a great fortune. Perhaps aligning ourselves with him is indeed the right choice." Chapter 76. Zombies are not as terrifying as they seem. After Sister Qin finished speaking, she moved to the front. Xiao Mei and Xiao Na exchanged glances and could only nod in agreement. Sister Qin's reasoning was sound, based on Lin Qi's behavior. Following him might indeed be a prudent decision. With this thought in mind, the two quickly caught up with her. Lin Qi did not want them to personally hunt zombies. Then let them slay one to demonstrate. The three cautiously approached the location indicated by Lin Qi, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Before them wandered 8 grotesque zombies, their vacant eyes void of life, mouths mindlessly opening and closing. Occasionally, a low growl emanated from their throats, adding to the dreadful atmosphere. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, intermingled with the acrid scent of spilled chemicals. Upon inhaling this foul odor, the girls instinctively covered their noses and mouths with their hands. The corridor beneath their feet was slick with a layer of congealed blood, now dry and repulsive. The darkened fluid clung to the zombies' bodies and tattered clothing, with some even having chunks of flesh gnawed away from their thighs, yet still struggling to rise. One particularly gruesome sight was a zombie with its arm severed at the shoulder, writhing on the ground like a maggot, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. This ghastly scene pierced through their senses, despite their training as nursing students where they had encountered various corpses. Yet, those were respected cadavers, not these horrific beings which, despite their grievous injuries that should have rendered them lifeless, still moved with chilling autonomy. The youngest among them, Xiao Mei, could no longer contain herself. Overwhelmed by the grotesque spectacle and the repugnant odor, she emitted a sound, only to immediately realize her mistake and hastily cover her mouth. Meanwhile, Qinjie and Xiaona shot her an angry glare. Xiao Mei's face was etched with regret. After all, it was unintentional. But in the next moment, under Xiao Mei's panicked gaze, the zombies turned their attention towards the trio, their keen senses alerted. They quickened their pace, rushing towards the girls with a terrifying fervor. The three, unaccustomed to such a scene, felt their legs weaken with fear. They attempted to flee, yet their legs felt as if they were borrowed from another, refusing to obey their commands. This reaction is not uncommon. Many have noted that individuals facing danger often struggle to escape, stumbling and falling before they can even take 2 steps. This is not a mere performance, but a physiological response. When confronted with imminent peril, the body releases a surge of adrenaline, enhancing strength to evade threats. However, this sudden increase in power can overwhelm the brain, disrupting the usual fine control over one's body. A command to move forward may translate into a forceful step akin to a full sprint, leading to a loss of balance. The brain, detecting the impending fall, attempts to engage muscles to maintain equilibrium. Yet, the explosive muscle power can cause what should have been a stabilizing action to become destabilizing, akin to a drunken stumble. In that moment, the 3 girls experienced this very phenomenon. They instinctively sought to escape, but fell to the ground almost immediately. Faced with the encroaching zombies, they wished to scream, but their tensed muscles rendered their voices mute, leaving them only able to huddle on the ground, fear written across their faces. As the zombies closed in, Qinjie, in sheer terror, shut her eyes and began to flail the short knife given to them by Lin Qi in a desperate attempt to ward off the creatures. At that very instant, her blade struck the neck of one zombie leaning in to bite her, causing its head to roll away. Feeling a momentary resistance, Qinjie opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing she had decapitated a zombie. This revelation surprised her. As a trained nurse, she understood the human anatomy well. Normally, a knife would encounter significant resistance from muscle and bone, but now it had sliced through with alarming ease. She surmised that the zombies' bodies had decayed significantly, rendering them less formidable and easier to harm. Observing the zombies more closely, she noted that apart from their frightening appearance and foul odor, they moved sluggishly, far less intimidating than she had imagined. With newfound resolve, Qinjie stood up and began to engage the nearest zombie. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and Xiaona, still in shock, closed their eyes and waved their knives about helplessly. As Qinjie skillfully dispatched zombies, she urged her companions in a hushed tone, "Open your eyes. They are not as fearsome as they seem. Just be cautious and avoid being scratched." Upon hearing this, the 2 opened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. They were astonished to see Qinjie, who moments ago had been paralyzed by fear, now standing confidently and fighting back. Just then, Qinjie seized an opportunity, plunging her knife into a zombie's open mouth and twisting it violently, severing half of its head. The zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With determination, Qinjie turned to her friends and declared, "Do you see? These zombies are not as terrifying as they appear. Just like in the movies, as long as we damage their brains, they cannot survive. Chapter 77. Mission accomplished. The sinister operating room. Upon witnessing Sister Qin's demonstration, the two gradually grasped the situation. After all, both had received medical training. They quickly understood the underlying rationale. With this realization, they ceased to retreat, instead rising with determination akin to Sister Qin. Drawing their short knives, they faced the oncoming zombies, taking a deep breath before charging forward. However, as they approached the grotesque creatures, skin a sickly gray, eyes devoid of life, and flesh exposed where their cheeks had been torn away, fear gripped their hearts once more. The thought of failing Lin Qi's assessment loomed over them. Without success, they would remain trapped within the hospital, unable to find a safe environment to survive. With this resolve, they steeled themselves, wielding their knives with ferocity. In that moment, as the blades pierced the flesh, their years of experience revealed a stark truth. These abominations were merely frightening in appearance. With this clarity, as they beheld the zombies again, their hearts surged with murderous intent. These wretched beings had confined them to the pharmacy for nearly 2 days without sustenance. Having surmounted their mental barriers, they discovered that vanquishing these ordinary zombies posed no challenge whatsoever. In short order, the three dispatched the 8 zombies, their performance noted by Zhang Bufan, who observed from a distance. He acknowledged their efforts with approval. Yet, an overlooked detail loomed ominously, a potential catalyst for genuine danger. Just as the 3 nurses reveled in their victory, they were confronted with a horde of zombies emerging from around the corner. The sudden onslaught startled them profoundly. Why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? Xiao Mei questioned, bewildered. Before Sister Qin could respond, Xiao Na interjected, her voice grave. I believe our earlier commotion attracted them. Xiao Mei lamented, regret washing over her. Had she known better, she would have refrained from her earlier outbursts. Sister Qin turned to comfort her. Xiao Mei, you're still young and just graduated. It's natural to feel fear. However, we have already taken that crucial step, haven't we? Now that the zombies have arrived, we must eliminate them as we did before, while being mindful not to create excessive noise. Encouraged by Sister Qin's words, Xiao Mei emerged from her self-reproach. Observing Sister Qin alongside herself, one could easily mistake her for a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse. Gazing at the oncoming zombies, the fear in their eyes dissipated entirely. The trio coordinated seamlessly, capitalizing on the narrow corridor's layout to position themselves advantageously. They began to lure the zombies into the confined space, ensuring they faced only 2 or 3 at a time, thus avoiding chaos in their attacks. These rudimentary zombies were driven solely by their instinct to feed. They did not possess the capacity for fear or retreat. They were singularly focused on the tantalizing prospect of food ahead, relentlessly pushing forward. This provided Sister Qin and her companions an excellent opportunity to strike them down. In less than 5 minutes, through their coordinated efforts, the 20 or so zombies that had approached met their demise at the hands of the trio. Once the last zombie fell, the 3 collapsed onto the floor, resembling deflated balloons. This time, their exhaustion stemmed not from fear, but from the intensity of their exertion. After all, how remarkable it was for ordinary individuals to engage in such focused, high-intensity combat for several minutes. Now thoroughly drenched in sweat, they resembled those just pulled from the water. Despite their fatigue, smiles broke across their faces, for together they had vanquished over 30 zombies. This sense of accomplishment was indeed worthy of celebration. After a brief respite, they recalled Lin Qi's task. Once assured that their surroundings were temporarily secure, they took up their knives again, methodically severing the heads of each zombie to extract the precious crystal within. At this moment, they had surpassed the most critical hurdle of the apocalypse, no longer repulsed by the grisly scene. They retrieved the viscous crystals from the zombies' gelatinous brain matter. Unperturbed by the grotesque process, wiping the remnants on their nurse uniforms, they continued with their grim task, dissecting the next zombie's head. Lin Qi nodded. At that moment, the 3 approached him. The leader, Sister Qin, addressed Lin Qi, saying, "We have successfully completed the task you assigned us, and here is the item you requested." With that, the 3 presented the gathered zombie crystals into Lin Qi's hands. Lin Qi glanced at the handful of zombie crystals in her possession. then surveyed the bloodstains that clung to them from their recent skirmish. The exhilaration etched on their faces spoke volumes. It was clear that the three of them had undergone a transformation. Excellent. Welcome to my base. Without further ado, I present to you tangible rewards for your efforts. The trio, shedding any hesitation, eagerly accepted the nearby provisions and began to feast before the gathered onlookers. After enduring a prolonged period of hunger, they savored the once repulsive food, now revealed to be delectable. Lin Qi, in turn, refrained from urging them and patiently stood by, awaiting their satisfaction. Once the trio had quenched their appetites, Lin Qi led them onward to the upper floors. Before long, they reached the top floor, which housed the surgical ward. It was an expansive area with dozens of beds arranged haphazardly. The operating room, typically aglow with bright lights, now flickered ominously with only a few surgical lamps casting an erratic glow, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The disorder of the beds suggested that surgeries had been interrupted when the apocalypse struck, leaving chaos in its wake as individuals fled for their lives. Yet, an unsettling silence enveloped the space, allowing Lin Qi and her companions to hear the sound of their own footsteps and heartbeats. Such tranquility is essential for surgeries, providing a serene environment free from external disturbances, enabling both patients to calm their nerves and doctors to maintain focus. However, the current ambience was hauntingly sinister, concealing unknown dangers in the shadows. "This place is quite a mess," Zhang Bufan remarked softly as he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, Lin Qi raised her index finger to her lips, having sensed that the stillness belied an underlying tension that was anything but tranquil. At this moment, Lin Qina's exaggerated sixth sense has become acutely aware that amidst the surrounding darkness, there appears to be something profoundly terrifying awaiting her. Lin Qi retrieved a high-powered flashlight and distributed it among the group. Upon illuminating the surroundings, Lin Qi finally discerned the nature of the objects within. At that moment, someone in the team suddenly appeared startled, as if taken aback by an unseen presence. He exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" Chapter 78, Self-Destructing Zombie. Lin Qi and the others followed the sound and looked in the direction he indicated. What met their eyes was a colossal zombie, towering over 2.5 meters. Its body was grotesquely swollen, resembling an inflated balloon. The skin on its face was rotten in patches, revealing the decaying flesh and exposed bones beneath. It emanated a foul stench of decay. At that moment, the zombie's terrifying mouth emitted low growls intermittently, as it lumbered towards Lin Qi and his companions with a dispassionate gait. Upon witnessing this abomination, Lin Qi's heart sank. He never anticipated encountering the so-called most repulsive, self-destructing zombie from the early days of the apocalypse. Why was this creature so grotesquely bloated? It was because its body was filled with corrosive liquid, making it a veritable mobile container of destructive fluid. The crucial aspect was that it could not be engaged in combat. A mere touch from that corrosive liquid would undoubtedly result in the loss of flesh. The zombie would expel a glob of corrosive liquid to attack its prey, and one should not underestimate this projectile, for its accuracy was astonishingly high, with an impressive range. In gaming parlance, it was akin to a marksman possessing the physique of a tank, and upon demise, it would self-destruct. Everything within its explosion radius would be utterly corroded if tainted by the corrosive liquid. Perhaps the only silver lining was that the corrosive liquid within this self-destructing zombie did not carry the zombie virus. Thus, while those infected would meet their demise, there were no other dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Qi shouted a warning. "Everyone, retreat quickly. Hurry." However, his caution was largely unnecessary. The others, upon witnessing the terrifying visage of the self-destructing zombie, instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Before Lin Qi could finish his warning, everyone swiftly dodged out of the way. At that instant, the self-destructing zombie launched its attack. Its abdomen swelled dramatically, and its mouth gaped wide open, unleashing a torrent of dark green liquid aimed directly at the nearest survivor, Xiao Mei. Seemingly paralyzed by fear, she stood frozen in place, unaware of the impending doom. Should that corrosive liquid strike her, her life would be extinguished in an instant. How could Lin Qi permit such an occurrence? The survivors under his command are indeed the key to his own empowerment. At this critical juncture, Lin Qi executed the technique known as Soru from the Navy's Six Powers. Appearing before Xiao Mei as if by teleportation, he swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and handed her over to Sister Qin, who stood behind him. At that moment, Xiao Mei was in a state of shock, her body limp with fear, forgetting even to scream. Lin Qi did not reprimand her, for Xiao Mei was, after all, merely an ordinary individual. It was indeed a considerable challenge for her body to react in such a brief span of time. The corrosive liquid, having lost its target, traced a smooth parabolic arc through the air, directly striking the surgical table position behind where Xiao Mei had just stood. Instantly, the handles and surface of the table, along with everything upon it, began to sizzle and emit a foul odor. At that moment, Lin Qi shouted, "Everyone evacuate the room." Upon hearing his command, all present hurriedly retreated outside. Thus, the once spacious room was left with only Lin Qi and the explosive zombie, free from any lingering concerns. Lin Qi's actions have become increasingly adept and effortless. Lin Qi summoned his battle blade. Then the self-exploding zombie spewed forth a mouthful of corrosive liquid. Launching it toward Lin Qi was well prepared. He swiftly darted to the side and deftly seized the nearby surgical table, raising it upright as a makeshift shield. With unwavering resolve, he charged toward the self-detonating zombies, braving their assault. At that moment, the self-detonating zombies unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid, each projectile striking the surgical table with precision. Observing the table, now gradually eroded and diminished in size, Lin Qi steeled himself for the impending confrontation. Lin Qi realized that the moment had arrived for a decisive strike against the zombies. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the self-destructing zombies' assault, he sprang into action. Utilizing the shield as cover, he plunged his blade into the creature's skull. With a swift motion, he withdrew it, elegantly twirling the sword to shake off the viscous liquid clinging to the blade. The liquid splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding the surface and creating a myriad of tiny holes. Once Lin Qi had shattered the zombie's brain, even its tenacious vitality could not endure. Yet, in the moment of its demise, its body began to swell, resembling a balloon being inflated. Upon reaching a critical threshold, boom, the zombie exploded. The corrosive liquid contained within its body erupted in all directions. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the surgical room were immediately filled with the hissing sound of the material being corroded. The affected areas released plumes of white smoke, accompanied by a pungent odor. To the uninformed, it might have seemed as if they had stepped into a sauna. Those gathered at the entrance were utterly astonished by Lin Qi's remarkable combat prowess. Zhang Bufan and the other survivors were somewhat unfazed, having witnessed Lin Qi's skills before. However, for Sister Qin, Xiao Mei, and Xiaona, this was their first encounter with such a display, leaving them agape in disbelief. They had not expected that this seemingly frail Lin Qi could transform so drastically in battle. Perhaps aligning themselves with such an individual would render their future less bleak. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, taking advantage of the surgical bed as a shield, successfully shielded himself from the onslaught of corrosive liquid. As the last of the liquid dripped to the ground, he cast aside the now battered surgical bed. Rising to his feet, he observed that aside from the small patch beneath him, the rest of the area had been entirely consumed by the corrosive substance, now reduced to a state of utter ruin. Lin Qi silently exclaimed that it was bad. He quickly propelled himself forward and leaped to the doorway. Indeed, the very next moment, the entire floor collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing down onto the level below with a resounding thud. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock at the sight before them. Especially Xiao Mei. She had not anticipated the explosive power of the self-destructing zombies to be so formidable. It was astonishing that it could corrode such a thick floor. One could only imagine the fate that would have befallen her had it splattered upon her. Surely, it would have been her end? At that moment, as Xiao Mei glanced at Lin Qi, her gaze began to shift, filled with a newfound admiration. She had not realized that Lin Qi was not only strikingly handsome, but also incredibly capable. Soon, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head shyly. Chapter 79. 500s daily. At this juncture, Lin Qi examined the super alloy battle knife in his hand. The blade remained resplendent and chilling, emanating an air of intimidation. It was no wonder it was the same model as that of the formidable Wolverine. The quality was exceptional. After the explosion of the self-destructing zombies, Lin Qi did not follow his usual routine of scavenging the zombie crystals left behind, for the self-destructing zombies did not produce such artifacts. Moreover, who would even utilize what they produced? To merely transform oneself into a cumbersome figure, limited to a one-time ability, after which one would be finished. That was utterly inconceivable. Upon thoroughly clearing the entire outpatient building, Lin Qi and his team began their descent. As they reached the 4th floor, Lin Qi inadvertently glanced outside the window. The view was directly onto the hospital courtyard. At that moment, Lin Qi was struck by a horrifying scene. It appeared that while they were engaged in conquering the outpatient building, several self-destructing zombies and dozens of ordinary zombies had surrounded the armored vehicle parked in the yard. Inside the vehicle, only Nie Ruyun and 2 ordinary survivors remained. Faced with such a horde of zombies, they could not withstand the pressure. Even a modified armored vehicle might not be able to resist the corrosive liquid unleashed by the self-destructing zombies. How could Lin Qi allow such a thing to transpire? He leaped through the shattered window of the 4th floor, employing the lunar step to soar through the air, reaching the car with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, several self-detonating zombies were perilously close to the vehicle. Lin Qi was unable to slay the few zombies at such a close distance, for the corrosive liquid they would spray upon being struck would directly impact the armored vehicle. In such a case, the occupants within would also suffer dire consequences. Contemplating this, Lin Qi clapped his palms together with great force, producing a resounding noise that successfully captured the attention of all the zombies present. They collectively turned their heads towards him, precisely as Lin Qi had intended. He deftly led the zombies away in the opposite direction of the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan and Sister Qin were hastily making their way to the 1st floor. Why did they not follow Lin Qi's lead and escape through the window? The answer lay in the fact that they were on the 4th floor. Not everyone possessed Lin Qi's extraordinary abilities to leap from such heights. As they descended, Xiao Mei inquired of Zhang Bufan, "Will Lin Qi brother be all right jumping down from here?" Zhang Bufan, rarely serious, assured her, "Rest assured, Lin Qi's strength surpasses even your imagination." Surpasses your imagination? Is Lin Qi brother a superhero? Xiao Mei queried, perplexed. To which Zhang Bufan responded, "Perhaps." At that moment, Sister Qin interjected, "All right, we should hasten downstairs to see if Lin Qi requires our assistance." Zhang Bufan and his companions descended rapidly. However, upon reaching the ground floor, they were astonished to find not a single zombie still standing. This revelation left them in disbelief, especially the 3 newcomers who had just joined Sister Qin. Lin Qi's speed is astonishing. We took barely a minute to descend from the 4th floor, yet he managed to eradicate all these zombies? To assert that it was solely Lin Qi who had vanquished them would be somewhat inaccurate, for a portion of the zombies had perished due to the corrosive liquid splattered by the exploding zombies. At that moment, Lin Qi was meticulously clearing the battlefield. Fortunately, the corrosive liquid from the self-destructing zombies did not erode the crystals nestled within the zombies' brains, thus preserving them intact. You have acquired 30 zombie crystals, 10,000-fold critical hit activated. Congratulations, you have obtained 300,000 zombie crystals. Just then, Zhang Bufan and his companions approached, their expressions filled with concern as they inquired about Lin Qi's well-being. Lin Qi gently shook his head. He then opened the armored vehicle's door and discovered that the 2 remaining survivors were diligently tending to the unconscious Nie Ruyun. This sight filled Lin Qi with a profound sense of comfort. At that moment, Xiao Mei stepped forward and posed a question to Lin Qi. "Brother Lin Qi, can I be as formidable as you?" She then bowed respectfully to him. "Lin Qi, do not hold her to the same standard." Lin Qi chuckled, "No problem. As long as you can manage 5 sets of 100 repetitions each day, you will become as strong as I am. What 5 sets of 100? Xiao Mei tilted her head, puzzled. Meanwhile, Zhang Bufan had already guessed Lin Qi's intention and struggled to contain his laughter. At that moment, Lin Qi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "You must listen attentively to what I am about to share. This is a secret mantra for becoming stronger." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. "I want to hear it. I want to hear it. You must follow my instructions diligently after listening." Xiao Mei nodded even more fervently. Then, with utmost seriousness, Lin Qi stated, "You must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 100 pull-ups, and run 10 kilometers every single day." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's expression fell. The prospect of such a demanding regimen was daunting. But that's not all. "You must persistently train for 3 consecutive years, just as I did, and you will become as strong as I am." 3 years? Xiao Mei's face crumbled in despair. She realized that becoming strong was far more challenging than she had anticipated. Moreover, regardless of inclement weather, you must not relent. In summer, you must forego air conditioning. And in winter, you must abstain from heating. Only by enduring such rigorous training can you aspire to my level of strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei fell silent, deep in contemplation. After a long pause, she timidly asked Lin Qi, "Would it be acceptable if I only did 10 each day?" As soon as she uttered this, a wave of laughter erupted from those around her. They had not expected Xiao Mei to be so endearing. At that moment, she wore a look of confusion, wondering why they were laughing at her. Her bewildered expression prompted another round of laughter from the crowd. Lin Qi also burst into laughter. The reason Lin Qi suddenly referenced this famous anime meme was quite evident. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, it is impossible for anyone to remain on high alert for 24 hours straight. Occasionally allowing oneself to relax is indeed a commendable choice. At that very moment, an exceedingly discordant sound echoed from outside the door. "Oh, someone seems to be in a good mood." This voice was as irritating as a fly in the sweltering summer, causing great annoyance. Lin Qi glanced towards the entrance and beheld 2 men clad in bizarre attire, accompanied by approximately 30 ruffians, unfazed by their surroundings. The two began to engage in a discussion. "Brother Gaz, their armored vehicle is quite impressive. Soon it will be ours." In their banter, they brazenly claimed Lin Qi's belongings as their own. Chapter 80. Lin Qi, a living embodiment of a hellish king. Fortunately, they had not witnessed Lin Qi's agile prowess while he dispatched the zombies. Had they seen it, their audacity would surely have diminished. The weapons of the survivors were also slung across their backs, remaining unnoticed by these audacious individuals, which emboldened their reckless behavior. Lin Qi regarded the 2 individuals with a cold stare. "From where do you hail?" Upon hearing this inquiry, both men, along with their entourage, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You don't even know who we are? It's truly astonishing how you managed in Pingjiang City without knowing about us, the Tianyin Gang." As Lin Qi processed their self-introduction, he suddenly recalled the name of the Tianyin Gang that had been mentioned. This gang comprised a group of recently matured or even underage dropouts, bound by a singular rule. They must tattoo an eye-like symbol upon the crown of their heads. The members believe that this tattoo bestows them with strength. Indeed, the individuals before him all sported a dark green tattoo atop their heads, presenting a rather ludicrous sight. Relying on their numbers, they frequently engaged in vandalism and theft, leaving behind a notorious reputation that severely impacted the law and order of Pingjiang City. In his past life during the apocalypse, Lin Qi had also heard tales of the Tianyin Gang. Lin Qi recalled that they had occupied an auditorium at a university, continuously sheltering survivors to enslave them for their own purposes. Within this group, many individuals had awakened formidable supernatural abilities, significantly enhancing the gang's combat prowess. Before the apocalypse, they had been a bunch of uneducated individuals, but the end of the world had liberated their true nature. The survivors were subjected to relentless torment at their hands. However, Lin Qi vaguely remembered that at the Tianyin Gang's stronghold in Pingjiang City, a rather peculiar item capable of infinitely summoning minions had seemingly emerged. This powerful artifact was firmly grasped by the leader of the Tianyin gang. In his past life, Lin Qi had not fully comprehended the nature of this object, but now, in this second life, he was determined to claim it for himself, regardless of the Tianyin gang members. Lin Qi had no intention of bringing them under his command. After all, this group could hardly be considered human, although the system could enforce their loyalty to remain above a certain threshold. Lin Qi could not guarantee that these emotionally volatile youths would truly be able to control their actions and refrain from seeking revenge against him. At this moment, the two individuals began to harmonize. Heavenly eye armor. Did you notice those exquisite girls beside them? One of them remarked. The other concurred, indeed. They possess far more charm than our own students. The arrogant corporation had completely disregarded Lin Qi. Lin Qi cast a cold, piercing gaze upon them. The two individuals felt a shiver run down their spines. Upon meeting Lin Qi's eyes, they were momentarily paralyzed by his intimidating presence and involuntarily took a step back. However, they soon realized that such an action was utterly disgraceful. Resolutely, they puffed out their chests and mustered the courage to taunt Lin Qi, exclaiming, "Hey, pretty boy, what are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me? I'll gouge your eyes out." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. This group remained unable to shake off their childish habit of boasting before a confrontation. Lin Qi's smile seemed to strike a nerve, as if he had stepped on their tails. I said, "What are you laughing at? You dare to provoke us, the members of the Tianyin gang? You are courting death." Lin Qi acted with unrestrained decisiveness, employing the Navy's 6 technique shave. In an instant, he appeared before the two with an almost teleportational speed. Before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Qi extended his hands, gripping firmly around their throats, lifting them effortlessly. In that moment, they struggled desperately, attempting to free themselves from Lin Qi's iron grip. However, his strength far surpassed theirs. The arrogance that once filled their eyes was now entirely replaced by fear. They had not anticipated that this tall, slender individual before them was, like their boss, an extraordinary being endowed with powers. Accustomed to their usual arrogance and dominance, they now found themselves in a predicament they could not escape. They wished to plead for mercy, but with their throats constricted by Lin Qi's hold, no sound could escape their lips. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon them and spoke with a fierce intensity. "Mind your language. Did your mothers not teach you to refrain from using foul words?" The group of a dozen subordinates behind him, witnessing Lin Qi's formidable presence, immediately cowered and began to scatter in all directions. Zhang Bufan swiftly grasped Lin Qi's intent. Seizing a crossbow in each hand, he unleashed his extraordinary abilities, targeting both sides with unrelenting precision. "Ha! You wretches! Meet your demise." With the pull of the trigger, arrows flew forth as if guided by an unseen force, striking towards the fleeing members of the Tianyin gang. No matter how swiftly they ran, they could not match the velocity of the bolts released from the compound crossbow, compounded by Zhang Bufan's unparalleled accuracy. Mere moments later, the farthest runner collapsed to the ground. At that instant, the throng of subordinates brought by the two individuals Lin Qi held had been utterly vanquished. This marked Zhang Bufan's inaugural experience of taking a life. Yet, he bore no remorse, for these individuals were beyond redemption, scarcely deserving the title of humanity. Even zombies exhibited a semblance of humanity when compared to them. At the very least, they did not torment or insult others. However, upon hearing the relentless sound of arrows being loosed and the thud of his subordinates succumbing to their wounds, the remaining two understood that their comrades had been entirely annihilated. They realized, with a chilling clarity, that escape from this dire situation was implausible. Yet, their minds were consumed by the immediate peril. The lack of oxygen had rendered their faces a ghastly shade of purplish hue. Lin Qi continued to grip them firmly in the air and declared, suddenly, "I feel the urge to play a game. My hands are growing weary and I can hardly hold on any longer. The first person whose feet touch the ground will meet their demise." Upon hearing this, the faces of the two being held turned a deep shade of purple. Their eyes filled with disbelief. "What joke? Are you jesting with me? Both of us are on the verge of suffocation, and yet you proclaim that the one who touches the ground first shall die." How can the other one possibly endure? Is this morbid game of yours truly entertaining? Lin Qi continued, "Whoever endures the longest shall survive. Do not attempt to struggle too violently. My strength is quite limited. Should your feet inadvertently touch the ground, it will be quite unfortunate for you." At that moment, both individuals inwardly cursed Lin Qi, thinking you are holding one adult in each hand, and you claim your strength is small? Lin Qi is nothing short of a living embodiment of the king of hell. In comparison, I was merely a good-natured young pioneer. Chapter 81. The Stronghold of the Heavenly Eye Gang. Meanwhile, Lin Qi persistently urged them from the side. "If we hold on a little longer, perhaps I could gain even more than the other person." The voice of Lin Qi resonated in their ears like a harbinger of doom from the depths of hell. At that moment, both individuals, having endured prolonged asphyxiation, had lost all strength. The sole force propelling them forward was their primal instinct for survival. Gradually, the intensity of their struggles diminished. Eventually, one of them fell silent, seemingly succumbing to suffocation. Lin Qi swiftly snapped the neck of the man before him, discarding both bodies onto the ground. The other individual, oblivious to his own survival, believed his demise was imminent. However, to his astonishment, at this critical moment, Lin Qi unexpectedly relinquished his grip. As he felt the iron hold around his neck loosen, he sank to his knees, gasping for the precious air of life, relieved to have escaped death. At that moment, Lin Qi gradually crouched beside him and whispered into his ear, "Congratulations, you have triumphed in this game. Now, tell me the location of your Tianyin gang stronghold." The surviving member of the Tianyin gang was now utterly terrified of Lin Qi. Thus, he dared not take Lin Qi's question lightly, fearing that a sudden surge of anger from him might seal his fate. As he struggled to regain his breath, his voice was punctuated by gasps as he addressed Lin Qi from the ground. Lin Qi's voice was hushed, reminiscent of a demon whispering in your ear. "You are in no position to negotiate with me. Speak. You may have a chance at survival. Remain silent. You are certain to perish. Do you understand?" Lin Qi intensified his tone, causing the individual before him to be utterly terrified. In an instant, a foul liquid began to seep from the person's groin. It was astonishing that Lin Qi's intimidating presence could evoke such a reaction, causing someone to lose control of their bladder. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The person was merely around 18 years of age, having never faced significant challenges in life. Their psychological fortitude was not particularly robust. Coupled with Lin Qi's formidable aura, it was entirely reasonable that this individual was so frightened. Our Tianyin gang's territory lies within the Art Academy of Pingjiang City, where our leader is also situated. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi conceived a plan. He continued to interrogate the individual. "Has your leader recently acquired a piece of equipment capable of summoning numerous minions?" The man's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He could not fathom how this man before him was aware of such information. After all, their leader had only obtained that item 3 hours prior and had yet to comprehend its function. How could he possibly know? Lin Qi's words instilled a deeper sense of fear in the individual before him. "Our leader? No, that scoundrel. He truly acquired a device earlier. The specifics elude me, but it is said that if one were to cast some flesh and blood into it, a multitude of minuscule insects would emerge incessantly from within. It seems that these insects can be controlled by the user. They appear to consume flesh to facilitate their proliferation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi maintained a facade of calmness, yet his heart was already in turmoil. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Tianyin gang would possess such fortuitous luck, securing such a formidable piece of equipment at the onset of the apocalypse. No wonder the Tianyin gang had offended so many, yet managed to thrive steadily into the latter stages of the cataclysm. It stands to reason that this matter is intricately linked to that device, does it not? At this juncture, Lin Qi continued to inquire, "How many individuals do you currently have in your ranks? Do not attempt to deceive me. Should I discover that you are lying, I will not hesitate to end your life." Upon Lin Qi's utterance, the individual, initially harboring ulterior motives, was so startled that he immediately surrendered his pretense. At that moment, Lin Qi appeared to him as a veritable demon, a demon capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Do you know what abilities they possess? Lin Qi inquired further. The man hastily nodded, affirming his understanding, and proceeded to meticulously recount the abilities of the individuals in question. At this juncture, Lin Qi's mind began to formulate a plan to seize that coveted object for himself. Once again, the man on the ground implored Lin Qi. What about that thing? Brother, I have disclosed all that I know. Surely, you can allow me to leave now? Did I ever suggest such a thing? Lin Qi retorted. The man quickly begged for mercy. Brother, I truly did not lie. I have revealed everything within my knowledge. I have not deceived you. At this moment, Lin Qi scrutinized the man and casually conjured an excuse. I never indicated a desire to release you. It was you who brought it up. Cursed fate. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils dilated in disbelief, astonished by Lin Qi's utter unpredictability. Just as the man contemplated rising to flee, Lin Qi, directly behind him, delivered a swift blow with a finger gun. Bang! A tremendous force pierced through the man's skull. Subsequently, he fell slowly to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Qi gazed calmly at the individual before him, his heart enveloped in tranquility. In Lin Qi's perception, encountering such a person took precedence over facing a zombie. The only course of action was to eliminate the threat. There was no room for alternatives. At that moment, Zhang Bufan and the others approached. Brother Lin, what shall we do next? Zhang Bufan inquired, though internally, he already possessed the answer. After all, Lin Qi would not pose such questions without reason. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lin Qi intended to venture to the base of the Tianyin gang to acquire the formidable equipment that had been mentioned. As for the members of the Tianyin gang, Zhang Bufan could only offer them a moment of silent homage. Indeed, Lin Qi soon articulated his plan to the group. Next, I will lead you to the Tianyin gang's stronghold. Chapter 82. The leader of the Tianyin gang, Tianyin Can, and the little landmine at that moment, Nie Ruyun, who had been resting in the vehicle, gradually regained consciousness. She had overheard Lin Qi's intention to visit the Tianyin gang's base. With the assistance of 2 survivors, she approached Lin Qi and, in a feeble voice, implored, Brother Qi, allow me to join. I can be of help. Lin Qi glanced at her frail appearance, which seemed barely able to withstand a gentle breeze, and immediately refused her with resolute conviction. No, your current condition is utterly unfit for battle. What if something were to happen? However, Nie Ruyun still wished to speak. Lin Qi directly interrupted her and gently embraced her into the vehicle. As Nie Ruyun sat inside, she gazed at Lin Qi, recognizing that his fierce anger stemmed from concern for her well-being. A warm sensation blossomed within her heart. Xiao Qi Gu was truly exceptional. After tending to Nie Ruyun's injuries, Lin Qi prepared to lead the surviving members of her team back into action. Once the armored vehicle roared to life, Lin Qi cast a glance at Zhang Bufan and Sister Qin, who remained behind. He resolved to take the 4 of them directly to the stronghold of the Tianyin gang. The decision to include Zhang Bufan was motivated by the invaluable assistance his powers would provide during the impending confrontation. As for Sister Qin and the others, Lin Qi aimed to familiarize them with his abilities through combat, thereby swiftly enhancing their combat effectiveness. Lin Qi swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to the stronghold indicated by the individual. After Lin Qi parked the vehicle, everyone disembarked. With a grand gesture, he effortlessly stored the armored vehicle into his spatial storage. This display left the newly joined members, Sister Qin, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Na, utterly astonished. Such a massive armored vehicle vanished in an instant. At that moment, they found themselves atop a construction site, just a few hundred meters away from the art academy. Lin Qi extracted a Barrett sniper rifle from his storage space. This very Barrett was the one he had seized from the arms dealer James in the beautiful country before the apocalypse. Lin Qi handed the gun and ammunition to Zhang Bufan. After imparting the task to him, Lin Qi leaped from the rooftop. He then descended to the ground floor, accompanied by Sister Qin and the others, and confidently strode towards the entrance of the art academy. During this endeavor, the timid Xiao Mei suddenly inquired, Brother Lin Qi, how will we get in? Her words momentarily unsettled even Sister Qin. Lin Qi, You mustn't jest at this moment. You must understand that there are numerous members of the Tianyin gang present here. To waltz in so brazenly would be akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. At this juncture, Xiao Na chimed in, "Indeed, Lin Qi, we should adopt a more prudent approach and sneak in quietly." Xiao Mei wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao Na's sentiment, exclaiming, "Yes, I've seen those ancient thieves in dramas. At night, they would leap effortlessly over walls several meters high." She gestured animatedly. "Brother Lin Qi is so capable. Surely he can do the same." Lin Qi smiled and said, "Indeed, I can. But what about you?" Lin Qi's rhetorical question left the three utterly bewildered. Why not simply enter through the front door? As for Sister Qin's assertion that it was akin to lambs entering the tiger's den, I find myself unconvinced. It seems you have mischaracterized the dynamics at play. We are, in fact, the tigers in this scenario. The motley crew of the Heavenly Eye gang are the ones resembling sheep to be slaughtered. With a confident smile, Lin Qi strode ahead of the trio. Sister Qin and the others were taken aback by Lin Qi's audacious self-assurance. However, given his formidable display of strength, it was evident that his confidence might very well stem from his capabilities. They exchanged glances, then followed Lin Qi. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered two dim-witted individuals adorned with a dark green eye tattoo, stationed there as sentinels. Upon spotting Lin Qi approaching with three women, they immediately demanded he vacate the premises. Yet, when their gaze fell upon Sister Qin and the others, their eyes gleamed with unrestrained desire. In a post-apocalyptic world, what do men crave most? Besides food and water, it is undoubtedly women. Their yearning for Sister Qin and her companions was glaringly apparent. While they chose to disregard Lin Qi standing in front of them, unbeknownst to them, danger loomed just ahead. They brazenly warned Lin Qi, "If you wish to live, be gone and leave these three women behind." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi revealed a faint smile. "I'm afraid I cannot comply." Then, without warning, Lin Qi struck decisively, unleashing a finger gun that swiftly eliminated one individual. The other, taken aback by Lin Qi's mastery of extraordinary abilities, immediately dashed into the depths of the academy. Taking 3 steps at a time, Lin Qi merely watched as the individual dashed inside, making no attempt to intervene. Lin Qi's sudden move left Qinjie and the other two utterly astonished. They could never have anticipated that Lin Qi would launch an attack so boldly. Was he not afraid of being tipped off? Lin Qi's words left the other three somewhat bewildered. "What does it mean?" Lin Qi said with a hint of nonchalance. "Rather than painstakingly searching for each one individually, it would be more efficient to have them come to us voluntarily. This would save us a considerable amount of time." Sister Qin and the others never anticipated that Lin Qi harbored such intentions. At this moment, they felt a twinge of uncertainty in their hearts. Could Lin Qi truly deliver? Why did he seem somewhat unreliable? Lin Qi offered no further explanations. To those who do not understand you, no clarification is necessary. To those who comprehend you, no elucidation is required. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals emerged from the school's entrance. Each one of them appeared as if they had a peculiar appendage atop their heads, leading one to surmise they belonged to the notorious Tianyin gang. At the forefront stood the gang's leader, Tianyin Can. Beside him was the junior member whom Lin Qi had recently sent to relay information. The junior pointed at Lin Qi and declared, "Boss, this is the one who killed one of our brothers." The leader, though not particularly tall, possessed a robust physique resembling a small landmine. He approached Lin Qi, lifting his chin and scrutinizing him through flared nostrils. "Was it you who took the life of one of my brothers?" Chapter 83. Beneath heaven's gaze, the divine observes. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon the diminutive figure before him, a small potato-like individual. From his appearance and demeanor, it was evident that he was no ordinary person. Indeed, he was a formidable character. Despite his congenital physical shortcomings, he had managed to ascend to the position of a gang leader. At that moment, Lin Qi realized that this so-called Heavenly Eye had come to challenge him. In the underworld, it was customary for rival leaders to confront each other before a brawl, each attempting to assert dominance until one side conceded, at which point the entire mob would engage in battle. What Lin Qi did not anticipate was that even in this apocalyptic era, he would still adhere to such archaic customs, particularly while being fully aware of his own extraordinary abilities. There were only two possibilities for this situation. Either he possessed an exceptionally powerful ability, or his subordinates were endowed with formidable powers that ensured his safety. Or perhaps his intellect was somewhat lacking. However, Lin Qi surmised that this heavenly I belonged to the latter category. If it were not for the potential value of his life, given the close proximity between them, Lin Qi would have already eliminated him. Calmly, Lin Qi addressed the small potato-like figure. What's the matter? If you find your underlings unsatisfactory, why not simply dispose of them? Are you unwilling to accept that? He revealed a set of jagged, yellowed teeth. Lin Qi couldn't help but furrow his brow. How long had it been since this potato had brushed his teeth? The odor was overwhelming. Ah, I must commend your audacity, Lin Qi continued, knowing full well that I have so many brothers by my side. You still dare to come and issue a challenge. As someone who operates in this realm, let not be said that I am merely taking advantage of numbers. So, tell me, do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel or a collective assault? At this juncture, Lin Qi, possessing a maturity beyond his years, expressed genuine interest in the potato's response. What say you to a duel? And how do you envision a collective fight? A collective fight means that we shall all converge upon you. The underlings behind the heavenly I regarded Lin Qi with disdain, perceiving him merely as prey. Their true aspirations lay with the three enchanting beauties standing behind him, fantasizing about how, once their leader had his way with them, perhaps they too might have their turn in a delightful dream. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi chuckled. What era was this? How could there still be individuals who resorted to such antiquated rhetoric in their boasts? Lin Qi did not respond with anger, but rather with a smile. So, you believe that your numerous subordinates grant you the confidence to take me lightly? The little potato proudly nodded in affirmation. What do you think? At that moment, Tianyin can cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qi. In his perception, Lin Qi was merely accompanied by himself and three beautiful women. He had just witnessed Lin Qi eliminate one of his own subordinates, likely an attempt to show off in front of the ladies. However, he had not anticipated that he had disturbed the nest of the Tianyin gang. Now, he found himself in a difficult position. Today, he was determined to teach this arrogant pretty boy a lesson. At this juncture, Lin Qi looked at Tianyin with keen interest and inquired, "Have you ever heard a saying in our line of work?" Lin Qi spoke softly. "Above our heads, 3 feet, there are deities. You have committed heinous acts, and today, heaven has sent me to teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, not only did the heavenly eye sneer, but even his followers burst into laughter. They collectively questioned whether Lin Qi had lost his senses. Goodness, where did this fellow come from? In this day and age, still believing in deities? Truly, superstitions lead to ruin. Otherwise, how could he dare to provoke us? I suspect he merely wishes to impress those 3 beauties behind him. Just a pretty boy. Amidst the mockery, Lin Qi felt no anger. In his eyes, those present were already as good as dead. What was there to be angry about with the deceased? At that moment, the timid Xiao mate tugged at Lin Qi's sleeve. "Brother Lin Qi, I think it would be best not to provoke them. Let us just leave. After all, we are only 4. How could we possibly defeat so many of them?" Lin Qi extended his hand to signal him to stop, indicating that there was nothing of great consequence. Witnessing this scene, Tianyin could not restrain his mockery towards Lin Qi. "Ha ha ha, I must say, you little pretty boy, your younger sister has already fled, and yet you remain here? Do bear in mind that behind you are 3 stunning beauties. Here's the deal. If you wish to preserve your life, leave these 3 enchanting ladies behind, and I shall guarantee your safety. However, if you continue to feign bravery in front of them, I am afraid I shall have to seize you and ensure you witness how our numerous companions shall torment these 3 lovely ladies right before your eyes." At this point, Tianyin paused momentarily before erupting into a sinister laugh. After the elder brother Tianyin declaration, his subordinates behind him joined in with lewd chuckles, for in their eyes, Sister Qin and her companions had already become their prey. As for Lin Qi and his associates, they had never been taken seriously, even considering Lin Qi's supernatural abilities. For apart from the formidable Tianyan Can, they boasted 7 or 8 individuals with various extraordinary powers, providing them with the audacity to act so brazenly. Lin Qi did not lose his temper. He merely cast a fleeting glance over the assembled crowd and remarked, "It seems you do not believe." Tianyan Can, with a mocking gaze fixed upon Lin Qi, nodded and replied, "You are correct. Throughout my many years in this world, I have never placed my faith in heaven or earth, only in myself. You speak of deities residing 3 feet above? Then let them strike me down." Lin Qi regarded Tianyan Can with a bemused expression and remarked, "This was your assertion." Suddenly, Lin Qi called out into the air, "Divine retribution." The unexpected scene elicited laughter from Tianyan Can and his entourage. "Ha ha ha, this pretty boy is truly obedient. He does whatever we ask. Had I known he would be so compliant, I would have instructed him to present those 3 beauties to me directly, in the face of such brazen arrogance." Sister Qin and her companions felt a sense of unease, as they were oblivious to Lin Qi's true intentions. He had not disclosed anything to them beforehand, leaving them unsettled by his sudden outburst. However, there was no possibility of retreat. They could only remain behind Lin Qi. Just as Tianyan Can and his cohorts were laughing uncontrollably, a loud bang echoed through the air. Without warning, one of Tianyan Can's subordinates collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The shocking spectacle stunned them into disbelief as they beheld the fallen youth, who had been full of life just moments ago, now missing half of his head. Fear gripped them instantly. Can you believe it? This young man was not lying. Is there truly a deity watching from above? How remarkable! Chapter 84, Yellow Sand. Their ranks consisted primarily of dropout youths, aged between 16 and 18, whose grasp of basic knowledge was virtually non-existent. They could not discern that the sound they had just heard was, in fact, a gunshot. Lin Qi had shouted into the air to relay a message to Zhang Bufan, who was positioned in an upper building, using a miniature surveillance device. Zhang Bufan then utilized his Barrett rifle to randomly target those behind Tianyan Can. At that moment, Lin Qi exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I apologize for the misfire." Meanwhile, Tianyan Can turned in astonishment. His underlings, lacking education and experience, could not comprehend that the recent event was not some divine punishment, but rather a demonstration of Lin Qi's association with someone capable of wielding a firearm. Tianyan Can was astonished by Lin Qi's identity and how he had acquired a sniper rifle. Slowly, he began to retreat. "All right, I underestimated you, but do not presume that your possession of a gun can intimidate me. Let me assure you, my subordinates possess extraordinary abilities. I guarantee that before your people can gun us down, we will eliminate all 4 of you." Lin Qi gazed at the remnants of the heavenly eye with a beaming smile. "Pray, tell me, are those words you uttered truly words?" Lin Qi discerned that at this moment, Tianyan Can had already begun to feel fear. This was evident from the way he spoke while retreating. Yet, he was apprehensive about losing face in front of his subordinates, so he merely uttered a few harsh words. Once Tianyan Can had retreated to his own ranks, he issued a direct order for his underlings to launch an attack on Lin Qi. At this juncture, his subordinates remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They naively believed that their numerical advantage would suffice to detain Lin Qi. However, they consistently overlooked one crucial point: the presence of the 3 women, including Sister Qin, who stood resolutely behind Lin Qi. Although they had not yet made a move, it did not imply that they lacked the capacity for offense. As nearly 100 individuals charged toward them, Lin Qi remained utterly composed as he cast a glance back at Qinjie and the others. "Are you ready?" At that moment, the 3 of them were overwhelmed by a mixture of excitement and anxiety, their breaths becoming erratic and their arms trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they nodded vigorously. They had already faced numerous zombies in hospital, yet the individuals before them were undeniably living beings. Their perspectives had not entirely shifted from the pre-apocalyptic mindset. Thus, they still harbored deep-seated aversions to taking a life. However, they were not naive or overly compassionate. They understood that the group before them had no intention of sparing their lives. Should they fall into their hands, they would undoubtedly endure inhumane torment, leaving them in a state of desperate survival, yet unable to find peace in death. Such scoundrels warranted no mercy. They had to be dealt with decisively. With this thought in mind, they unleashed their extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Xiao Na transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, which rapidly expanded, enveloping the advancing assailants. The visibility around them dwindled, causing the oncoming lackeys to panic. When they glanced back at Lin Qi, they found a mocking grin adorning his face. As the visibility continued to decrease, they could no longer discern the figures of Lin Qi and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, on their way over, Lin Qi guided Sister Qin and her companions to awaken their unique abilities. He then presented them with zombie crystals to begin their absorption. At this moment, although their bodies were unable to endure much of the crystal energy due to their recent awakening, they nonetheless ascended to the second level of their powers. Previously, Lin Qi utilized his scanning skill to examine the group before him. He discovered that all their levels were at the first tier, with abilities that were diverse yet lacked any substantial lethality. For instance, one could render their entire body as pliable as noodles, while another could merely project a minuscule stream of water from their fingertip. Lin Qi understood that they had yet to uncover the significance of the zombie crystals. Although they had a greater number of awakened individuals compared to Lin Qi's side, a single person from Lin Qi's group could annihilate them effortlessly. The only real threat posed to Lin Qi and his companions was the ability of the one known as Tianyan, whose powers allowed him to transform into a lizard man. In addition to his proficiency in climbing, akin to that of a lizard, he possessed an extraordinarily resilient and elongated tongue, which he could extend from his mouth to whip or ensnare his foes. At this moment, it was time for Sister Qin and her companions to showcase their talents. Xiao Na had already demonstrated her ability to transform into yellow sand, although her powers were not fully developed, limiting her to merely obscuring vision. Her only potential offensive capability lay in infiltrating the respiratory tracts of her adversaries, thereby suffocating them. However, if they remained vigilant, it would be challenging for Xiao Na to succeed. Nonetheless, even this limited ability was sufficient to cause considerable distress to the group. Enveloped in yellow sand, they found themselves utterly disoriented. The sole individual who could potentially disrupt their plight was the one capable of conjuring a thin stream of water from his fingertips, as sand tends to clump when in contact with water. Yet, his stream dissipated almost entirely within mere seconds. At this moment, Tianyan contemplated fleeing, yet he recognized that, as a gang leader, he could not escape in front of his subordinates. He glared coldly at Lin Qi, poised to unleash a surprise attack with his powers. As the minions of Tianyan gang gradually adapted to Xiao Na's sandy assault and began to mount a counteroffensive, Xiao Mei sprang into action. She struck an unusual pose with her hands, and suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from beneath the feet of a dozen individuals, seizing their ankles. Their focus had been entirely on resisting the disturbances caused by the yellow sand, leaving them oblivious to the unfolding events below. Those arms yanked them to the ground, causing several to tumble unceremoniously. Those caught in the yellow sand suddenly witnessed their companions fall to the earth without warning, igniting a sense of panic within them. They realized that Lin Qi's team included others endowed with supernatural abilities, complicating their predicament further. At this juncture, Lin Qi brandished his combat knife, plunging into the fray and commencing a relentless slaughter amidst the chaos of the yellow sand. The battle blade in Lin Qi's hand was exceedingly sharp. Wherever it passed, all foes fell with their throats slit. At that moment, Lin Qi's blade swept across a man's neck, yet unexpectedly, the man's head detached from his body, evading the strike entirely. Chapter 85, The Lizard Man. However, Lin Qi was not taken aback, for he had just comprehended the peculiar abilities possessed by this group. He was aware that this individual's power allowed him to disassemble his body into arbitrary-sized segments. Naturally, he was impervious to the assaults of bladed weapons. Initially, the group had been thrown into disarray while evading the attacks from Xiao Mei and Xiao Na. Yet upon witnessing the man with the disassembly ability, they suddenly recalled that there were still several capable fighters among their ranks. With this thought, They reorganized their formation and charged towards Lin Qi's position. Amidst the yellow sand, the individual with the disassembly power had his head floating in the air, grinning maliciously at Lin Qi. "Ha, what use is your blade? It cannot touch me. Were you not enjoying the slaughter? Soon, when we capture you, we shall ensure you endure torment." At this moment, Lin Qi remained composed, gazing at the floating head with a wicked grin. He understood that this ability, at present, merely allowed the individual to fragment his body to evade the strikes of blades. There was no offensive capability. Lin Qi regarded the head with a playful expression. "The young man is rather arrogant. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Oh, is that so?" Lin Qi continued to gaze at the individual with a smile, which unnerved the person greatly. Could it be that this individual possessed a method to unravel his supernatural abilities? At that moment, Sister Qin, who had remained passive until now, finally made her move. She raised her right hand, and in an instant, a fireball the size of a basketball coalesced from her palm, hurtling directly toward the head, suspended in midair. The head, taken by surprise, was unable to evade the fiery projectile and was struck squarely in the face, letting out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The agonizing cries echoed, momentarily eliciting a pang of sympathy from Lin Qi, who had not anticipated Sister Qin's remarkable accuracy. With a single fireball unleashed point-blank, the head was engulfed in flames, continuing to emit harrowing wails. At that juncture, the individual attempted to dissipate his abilities to restore his corporeal form, but with his head engulfed in flames, he found himself unable to reintegrate with his body. Meanwhile, his body, lacking the guidance of its head, flailed about like a headless chicken. Shortly thereafter, the head was reduced to charred remains, and the cries ceased abruptly, its lifeless form plummeting to the ground. Sister Qin had effortlessly dispatched this individual, who had the ability to shatter into fragments with a single fireball. Her display of power astonished the members of the Tianyin gang present. What other extraordinary abilities did her team possess? The diversity of their skills was astounding, transforming into sand, conjuring arms and casting fireballs. It felt as though one had stumbled into the realm of One Piece. Meanwhile, Tianyin Can, situated at the rear of the group, began to panic. He had not anticipated that Lin Qi had yet to reveal his own prowess. The three formidable women under his command had completely subdued over 100 members he had painstakingly gathered. What could be the true extent of Lin Qi's power? The one who could command such formidable allies? As Tianyin Can grappled with confusion and anxiety, a vast expanse of yellow sand began to coalesce along a trajectory beside Lin Qi, gradually taking on a humanoid form. It was then that Xiaona emerged at Lin Qi's side. Tianyin Can, now focused intently, realized that the members of his gang were no longer standing. All lay strewn upon the ground in various states, some burned, others decapitated, and a few suffocated by a fierce grip around their throats. Among the Tianyin gang present, only Tianyin Can himself remained alive, plunging him into a profound sense of dread. His legs trembled as he recalled his earlier bravado before Lin Qi, only to be met with a swift and humiliating defeat. The desire to confront Lin Qi evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming urge to flee. In that moment, Tianyin Can activated his supernatural ability, dropping to the ground. His skin transformed to a vibrant green, his eyes bulging and shifting grotesquely to the sides of his head. His mouth stretched unnaturally to his ears, and his body became adorned with intricate scales. His hands and feet morphed into clawed limbs, and his clothing tore apart as a tail, nearly as long as his height, sprouted from his rear, flicking restlessly. This transformation occurred in a mere 3 seconds, culminating in his complete metamorphosis into a gigantic lizard lying on the ground. This sight startled Xiao Mei, primarily due to her fear of reptiles. The lizard fixed its gaze upon Lin Qi, leading him to believe that Tianyin Can was prepared to engage in a final showdown. However, to Lin Qi's surprise, Tianyin Can abruptly changed course, utilizing his limbs to swiftly distance himself from Lin Qi. Lin Qi never anticipated that the one-eyed creature would appear to be disabled. Yet, after transforming into a lizard, its limbs moved with remarkable agility, allowing it to climb swiftly. However, Lin Qi's intention was to capture the one-eyed being alive. At this moment, he cannot possibly allow it to escape from right beneath his nose. Lin Qi executed the sixth technique of the Navy, known as shave, arriving before the disheveled Tianyin in a near-instantaneous manner. At that moment, Tianyin was reveling in the belief that Lin Qi and his companions lacked any rapid mobility. Just as he basked in his arrogance, a figure suddenly materialized before him, leaving Tianyin utterly bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his adversary, Lin Qi, who had just been several dozen meters behind him. How could he have traversed that distance in a blink of an eye? Such speed was astonishing. At this moment, despair engulfed Tianyin completely. He had barely contemplated a counterattack when he realized that Lin Qi's reflexes were even swifter. Without hesitation, Lin Qi summoned 4 steel pipes from his storage space, deftly plunging them into Tianyin's limbs with precision and ferocity. The pipes pierced through Tianyin's body, securing him firmly to the ground. Lin Qi was aware of the unique ability possessed by the lizard man, known as Tianyin Can. One of its remarkable traits was an extraordinary regenerative capacity akin to that of a lizard, enabling it to regrow severed limbs. Therefore, he resolutely nailed its hands and feet to the ground, effectively preventing any escape attempts by Tianyin Can. The immense agony from the piercing agony elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him. In that moment, any remnants of hostility towards Lin Qi vanished. With his lizard-like mouth agape, he pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Do you need a subordinate? I can serve you as a lackey. My ability could be of use for errands." At that point, Tianyin Can's mind was consumed with thoughts of appeasing Lin Qi, hoping to secure a slender thread of survival. Little did he know, after nailing him to the ground, Lin Qi gazed at him and slowly inquired, "I have heard that you possess a treasure. Where is it now?" Upon hearing this, Tianyin Can's heart tightened with trepidation. He had acquired that treasure merely a few hours prior. How could this man possibly know of it? At that moment, Tianyin Can attempted to concoct some form of defense, as that item was his only leverage for a comeback. Yet, Lin Qi leisurely remarked, "You would do well to speak the truth, for if you don't, I shall not hesitate to slice you up and feed you to the zombies." Chapter 86. The mother worms nest in that instant. Tianyin Can was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. He had been thoroughly cowed by Lin Qi. "I will take you there." How could Lin Qi be unaware of the schemes brewing in his heart? Yet, he remained unfazed by his underhanded tactics. Only zombies of level 7 or above, or mutated beasts, could pose any real threat to him. He feared nothing else. Thus, these two factions, each with their own ulterior motives, commenced their journey toward the enigmatic equipment under the guidance of the remnants of Tianyin. Before long, they found themselves in a classroom of an abandoned school. Lin Qi discreetly gestured, and after completing his actions, he turned his gaze toward the center of the room. At that moment, a massive sphere, approximately 3 meters high, adorned with intertwining patterns reminiscent of tangled roots, emerged before them. The sphere was predominantly black, save for a small crimson area at its apex. Lin Qi, along with Sister Qin and the others, gazed curiously at this colossal object. Lin Qi then inquired, "Is this the equipment you have obtained?" Lin Qi's inquiry was aimed at confirming with the Heavenly Eye remnant whether his statements aligned with those made by the younger brother encountered previously in the hospital. Alternatively, it could be posited that it was not merely an object. Rather, it resembled a living organism, as it sporadically expelled small creatures endowed with self-detonation capabilities. Lin Qi utilized his scanning ability to examine the attributes of this item: mother bug nest, building item, description. By feeding it flesh and blood, it can produce a corresponding amount of acid-exploding insects. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, discerning from this brief description of attributes that the celestial eye had not revealed the entire truth. His assertion that insects emerge from it is indeed accurate. However, his claim that this entity sporadically expels self-destructive insects is misleading. In reality, the description indicates that this entity requires the offering of flesh and blood. Thus, the greater the quantity of flesh and blood provided, the more acid-spitting explosive insects it will generate. Lin Qi cast a glance at the side, where Tianyin lay slumped like a lifeless dog. He never expected that this fellow, even in such a state, was still scheming ways to take revenge on him. Did he truly believe that he was so easily dealt with? A subtle smile appeared at the corners of Lin Qi's mouth. Since he wished to play, he would indulge him. At that moment, with a feigned, pitiful expression, Tianyin said to Lin Qi, "Now that I have brought you here, could you please release me?" Lin Qi regarded Tianyin with a playful expression and remarked, "Did I ever instruct you to depart?" At this moment, Tianyin was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing Lin Qi as a mere pretty boy. He thought to himself, "Just wait until I leave. I shall see how to take my revenge on you. I will make you wish for life, but find none, and for death yet be unable to attain it." Subsequently, he feigned a timid demeanor and addressed Lin Qi, saying, "I have fulfilled your request and brought you here. What else do you desire?" Tianyin heart surged with joy. This fellow had finally fallen into his trap. A flash of murderous intent briefly flickered in his eyes. Yet he quickly masked it with a sycophantic facade, explaining to Lin Qi, "Oh, you wish to know about that? It is quite simple. As you approach it, it will sense your presence and subsequently release those small insects. At that moment, you can control their movements and detonate them with your thoughts." After uttering this, Tianyin even nodded earnestly at Lin Qi, as if he were eager to draw closer. However, Lin Qi was no fool. He swiftly discerned the contradictions within Tianyin's words. Earlier, he had claimed that the creature sporadically expelled insects, yet now he asserted that merely getting closer would trigger the release. It was evident that Tianyin was still lying. The urgency with which he urged Lin Qi to approach the mother insect's lair was glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, Lin Qi chose not to expose him directly. Such an act would be utterly uninteresting, since he intended for Lin Qi to perish. Lin Qi resolved that he would not allow him the satisfaction of a swift demise. Instead, he would ensure Tianyin suffered a painful death. Steeped in astonishment and despair, Lin Qi then turned to the wretched Tianyin, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, and beckoned, "Is that so? Why don't you demonstrate it for me?" Tianyin appeared somewhat troubled by the request. Lin Qi realized that his little thoughts could no longer be concealed. "What is it? Is there something you find difficult to accomplish?" At this moment, the sky emitted a faint, unsettling sound. This object now belongs to you. How could I presume to showcase my skills before you?" Lin Qi's tone was tinged with impatience. "Stop dawdling and hurry up." Helpless, Tianyin could only nod in agreement. He then gestured with his head towards the 4 limbs that were impaled into the ground. Lin Qi understood immediately. He stepped forward and removed the 4 steel pipes. At that moment, Tianyin attempted to flee. However, Lin Qi's voice floated softly from behind him. "I advise you not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. It is utterly impossible for you to escape from my grasp. For your own safety, I suggest you refrain from any trickery." Upon hearing this, Tianyin's body visibly stiffened, and he activated his powers to heal the wounds on his limbs. Lin Qi, feeling impatient, urged, "Enough with the banter. Swiftly demonstrate how to use this item." Tianyin, caught off guard by the remark, chuckled awkwardly before responding, "All right." At that moment, he unexpectedly produced a uniquely crafted, exquisite little insect from his person. This tiny creature was remarkably intricate, resembling a black gemstone, with vibrant red luminescence swirling upon its surface. It was truly a sight to behold, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Qi utilized his scanning ability to discern the truth. This object is indeed the genuine item that governs the mother insect's nest. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Its attribute panel clearly indicates it as the mother insect. Its function resembles that of a remote control. The mother insect's nest operates akin to a factory, producing entities that are subject to the commands of this remote control. Consequently, they can obey the directives of the individual wielding the remote and launch attacks. The reason Tianyin refrain from revealing earlier was due to his cautious intentions. Without the mother insect to control the nest, it would transform into a formidable weapon of aggression. Had Lin Qi approached the mother insect's nest earlier, he would likely have been devoured, transformed into mere blood and flesh energy within. Chapter 87. The Human Stick and the Remnant of Tianyin. After Lin Qi discerned his ulterior motives, he inquired with keen interest, "What is this object?" The heavenly eye, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled softly and replied, "This item is meant to control that large sphere." Lin Qi's eyes widened in surprise. "Why didn't you bring forth such a marvelous item earlier?" Tianyin Can, feeling a surge of anxiety, began to sweat profusely. "Well, I was so overwhelmed just now that I completely forgot about it." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi merely snorted coldly, offering no further remarks. Meanwhile, Qin Jie and the other three had long discerned the subtle intentions of Tianyin Can. However, each time they attempted to broach the subject with Lin Qi, he gestured for them to remain patient. Observing this, the group of strong women found themselves at a loss. Lin Qi deliberately refrained from reminding him, likely harboring his own intentions. He then coldly admonished the remnant of the heavenly eye. "You would do well to conceal your ulterior motives. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not spare you." It must be said, this remnant of the heavenly eye truly exemplifies a person who has navigated through adversity, demonstrating an admirable adaptability. At this moment, he bore no semblance of the leader he had been not long ago. Rather, he resembled a forlorn stray, akin to those treacherous collaborators. As the remnant of the heavenly, I gradually approached the lair of the mother worm. Each step he took was accompanied by beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He was uncertain whether Lin Qi had fully grasped the true function of the mother worm's lair. However, he was acutely aware that without the infusion of flesh and blood energy, it was impossible to summon the self-destructing creatures. Lacking this essential component, how could he possibly contend with Lin Qi? Noticing his hesitance, Lin Qi feigned urgency and called out loudly, "What are you doing? Why are you dawdling?" At that moment, Lin Qi flashed a wicked smile. "Are you pondering how this mechanism cannot be activated without the infusion of flesh and blood?" Upon hearing this, the remnant of the heavenly eye vigorously nodded, "Yes, yes." "Wait, how did you know?" Suddenly, realization struck him. He had not disclosed the necessity of blood and flesh to activate the mechanism. How could Lin Qi possibly know? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Had everything that transpired just been a performance he was unwittingly part of? With this thought, the remnant of the heavenly eye felt a surge of panic. He had never anticipated that Lin Qi would turn out to be such a formidable and perilous individual. The trump card he had prided himself on was rendered utterly worthless in Lin Qi's presence. Yet, at this moment, without flesh and blood energy, how could he activate the mechanism? Just then, Lin Qi spoke again. "You seek to infuse it with flesh and blood, do you not? It is quite simple. I shall assist you." The remnant of the heavenly, I was taken aback by Lin Qi's unexpected offer. Why would Lin Qi suddenly choose to help him? Then, he observed Lin Qi's wicked grin, followed by a swift advance toward him, locking eyes for a brief moment. Lin Qi raised the object in his hand. The heavenly eye, with a focused gaze, realized that this was none other than his own female insect. How had it ended up in Lin Qi's possession? What about mine? The heavenly eye lowered its head and discovered that its hands were now empty. Where had everything gone? "You, return what belongs to me." At this moment, the heavenly eye was flustered. The only leverage it had to turn the tide had been snatched away by Lin Qi. This left it unable to maintain its facade any longer. Lin Qi raised the object in his hand and, with a smile, addressed Tianyin Can. "Is it that without this item, you can no longer perform? What is the most vital quality for an actor? It is the sense of conviction. I have yet to break character, yet you have already faltered." With that, Lin Qi erupted into hearty laughter. Upon hearing his words, Sister Qin and the others finally realized that Lin Qi's earlier antics were merely in support of Tianyin Can's performance. As they processed this revelation, the three of them joined in laughter, astonished by Lin Qi's impressive acting skills, which had seamlessly drawn both himself and Tianyin Can into the scene. At that moment, Tianyin Can's expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted defeat, revealing the turmoil within him. Observing Lin Qi and his companions reveling in joy only intensified the fury on Tianyin Can's face, which turned a deep shade of purple. "Damn it! No one has ever toyed with me like this since my debut. Just you wait. Once I leave this place, I will find a way to exact my revenge." With that, he boldly displayed his hands and feet to Lin Qi, taunting, "Even if you're clever, what of it? You have only given me the opportunity to regain my mobility. Farewell." With that, he leaped into the air, extending his long tongue to coil around the light fixture, using it as leverage to propel himself towards the door. At this moment, Lin Qi remained unperturbed. "As I mentioned earlier, did I permit you to leave?" Upon hearing this, Tianyin, who had just landed, felt a surge of panic. He did not hesitate, but sprinted desperately towards the exit. Lin Qi, with a single leg raised, unleashed a powerful kick, sending a massive blade of wind hurtling towards Tianyin caught off guard. He found his legs severed at the roots. As he continued to run, he suddenly realized his lower body was no longer under his control, and he collapsed onto the ground. A sense of loss washed over him as blood began to gush from his stumps, accompanied by excruciating pain. It hurt so much," he cried out, attempting to grasp his legs in a futile effort to stem the flow of blood. However, with both legs gone, he could only clutch one stump while the other remained exposed. In desperation, he activated his ability, witnessing his wounds close at a visible pace. Yet, his power could only hasten the healing process, not grant him the regenerative prowess of a true lizard. Gradually, the blood loss diminished, but Tianyin dared not linger, seeking to distance himself from Lin Qi, the embodiment of terror. Meanwhile, Lin Qi toyed with the mother insect in his hand, leisurely advancing towards Tianyin. "Keep going. Keep running. Perhaps you might just escape my grasp." Lin Qi continued to apply psychological pressure through his words. Hearing Lin Qi, Tianyin clawed at the ground with renewed vigor. Yet, no matter how quickly he scraped, he could never outrun a man. Soon, Lin Qi arrived at his side, giving him a gentle pat. Tianyin looked at this man in terror. Before he could react, Lin Qi effortlessly lifted him with one hand and forcefully yanked him with the other. With a horrifying sound, Tianyin's arm was wrenched from his body. The sudden agony provoked a wail from him, and he was cast aside without a second thought. Lin Qi then turned his hand and exerted force once more, causing the other arm of the celestial eye remnant to be wrenched off as well. He subsequently tossed it aside. At this moment, the celestial eye remnant was on the verge of transforming into a mere human stick. However, Lin Qi was not so cruel. He preserved the facial features of the celestial eye remnant. Lin Qi intended for him to witness, firsthand, the gradual consumption of himself by the motherworm's nest. Chapter 88. The motherworm's nest acquired. Lin Qi, with unwavering determination, stepped forward, carrying the severed limb, and ventured deeper into the lair of the motherworm. With a swift motion, he discarded the freshly torn arm at the edge of the nest. The motherworm's lair, under his control, voraciously consumed the arm of the celestial eye remnant. In that moment, the nest unfurled like a carnivorous flower, splitting into 8 petals. From within, countless translucent filaments emerged, ensnaring the arm and drawing it towards the center as the 8 petals gradually closed once more. Lin Qi turned his head and gave him a sinister smile. "Are you not in need of flesh and blood energy? Out of my immense benevolence, I have procured it for you. Now you have the opportunity to activate it and take your revenge on me." At this moment, Tianyin's heart was filled with despair. "Have you no humanity? To use my body to provide flesh and blood energy for the mother insect's nest? Then to fabricate insects to turn against myself? You are nothing short of a reincarnated king of hell." Meanwhile, Sister Qin and her companions silently observed Lin Qi's actions. Although Lin Qi displayed a hint of cruelty, they had already come to understand the harsh realities of their world. In this post-apocalyptic era, if one does not show ruthlessness towards enemies intent on taking their life, they can only await the inevitable retaliation that will be doubly fierce. Tianyin watched in horror as his own arm was devoured by the mother insect's nest. At this point, he had already envisioned his grim fate. Helplessly, he pleaded with Lin Qi, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. If you let me go, I will flee far away and never see you again for the rest of my life." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi let out a cold scoff. "Are you foolish? Or am I? Do you still dare to hope for your release?" The remnants of the heavenly eye, upon hearing these words, felt their eyes dimmed, stripped of all light. Aware of the futility of escape, he suddenly succumbed to a frenzied madness. In that moment, he squirmed and writhed, yet without the aid of his four limbs. He resembled a mere insect, incessantly wriggling. In his despair, he hurled insults at Lin Qi, exclaiming, "You insipid pretty boy! I curse you to an untimely demise. Just wait. I shall await you in hell." His laughter echoed with the malevolence of a villain. Lin Qi, in a fit of impatience, dug into his ear. Just as the arrogant Tianyin was reaching the peak of his audacity, a sharp crack resonated throughout the classroom. At that moment, Lin Qi had delivered a resounding slap to Tianyin, causing all of his teeth to go flying. Suddenly, one side of his face swelled to an alarming degree. He gazed at Lin Qi with an expression of utter disbelief. Lin Qi gazed at him with a smile. "Have you been watching too many dramas? Why imitate the villain's lines? Do you possess their acting skills? Can you evoke such profound emotions as they do? You are nothing. What are you pretending to be here?" At that moment, Sister Qin and her companions, upon hearing Lin Qi's remarks, stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Lin Qi is indeed a peculiar character. In such a solemn occasion, he continues to utter such humorous remarks. Then, Lin Qi picks up the remaining hand and two legs of the Tianyin can and tosses them into the motherworm's nest. At this moment, the motherworm's nest radiates a brilliant light. Simultaneously, it writhes up and down, as if something within is on the verge of breaking free. At this juncture, Lin Qi speaks again. "Haven't you always wanted to turn the tables using the explosive worms here? I shall grant you that opportunity." With that, Lin Qi commands the motherworm's nest to begin spewing forth acidic explosive worms. In an instant, the air above the nest resembles a grand display of fireworks, ejecting dozens of worms, each approximately the size of a volleyball. They possess bellies that glow a vivid red, reminiscent of light bulbs, presumably filled with highly corrosive acid. Beneath their abdomens are 8 slender, sharp claws, clearly designed for slicing. Upon sighting these creatures, Tianyin seems to have an epiphany. His struggles intensify once more. Lin Qi then addresses him. "If you can withstand the assault of the worms, I shall offer you a chance at freedom. The trial begins now." With that, Lin Qi hurls the human-shaped Tianyin forward. Subsequently, he directs the acidic explosive worms to converge upon Tianyin Can. In that moment, Tianyin gazes in terror at the oncoming swarm of worms, writhing in a futile attempt to escape. However, the worms are swiftly crawling onto his body and anchoring themselves with their sharp claws. This singular act inflicts immense agony upon Tianyin Can. At this moment, his heart is laden with regret. Why did he choose to taunt Lin Qi upon their first encounter? Had he fled at that instant, perhaps none of this would have transpired. His mind is consumed by despair and regret. If fate granted him another chance, he would never stand up for that fallen subordinate. He would undoubtedly choose to escape at once, distancing himself from the formidable Lin Qi. Yet, it is far too late for such thoughts. He is now entirely surrounded by the acidic explosive worms. Lin Qi gestures for Qin Jie and the others to retreat. As the acid does not discriminate between friend and foe, watching from the sidelines, only to be splattered with acid would be rather amusing. Once at a sufficiently safe distance, Lin Qi commands the acidic explosive worms to self-detonate. In an instant, the classroom erupts with the sound of fireworks, crackling and popping. A deluge of acid splatters throughout the classroom. Every surface touched by the acid hisses and emits white smoke. Tianyin bears the brunt of this assault. His body is now drenched in acid, with no part remaining unscathed. Unable to endure the torment, he emits a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. At this moment, Qin Jie and her companions find it difficult to continue watching. The scene is unbearably brutal. However, they merely offer a moment of silent lament for Tianyin in their hearts. After all, he had come with the intent to kill them. Such punishment is merely his just deserts. They are no saints, unwilling to intervene and halt Lin Qi's actions at this juncture. However, soon enough, Tianyin fall silent. As the acid has corroded his vocal cords, he now endures the dual torment of suffocation and pain. After a span of several seconds, Tianyan is reduced to a pool of viscous liquid by the corrosive acid. Thus, the notorious leader of the Tianyan gang, who had once threatened societal peace in the pre-apocalyptic world and oppressed survivors in the aftermath, meets his demise. Lin Qi glances at the spot where Tianyan once stood, then observes Qin Jie and her companions. He notes that they harbor no dissatisfaction towards the unfolding scene. Lin Qi chuckled to himself as he approached the edge of the queen worm's nest. He attempted to absorb the nest into his storage space. As anticipated, this entity also could not be subjected to a 10,000-fold critical hit. It was only logical. Just imagine the chaos if 1,000 queen worm nests were to appear simultaneously. The ensuing legion of acid leaf explosion insects would be unimaginable. The sheer amount of flesh and energy required to sustain even one of these bases was beyond what an ordinary establishment could endure. Of course, this did not apply to the affluent Lin Qi. Chapter 89. The survivors after successfully incorporating the queen worm's nest into his storage space. Lin Qi turned to signal Sister Qin and the others to follow him. Upon exiting, instead of heading toward the door, he made his way to the second floor. At that moment, Xiao Mei, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Lin Qi, shouldn't we be leaving first? Where are we headed?" Lin Qi said to her, "Of course, we must rescue the survivors." With a final smile, Lin Qi, along with Sister Qin and the others, made their way to a lecture hall located on the second floor. At that moment, the lecture hall was filled with a multitude of imprisoned students. Additionally, several members of the Tianyan gang, adorned with dark green insect tattoos on their foreheads, stood guard over them. Sister Qin and the others were filled with curiosity. After all, Lin Qi had not ascended the stairs earlier. How had he suddenly learned of the survivors in this classroom? Lin Qi, how did you manage to know in advance about the survivors being held on the second floor? Lin Qi offered a faint smile. "Of course it is due to this." He then turned his palm over, revealing a small object, roughly the size of a green bean, floating delicately in his hand. As the crowd leaned in for a closer look, they discerned that the object resembled a miniature camera. This was Lin Qi's intelligent micro-surveillance device. It turned out that as soon as he entered the classroom housing the motherbug's nest, accompanied by the remnants of Tianyan, he had discreetly deployed the micro-surveillance. Simultaneously, these devices autonomously navigated to each classroom, searching for any signs of survivors. The entire building had been thoroughly cleared of zombies. Lin Qi observed nothing through the miniature surveillance. However, just after he had eliminated the Eye of Heaven remnant, he caught sight of the staircase classroom on the second floor via the monitor and subsequently led a few individuals upstairs. This was the first time Sister Qin and her companions had witnessed Lin Qi's miniature surveillance in its true form, and they were utterly astonished. Such advanced technology must undoubtedly come at a steep price. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what Lin Qi's identity had been before the apocalypse. After the demonstration, Lin Qi smiled at them and said, "All right, now we must attend to our business." With that, he strode to the door and kicked it open. The two locked doors were sent crashing into the room along with their frames, producing a resounding noise that instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Lin Qi's figure, the members of the Eye of Heaven gang were filled with rage and demanded, "Who goes there?" Lin Qi gazed at the group with a mischievous smile and declared, "Who am I? I am, of course, the one who will end your lives." The moment these words escaped his lips, the individuals erupted in outrage. Impudent, seeking death. The few remaining subordinates, left behind to guard the survivors, brandished their machetes and charged at Lin Qi. This scene left the survivors, huddled in the corner, utterly astonished. They could not fathom the meaning behind Lin Qi's sudden intrusion. Why did he provoke them only to remain motionless as they lunged at him? Why did he not even attempt to evade? Only 3 individuals, including Sister Qin, maintained their composure, mirroring Lin Qi's calm demeanor as they observed the oncoming assailants. They understood that Lin Qi possessed the strength to handle these minor threats. Furthermore, as awakened beings, they could sense whether the adversaries harbored any latent powers. Clearly, these individuals exhibited no trace of such energy, presenting themselves merely as ordinary folk, albeit armed with knives. If Lin Qi were incapable of dealing with such characters, he might as well seek out a block of frozen tofu to collide with. Lin Qi calmly regarded the approaching individuals, gradually raising his hand. The underlings of the Tianyin gang were taken aback by the audacity of this man. Even as they charged at him wielding machetes, he maintained an expression of tranquility. This only served to further ignite the fury within them. You think you can act tough? Watch me cleave you in two, they thought, filled with disdain for this pretty boy. Just as their blades were about to descend upon Lin Qi finally made his move. 5 fingers unleashed 5 intensely penetrating energy attacks, aimed directly at the hearts of several individuals. At that moment, those rushing towards him remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as the blades were about to descend, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced their chests. In disbelief, they looked down to find a thumb-sized hole in their hearts, which had appeared without their notice. Instantly, they were engulfed by a sensation of suffocation and dizziness, their bodies collapsing helplessly to the ground. Blood gushed forth from their wounds, staining the earth beneath Lin Qi's feet crimson in an instant. This shocking scene left the surviving onlookers in a daze. Some girls even let out startled screams. The members of the Tianyin gang stared wide-eyed at Lin Qi, their faces etched with astonishment. They could never have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable individual possessed abilities akin to their leader. Regret flooded their minds as they pondered why they had so foolishly chosen to attack him. Alas, the only remedy that cannot be purchased in this world is the medicine of regret. As despair and remorse enveloped them, their consciousness slipped into darkness. At that moment, Lin Qi calmly lifted his foot and kicked the lifeless bodies aside, then turned his gaze towards the surviving students in the classroom, his expression warm and inviting. However, to the survivors, Lin Qi's demeanor appeared quite different. They had just witnessed the full extent of his formidable powers. When they looked back at him, his smile seemed akin to that of a sinister specter, evoking a sense of dread. Who knew what Lin Qi truly was? Having slain members of the Tianyin gang, would he next turn his wrath upon them? With such thoughts swirling in their minds, the survivors instinctively retreated, ultimately cowering in a corner of the classroom, trembling in fear. They dared not meet Lin Qi's gaze, terrified that a careless glance might provoke his ire, rendering them the next victims of his fury. Observing the group of survivors who averted their eyes from him, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. He then spoke in a clear voice, "Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi, an ability user. You have just witnessed the extent of my powers. I would like to inform you that the Tianyin gang has been completely annihilated, and their leader has been slain by me. I have established a survivor base in the villa district of Pingjiang City, and I invite you to join my sanctuary. Will you accept my invitation?" Upon hearing these words, the survivors' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin Qi. What? The Tianyin remnants have been eradicated by this Lin Qi. They were aware that the Tianyin leader, who had transformed into a reptilian creature, possessed formidable abilities, including resilience and rapid regeneration. His tongue was as agile and resilient as a whip. To think such a powerful being had been defeated by a man named Lin Qi. Hadn't he just mentioned a survivor base? Should they follow him? What if he was in league with the Tianyin gang? Chapter 90. The first challenge of the apocalypse. As Lin Qi observed the crowd below, engaged in hushed discussions sparked by his proclamation, he awaited their response. Lin Qi overheard the content of their previous discussion. However, he remained confident, fully aware that with just a subtle maneuver, their opinions would swiftly shift in his favor. He could hardly wait for them to join his base. Then, in their presence, Lin Qi retrieved an abundance of food from his storage space, an array of steaming dishes, accompanied by various snacks and beverages. Lin Qi's display instantly captivated the attention of all the survivors. In that moment, they resembled famished wolves, starved for days, their eyes gleaming with a predatory green light as they gazed longingly at the food before them. Lin Qi observed the reactions of the survivors, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. In the apocalypse, no amount of sweet words holds any weight. Only sustenance reigns supreme. Initially, the survivors presumed that what Lin Qi presented was merely a sleight of hand or an array of models. Yet, the vivid colors and alluring aromas of the food revealed that all he had displayed was indeed genuine and substantial. They had not anticipated that this fellow possessed such an abundance of provisions. At that moment, a few individuals with ulterior motives began to stealthily inch forward, intent on seizing the food for themselves. Lin Qi discerned their underlying thoughts. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Were I in your position, I would refrain from such actions. Otherwise, regret will surely follow." Upon hearing his words, the individuals who had harbored their secret intentions were suddenly rendered speechless. Their previous desperation had clouded their judgment, leading them to entertain such notions in a moment of impulsive fervor. Lin Qi's remarks suddenly reminded them of the terrifying power he had just displayed. They were merely ordinary individuals, and even if they combined their strengths, they might not be able to defeat Lin Qi. Upon witnessing their reactions, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the strength he had just displayed had indeed intimidated them. At that moment, Lin Qi addressed the survivors. "Do you desire my provisions?" Everyone nodded in agreement. How delightful it was to see their eagerness. Just as the group of survivors was about to rush forward, Lin Qi paused for a moment, contemplating that perhaps my food must undergo a trial. "Your challenge is to seek out any weapon at your disposal." As he spoke, Lin Qi produced a crystal, urging everyone to examine it closely. "This is the key. Should you succeed in this trial, all the food shall be yours." Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, the survivors began to devise their strategies. At that moment, someone in the crowd inquired, "What if we have no weapons?" Lin Qi's gaze suddenly fell upon that individual. In an instant, the person appeared as if struck by a mighty hammer, instantly deflating. They dared not meet Lin Qi's eyes again. "This is not a charitable institution. I shall not provide any benefits without cost. If you wish to obtain sustenance from me, you must exchange it for your labor. Is there anyone who still does not understand?" Lin Qi's voice was exceedingly cold. After uttering these words, the survivors below began to take action. Among them were a few bold boys who, possessing some strength, moved closer and picked up the machetes left behind by the minions of the Tianyan gang. The other students, realizing they had acted too late, were filled with regret as they searched for anything useful. Some classmates lifted chairs, utilizing them as both offensive and defensive weapons, while others grabbed mops from the room. One individual, wielding a wooden mop, snapped the handle in two with a forceful twist, transforming it into an impromptu spear. Observing this, Lin Qi offered a friendly reminder. "There are no zombies left in your school. To hunt them, you must venture outside. However, you can head to the school's entrance. I annihilated that group of Tianyan gang members there, and their equipment remains unclaimed. Now is your chance to gather it." Upon hearing this, the students eagerly rushed out. Sister Qin and her two companions watched the survivors depart on their zombie hunting expedition, reminiscing about their own recent experiences in the hospital, where they too had been challenged by Lin Qi. They had felt quite awkward at the time, but now understood Lin Qi's good intentions. As he had articulated, this was not a charitable organization. It would not harbor those devoid of utility. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, the foremost requirement was to conquer the fear of zombies. As the trio watched the survivors leave, they couldn't help but feel anxious for them. At that moment, Lin Qi leisurely followed the group outside, observing their retreating figures. Sister Qin voiced her concern. "Lin Qi, do you truly wish to let them go like this? You must realize that their numbers are substantial, and the commotion they create could attract too many zombies. What if they cannot hold their ground?" The three of them bore expressions of confusion, all sharing the same concern. Lin Qi then explained, "This is the test I've set for them. If they cannot comprehend this simple concept and only know how to place themselves in danger, then there is no need for me to shelter them. With so many individuals, I refuse to believe not a single one possesses common sense. If they truly meet their demise, then so be it. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. A seemingly trivial decision could very well cost them their lives." After Lin Qi finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued walking forward, leaving Sister Qin and the other two in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, Lin Qi had exuded the aura of someone who had endured decades in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Contemplating this, the trio resumed their pursuit. Upon observing, Lin Qi was relieved to find that everyone was present. However, a few unfortunate souls bore injuries. After inspection, It was confirmed that these wounds were not inflicted by zombies. Subsequently, everyone entrusted their gains into Lin Qi's hands. Lin Qi paid no heed to whether some had slain more or fewer than others, as long as they amassed a sufficient number of zombie crystals. That was all that mattered. At that moment, a male student stepped forward from the crowd, striving to puff out his chest and project his presence. "We have completed your trial. It is now time to fulfill your promise." Lin Qi smiled slightly, of course. He then waved his hand, and the food that had just been mentioned appeared before them. After 2 days of hunger and a fierce battle, they were utterly famished. However, they managed to retain a semblance of rationality, distributing the food in an orderly fashion before sitting down to eat. As they consumed the meal, some individuals suddenly burst into tears, while others laughed heartily. They were all grateful to have survived the recent skirmish. Chapter 91. Second stage gene lock serum. Observing the state of those around him, Lin Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that these individuals would eventually become his sharpest tools. In time, he would reap the benefits from them and cultivate their abilities to stand independently on his behalf. Then, Lin Qi sought out the young man he had encountered earlier. Upon inquiry, he learned that this young man was named Li Shuwen and was the president of the student council at the school. Lin Qi noted that Li Shuwen was quite tall. While not particularly muscular, he exhibited signs of fitness. From Lin Qi's observations, he appeared to possess a remarkable talent for uniting those around him. As for whether he would oppress his classmates like other student council presidents, that remained to be seen and would require further observation. Having completed their assessment task, it was now time for Lin Qi to fulfill his promise to allow them to replace his base. However, once they entered the base, it would be akin to stepping into the depths of the ocean, from which only Lin Qi would have authority. Lin Qi addressed Li Shuwen, stating, "Very well. You are now the temporary leader for your group of over 30 students." Upon hearing this, Li Shuwen nodded in acknowledgement. True to his role as the president of the student council, his efficiency in managing tasks was indeed commendable. The first order of business upon returning was to inquire which among them possessed the ability to drive. Subsequently, he organized the individuals into groups based on their driving capabilities. Once the arrangements were completed, Lin Qi felt quite pleased with the efficiency displayed by Li Shuwen. Soon after, Lin Qi received a notification from the system. "Congratulations! The number of survivors in the base has reached 100. You have unlocked a new feature, System Mall." Hearing this news, Lin Qi was filled with excitement. The System Mall feature had finally been activated. This was truly wonderful. He could finally explore the offerings within the System Mall to find items suited to his needs. However, before delving into that, Lin Qi decided to assign the newly arrived survivors to be guided by the seasoned ones to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Meanwhile, he took a moment to check on Nie Ruyun's condition. Upon his entrance, Nie Ruyun rose to her feet and remarked, "Little Qi, look, I have fully recovered." Lin Qi nodded. At that moment, Angel had just finished treating Nie Ruyun and was setting off to gather survivors. After ensuring everyone was settled, Lin Qi returned to his room. He opened the system shop to explore what he might purchase. However, before that, he checked his construction points. To his astonishment, he discovered that his construction points had reached 500. This implied that, on average, each individual had eliminated 5 zombies. This achievement surprised Lin Qi. It was also within reason. From the very beginning, he had not indiscriminately recruited survivors into his base. He had insisted that the teams, whenever they encountered survivors, should have them complete their trial tasks, rather than those who cower in their homes, paralyzed by fear and dreaming of being rescued. Lin Qi glanced at the interface of the system mall. It was remarkably minimalist. A single image graced the screen, accompanied by a succinct description of the item's attributes below. Lin Qi casually browsed through the items and discovered that they were categorized in several major groups. For instance, there were categories for daily necessities, skills, elixirs, formations, equipment, and various other items. In this marketplace, one could say that there was nothing beyond imagination that was not for sale. From the smallest essentials like rice and oil to formidable weapons or skills capable of annihilating an entire galaxy, everything was available here. However, these items shared a common trait: their exorbitant prices. Even the most ordinary supplies, such as rice, were priced at 500 kilograms per point in the system's marketplace. It was crucial to note that Lin Qi's current points amounted to only enough to purchase a mere 50 tons. Hence, he had to deliberate carefully on how to expend these points, refraining from frivolous spending. Before long, Lin Qi stumbled upon an enticing item, the second-tier gene lock potion. Upon seeing it, he was filled with excitement, but his heart sank when he beheld its price. It demanded a staggering 1 million construction points. This revelation sent shivers down his spine. 1 million construction points. This meant that he would need to eliminate 1 million zombies to amass the necessary points. Even with Lin Qi's formidable capabilities, he felt overwhelmed at the thought. How long would it take to slay 1 million zombies? Even with 1,000 individuals at his base, each would need to vanquish 1,000 zombies. The time required for such an endeavor would be considerable, perhaps even spanning several months. As time passed, the zombie population in the vicinity would undoubtedly dwindle, making it increasingly challenging to encounter sufficient numbers each day. Thus, accumulating construction points would become even more arduous. Nevertheless, Lin Qi was resolute in his desire to obtain this potion. After all, his supernatural ability was tied to the gene lock. Without this potion, he would have no chance of unlocking the next tier of the gene lock. Therefore, in pursuit of enhancing his strength, he was determined to endure the arduous process of acquiring construction points, no matter how challenging it might be. Notably, as Lin Qi scrolled down beneath the second-tier gene lock potion, he encountered a familiar item. First-tier gene lock potion, Supreme Serum. Lin Qi had not anticipated that the very first reward he received before the apocalypse would herald the awakening of his extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, this turn of events proved rather fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to expend skill points to exchange for a first-tier gene lock elixir. At that moment, the miniature surveillance device beside him suddenly emitted the anxious voice of Angel. Upon Lin Qi's gaze, an image transmitted from Angel appeared before him. At that moment, a youth with crimson hair wielding 2 daggers was soaring through the crowd. "Little Qi, come save me. We are currently in XXXX. An ability user has blocked our path. His power is formidable, employing a pair of butterfly knives. Our team is gravely injured and in need of reinforcements." Suddenly, the youth materialized beside Angel, muttering, "Who are you talking to?" He then struck Angel unconscious and abducted her. This incited Lin Qi's fury. How reckless this boy was, daring to lay hands on his own people. Chapter 92. The Red-Haired Boy. Uncle Tai and Nie Ruyun also received Angel's distress signal, and they were equally anxious. Lin Qi promptly pursued the direction in which the boy had fled. It turned out that as the red-haired child passed by Angel, Lin Qi had discreetly attached a miniature surveillance device to him. The boy believed no one was aware of his whereabouts, yet he was oblivious to Lin Qi's capabilities. Through the surveillance, Lin Qi observed the swift movements of the red-haired boy, who occasionally lunged forward with a speed akin to teleportation. This revelation made Lin Qi realize that the boy was an ability user renowned for his speed. However, regardless of the nature of his abilities, anyone who dared to harm his own would not be spared. Resolutely, Lin Qi rose and exited his quarters. At that moment, Nie Ruyun emerged from a room, disregarding her lingering weakness, and approached Lin Qi. "Little Qi, take me with you. I too wish to rescue Angel." Lin Qi shook his head and said to her, "No need. I can manage on my own. You all witnessed the video just now. That red-haired youth possesses the remarkable ability of incredible speed. Although your powers are formidable, the delay in their activation is too lengthy. His skills are particularly effective against you, not to mention Uncle Tai." Yet, Nie Ruyun still wished to say something further. Lin Qi cast a stern glance, signaling Nie Ruyun to remain at the base to recuperate. He insisted that she should only rejoin the team once she had fully recovered. Having failed to protect Angel, he could not bear the thought of her suffering any further harm. Without heeding her objections, Lin Qi strode out through the door. As Nie Ruyun watched his departing figure, her heart was aflame with anxiety over Angel's uncertain fate, but she also found herself harboring unanticipated feelings for Lin Qi. She had never imagined that he could be so considerate towards her. However, In his fervent desire to rescue Angel, Lin Qi had unknowingly miscommunicated his intentions. His earlier words, spoken in haste, were misconstrued by Nieruyun. His true intention was to reproach himself for failing to oversee his subordinates adequately. He could never sacrifice one subordinate for the sake of another. Yet his statement had taken on a different meaning in Nieruyun's mind. At this moment, Lin Qi did not summon the armored vehicle he usually relied upon. Although its defensive capabilities were commendable, its speed left much to be desired. Lin Qi directly summoned a motorcycle. It was a Dodge Tomahawk. This vehicle's design diverged significantly from that of a conventional motorcycle, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Knight's steed. This motorcycle could achieve an astonishing speed of 676 kilometers per hour. Lin Qi mounted the motorcycle and revved the engine, unleashing a thunderous roar. The Dodge axe surged forward, a mere silver streak reminiscent of a motorcycle, darting past the bewildered survivors in the yard. At that moment, they were oblivious to the events unfolding with Angel. Their curiosity was wholly captivated by this astonishing motorcycle. How astonishingly fast it was. It appeared that Lin Qi was still seated upon it. My goodness, did I just witness that? The rest of the motorcycle resembled the Dodge axe, renowned for its incredible speed. Moreover, this magnificent machine was no trivial investment, priced at a staggering 5 to 6 million. Good heavens, it turns out Lin Qi was a scion of wealth before the apocalypse. Yet, where could he be in such a great haste to? This motorcycle, with its exorbitant speed, was prohibited on public roads. However, driven by urgency to rescue Angel, Lin Qi had brought it forth. Soon, the motorcycle raced along the main thoroughfare of the city. Due to its excessive velocity, Lin Qi gradually sensed an exhilarating sensation, as if he and the motorcycle were about to take flight, the tires seemingly lifting off the ground. Such was the terrifying prowess of the Dodge axe. At this moment, Lin Qi rode his motorcycle while attentively observing the direction in which the red-haired boy had departed. He maneuvered through the streets, encountering oblivious zombies, which he swiftly collided with on his bike. It was then that Lin Qi noticed the red-haired boy had come to a halt at a certain spot. Lin Qi understood that he had arrived at a stronghold. Following the navigation directions, he reached the location of the red-haired boy in under half an hour. It was an exceedingly dilapidated neighborhood, and by this time, darkness had nearly enveloped the surroundings. Occasional wails of survivors echoed through the air, interspersed with the chilling growls of the undead, adding an unsettling aura of terror. The red-haired boy was currently hidden within one of the houses in this foreboding environment. After Lin Qi dismounted from his motorcycle, he sheathed his alloy blade and approached the house step by step. Meanwhile, within the rental room, Angel was bound to a chair by a red-haired boy, who pressed a butterfly knife against her throat. In a frenzied manner, he declared to Angel that by capturing her, he could lure Lin Qi into a duel. With her mouth gagged, Angel could only emit helpless whimpers. The skills she possessed were utterly inadequate to subdue this red-haired boy. She had attempted to unleash her powers to control him, but it was as if he had transformed into a specter, with threads passing straight through his body. The boy, fixated on the window, leaned close to Angel's ear and whispered, "I seem to detect Lin Qi's scent. I never anticipated he could move so swiftly." Suddenly, he twisted Angel's face towards him and remarked, "I hadn't realized you held such significance to him. Tell me, if I were to kill you, would it provoke him to reveal his true strength?" At that moment, terror filled Angel's eyes as she grasped the extent of this boy's depravity. He was nothing short of a martial fanatic. Once, he had been a pitiful figure, frail, and often bullied by his peers. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, he unexpectedly gained powers, which he immediately used to eliminate those who had tormented him. The exhilaration he derived from this experience ignited a fervent obsession with combat. By sheer chance, he discovered that the crystals within the heads of the undead could enhance his abilities. Thus, he relentlessly hunted zombies, swiftly elevating his powers to a remarkable 4th level. Tears welled in Angel's eyes as her heart raced with fear and turmoil. She desperately wished for Lin Qi to come to her aid, yet she feared that his attempt to rescue her would lead to his demise at the hands of this twisted youth. Suddenly, the boy straightened, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. Indeed, the scent of strength was uniquely intoxicating. With a sinister grin, he lowered the knife from Angel's throat and, in an instant, vanished before her eyes. Just as panic engulfed her, a loud crash echoed as a tremendous force shattered the rental room's glass. The figure of Lin Qi appeared in the room. Upon seeing Lin Qi, Angel could no longer withstand the immense pressure in her heart and broke down in tears. Nevertheless, she cautioned Lin Qi, urging him to be careful, for the boy was still concealed within the confines of the room. Lin Qi nodded slightly. Through the recent footage from the miniature surveillance, he had discerned the boy's peculiar ability, which appeared to resemble an invisibility effect. At that moment, Lin Qi severed the ropes binding Niaryun and, wielding a reinforced combat knife, remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings with utmost caution. Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind him. He instinctively turned his head and thrust his blade backward, yet he only caught a fleeting glimpse of the boy's figure. His strike missed as the boy vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Angel was consumed with concern for Lin Qi, having observed their surroundings together just moments before. She was taken aback that the red-haired boy could execute a surprise attack, highlighting the formidable nature of his ability. However, Lin Qi had gleaned crucial information in that brief instant, catching sight of the boy's attribute panel. It became apparent that the boy's ability was not invisibility, but rather a shadow-based power known as Shadow Warrior. This ability granted him remarkable agility and the capacity to meld into shadows, enabling him to launch sudden assaults from undetectable angles. With this newfound understanding, Lin Qi felt a surge of confidence, realizing that knowing the nature of the boy's ability afforded him the means to counter it effectively. As for his earlier evasion of the ambush, it was entirely attributable to his extraordinary reflexes and the miniature surveillance's assistance. In truth, he had been unable to see the boy's attack from behind. It was the surveillance that had revealed the boy's location, allowing him to react in the nick of time. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Lin Qi's lips. So, you wish to play a game of hide and seek, do you? Allow me to dazzle you with my brilliance. He then called out to Angel, "Get down." As Angel prepared to comply, Lin Qi swiftly covered the eyes of the angelic child in his embrace with one hand. With remarkable speed, he retrieved a green canister and hurled it to the ground behind him. Subsequently, he closed his own eyes. Upon striking the ground, the canister emitted a muffled thud, and the entire world was enveloped in brilliant light. Almost immediately, a piercing scream erupted from behind Lin Qi, belonging to a boy with crimson hair. "Ah, my eyes!" At that moment, guided by the sound, Lin Qi, eyes shut, swung his blade with determination. It seemed to make contact with something, yet the boy's reflexes were equally swift. Lin Qi's strike was aimed directly at the boy's head. However, due to the boy's desperate evasion, the blow landed squarely on his shoulder, severing his entire arm and causing blood to spatter everywhere. The boy cried out in agony. It turned out that the object Lin Qi had just thrown to the ground was a flashbang grenade seized from a base in the United States. The power of this flashbang was indeed formidable. Even though Lin Qi and Angel had closed their eyes in advance, they still felt a sharp sting in their eyes. The red-haired boy, however, was far more affected. Lin Qi, displaying considerable cunning, refrained from directly instructing Angel to close her eyes. He understood that if he alerted her, the red-haired boy would instinctively do the same, thereby rendering the flashbang ineffective. Instead, he shouted for everyone to drop to the ground. The boy's immediate reaction was to assume that Lin Qi was about to draw a weapon, and by taking cover, he could avoid harm. In that moment, the boy's eyes could not be shut, and thus Lin Qi's objective was achieved. As anticipated, the boy was blinded by the flashbang, and soon after, Lin Qi severed one of his arms. Moreover, Lin Qi had an additional motive for deploying the flashbang. Its blinding light eliminated any dark corners in the vicinity, rendering the red-haired boy's supernatural abilities useless. Just as Lin Qi was poised to deliver a finishing blow to the boy, he was taken aback by the boy's resilience. Despite the excruciating pain of his severed arm, the boy leapt out of the window and activated his powers to descend to the ground below. At that moment, Lin Qi and Angel arrived at the window, witnessing the boy clutching his severed arm, staggering away as he desperately attempted to escape. Angel, filled with anxiety, shouted, "Don't worry. I got this." Lin Qi comforted Angel and then instructed her to find a safe place to wait. He, on the other hand, was determined to pursue the boy. "Be careful," Angel cautioned Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded and then leapt out of the window as well. Lin Qi descended to the ground floor, only to discover that the boy had vanished from his sight. However, Lin Qi remained unperturbed, for he had discreetly affixed a miniature surveillance device onto the boy moments prior. Unbeknownst to the boy, even should he unleash his extraordinary powers, Lin Qi would still be able to perceive his whereabouts. In no time, Lin Qi caught up with the crimson-haired boy, who, due to severe injuries, was now considerably slower than before. Bathed in the moonlight, it became evident that the boy's complexion had turned exceedingly pale. Large beads of sweat continuously trickled down his forehead. At that moment, he grasped the end of his left arm tightly, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Upon noticing Lin Qi's approach, the boy glared fiercely at him and exclaimed, "Lin Qi, you lack chivalry. How dare you resort to a sneak attack?" Lin Qi refrained from unnecessary words, aware that the boy had not yet completely lost his fighting spirit. Thus, he swiftly employed the Marine Six Styles technique known as shave, arriving before him with the speed of instantaneous movement, and then struck down with his blade. However, at this critical moment, the boy astonishingly activated his extraordinary ability. Vanishing into the surrounding darkness, Lin Qi stood still, cautiously surveying his surroundings. "Stop hiding, come out," he called. "I see you." At that moment, the boy's voice echoed from all directions. "Ha ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You found me? How could you possibly find me?" Lin Qi spoke with utmost seriousness, urging, "Come out quickly, or I shall strike you down with a single blow." Surrounding him, a boy's voice echoed, "I concede your strength. But once I unleash my powers, you shall perish in an instant." Suddenly, a familiar sensation that sent chills down Lin Qi's spine emerged from behind him. Yet this time, Lin Qi remained steadfast, unmoving. This astonished the red-haired boy who intended to ambush him. Regardless of Lin Qi's reasons for remaining still, he was confident that his speed would render any of Lin Qi's tricks futile. Just as his attack was about to land on Lin Qi, he swiftly plunged his blade into Lin Qi's chest. The boy's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. He never anticipated that Lin Qi would detect him so suddenly. At that moment, Lin Qi sneered coldly at the boy, remarking, "I told you. I can see you. Why do you refuse to believe me?" Chapter 94. News of Yi Tai Chu. "What?" The red-haired boy was utterly taken aback, his expression shifting from malevolent to astonished in less than a second. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet due to the unique physiology of an ability user, he did not succumb immediately. Filled with confusion, he inquired of Lin Qi, "How on earth did you see me? When my powers are dormant, no one can perceive me." At that moment, the boy could not fathom how his abilities had been unraveled by mere surveillance. Lin Qi playfully prodded the boy with his sword, then, with a mischievous smile, said, "Do you want to know?" The boy nodded vigorously. "But I won't tell you." At that moment, Lin Qi smiled at the boy. The boy did not expect Lin Qi to be so audacious at this time. Instantly, he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. His expression grew despondent, and he weakly uttered, "It seems that heaven has truly brought upon me my just deserts." Lin Qi gazed at the boy, contemplating. "Your self-awareness is rather astute." At that moment, the boy uttered a statement that rendered Lin Qi serious. "Alas, I shall never encounter that golden-haired man who bestowed upon me my extraordinary abilities again." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qi instantly became alert, for the figure described by the boy resonated deeply with Lin Qi's sensitivity. Lin Qi incredulously addressed the boy. "What? Are you referring to a man clad in a long white coat, a fair-haired, blue-eyed gentleman?" The boy, feeling feeble, cast a glance at Lin Qi. He perceived the urgency reflected in Lin Qi's eyes. Then, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Are you genuinely anxious as well? I shan't divulge anything to you." Lin Qi lifted him off the ground and inquired, "Where exactly did you encounter that person?" The boy, now suspended in the air, gazed at Lin Qi with a disdainful expression. "Huh, You all were such a facade when you bully me. It is you who have driven me to this state. I shall seek vengeance. I shall retaliate against all of you. At this moment, the youth was acutely aware of his limited time and harbored no fear of Lin Qi's threats. He bore an air of indifference, as if impervious to the boiling water of adversity. Kill me. If you have the courage, then kill me. Regardless, you shall not obtain the answers you seek from me. Observing the boy's defiance, Lin Qi felt a mix of frustration and intrigue. Lin Qi was truly eager to give him a blow. Yet, within his mouth lay the information about the person he had tirelessly sought for an entire month. At that moment, how could he let him go? The boy continued to laugh maniacally. However, his laughter was far too vigorous. Suddenly, blood choked in his throat. He began to cough uncontrollably. At that moment, he unexpectedly spat out blood mingled with his innards. The boy cast one last glance at Lin Qi, then managed to force a smile at the corner of his lips. Before he ultimately drew his last breath, Lin Qi never anticipated that this boy would be so resolute. He would rather sacrifice his own life in a fit of anger than divulge the knowledge he possessed. Lin Qi, filled with exasperation, cast the boy to the ground. He then gazed at him, lost in thought for quite some time. Lin Qi ultimately resolved to seize the boy's ability crystal. With effortless precision, he sliced open the boy's head with a battle blade, and the crystal of his powers tumbled forth. At that moment, Lin Qi, as per his usual routine, picked up the crystal nonchalantly and cast a cursory glance at it. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting glance that led him to uncover a clue in his quest for the elusive man. In that moment, Lin Qi instinctively employed his scanning ability to discern the nature of the crystal's power. However, this instance proved to be unlike any other. This was no ordinary crystal of supernatural abilities. Artificial crystal description grants a portion of shadow-type abilities to the user, yet does not allow for the independent comprehension of such powers. Crystals can sense one another within a certain range. This revelation uplifted Lin Qi's spirits. With this artifact in hand, he could locate other individuals possessing similar supernatural crystals. From them, he hoped to glean information regarding Yi Taichu. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Qi was not overwhelmed by the euphoria of having discovered a lead. Lin Qi realized that encountering this boy indicated that Yi Taichu had already arrived in Pingjiang. This was a significant advance compared to the time they met in his previous life. What Lin Qi was unaware of was whether he had arrived in Pingjiang early due to his own reincarnation or for some other reason. Nevertheless, time was running short for Lin Qi. Lin Qi meticulously placed the crystal into the storage space. Now his focus must shift to locating Yi Taichu. However, Lin Qi was acutely aware that the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood exposed in the light. He found himself in a passive position. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to hasten the enhancement of his own abilities. Furthermore, he needed to elevate the strength of those around him. This way, when he finally encountered Yi Taichu, he would not be met with immediate demise. With this thought in mind, Lin Qi recognized that his current anxiety regarding Yi Taichu was of no utility. Therefore, he promptly turned and mounted his beloved Dodge war axe, riding towards the location of Angel. Along the way, he received a message from Uncle Tai, informing him that Angel had been safely retrieved. Upon returning to the base and seeing Angel unharmed, Lin Qi felt a profound sense of relief. He then addressed Uncle Tai and the others, saying, "Everyone has worked hard today. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall venture out to continue gathering supplies and sheltering survivors." Name: Lin Qi. Level: 4. Base population: 104. Infrastructure points: 500. Strength: 154. Constitution: 135. Agility: 134. Mentality: 175. Special ability of a lord. Domain skills: 6 techniques of Robluki. Ordinary crescent moon charge. Military combat techniques. Loyalty assessment. Long-distance resource collection. Equipment: super alloy warblade. Intelligent ultramicroscopic surveillance. Mother bug nest. Pet: little gold. This level 4 panel appears formidable. Yet, the metaphorical sword of Damocles hangs precariously above him, threatening his very existence. at any moment. There can be no room for complacency. The paramount objective is to bolster his strength. Lin Qi could sense that, despite his current overwhelming combat prowess, he would not dare to claim 100% certainty in defeating Yi Tai-chu. Yi Tai-chu's strength was formidable, unlike any individual from Earth. Tomorrow's efforts to gather survivors could be approached in an entirely new manner. Previously, Lin Qi had a limited number of subordinates, but now, with a sufficient workforce at his disposal, he could cast a wide net and rely on their outreach to attract more survivors to his base. Simultaneously, he could take advantage of the remaining days when global internet connectivity persisted to promote his base online. By employing a dual strategy, he aimed to recruit a substantial number of survivors in the shortest time possible, thereby enhancing his strength. With this increase, he would be better equipped to confront Yi Tai-chu when the time came. Chapter 95. A night confession. At that moment, Nie Ru-yun appeared behind Lin Qi, clad in a light garment. She was illuminated by the bright moonlight, which accentuated her exquisite beauty. Her porcelain skin, combined with the soft glow of the moon, rendered her complexion almost luminescent. It must be said, Nie Ru-yun possessed an exceptional figure. Her delicate waist, long and slender legs, flat abdomen, and rounded, pert posterior. In any era, she would be considered a captivating beauty of unparalleled allure. Now, Nie Ru-yun approached Lin Qi, leaning against an armored vehicle. With a bashful demeanor, she addressed him, "Thank you, Xiao Qi-ge." At that moment, Lin Qi was preoccupied with replacing the gear on all the vehicles, as the equipment they had deployed had sustained some wear and tear. Moreover, any necessary replacements were solely in his possession. Consequently, everyone was quite fatigued, and Lin Qi, wishing to reward them, instructed his team to rest while he took on the remaining tasks himself. It must be noted that Lin Qi was indeed a considerate leader to his subordinates. At this juncture, Lin Qi heard Nie Ru-yun's voice. "Why aren't you resting? What brings you here?" Blushing, she continued, "Xiao Qi-ge, did you know about the apocalypse from the very beginning?" Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback by Nie Ru-yun's sudden inquiry. How did she come to think of such a question? However, before Lin Qi could respond, Nie Ru-yun had already deciphered his reaction, arriving at a conclusion that was nearly accurate. Playfully, she remarked, "All right, I've already deduced the answer. You understand, Xia Qi, that you have your own reasons. Since you choose not to speak, I shall not press further. As long as I know that you care for me, that is all that matters." With that, Nie Ru-yun remained in her place, not making any move to leave. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qi inquired, "What troubles you? Is there anything else amiss?" Lin Qi's sudden question caused Nie Ru-yun's face to flush a deep crimson. Fortunately, with the cover of moonlight, Lin Qi remained oblivious to her embarrassment. At that moment, Nie Ru-yun felt as if her heart were a fawn, wildly bounding within her chest. Summoning all her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Qi's eyes, her body instinctively stepping forward. In a soft, tender voice, she confessed, "Xiao Qi-ge, I harbor feelings for you." After uttering those words, she lowered her head and nestled directly into the warmth of Lin Qi's broad chest. Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback by Nie Ru-yun's sudden confession, feeling her heart pounding against him. In truth, Nie Ru-yun had contemplated expressing these sentiments for quite some time. Before the apocalypse, she had always believed that Lin Qi was a prominent CEO, while she was merely a university graduate from an ordinary family. The likelihood of their paths crossing seemed improbable. However, the circumstances changed dramatically after the onset of the apocalypse, particularly during her harrowing experience in the hospital, witnessing the terror and brutality of the end times. She realized that she could no longer bury her feelings deep within her heart. The fear of an unforeseen event preventing her from ever conveying her true feelings to the one she cherished loomed large. Moreover, Lin Qi had saved her on multiple occasions, leaving no room in her heart for another. Thus, under the enchanting moonlight of the evening, she mustered the courage to reveal her affections to Lin Qi. Uncertain of his response, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Despite her typically lively demeanor, Nie Ru-yun's thoughts were exceptionally intricate. She could undoubtedly sense the kindness extended towards her. Moreover, her affection for Lin Qi was undeniable. If they could be together, it would be splendid. If not, at least she would have expressed her feelings to the one she admired, leaving her without regret. Nyeruyun, are you serious? Lin Qi pondered. Having noticed her interest in him, he recognized that such feelings were not unfamiliar. He had witnessed many similar sentiments in his past life. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, being a woman, especially one of notable beauty, was not an advantage but rather a liability. Among the strong, women often became commodities exchanged for protection. While this truth was undeniably harsh, it was a tacit reality of the end times. Most women, in pursuit of safety, chose to align themselves with powerful figures, sacrificing their autonomy for security. Yet, Lin Qi was genuinely astonished that the once mighty Storm Queen, who had commanded respect in his previous life, now nestled against him like a tender girl, articulating her heartfelt emotions. Lin Qi did not mind having such a beautiful vase by his side, accompanying him eternally. After all, in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, there are few things that can truly offer solace to both body and soul. Taking time to admire a beautiful woman is indeed a delightful pastime. In Lin Qi's eyes, Nyeruyun was different from the other survivors. She was no longer merely his subordinate, but rather a partner in their endeavors. Lin Qi has regarded Nyeruyun, Angel, and Uncle Tai as his comrades. He is determined to maintain this relationship, wishing not to deepen the emotional bond with them. However, at that moment, Nyeruyun, nestled in his arms, unexpectedly let out a sob. Xiao Qi Ge, do you know? I am truly terrified. I fear that when I wake up tomorrow, I might lose everyone. The apocalypse is simply too frightening. Woo-woo. Lin Qi gazed at Nyeruyun in his arms, feeling a twinge of sorrow in his heart. In a world devoid of this apocalypse, a blossom like Nyeruyun, at such a tender age, should be reveling in the beauty of her youth, rather than living in perpetual fear. Even though he provided her with ample security, the harshness of their reality was undeniable. Despite Lin Qi's rebirth and the possession of a system, he could not guarantee his survival with absolute certainty. In such a stifling environment, anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of oppression, even despair. At this moment, Nyeruyun found an opportunity to release her pent-up emotions. She sobbed softly in Lin Qi's embrace, unburdening herself of the stress that weighed heavily upon her. Lin Qi found himself with no choice but to gently pull her into his embrace, tenderly caressing her silky hair to provide solace. As Nyeruyun's sobs grew more fervent, she clung tightly to Lin Qi, fearing that in the next moment, this living, breathing individual would vanish from her grasp. After a considerable time, Nyeruyun's tears subsided. She refrained from greedily indulging in Lin Qi's warmth, despite the comforting embrace he offered. Eventually, she withdrew from his arms. At that moment, Nyeruyun appeared as though she had just wept, her delicate features dampened with tears, and her hair disheveled from resting against Lin Qi. Yet, this very state of vulnerability evoked a stronger instinct to protect her. Lin Qi gently tapped his forehead. Good boy. Nyeruyun nodded vigorously. You should rest early too. Xiao Qi Ge. Lin Qi smiled with a sense of relief, for he had always regarded Nyeruyun as his sister, harboring no ulterior motives. However, unbeknownst to them, Angel had observed the entire scene between Nyeruyun and Lin Qi. As time progressed to the third day post-apocalypse, Lin Qi awoke to find survivors bustling about within the base. Unbeknownst to him, the number of inhabitants had surpassed 100, bringing a semblance of vitality to the once desolate grounds, which filled him with satisfaction. At that moment, he spotted Nyeruyun, Angel, and Uncle Tai emerging from his quarters. Upon seeing Lin Qi, Nyeruyun greeted him warmly. Good morning, Xiao Qi. Angel, with a more subdued demeanor, added, Morning, Xiao Qi. Nyeruyun appeared invigorated, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night, resembling her usual lively self. It seemed that the pressures she had faced were indeed overwhelming, not solely due to the tyrant zombies encountered in the hospital. Nonetheless, her ability to recover independently was commendable. Conversely, Angel's condition was less favorable. Dark circles adorned her eyes, indicating her exhaustion. Concerned, Lin Qi inquired whether she had trouble sleeping the previous night. leaving him somewhat perplexed. Yet, understanding the nature of women, he reasoned that every month had its challenging days. Subsequently, Lin Qi gathered all the survivors, for the base had begun to take shape. After undergoing subtle, yet systematic transformation, the survivors no longer harbored rebellious thoughts towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi stood before the castle, gazing at the survivors before him, his heart filled with profound emotions. He had not anticipated that within a mere 2 days, he would amass such a multitude of people at his base. Each of these individuals represented a valuable asset to his burgeoning strength. Thus, Lin Qi had always been exceedingly generous in his treatment of them. Lin Qi began, "Yesterday, I extend my gratitude for everyone's efforts. Today, I shall say nothing. The tasks remain unchanged." Upon hearing this announcement, all the survivors erupted in fervor. It is imperative to understand that we are amidst an apocalyptic era, where others are consumed with daily anxieties over their next meal and their very safety. Yet, after just a few days, they find themselves in a haven, with delectable sustenance and comfortable quarters at their disposal. Such a reality would have been inconceivable in these dire times. Little did they realize that their current existence is a source of envy for countless others. This entire circumstance is solely attributed to the man standing before them, Lin Qi. At this moment, they truly express their heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Qi. They also rejoice in their decision to join him. Otherwise, they might still be struggling to survive in these dire circumstances. After rallying the survivors under his command, Lin Qi instructed them to prepare for their imminent departure. As the crowd dispersed, he retained a few of his capable supernatural individuals. Currently, Lin Qi is accompanied by 7 individuals endowed with abilities, not to mention a cat. Little Jean is also a remarkable being with powers. At this moment, Lin Qi cradles Little Jean while gazing at Uncle Tai and the others. He cautioned them. I refrained from mentioning this earlier in the presence of the others, fearing it might instill a sense of dread. However, I must convey this to you, the captains. As he spoke, Lin Qi cast a glance at the 4 supernatural beings who had joined him after the apocalypse, Zhang Bufan and Sister Qin, among others. The expressions on their faces were filled with confusion. Lin Qi remarked, "The matter I am about to discuss is likely known to Uncle Tai." Uncle Tai, aware of the situation, responded calmly, "Are you referring to Yi Taichu, the individual you requested me to investigate previously?" Lin Qi nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sister Qin and the others were increasingly perplexed. Who precisely was this Yi Taichu? At that moment, Lin Qi solemnly declared, "To be honest, I am also uncertain of his true origins. However, I do know one thing. Yi Taichu specializes in apprehending individuals with extraordinary abilities, and his strength is formidable." As he spoke, the group was filled with profound bewilderment. Formidable? How powerful could he possibly be? Lin Qi said solemnly, "Stronger than I am now." At this moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the hearts of the crowd. The might of Lin Qi is evident to all. At this moment, even Lin Qi acknowledges the formidable strength of Yi Taichu, whom he has never encountered. This underscores the sheer terror of this individual's prowess. Lin Qi continued, "However, there is no need for you to be excessively concerned, as the likelihood of his reappearance in the near future is rather slim. My intention in bringing this up is merely to prepare everyone psychologically. Perhaps, by the time we encounter him again, our strength will have sufficiently increased, rendering him no longer a formidable threat." Lin Qi spoke to everyone in a relaxed tone. At this moment, the crowd had yet to witness the true extent of Yi Taichu's strength, leaving them with only a rudimentary impression of him, which did not warrant much concern. However, to err on the side of caution, Lin Qi had the newly arrived Qinjia and her companions absorb the new ability crystals, empowering them with enhanced self-defense capabilities. He then distributed the day's supply of zombie crystals to them. Following this, Lin Qi instructed them to each lead a team as they set off. Meanwhile, Lin Qi continued his partnership with Xiao Jin, just as he had the previous day. After a day of combat, Xiao Jin had notably grown, now towering above his knees and resembling the size of a lynx. Lin Qi was on the verge of losing his grip, yet it stubbornly remained nestled in his embrace. Lin Qi gazed at the little Jean in his arms, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. "Little Jean," he remarked, I believe I have erred in naming you. You ought not to be called Little Jean. Rather, you should be named Little Pig. At that moment, the now sentient Little Jean comprehended Lin Qi's words and emitted a whimper, voicing its discontent with this newfound appellation. Lin Qi placed Xiao Jean in the back seat and then drove the armored vehicle out of the imposing gates. Meanwhile, the internet in Pingjiang City had erupted. The cause was a live-streaming ability user from a martial arts school who was performing astounding feats, captivating the audience with fervor. My goodness, is the master truly this flamboyant? How astonishing, such a posture exists. Oh, esteemed master, could you share your location? I too wish to partake. At that moment, the viewers in a live stream were brimming with excitement. In these apocalyptic times, most individuals were primarily concerned with their survival. Perhaps their sole leisure was to occasionally glance at their phones, watching the videos shared by those extraordinary beings online. And thus, they stumbled upon this live stream. They longed to join in on the exhilarating activities. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with wails and moans. The host, a robust man, resembled an ancient emperor in his excesses. Yet, as he engaged in his activities, his mind wandered to other women. Damn it, those two women under Lin Qi's command are simply irresistible. If only I could have a taste of them. With this thought, he addressed the viewers in the live stream. Does anyone know where Lin Qi's two women are? Inform me, and I shall personally come to collect you and welcome you into my ranks. Chapter 97. Lin Qi has started a live stream. Upon hearing of this delightful opportunity, the viewers in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. They began to search fervently for Angel and Ye Ruyun from their respective locations. It must be noted that the power of the online community is indeed formidable. After all, they had previously seen the video that catapulted Lin Qi to fame. Thus, they held vivid impressions of Ye Ruyun and Angel's beauty. After just an hour, someone managed to reach out, tagging him in a private message. They had spotted Ye Ruyun and Angel. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Sihai's lips curled into a wicked smile. Oomph! At last, I have found you, my lovely. Here I come. Meanwhile, Lin Qi strolled leisurely down the road with Xiao Jin. To promote his base, Lin Qi, as the owner, decided to take matters into his own hands. He opened his account and began a live stream, with only a few viewers trickling in at that moment. Lin Qi greeted them warmly. Hello, survivors of the apocalypse. I am Lin Qi. As soon as he spoke, a flurry of messages flew across the screen. Is that really you, Lin Qi? Have I encountered a legend? Are you an ability user? Where's your base? I'm currently trapped in my community and running low on supplies. I desperately wish to reach your base. Indeed, esteemed master, please provide an address. As Lin Qi observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Qi chuckled softly. It appears that the idea of live streaming to recruit survivors is indeed promising. And look, the survivors are already arriving. Friends, do not fret. The purpose of my live broadcast this time is to invite more survivors to join my base. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. My base is currently located in the Villa District of Pingjiang City. It is spacious, and we possess an abundance of essential supplies. Lin Qi then adjusted the camera slightly to capture the back seat of the vehicle. Upon seeing the items there, the online viewers became increasingly agitated. Goodness, is that a large pork knuckle? And grilled steak? My heavens, it even emanates steam. Master, are those items genuinely real? I refuse to believe it unless you allow me to have a taste. Wow, from upstairs, your scheming is audible from several kilometers away. Brothers, we are famished. Why not take a bite and show us? Lin Qi chuckled softly. All right, since you all are so enthusiastic, I shall treat you to a delightful food broadcast. With that, Lin Qi prepared a bowl of spicy hot pot. He lifted it with care, retrieved a pair of chopsticks, and picked up a morsel of food, presenting it before the camera. Here, the first bite goes to my dear fans. Bon appetit. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream gazed at the steaming hot pot, generously drizzled with sesame sauce, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, I had never realized how enticing a food broadcast could be. Today is truly delightful. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary bowl of spicy hot pot could make my mouth water like this? How I wish I could taste it. Please, great one, don't tease us any longer. Just eat. Indeed, Let's hear the sounds. That would be a pleasure too. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Qi smiled slightly, then took a generous mouthful of food and began to chew heartily. The crunching sound of his chewing resonated, particularly as he savored the enoki mushrooms in the spicy hot pot. Goodness, I was becoming increasingly famished. I was so hungry that I felt as though I could devour even the skin off my feet. The way he relished his meal was nothing short of divine. Are we truly experiencing the same apocalypse? Why is it that while we are left to feast on nothing but the bitter winds, he sits comfortably inside an armored vehicle, enjoying his spicy hot pot and singing merrily? At that moment, the camera captured the scene outside the window. My word, his composure is astonishingly unshaken. Just beyond the door lies a horde of grotesque zombies. Look at their hideous faces. Yet, he continues to eat with such gusto. It dawned on me, without his remarkable mental fortitude, even a meal would lose its flavor. In this moment, Lin Qi was not oblivious to the purpose of his live broadcast. Lin Qi set down his utensils and addressed the viewers in the live stream. These items are merely the tip of the iceberg in terms of the resources I possess at my base. They will undoubtedly astonish you. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream continued to scroll ceaselessly. Lin Qi glanced up and noticed that the number of online viewers had surged from just a handful to over 80. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the majority of survivors were primarily concerned with their own safety. The individuals in this live stream had come here through word of mouth from other survivors. Lin Qi addressed the audience. Welcome to the new fans joining the live stream. I am Lin Qi. The barrage of comments began to surge wildly. Oh my, is that really Lin Qi? The legendary figure who defeated Brother Long from Kunshin with just a few strikes? My goodness, were those delicacies behind the deity? Roasted pork knuckles? Is it truly possible to find such remarkable food in this post-apocalyptic world? It's simply overwhelming. Oh, great one, please accept me. Should I follow the procedure to acknowledge my father, or simply declare him as such? I long to retire at the Great One's base. What should I do? As for the stars above, we are in an apocalypse. How could there possibly be a free lunch? Witnessing the hearts of the survivors in the live stream, I could sense that they had been stirred by my recent broadcast. Lin Qi smiled knowingly. His objective had been accomplished, and now he was eager to present his base in detail. What I am about to share is that the items behind me are merely a fraction of what my base has in reserve. As long as you choose to join my base, these resources will be available in unlimited quantities. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Wow, is that really true? Before the apocalypse, we were always talking about dieting, but after the end times, why does seeing pork knuckles feel increasingly comforting? Oh, please don't tell me the master is deceiving us. I'm quite timid. Lin Qi continued. My base not only boasts an abundant supply of food, but is also home to a multitude of extraordinary individuals, ensuring the safety of everyone. I warmly invite the survivors of Pingjiang City to spread the word and join my base. Subsequently, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with messages. Boss, I crave fish. Boss, I desire pork knuckle. Boss, I yearn for hairy crab. Goodness, are you all placing orders here? Lin Qi smiled knowingly. The group of individuals in the live stream were all survivors grappling with the adversities of a post-apocalyptic world. For the past couple of days, they had been on edge. Yet, upon entering their live stream room, as their tension dissipated, they began to revel in a sense of liberation, and such a feeling was indeed delightful. At that moment, Lin Qi added, however, to join my stronghold, a test is required. What sort of test? They inquired. Does the esteemed leader have any peculiar preferences? Regardless of the challenge, even if it entails traversing treacherous paths or enduring fiery trials, I shall boldly advance. Lin Qi certainly could not divulge everything. At this moment, he spoke calmly. I shall not disclose the specifics just yet. I have dispatched a rescue team, strategically positioned throughout Pingjiang City. You may observe your surroundings while ensuring your own safety. You might just encounter my dispatch teams. Once you approach them and complete the assessment, you will be able to join my forces at my base. The teams I send out are driving armored vehicles identical to mine, making them easily recognizable. At this point, the online audience erupted with excitement. Has anyone spotted the teams sent by the Great One? Wow, I found them. It's a convoy, approximately a dozen vehicles. Incredible. They are armed with various weapons. The safety factor is through the roof. Where? Where? Share the location. Seeing this, Lin Qi felt a surge of joy. His promotional objective had been achieved, and now it was time to reap the rewards. I encourage everyone to share this live stream. Let more people become aware of my base. And I welcome all survivors to join us. However, at that moment, Lin Qi suddenly sensed something amiss. A particular comment caught his attention. Great One Lin Qi, a person named Zhang Sihai from the martial arts school in Pingjiang City, is inquiring about your subordinates, specifically the two beautiful women. He is currently live streaming while abusing women. He has incited his viewers to search for your two subordinates. It seems he intends to harm them. Just now, he declared that he has already begun his actions. Great One, I'm a fan of yours. I rushed over from his stream to inform you. Upon reading this, Lin Qi furrowed his brow in concern. Why is it that there are always individuals seeking to harm my people? Truly, they must be weary of life. He then addressed the commenter. Thank you, esteemed fan Pandora. Please send me a private message with your address, and I will personally come to retrieve you. Really? Thank you so much, Great One. How it? Lin Qi has ceased his live broadcast. Is it Zhang Sihai? Lin Qi murmured softly. Lin Qi immediately utilized miniature surveillance to ascertain the locations of Nie Ruyun and Angel. Coincidentally, the distance between the two was not great, merely a kilometer apart. Lin Qi urged them to hasten their rendezvous, and without delay, he made his way over. Chapter 98. Zhang Sihai. Soon, Lin Qi arrived at the location where Nie Ruyun and the others were gathered. In order to publicize his base, he resolved to live stream the entire battle today. However, he refrained from doing so at that moment, as broadcasting prematurely would reveal his intentions. It would be detrimental if the crowd misconstrued him as a villain. At this juncture, Nie Ruyun and Angel surrounded him. Xiaoqi Ge, is it truly the case that the person you mentioned has come for us? Nie Ruyun inquired, glancing around for any signs of presence, yet finding none. Lin Qi, with utmost seriousness, responded, You two must not entertain any false hopes. In facing such an adversary, we should prefer to believe in their existence rather than dismiss it. The two young women lowered their heads, resembling children who had committed a misdeed. Lin Qi did not punish them. He then took Xiao Jin and hid to the side, waiting for Zhang Sihai to emerge. At this moment, Zhang Sihai, following the information provided by the individual who had messaged him privately, quickly arrived at Nie Ruyun and her companion's location. From a distance, he spotted Nie Ruyun and Angel, and his eyes gleamed with an emerald light. Indeed, it was those two women, haha. They were together. Zhang Sihai stealthily approached the two ladies. Meanwhile, Lin Qi mingled among the group of survivors, utilizing the abilities of the shapeshifter to alter his appearance. Nie Ruyun and Angel could not recognize him. At that instant, Lin Qi sensed an aura distinctive to those with supernatural powers. A faint smile graced his lips. So they have indeed arrived? Without hesitation, Lin Qi activated a live stream. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of survivors flooded into the live stream room. Wow, the great Lin Qi has started a broadcast. Where is this? Did you not see? Someone just informed the great Lin Qi about Zhang Sihai. My goodness, is that the one who live streams while tormenting women? How did these two titans cross paths? For those above, it is because Zhang Sihai covets the beauty of the two women under the great Lin Qi. Yet, Zhang Sihai did not anticipate that Lin Qi was also present. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. At that moment, Lin Qi operated a miniature surveillance device. Connecting it to his mobile phone, this enabled him to stream the battle from a first-person perspective. The viewers in the live stream were astonished as the angle shifted. Goodness, Great One, is there a camera on your head? The immersion of this perspective is incredibly vivid. It feels as though they have transformed into the Great One. This miniature surveillance device was remarkably advanced. Not only did it not require charging, but it also allowed real-time interaction between the viewers and himself. At that moment, a robust man, wielding a large blade, appeared before the crowd. Flames erupted from his head and limbs. This left the viewers of the live stream in utter shock. Wow, Zhang Sihai has truly arrived. My heavens! Just look at his demeanor. He is indeed a formidable, supernatural being. Judging by the flames surrounding him, it is evident that he is no ordinary character. Can the great Lin Qi triumph over him? Lin Qi also spotted Zhang Sihai among the survivors. He offered his critique on Zhang Sihai's appearance. This man is truly flamboyant, strutting around bare-chested in broad daylight, emanating an aura of heat. Do you fancy yourself Edward? Subsequently, Lin Qi activated the scanning function and observed Zhang Sihai's attributes. Name, Zhang Sihai. Level, for superpower, lava, strength, 54, constitution, 55, agility, 34, spirit, 15, equipment, great sword. One wouldn't expect it, but this fellow possesses some potential. No wonder he harbors intentions against me. However, he glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Lin Qi addressed them, saying, "Fans, no amount of extravagant words can compare to my live demonstration of skill. Rest assured, my purpose for this broadcast is to allow everyone to truly grasp the formidable strength of my base. You are in for a treat." At this point, the audience in the live stream began to buzz with anticipation. Is it really happening? This is my first time witnessing a battle between supernatural beings. Will it be as spectacular as the scenes from blockbuster films? Lin Qi smiled mysteriously, saying, "What exactly will it be like? Let everyone wait and see." At that moment, Zhang Sihai brandished his large blade and approached Nie Riyun and her companions, then plunged the sword into the ground. "My lovely beauty, I have arrived." The sudden appearance of Zhang Sihai left the survivors and Lin Qi's group bewildered, as Lin Qi had not informed them about Zhang Sihai beforehand. The survivors were puzzled by his presence. What is this man doing? Is he a robber? Is there still robbery in these times? Has he lost his mind? Ha. Subsequently, laughter erupted from Lin Qi's team. Zhang Sihai had not anticipated that his grand entrance would not evoke the astonishment he had envisioned. Instead, he became the subject of ridicule, which infuriated him. It was hardly surprising, considering that the survivors had daily encounters with formidable abilities. They had long grown accustomed to such displays, rendering Zhang Sihai's flashy entrance trivial in their eyes. At that moment, Zhang Sihai declared loudly, "It seems that unless I show you my true strength, you will remain oblivious." He then kicked the base of the sword he had embedded in the ground, swiftly seizing it and twirling it with flair. Following that, he unleashed his powers, igniting flames along the blade. Zhang Sihai appeared to be a martial arts instructor of considerable skill, demonstrating remarkable prowess as he wielded the sword with vigorous flair. Finally, he swung the blade with ferocity, producing a massive crescent-shaped arc of fiery light that cleaved through a nearby streetlight. The force of the blade continued unabated, penetrating into a shop along the roadside. This unexpected display of destruction left the viewers in Lin Qi's live stream gasping in horror. Such immense destructive power? It seems Zhang Sihai truly possesses some strength. No wonder he dares to challenge the great Lin Qi. Let us see how Lin Qi will respond. Chapter 99. Playing with him in circles, Zhang Sihai's display genuinely elicited expressions of surprise from the survivors under Lin Qi's command. Witnessing this, Zhang Sihai felt a tinge of pride. How do you like that? Just a mere glimpse of my abilities can leave you astonished for days on end. He then directed his gaze toward Nie Riyun and Angel, noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces as they regarded him. This left Zhang Sihai profoundly shocked. What kind of look is this? I have clearly demonstrated such formidable strength. Shouldn't they be astonished and kneeling at my feet? As soon as the two women saw Zhang Sihai, they recognized him as the individual Lin Qi had mentioned would come seeking them. However, they were taken aback by his eagerness to showcase his skills while seeking their praise. The two women began to question Zhang Sihai. Nie Riyun pointed at him, declaring, "You bold fellow, have the audacity to block our path? State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals." Lin Qi, upon hearing Nie Riyun's words, was taken aback, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Good heavens, do you truly regard Zhang Sihai as a bandit? And what is this about addressing oneself in such a manner? Do you believe this is the ancient times? Have you cast yourself as Hu Sanyong? Zhang Sihai did not anticipate that Nie Riyun would pose such a question. Allow me to introduce myself. Ladies, I am Zhang Sihai, an individual endowed with the extraordinary ability of lava manipulation. I have taken a liking to both of you. So come along with me. With my presence, I assure you that you shall indulge in the finest delicacies and pleasures," he declared, his demeanor brimming with pride, as though he believed that the two women would immediately rush forth, begging him to take them away. However, to his astonishment, the two ladies erupted into laughter upon hearing his proclamation. "This is truly the most amusing jest I have encountered in this post-apocalyptic world. You expect us to follow you for a life of luxury? Do you take us for mere children? Let me inquire. Where in Pingjiang City could we possibly enjoy the same fine sustenance as we do under the guidance of Brother Qi? And you dare to claim you can provide us with sumptuous feasts?" As she spoke, Niaryun retrieved a steaming plate of exquisite 9-turn intestines from the vehicle behind her and addressed Zhang Sihai. "Pray tell, will we be able to enjoy such freshly prepared dishes should we choose to accompany you? Do not presume that merely hoarding a few rations grants you the right to boast of providing us with lavish meals. Yes, you. We not only have an abundance of provisions at our base, but also plenty within our vehicle. To come before us and brag about your supplies is truly a display of ignorance." Zhang Sihai, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes in astonishment. How is this possible? It is already the third day of the apocalypse. How could there still be freshly prepared food? And it appears to have just been cooked. The aroma is tantalizing, and it certainly does not seem counterfeit. Reflecting upon the days spent nibbling on the meager rations hoarded at the martial arts school, he suddenly found them utterly unappealing. In the live broadcast room, upon witnessing Zhang Sihai's captivating expressions, everyone erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Look at Zhang Sihai's gaze. He's beginning to doubt the very fabric of the world. Initially, he intended to come and play the role of a suave individual. Yet after 2 attempts, he found himself utterly unsuccessful. Not only did he fail to achieve the desired effect, but he also became the target of mockery. Perhaps he could never fathom why the esteemed Lin Qi possesses such extraordinary prowess. After all, he is supposed to be the protagonist, yet under Lin Qi's influence, he finds himself surrounded by such delectable offerings. One can only speculate that at this moment, Zhang Sihai's heart longs to join Lin Qi's thriving base. Speaking of which, how does Lin Qi manage to produce such an abundance of culinary delights? Is there a brigade of chefs from various restaurants stationed at his base? At the inception of designing the armored vehicle, Lin Qi ingeniously incorporated an onboard microwave capable of heating food at any moment. The meal just produced was freshly warmed by Niaryun within the vehicle, perfectly timed for consumption. The two women, displaying remarkable intelligence, devised a series of strategies upon learning about Zhang Sihai's intentions. Their plan not only aimed to diminish Zhang Sihai's arrogance, but also to promote their own base. At that moment, Niaryun stepped forward and addressed Zhang Sihai. "How about it? If you possess such items, we can depart with you immediately. If not, kindly clear the path. We have matters to attend to." "Thank you." It must be noted that the camaraderie between these two friends was impeccable, as they managed to convey their scorn towards Zhang Sihai without uttering a single vulgar word, leaving him speechless. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sihai, a man of simple intellect, yet robust physique, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being toyed with by the two women. He was astonished, pondering how they could produce such food. Eventually, Zhang Sihai realized that his primary objective was to capture the two women, not to engage in a competition regarding their resources. He concluded that directly seizing them would lead him to Lin Qi, and defeating Lin Qi would grant him access to all the resources within that base. With a smug grin, Zhang Sihai thought to himself that he had nearly been led astray by the two. Since they refused to negotiate peacefully, he decided to take action. With that, he brandished his large blade, preparing to launch an assault on the two women. This spectacle ignited excitement among the viewers in Lin Qi's livestream. The anticipated battle between the extraordinary abilities had finally commenced. Viewers were eager to witness Lin Qi's prowess once more. Yet they were left to wonder if anyone had ever seen these two women in action. Zhang Sihai's blade struck down heavily toward the two women, while Lin Qi remained unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. This nonchalance left the surviving viewers in the livestream perplexed. Zhang Sihai had already initiated an attack. Why did Lin Qi appear so unconcerned? With such a strike, it seemed the two young women would surely meet their end. At this moment, Zhang Sihai was equally bewildered. He had activated his powers. Why had Lin Qi not retaliated? Did he not fear that his blade could genuinely harm the two girls? Truthfully, a twinge of reluctance surfaced in him, as he had yet to experience the capabilities of these two women. He resolved to intentionally misdirect his strike slightly. Just as Zhang Sihai's attack was about to land, Nie Ruyun finally sprang into action. Her eyes transformed, and the sky above darkened ominously. This sudden change sent the livestream viewers into a frenzy. Why has it turned dark? Look, that woman is rolling her eyes back. What do you mean rolling her eyes? It seems she has activated her powers. To their astonishment, Nie Ruyun began to levitate into the air, her abilities exhibiting a far grander spectacle than Zhang Sihai's. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Zhang Sihai's flaming blade directly. The force of the lightning cleaved through his weapon, leaving the viewers in utter shock. Goodness, this girl is formidable, they exclaimed. I previously witnessed Zhang Sihai in action. His powers are incredibly strong. He severed a stone lion at a bank entrance. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate girl possesses such strength? She could hold her own against Zhang Sihai. It was no wonder that Lin Qi exhibited such calmness. With a powerful ally like her, the situation was suddenly more promising. Zhang Sihai stared incredulously at his deflected blade, then turned to regard Nie Ruyun, who met his gaze with a provocative expression. He had not anticipated that this beautiful girl was also an ability wielder, and her powers match his own. It appeared that he might return empty-handed this time. Zhang Sihai, however, dismissed the strength of Nie Ruyun's abilities, rationalizing that he had merely executed a casual strike. Observing her demeanor, he speculated that she had utilized all her energy to counter his attack. Thus, he addressed her. You, young lady, have proven to be quite impressive. I underestimated you. However, you would do well to avoid my next strike. You won't withstand it. It would be unfortunate if you were harmed. I would truly feel remorse. Afterward, Zhang Sihai made an exaggerated gesture toward Nie Ruyun. She frowned, taken aback by the sheer absurdity of his demeanor. How could he be so foolish and yet so unnerving? She wished to glance back at Lin Qi, yet the thought of exposing his whereabouts held her back. Today, she was determined to prove her worth. After all, if she could not contend with someone as simple-minded as Zhang Sihai, how could she possibly remain under Lin Qi's guidance? It was better to depart sooner than later. Lin Qi had been observing their battle from the sidelines. In his view, Nie Ruyun alone was more than capable of dealing with Zhang Sihai, which is why he refrained from intervening. He continued to monitor the comments from the survivors in the live stream, a smile involuntarily crossing his lips. These individuals had finally been afforded a moment of respite, allowing their true natures to emerge. At that moment, Lin Qi calmly addressed the viewers in the chat. Rest assured, there is no need for me to take action. Zhang Sihai will inevitably be defeated. Upon hearing this, the chat erupted with excitement. Lin Qi is a master. So, both of those beautiful ladies are also espers? Good heavens! Not only is Lin Qi formidable himself, but his companions are also exceptionally skilled. Suddenly, it feels incredibly safe to be under Lin Qi's command. Lin Qi glanced at the barrage of comments in the live streaming room, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Their reaction was precisely the effect he had desired. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhang Sihai. Without him, he might have had to devise alternative means to promote himself. At that moment, Zhang Sihai brandished his large blade, shouting loudly as he charged towards Nie Ruyun. Seeing this, Nie Ruyun prepared to take action, but a figure suddenly blocked her path. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Angel. Just as Nie Ruyun was about to speak, she noticed that Angel had already begun to engage. The survivors in the live stream were filled with curiosity. What extraordinary ability could this seemingly aloof goddess possess? As Zhang Sihai rushed forward, he saw the two women he regarded as his prey squabbling over who would confront him, and rage bubbled within him. This was nothing short of a blatant insult. How delightful it would be to capture them and subject them to exquisite torment. With that thought, Zhang Sihai leaped high into the air, his blade aimed menacingly at Angel. who stood resolutely in front of him. At that moment, the survivors watching the livestream gasped and instinctively closed their eyes. They could not fathom why the girl remained so still, seemingly unperturbed. Why had Lin Qi and his companions not rushed to her aid? Did they possess such unwavering faith in her? Yet, it seemed utterly inconceivable that such a delicate young lady could withstand such a powerful blow. Why is the esteemed Lin Qi so audacious? At this moment, Zhang Sihai had no inkling that his blade was about to descend. Why did this woman not evade? Moreover, the others were gazing at him with expressions of amusement. He could not temper the force of his strike. If he were to strike true, although he bore no ill will, he certainly did not wish to slay a mere mortal. Yet he thought, regardless, this blow was to establish his authority. One death would lead to another, just as all believed that Angel would perish beneath Zhang Sihai's blade. An unexpected turn occurred. Chapter 101. Do not anger the enraged woman. Contrary to the anticipated scene, Zhang Sihai's mighty blade did not cleave into Angel's flesh, but rather made intimate contact with her skin. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Zhang Sihai felt a painful jolt reverberate through his hand, nearly losing grip of his weapon. Struggling to maintain control, he managed to retain his grasp. To his astonishment, the point of contact between the woman's skin and his blade had taken on a hue reminiscent of bronze. His mind was flooded with disbelief. How could this woman possess such hardness? Harder than a man of my stature. Am I truly striking against iron? At that moment, a bold survivor glanced at Lin Qi's live stream and exclaimed, "Goodness! Everyone, behold the miracle! Is that the indestructible skill? So formidable? Lin Qi, you have outdone yourself. A woman exhibiting such resilience." Angel lifted her head, regarding Zhang Sihai with a smirk that sent chills down his spine. Just as he contemplated retreat, he turned to find himself encircled by an array of rocket launchers. Angel's wicked grin fixated upon him. Zhang Sihai's sixth sense as an ability user alerted him that these were not mere models but actual weapons. Yet, he could not fathom how this group had acquired such formidable armaments. With the awakening of ability users, they had increasingly diverged from ordinary humanity. For a novice ability user, firearms posed little threat unless aimed at vital points. However, the current ability users, despite their prowess, could not withstand the force of a rocket. Was Angel truly playing such a dangerous game? At this juncture, Angel observed Zhang Sihai, who had frozen in place, and taunted him. "Why not run? Did you not wish to capture us? Come on." In that moment, Angel transformed from a cold, aloof figure into a fearsome enchantress. This drastic shift in demeanor left Lin Qi and Nie Ruyun, who knew her best, utterly astonished. What was amiss today? Why was she in such a foul mood? Ruyun pondered, calculating that her time had not yet come. Angel, wielding the powers of the line fruit, manipulated all heavy weaponry within the convoy. Her aura escalated step by step, causing Zhang Sihai to retreat in fear. This spectacle thrilled the survivors in the live stream. Look at Zhang Sihai's cowardice. He is utterly transformed from the arrogant figure he once was. He intended to subdue two ladies but found himself subdued instead. How did Lin Qi manage this? His base houses such stunning ladies, all gifted with abilities. The sensation of being protected by these women is delightful. Wow, I am utterly enamored with this lady. She is so impressive. I must join Lin Qi's base immediately. I yearn to meet this lady. Lin Qi gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. Unable to suppress a smile, Lin Qi cast another glance at Angel. Little did Angel know that her single act would garner her a multitude of admirers. Today, however, Angel felt profoundly disheartened. The events of the previous night left her in a state of discomfort, compelling her to seek an outlet for her frustrations. While it would not jeopardize her friendship with Nie Ruyun, she yearned for something to vent her feelings. Just then, Zhang Sihai appeared, provocatively challenging both her and Nie Ruyun. Was this not akin to stepping into the line of fire? Darn it! With my pent-up frustrations seeking release, your timely arrival is nothing short of serendipitous. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for what is to come. Thus unfolded the recent events. She maneuvered the rockets, inching closer to Zhang Sihai. Why did you choose today of all days to appear. Let your life serve as a lesson for your folly. With that, Angel prepared to unleash her barrage upon Zhang Sihai. Terrified, he pleaded for mercy. No, please. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Just consider me inconsequential and let me go. Meanwhile, Lin Qi watched the unfolding drama, when suddenly he sensed something. He retrieved an object from his storage space, which glowed ominously red at that moment. Lin Qi was utterly astonished. How could this object illuminate at such a moment? It turned out that the item Lin Qi had retrieved was the ability crystal he obtained from the red-haired boy who had previously kidnapped Angel. Lin Qi had come to realize that this ability crystal was linked to Yi Taichu. This crystal could resonate with other ability users possessing the same crystal within its vicinity. Now, the red-haired boy's ability crystal was responding. This indicated the presence of someone nearby with an identical crystal. However, among those around him, apart from Zhang Sihai, the rest were merely survivors from his base. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. Zhang Sihai was indeed the one who possessed the same ability crystal. At that moment, Lin Qi declared, "Apologies, everyone, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Until our next live stream." With that, he abruptly ended the broadcast and rushed forward. He seized Angel's arm. Angel, currently in a furious state, was infuriated by the unexpected contact. Upon turning to see Lin Qi, who had manifested his shape-shifting abilities, he gestured for her not to strike. At that instant, her rage subsided somewhat. She turned her gaze away. Meanwhile, Lin Qi approached Zhang Sihai and crouched before him. Zhang Sihai was thoroughly perplexed by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar individual in their group. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Qi has relinquished his extraordinary abilities. Then, under the astonished gaze of Zhang Sihai, this unfamiliar man transformed before his eyes, becoming Lin Qi. Lin Qi. At this moment, Zhang Sihai was utterly bewildered. This Lin Qi possessed the terrifying capability to change his form at will? Just then, Lin Qi inquired, "Have you seen Yi Taichu?" Chapter 102. Lin Qi remarked, "I did not say I would spare you." Zhang Sihai immediately responded, "The person you mentioned is..." After all, Zhang Sihai was unfamiliar with Yi Taichu's appearance. Thus, upon Lin Qi's question, he stood there in a daze. Subsequently, Lin Qi elaborated to Zhang Sihai. He is a young man dressed in a white coat, with golden hair and blue eyes. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Zhang Sihai suddenly recalled, "I remember now. I indeed encountered a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to your description. He bestowed upon me an object, urging me to consume it, claiming it would grant me extraordinary abilities. In my desperation to establish myself in this apocalyptic world, I acquiesced and ingested it. The ordeal, however, was excruciating. I nearly faltered in my resolve. Yet the outcome was fortuitous. I truly acquired powers." The man, astonished at my survival, wore a look of satisfaction on his face. They produced some instruments I had never seen before and conducted an examination on me. After recording some data, he departed with his companions. Since that day, I have not laid eyes on him again. After listening to Zhang Sihai's words, Lin Qi fell into deep contemplation. From the information currently at his disposal, it appeared that Yi Taichu was relentlessly seeking out entities akin to laboratory mice. "What does the object you mentioned look like? Its odor is utterly unbearable. Upon first glance, I thought this is hardly fit for human consumption. Initially, I was reluctant to cooperate with them. However, upon observing that each one of them possessed extraordinary abilities, I ultimately capitulated." Zhang Sihai also discerned that Lin Qi seemed to be searching for the Yi Taichu he had just described. He contemplated whether there were any details he might have overlooked. Perhaps seeing Lin Qi's willingness to cooperate would lead to his own release. Upon hearing Zhang Sihai's mention of that grotesque mass resembling decayed flesh, Lin Qi fell into deep contemplation. In his previous life, Lin Qi recalled that the individual taken by Yi Taichu had been seen grasping a similar revolting object. He had questioned that person then, in bewilderment, about the purpose of carrying such a repulsive item, given their ample food supply. Consuming that grotesque mass would surely lead to his demise. However, the individual had appeared rather dazed at the time. In hindsight, It was evident that he must have encountered Yi Taichu, for otherwise, how would he have come by that object? Lin Qi's current priority was to ascertain the motives of Yi Taichu and his cohorts, who relentlessly offered ordinary individuals the means to acquire supernatural abilities through that abhorrent flesh. What was their ultimate goal? Yet, with the scant information at his disposal, the purpose of Yi Taichu eluded him. Nevertheless, Lin Qi remained unperturbed. Having already crossed paths with two individuals associated with Yi Taichu, he was confident that others would soon emerge. His immediate task was to enhance his own strength before delving deeper into their trail. After all, with the connections among these individuals, locating them should pose little difficulty. Meanwhile, Zhang Sihai, noticing Lin Qi lost in thought, attempted to make a discreet exit. However, before he could act, Angel had ensnared his weapon with her abilities, positioning it threateningly against his neck. "Move again, and I shall sever your head from your body," she warned, her tone laden with menace, suggesting she could indeed make him experience the chilling reality of decapitation. Seeing the blade poised before him, Zhang Sihai broke into a cold sweat. His own power was not yet formidable enough to withstand a fatal assault. Trembling and devoid of his earlier bravado, he felt his knees and turned in terror to Angel, repeatedly bowing his head. "I apologize, miss. I truly should not have provoked you. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please, show mercy and spare me." Despite his formidable physique, blood seeped from his forehead as he continued to strike the ground in supplication. Lin Qi regarded him with disgust and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you for your mercy." With that, he scrambled to his feet and fled, elated at the prospect of escaping their clutches. Yet in the next moment, a searing pain pierced his chest. Looking down in shock, he found a blade protruding from his torso. The weapon seemed eerily familiar. Was it not his own? How could it be lodged in his body? Disbelief washed over him as he turned his head. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" he gasped, glancing at Lin Qi, who remained indifferent, while Angel wore a sinister grin. It was she. Cursed miscalculation. Zhang Sihai felt his eyelids grow heavy, and soon, his consciousness sank into an eternal abyss. Perhaps he would never comprehend how his own weapon had claimed his life, nor would he find answers to his questions any longer. As Angel surveyed the fallen Zhang Sihai, she remarked nonchalantly, "Lin Qi said he wouldn't kill you, but I never made such a promise." Lin Qi glanced at Angel. This girl truly made a splendid team with him. However, throughout this battle, Lin Qi keenly observed the performances of both women. There must be something troubling Angel. Her reactions do not seem characteristic of a mere physiological cycle. He had sensed something amiss since she had risen that morning. Once he dealt with Zhang Sihai's matters, he would seek an opportunity to inquire further. With that thought in mind, he resolved to act. Lin Qi brandished his battle blade and swiftly approached Zhang Sihai. With practiced precision, he cleaved open his skull, causing a peculiar crystal of supernatural energy to tumble forth. Lin Qi picked it up and examined it closely. Indeed, it was identical to the crystal belonging to the previous red-haired boy. Subsequently, Lin Qi placed it into his storage space. It now appeared evident that he understood the intentions of Yi Taichu and his associates, who were relentlessly seeking subjects to experiment with that grotesque substance. If he could ascertain the criteria they employed for selecting individuals, he might uncover the whereabouts of Yi Taichu. Chapter 103. The Zhang Wei Couple. Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, his recent live broadcast has already propelled him to fame. If it were not for the apocalypse, where no one could facilitate his streaming, he would likely have trended on social media. At this moment, his account's backend is inundated with private messages, each inquiring whether they might join his esteemed base. Some even claim to have awakened their own extraordinary abilities and wish to become part of Lin Qi's community. However, Lin Qi has chosen to ignore them all, adhering to the principles he has established. Only those who successfully complete his trials may enter his domain. Nevertheless, he has not forgotten the promise he made during the live stream, to inform Zhang Sihai that he would assist him in dealing with Nierayun and Angel after the matter is settled. Subsequently, he plans to bid farewell to Nierayun and Angel. Lin Qi and Xiao Jin arrived at the location provided by the individual. This person was the owner of a modest barbecue shop, named Zhang Wei, a name that exudes simplicity and unpretentiousness. When Lin Qi arrived, he discovered that he was not alone. Rather, he encountered a family of three. Zhang Wei, his wife Lin Qian, and their daughter Zhang Shuer were present. This year, Zhang Shuer is 6 years old and exudes an irresistible charm. Although the couple's circumstances are modest, their daughter is impeccably dressed and radiantly beautiful. The little girl has a sweet disposition, calling him brother Lin Qi. Lin Qi harbored a deep fondness for the little girl. Through their conversations, he learned that the couple, both in their 30s, appeared to be an ordinary, honest pair who had come to the city in search of work. Initially, they had planned to strive diligently in this city, aspiring to provide a better life for their daughter. However, they were caught off guard by the onset of the apocalypse, leaving the three of them trapped in their current predicament. Gradually, the couple came to grasp the grim reality that no one would come to their rescue in this desolate world. They realized that the supplies in their shop would eventually run out, at which point they would have to confront the terrifying zombies lurking outside. As they pondered their uncertain future, the couple took a moment after their day's work to check their mobile phones and watch a live broadcast, hoping to gain insight into the state of the world beyond their confinement. They stumbled upon Zhang Sihai's stream, which they found repugnant, prompting them to promptly turn it off. Though the apocalypse had descended upon them, they felt it was imperative to adhere to certain moral principles. Despite their anger, they felt powerless to change their circumstances. Nonetheless, Zhang Wei caught wind of Zhang Sihai's intention to seek out Nie Ruyun and Angel, who were under Lin Qi's command. The next live stream featured Lin Qi himself, and Zhang Wei, with good intentions, relayed this information to him. Inquiring about his address, Lin Qi expressed a desire to come and retrieve him. Zhang Wei, harboring no expectation that Lin Qi would actually make the journey, provided his address, assuming it was merely a gesture to cultivate an image of an inclusive base within the live stream. To his astonishment, Lin Qi indeed arrived, filling the couple with immense joy and excitement, especially as they had been grappling with the distressing uncertainty surrounding their family's future. Lin Qi unexpectedly appeared before him. Zhang Wei addressed Lin Qi, saying, "Oh, esteemed Lin Qi, why have you come in person?" Lin Qi wore a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely forced. "What? Shouldn't I have come?" Zhang Wei quickly clarified. "That's not the case at all. Enough of that. You will all get in my car shortly, and then we shall depart from my base." At that moment, Zhang Wei's wife, Lin Qian, exclaimed in surprise, "Shuer." The group followed her gaze and discovered that, during their conversation, little Shuer had stealthily slipped out. She was still too young to comprehend why. Despite being able to finish her homework daily, her parents had suddenly insisted she stay indoors for the past couple of days. She felt a constant sense of unease. Yet, how could such a young child grasp the fact that the world around her had transformed into something entirely unfamiliar? Lin Qian had just uttered a sound when she suddenly realized the gravity of her mistake. In a post-apocalyptic world, making loud noises was an absolute folly, as it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead. However, this was not the most pressing concern at that moment. Opposite them, on the wall of a building across the street, a colossal licker had appeared, its gaze fixated on Xiao Shui. It extended its long, serpentine tongue, seemingly regarding the child as its next prey, unbeknownst to Xiao Shui, who was bent over picking up her toy from the ground. The terrifying scene unfolded before her oblivious eyes. Zhang Wei and his wife were driven to madness by the spectacle, rushing out of their home in a desperate attempt to save their daughter. Yet, the distance rendered their efforts futile. They could not bear to witness their child's demise before their very eyes. At that moment, an unexpected gust of wind swept past them, and they beheld Lin Qi's figure materializing before the monstrous creature. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Qi delivered a powerful kick, obliterating the massive licker in an instant. In a seamless motion, Lin Qi then darted to Xiao Shui's side, lifting her into his arms while effortlessly retrieving her toy and placing it back into her hands. "Thank you, brother," Xiao Shui sweetly exclaimed to Lin Qi. Just then, Zhang Wei and his wife arrived beside him, gratefully accepting their child and bowing repeatedly in gratitude for Lin Qi's heroic act in saving their daughter. Lin Qi stated that it was merely a small effort on his part. Then, Lin Qian, cradling little Shuer, began to weep. Just moments ago, she had feared that she had lost her daughter forever. However, to her astonishment, Lin Qi intervened and saved little Shuer. Lin Qi gazed upon the embrace of the family of three, including the bewildered little Shuer, who was inside. Utterly perplexed as to why her father and mother wept so sorrowfully, Lin Qi gazed at little Shuer, and at that moment, his heart overflowed with affection. After all, Shuer was still so young. She would inevitably have to exist in an endless post-apocalyptic world. For now, it was best to allow her to experience a little joy. Later, he would gradually reveal to her the truth of the world. At that moment, little Shuer blew a bubble, which then floated over to her parents' side. Lin Qi found this little girl quite intriguing at first glance. At that moment, she was blowing bubbles to amuse her parents. Wait a minute, bubbles? Little Shuer was clearly empty-handed. How could that be? Thus, Lin Qi employed her scanning ability. To her astonishment, she discovered that this adorable little Shuer was, in fact, a supernatural being. Her extraordinary power was the ability to produce bubbles. Chapter 104. The Superpower of Bubble Blowing. Lin Qi stared blankly at Xiao Shuer, astonished to discover that this little girl was also a supernatural being. Lin Qi gazed at her extraordinary ability. This power was indeed formidable. It allowed her to make contact with her foes, resulting in an explosive reaction. Within the bubble, she could also inject a substantial amount of corrosive gas. Lin Qi approached Zhang Wei and his spouse. Lin Qi inquired of the two, "Are you aware that your daughter possesses extraordinary abilities?" Zhang Wei and his spouse shook their heads in unison. "We had no idea." At this moment, Zhang Wei seemed to recall something abruptly. He turned to Lin Qi and said, "Just the day before yesterday, little Shuer suddenly complained of a headache. After that, her mother comforted her for a while, and then everything was fine." Lin Qi, the Great One. Could it be that Shuer has manifested her extraordinary powers at this time? After listening, Lin Qi nodded in understanding. It seems that Xiao Shuer is indeed among the first batch of extraordinary individuals. I hadn't realized that her innate ability was quite remarkable. Initially, I merely came to pick up Zhang Wei, but unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon an unforeseen gain here. Lin Qi approached and gently stroked Xiao Shuer's head, saying, "Xiao Shuer, you are truly remarkable. Are you aware that you possess superpowers?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuer was filled with joy. "Really? I have superpowers too? Then I shall become a magical girl and vanquish the villains." As she spoke, she animatedly gestured while nestled in her mother's embrace. The innocence of the child elicited laughter from the three adults. It is no wonder that people say the innocent smiles of children are the most precious treasures in the world. For such smiles, these adults must exert every effort to protect them. Upon arriving at the base, the family of three excitedly explored their surroundings, frequently expressing admiration for the vastness of Lin Qi's facility. Especially Xiao Shuer, the little girl joyfully dashed around in the courtyard of Lin Qi's base. "Do you like it, Xiao Shuer?" Lin Qi gazed affectionately at Xiao Shuer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuer excitedly nodded her head and enthusiastically agreed. Subsequently, Lin Qi tenderly ruffled her hair, encouraging Xiao Shuer to amuse herself within the confines of the base. At that moment, Zhang Wei approached, feeling somewhat bashful as he addressed Lin Qi. "Master Lin Qi." Lin Qi glanced at him and said, "There's no need to call me great deity anymore. Just call me Lin Qi." "All right, Lin Qi, I'm truly grateful to you. However, your place is exceedingly luxurious. I fear I may not be able to afford it." Zhang Wei expressed his concerns to Lin Qi. After listening, Lin Qi smiled and then turned his gaze towards Zhang Wei's wife, Lin Qian. He thought to himself, "This couple truly is not of the same ilk. They are not from the same family. You are welcome to stay here at my place. It is not a hotel, and there is no need to spend money. Do not worry." Only then did Zhang Wei and his wife feel completely at ease. After all, their mindset had not yet fully adapted to the new reality following the apocalypse. Their perspectives on certain matters remained reminiscent of those from before the end times. They truly are a simple and unadorned couple. Brother Lin Qi, why is there not a single person inside? Lin Qi said to her. That is because the uncles and aunts here have gone out to work. Allow me to introduce the sensible little Schwerer to everyone. Little Schwerer nodded with excitement. Subsequently, Lin Qi informed Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. The personnel at the base have already departed. Soon, you will accompany me outside. In any case, my base is equipped with everything you might need. Little Schwerer will be perfectly safe inside and one T get lost. Tomorrow, you can join other teams. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement. Earlier, during their journey here, Lin Qi had already briefed them on the conditions of the base. The couple understood that to join Lin Qi's base, they must independently eliminate at least one zombie. They were aware that they could not reside at Lin Qi's base without contributing. Lin Qi brought them here, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger or the cold, which was already a commendable achievement. It was only natural for him to venture out to hunt the zombies himself. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei called over his daughter and said, Schwerer, soon we will go out with your uncle Lin Qi. You stay here and play by yourself. Do not wander around, okay? Schwerer replied, Oh, I will be obedient. Little Schwerer, do not be afraid. You are so adorable. I'm certain everyone will like you very much. Little Schwerer nodded earnestly. Then, Lin Qi led her to the amusement area within the base. Upon arriving, her eyes sparkled with delight as she dove into the bubble ball and began to play freely. One might wonder why there were amusement park attractions within Lin Qi's base. It must be said that as the leader of the base, Lin Qi had indeed thought of many things. Lin Qi intends to transform his base into a second home for humanity. Thus, in the month leading up to the apocalypse, he has prepared an abundance of supplies. Of course, most of these items were acquired at no cost during his time in the beautiful country. Having finally visited that place, how could he possibly let such resources go to waste? If it weren't for the constraints of his own energy, he would have emptied that country of its treasures. All this is to ensure that Xiao Shui does not feel bored. Lin Qi also decided to keep little Jean behind to accompany Xiao Shui. Little Jean wore an expression of utter reluctance, for the terrifying nature of mischievous children was ingrained in its very essence. Who could say whether this Xiao Shui would be any different? Lin Qi left Xiao Jean with no room for negotiation. After all, one trained soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in but a moment. It was time to showcase your worth. With that, Lin Qi directly tossed Xiao Jean to Xiao Shui. Upon seeing Xiao Jean, Xiao Shui was filled with delight. Wow, what an adorable little kitten, she exclaimed, embracing it eagerly. Meanwhile, Xiao Jean wore an expression of human-like despair, as if life had lost all meaning. The others couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Jin's demeanor. Lin Qi then led Zhang Wei and his wife outside. Simultaneously, in a certain room in Pingjiang City, a person was reporting to a golden-haired, blue-eyed man seated in the main chair. Boss, the 0175 and 025 4 experimental subjects we dispatched have ceased all life signs. The man, resting his chin on his hand, pondered deeply. If Lin Qi were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the one he had been searching for. Yi Taichu. Chapter 105. Yi Taichu makes his appearance. At this moment, Yi Taichu reclined languidly in his chair, surrounded by a group of ordinary survivors who had been captured. They were oblivious to the ordeals that awaited them. Yi Taichu addressed one of his subordinates. Is it such a trivial matter that you come to me over the death of 2 experimental subjects? He toyed with 2 iron balls in his hands, which then began to levitate and spin increasingly faster. Witnessing this, the subordinate turned pale with fear. Realizing Yi Taichu was enraged, he hurriedly explained, Boss. The subordinate knew that if he spoke even slightly slower, his life would be at stake. Thus, he blurted out everything in one breath, without a single punctuation mark. Upon hearing his words, Yi Taichu set the levitating iron balls down, allowing the subordinate to breathe a sigh of relief. While continuing to play with the iron balls, Yi Taichu inquired, Oh, is there more to this? Yes. Those 2 experimental subjects were quite formidable among their peers, having reached level 4. The subordinate replied. Yi Taichu contemplated for a moment before speaking. I did not expect that in this newly apocalyptic setting, merely 3 days have passed, and a level 4 ability user has emerged. Intriguing indeed. It seems there are elements here that pique my interest. Yi Taichu laughed heartily, then instructed his subordinate, "Send someone to fetch that individual for me. I wish to see just how powerful this ability user from this place truly is." He promptly exited the room, taking a deep breath at the doorway. That was close. I nearly lost my life today. Once I capture this ability user, I shall first torment him for a while before delivering him to the boss. Simultaneously, Lin Qi was out in the world with Zhang Wei and his wife, hunting down zombies. They had driven their vehicle a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt in a bustling commercial street. Lin Qi provided Zhang Wei and his wife with ample weaponry, urging them to disembark and confront the undead. The couple swallowed hard, exchanging furtive glances, acutely aware that this challenge was a rite of passage for all in this desolate world. They stepped out of the vehicle, cautiously advancing into the commercial district, their movements imbued with trepidation. Until that moment, they had not truly encountered a zombie, having sheltered in their store since the onset of the apocalypse, avoiding any direct confrontation. As they navigated this perilous path, a sudden shattering of glass from a nearby shop startled them. A handful of zombies materialized before them, sending Lin Qi scurrying behind Zhang Wei for protection. Trembling, Zhang Wei gripped the short blade tightly, aiming it at the approaching threats. Despite his overwhelming fear, he recognized the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. Retreat was not an option with his wife behind him. Thus, he brandished the knife, swinging it with determination. In truth, during their journey here, Lin Qi had already informed them both. The majority of the zombies now merely appear to be terrifying. In truth, once one comprehends the situation, it becomes evident that these zombies are slow and possess low defenses. As long as one remains vigilant against being surrounded by them or avoiding scratches or bites, they pose little threat. The two nodded in the vehicle. Yet their previous lack of close encounters with zombies meant their fear was still confined to the depictions seen in films. Now, faced with the terrifying reality of zombies, the overwhelming assault on their senses, sight, sound, and smell triggered bouts of retching. Days had passed. The zombies' skin had turned a ghastly shade of green. Their faces were peeling, exposing the underlying muscle tissue. Some zombies even had their eyeballs and brains exposed to the air, emanating the nauseating stench of decay. This nearly compelled Zhang Wei and his wife to flee in terror. However, recalling Lin Qi's words that these creatures were merely frightening in appearance, Zhang Wei finally summoned his courage and charged forward. He swung his blade at the zombie's head, but in his nervousness, he miscalculated the force, resulting in a clean severing of half the zombie's head. The creature staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. This scene deeply jolted both of them, especially Zhang Wei, who was closest. As he gagged, he continued to strike at the zombie before him. In that moment, he called out to his wife, Lin Qi, for assistance. Zhang Wei was astute. He understood the protection Lin Qi could provide, but it was imperative to surpass this challenge first. Failure could mean being cast out by Lin Qi, leaving their family with nowhere to turn. Thus, he was determined to ensure his wife also overcame this ordeal. Having taken the crucial first step himself, he could not allow her to remain idle. So, he rushed over, grasping Lin Qi's hand and pulling her towards the zombie before them. Lin Qi cried and stumbled backwards. However, Zhang Wei understood that this was not a viable course of action. Setting aside whether she could pass the apocalypse's trials behind her, her incessant shouting would undoubtedly attract the nearby zombies. At that moment, their safety would be compromised. Zhang Wei, possessing immense strength, resolutely pulled Lin Qi towards the horde of zombies. He recognized that this was not the time for sentimental concerns for his wife. If they failed this challenge, not only would survival in Lin Qi be unattainable, but they would also be unable to endure in this apocalyptic world. Lin Qi is not the type of woman who knows nothing but how to fight. Her reluctance to engage stems solely from her fear of zombies. She understands that her husband is acting in her best interest. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and, with her eyes closed, swung the machete at the nearest zombie. It was not until Zhang Wei grabbed her that she opened her eyes to realize she had rendered the zombie unrecognizable. Had Zhang Wei not intervened, she would have been surrounded by other zombies, a thought that filled her with dread. However, having gained the experience of dispatching her first zombie, she felt significantly less fear upon encountering another. The couple continued their assault on the zombies as they ventured deeper into the commercial street, unaware that danger was silently approaching. Chapter 106. Lin Qi strikes, astonishing everyone. At the other end of the commercial street, several massive zombies were leisurely moving about. Suddenly, they all turned their heads in the same direction, drawn by Lin Qi's earlier scream. The enormous zombies began to converge toward Zhang Wei and his wife. Oblivious to this alarming situation, the couple continued their desperate fight against the zombies. In that moment, they sensed a sudden darkness overhead. When they looked up, a gigantic zombie was crashing down towards them. They realized they could not evade it, and their hearts were filled with terror, with thoughts of their daughter, Shuer, left uncared for lingering in their minds. Just then, a figure appeared before them with astonishing speed. With a swift kick, the colossal zombie was sent flying. At that moment, Zhang Wei and his wife finally recognized the identity of the figure. It was Lin Qi. However, they were utterly astonished. For Lin Qi had been stationed at the entrance of the commercial street, nearly 100 meters away from their position. Lin Qi actually covered such a vast distance in less than a second. My goodness, can practitioners of supernatural abilities truly be this formidable? Lin Qi did not hesitate. With a casual gesture, he summoned an armored vehicle. He then urged them, "Hurry and get in the car. We must leave this place." The two promptly complied. Zhang Wei grasped Lin Qi's hand, and they swiftly climbed into the vehicle. Soon after, they drove away, albeit not too far, taking refuge in a location not far from the commercial district. From inside the car, they observed Lin Qi. At that moment, they understood that these formidable zombies had been drawn to them due to the commotion they had just caused. Had it not been for Lin Qi's timely intervention, they would likely have become mere prey for the undead by now. They gazed at Lin Qi, who appeared remarkably valiant, despite his seemingly diminutive stature compared to the zombies. His strength was overwhelmingly superior. As Lin Qi confronted the zombies before him, he activated his scanning function and assessed their attributes. They were all at level 4, on the verge of reaching level 5. This rapid evolution left Lin Qi somewhat astonished. In just 4 days, they had advanced to level 4, a pace far swifter than that of the zombies from his previous life. Clearly, he needed to expedite his own path to strength. Lin Qi speculated that they must be thriving in this commercial street, which is why they possess such an abundance of corporeal energy and have grown at such an astonishing pace. Lin Qi cast his gaze upon the few zombies before him. 2 lickers and a colossal creature, a skinless one. It resembled the other 2 zombies in that its skin was fully exposed, yet it differed in the absence of the licker's long, protruding tongue. However, its speed, along with its sharp fangs and claws, surpassed that of the lickers, making it evidently more formidable. Nevertheless, for Lin Qi, this was merely a trifling matter. Just as Zhang Wei and his wife entered the commercial street, Lin Qi had activated his live stream, drawing a significant audience into his broadcast. They were treated to the spectacle of the couple hunting zombies, which ignited fervent discussions in the chat. Soon after, the couple found themselves encircled by the massive zombies, prompting Lin Qi to intervene swiftly. The viewers, still reeling from the unfolding drama, were astonished to see the camera seemingly teleport to the forefront of the zombies, allowing for a chillingly close encounter that instilled fear in the hearts of the survivors. The clarity of the micromonitor was so acute that they could discern the muscle fibers of the zombies in exquisite detail. Overwhelmed with dread, they hesitated to look, fearing that upon reopening their eyes, Lin Qi might have vanished. At this moment, the 3 zombies had shifted their focus onto Lin Qi, having completely forgotten their original target, Zhang Wei and his wife. The previously kicked-out licker shook its head and turned towards Lin Qi. Almost instantly, the 2 lickers launched their long tongues toward him from different angles. Not to be outdone, the skinless one leapt into the air, aiming to pounce on Lin Qi. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the live stream audience. Although Lin Qi had previously dispatched one licker with a swift kick, the intent of the other zombies was now squarely directed at him. For the viewers, it appeared as though three monstrous zombies were barreling towards them, creating a visual shock that left many trembling in fear. Some of the more timid viewers had even closed their eyes in terror. Oh, the immersion is terrifying. It feels more real than a 4D movie. How frightening. I'm too scared to watch. Can someone please tell me if Lin Qi is safe? Lin Qi paid no heed to the audience in the live stream. At this moment, all his focus was concentrated on the three zombies before him. Lin Qi's pupils constricted sharply. Although it appeared that the three zombies arrived simultaneously, a closer inspection revealed that there were gaps between their attacks. The attack of the skinless was slightly slower than that of the two lickers. This meant that Lin Qi could exploit the sequence of their assaults to create an opening. Without hesitation, Lin Qi leaped backward, evading the licker's tongue strike. He then drew his battle knife. Bang! The skinless attack followed immediately, creating a deep crater in the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi advanced, taking advantage of the skinless momentary vulnerability after landing, and aimed a strike at its massive head. Crescent Moon Slash. With Lin Qi's decisive cut, a formidable azure blade of energy surged forth, directly cleaving toward the skinless head. The creature could not evade in time and was forced to endure the blow. Clang! Half of the skinless head fell to the ground, rolling aside. This scene left Zhang Wei and his wife utterly astonished as they observed from within their armored vehicle. Could Lin Qi's prowess truly be this formidable? A zombie of such size fell by a single strike? They exchanged glances, realizing that joining Lin Qi's base might indeed be a wise choice. Simultaneously, the survivors in the live stream were captivated by Lin Qi's astonishing display. Wow, blade, energy? Has the apocalypse reached such a level of intensity? Chapter 107. Lin Qi's Fury. Zhang Wei and his wife captured. The battle led by Lin Qi truly astonished the survivors in the live stream, igniting within them a profound excitement. Such a spectacle is not something one encounters every day. It rivaled the grandeur of a Hollywood blockbuster. The two nearby lickers, witnessing their companion being swiftly dispatched by Lin Qi's blade, were immediately incited by a surge of ferocity. The two lickers lunged at Lin Qi, one from the left and the other from the right. Lin Qi swiftly maneuvered to the side of the lurking predator, evading its claw swipe that struck nothing but air. With a powerful punch, he impacted its paw, redirecting the force towards another predator. This astonishing display left the survivors in the live stream utterly astounded. How remarkable! Utilizing the opponent's strength against them with such finesse. Who would have imagined that the great Lin Qi possessed the art of Tai Chi? What skills does he not master? In that moment, Lin Qi was entirely focused on the battle, oblivious to the flurry of comments from the survivors. The two predators, thrown off balance by Lin Qi's maneuver, inadvertently struck each other with their attacks. However, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their assault on Lin Qi. The viewers in the live stream, along with the Zhang couple, were eager to witness the manner in which Lin Qi would conquer these formidable foes. With a graceful leap, Lin Qi executed a moon step, ascending into the air. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, one hand delivering a precise finger thrust that pierced the arm of one predator, while the other hand wielded a blade, releasing a crescent arc that severed the arm of the second predator. The excruciating pain coursing through their bodies elicited piercing cries from the two creatures, yet they remained undeterred, their ferocity only heightened by the agony. With a renewed fervor, they charged at Lin Qi, bearing their vicious fangs. Seizing the moment, Lin Qi propelled himself off the ground, appearing before one predator in an instant. A swift kick, reminiscent of a tempest, struck its head, and utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself towards the other predator. Lin Qi raised his battle blade high and commanded his subordinates with fierce resolve. With a single decisive stroke, he cleaved the head of the devourer, slicing through to its very chest. The colossal body of the devourer collapsed to the ground, split asunder. The condition of another devourer was no better. After being struck by Lin Qi's swift kick, half of its face was utterly disfigured, teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, Lin Qi leapt once more, delivering a final blow that severed the devourer's head entirely. As he landed, sheathing his blade, the enormous head finally tumbled to the ground. In an instant, the surviving viewers in the live stream erupted in exhilaration. Lin Qi, the Great One, is so impressive. His gallant figure is indelibly etched in my mind. With such formidable prowess, joining his base would surely ensure my safety. At this moment, Lin Qi remained focused on his purpose. He approached the 3 zombies, locating 3 crystals from a mutated undead, which he then stored in his spatial inventory. Lin Qi glanced at the barrage in the livestream, then smiled and enlightened them. These zombies merely appear terrifying. As soon as he spoke, the comments surged rapidly. Master Lin Qi is truly engaging in a bit of Versailles. One of those zombie claws is nearly the size of half my body, and you tell me it's just a matter of appearance? If that claw comes down, I would surely be done for. Be more confident. Eliminate the word perhaps. Lin Qi observed the scene and smiled gently, choosing not to utter a word. He then raised the mutated zombie crystal in his hand, imparting knowledge to the viewers in the live stream. This peculiar item was, in fact, the mutated crystal found within the brains of zombies. He cautioned everyone to exercise vigilance when hunting zombies by severing the heads of these creatures. There existed a chance of encountering such a crystal. However, he warned against the allure of curiosity that might tempt one to experiment with it. This crystal was only effective for those who possessed special abilities. For an ordinary individual, there was a 100% certainty of transforming into a mindless zombie devoid of reason. Nevertheless, he encouraged the collection of these crystals. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to surge anew. So this was the infamous zombie crystal? How fortunate! Just half an hour ago, I stumbled upon one, albeit a blue variant. I had assumed this item, as depicted in apocalyptic novels, would summon a system upon consumption. Thanks to the enlightening insights of the esteemed Lin Qi, had I recklessly ingested it, you would no longer see me in this live stream. The audience began to realize the significance of the crucial information Lin Qi had shared with them. Had it not been for this revelation, many might have foolishly attempted to use the zombie crystals directly, potentially jeopardizing their very lives. As they continued to watch, they noticed that Zhang Wei and his wife's vehicle was parked at the entrance of the commercial street. To their astonishment, 3 oddly shaped figures stood beside the armored car. When had these 3 individuals arrived next to Zhang Wei and his wife? In the midst of battling zombies, he had been completely unaware of their presence. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. It was evident that these 3 individuals were far from benevolent. Why did their appearance strike one as peculiar? It was due to their attire, which bore no resemblance to the fashionable trends of Earth. Instead, they resembled space suits. At that moment, the armored vehicle's reinforced doors were violently wrenched off their hinges. Lin Qi squinted his eyes. The strength of these individuals was quite formidable. At that moment, Zhang Wei and his wife were held captive by them, serving as hostages. The 3 assailants gazed at Lin Qi with sinister grins. Lin Qi's expression hardened, realizing he had encountered other ability users. At this moment, the survivors in the live broadcast room also witnessed this scene. Wasn't that couple being held hostage the same ones who had just fled? Indeed, it seemed to be true. Was the esteemed Lin Qi about to? Meanwhile, the Zhang couple was filled with dread. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Lin Qi demonstrate his formidable prowess by slaying 3 mutated zombies, and they were reveling in their joy. Suddenly, they felt a tremor beside the vehicle. 3 individuals appeared out of nowhere beside the car. To their astonishment, one of them forcefully yanked open the reinforced vehicle door and pulled them out. Initially, they were bewildered, but soon they realized they had been kidnapped. However, they were not harmed. Instead, the kidnappers intended to use them to threaten Lin Qi. At that moment, one of the assailants provocatively beckoned to Lin Qi. This sight caused concern among the viewers in the live chat. How audacious! These individuals dared to taunt the esteemed Lin Qi to his face. Is everything all right up there? It was evident that these 3 possessed formidable strength. After all, those who dared to provoke Lin Qi were certainly not ordinary. Once again, Lin Qi found himself in a fierce battle. Chapter 108. Lin Qi faces 3 foes alone. At this juncture, Lin Qi gazed gravely at the trio before him. He had just employed the scanning function to assess their attributes, revealing that all three had attained the strength of fifth-level ability users. This revelation posed a significant challenge for Lin Qi. It was essential to note that the apocalypse had only commenced 3 days prior. He had only reached the 5th level due to the enhancement of his system. To his astonishment, these 3 individuals had managed to elevate their abilities to the 5th level in such a short span. This demonstrated the terrifying potential of their talents. These 3 would be formidable adversaries. At that moment, the ability user who was not holding the Zhang couple captive spoke up and inquired, "Are you Lin Qi?" Lin Qi's gaze sharpened. He sensed that these individuals were not here with good intentions. However, one of them began to cackle ominously. "It would be wise for you to relinquish your resistance and accompany us. Our leader wishes to meet you. Otherwise, you shall surely endure some hardships." The lives of these 2 were also at stake. Meanwhile, the survivors in the live broadcast room felt as though they were partaking in a suspenseful film. Why did this scene seem so familiar? The antagonist confronts the protagonist, only for the latter to unleash their might and obliterate the adversaries. What are you thinking? Such scenarios only occur in films. In real life, where's the protagonist's halo? Not necessarily. Just look at our current surroundings. Does this resemble real life? The individual across from Lin Qi, upon seeing him, still dared to resist. He erupted in a laughter. "Ah, you choose to ignore our offer. Then do not blame us for being merciless." With that, the person extended his hand directly towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi faced these individuals with utmost caution. At that moment, a device suddenly emerged from the wrist of one of them, a contraption that exuded a strikingly advanced technological aura. This sight evoked memories of the palm cannons featured in various science fiction films. However, Lin Qi found himself puzzled. In this apocalyptic era, how could they possess such futuristic technology? Yet, he was not afforded the luxury of contemplation, for the device on the wrist began to operate with remarkable speed. An energy sphere coalesced before the individual's palm, humming ominously. A projectile, the size of a football, hurtled towards Lin Qi at an astonishing velocity. The person wore a mocking expression, fully aware of the devastating power of his palm cannon, capable of threatening even a level 6 psychic. He held no belief that Lin Qi could survive the impending strike. At that critical juncture, Lin Qi finally sprang into action. He positioned his battle knife across his chest and, defying retreat, charged towards the energy sphere with remarkable swiftness. This audacious maneuver elicited derision from the 3 adversaries across from him, who could hardly fathom that Lin Qi's mind was so befuddled that he would not evade such a formidable attack, but rather confront it head-on. They questioned the rationale behind their leader's insistence on bringing Lin Qi along, pondering why he could not simply eliminate him right then and there. As the energy sphere bore down upon him, Lin Qi gripped his battle knife tightly, awaiting the opportune moment before striking with a decisive slash. To everyone's astonishment, the energy sphere was cleaved in 2 by the blade. The severed halves of the energy sphere whizzed past Lin Qi's sides, crashing to the ground behind him. With a resounding explosion, the remnants detonated upon impact, their force comparable to that of a hand grenade. Lin Qi's sudden move astounded the 3 individuals opposite him. They had not anticipated that Lin Qi could withstand their energy projectile head-on. Indeed, he possessed some remarkable abilities. However, the individual continued to aim his hand at Lin Qi, and the palm cannon began to operate at a higher power. In a manner reminiscent of before, massive energy projectiles were unleashed relentlessly towards Lin Qi. They presumed that he would surely succumb under such a barrage of concentrated attacks. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Qi adeptly maneuvered, skillfully dodging while wielding his alloy combat knife to slice through the incoming energy projectiles. Lin Qi was rapidly closing the distance between them. Just moments ago, when Lin Qi had braved the energy projectile, the Zhang couple was utterly horrified. They believed Lin Qi had risked his life to save them, only to suffer a tragic fate. However, they were astonished to discover that Lin Qi's prowess was far beyond their expectations. Now, he was steadfastly enduring the relentless barrage of energy projectiles, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun. His strength was truly unfathomable. The individual unleashing the energy projectiles began to look increasingly uneasy. He had not anticipated that Lin Qi's capabilities surpassed his imagination, enabling him to withstand the onslaught while advancing toward them. At this juncture, he instructed the other two, "Forget about the ones in your hands. Let us three attack him together." Consequently, the other two cast the Zhang couple aside and simultaneously extended a hand towards Lin Qi. A device resembling a palm cannon emerged from their wrists, accumulating energy to unleash a fierce bombardment upon Lin Qi. The sudden increase in the density of the energy projectiles rendered Lin Qi momentarily overwhelmed. He could not entirely deflect them, so he relied on his agility to evade. Constantly maneuvering, the three adversaries reacted swiftly. With a mere flick of their arms, they adjusted their angles, ensuring the energy projectiles relentlessly pursued Lin Qi. The survivors in the live stream watched with bated breath, anxious about whether Lin Qi could extricate himself from this dire predicament. The trio continued to unleash energy projectiles, yet they failed to strike Lin Qi. Instead, the projectiles repeatedly collided with the storefronts lining the commercial street, resulting in violent explosions and flying debris. This incited their fury. They then raised another hand, revealing a different device on their wrist. This one was a laser emitter. A beam, as thick as a thumb, coalesced before their palms, continuously aimed at Lin Qi, inflicting damage upon him. Their faces were alight with malicious glee. They could hardly believe that Lin Qi could remain unscathed amidst such a relentless assault. Meanwhile, the Zhang couple watched Lin Qi with growing concern, prepared for the worst. They did not wish for Lin Qi to be harmed while attempting to save them. As ordinary individuals in this apocalyptic world, their demise seemed inconsequential. They had long accepted their fate. Yet Lin Qi was no ordinary person. He was a formidable, supernatural being, equipped with a highly secure base to protect his daughter. They yearned to shout a warning for Lin Qi to flee, but the cacophony of battle drowned out their voices. However, Lin Qi soon delivered a powerful retort. Chapter 109. It's been so long since I've used it. My hands have grown stiff. The three adversaries were astounded by Lin Qi's remarkable agility. They quickly adjusted their palm cannons to maximum output, concentrating their firepower on him. The survivors in the live stream were exhilarated by the spectacle. What a thrilling show! Watching the live broadcast stirred their blood. Is this the world of supernatural beings? So vibrant and dazzling. Lin Qi's speed was awe-inspiring. Just watching left them breathless. But wait, were the three also supernatural beings? Was their power merely a high-tech palm cannon sprouting from their hands? At that moment, Lin Qi approached them at lightning speed and flashed them a devilish smile. Lin Qi's smile instilled a subtle unease within the hearts of the three. However, after a brief moment, clarity dawned upon them. Their own firepower was indeed formidable. How could Lin Qi possibly escape from his grasp and launch a counterattack against him? Yet, the subsequent actions of Lin Qi instilled a profound sense of dread within them. After Lin Qi smiled at them, he suddenly vanished from their sight. Panic surged within their hearts. The detection device implanted in their eyes could no longer perceive Lin Qi's presence. Why was Lin Qi no longer visible? Or had he fled? Yet in the very next moment, Lin Qi's figure suddenly materialized beside the three individuals. Before they could react, Lin Qi swiftly swung his sword in a decisive arc. The crescent moon slash unleashed a pale blue radiance that sliced through the air with remarkable speed, passing by three individuals in an instant. In unison, they emitted a chilling scream. It turned out that Lin Qi had just employed the Marine Six Styles technique known as shave, allowing him to rapidly reposition himself beside the trio. In one fluid motion, he severed their arms, causing their wrist-mounted palm cannons to clatter to the ground. Now, they knelt in agony, desperately attempting to stanch their wounds, only to realize in horror that their hands were no longer there, rendering any effort futile. At that moment, Lin Qi urged the Zhang couple to rise quickly. Lin Qi would never grant the three of them any opportunity to seize the two and use them to threaten him. Lin Qi dragged the three individuals to one side and then retrieved 6 steel bars from his storage space, all while under the bewildered and terrified gazes of the trio. Lin Qi, with an astonishing swiftness that rendered the eye unable to perceive, drove 6 steel bars directly into their legs, firmly pinning the 3 of them to the ground. In the instant the steel pierced their flesh, their instinctive reaction was to grasp the steel bars with their hands and attempt to extract them. However, it was at this moment that they suddenly realized their hands were no longer there. Upon confirming that escape was impossible for the 3 of them, Lin Qi began to interrogate them. From their earlier demeanor, he could discern that these 3 individuals had been sent by someone else. Moreover, their attire bore little resemblance to that of ordinary earthlings. Lin Qi must first ascertain who exactly dispatched the 3 of them. However, at this moment, the trio remains obstinate, unwilling to reveal the identity of their unseen master, perhaps out of fear of disclosing such information. Lin Qi furrowed his brows, realizing that these individuals were rather obstinate. He then cautioned the survivors in the live broadcast room that the ensuing scenes might be excessively brutal. He advised minors and those with cardiovascular concerns to watch in the company of their family members. Upon Lin Qi's utterance, the atmosphere within the live streaming room transformed into one of sheer delight. Ha ha ha! The great Lin Qi has once again begun his humorous antics. Fear not, for we are all adults and in splendid health. That said, Lin Qi, might you not be contemplating employing some form of torture upon the 3 individuals? Merely torture, you say? We are in the apocalypse, after all. What gruesome sights have we not witnessed? Lin Qi, do hasten, for I am utterly impatient. Goodness, you up there? What a twisted soul you are, reveling in the suffering of others. The live streaming room was enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals who were fixed to the ground gazed at Lin Qi, bewildered as he spoke to the air in an incomprehensible manner, stirring a sense of confusion within them. However, in the next moment, Lin Qi's actions dispelled their doubts. What followed was a brutal torment that lasted a full 10 minutes. During this interval, they profoundly experienced the essence of a fate worse than death. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Lin Qi ceased his actions. Just moments ago, he had employed the interrogation techniques derived from military combat arts, focusing solely on efficacy. Indeed, a hint of unfamiliarity had set in. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, despair enveloped the hearts of the 3, having just endured inhumane physical torment. Lin Qi's words struck a profound blow to their spirits. Good heavens! It seems Lin Qi has come to hone his skills on them. In the beginning, the viewers in the live stream engaged with laughter and banter. However, it wasn't long before an unusual silence enveloped them. 10 minutes elapsed in this stillness. After a while, a solitary comment finally emerged. Indeed, what the great Lin Qi said is true. I'm actually underage. I lied just now. This is utterly brutal, inhumane. I once believed I had acclimatized a life in a post-apocalyptic world, but now it appears I was far too naive. I never anticipated that the great Lin Qi possessed such a violent side. Shouldn't one be a bit more ruthless towards their enemies in a world like this? Lin Qi merely wished to make them understand that in a world ravaged by disaster, those who are soft-hearted are ill-suited for survival. However, it seems that they should have grasped this truth by now. The 3 individuals, at this moment, gazed vacantly at the heavens, their hearts surely filled with profound regret. It would be far better to endure their own torment than to remain in this predicament. At this juncture, Lin Qi regarded them and inquired, "Can you now reveal to me whence you came?" Chapter 1:10. Manipulating the psyche, the 3 individuals averted their gazes, unable to meet Lin Qi's eyes. To them, he appeared as a ruler, even more ruthless than Yi Tai-chu. Then, the one who had previously dared to confront Lin Qi trembled as he spoke. "I will tell you. Please do not harm us. We came here under the orders of the young master of the Yi family, Yi Tai-chu." Upon hearing the name Yi Tai-chu, Lin Qi's eyes suddenly narrowed with intensity. Lin Qi did not shut down the live stream as he had done before. He aimed to make other ordinary survivors aware of the existence of Yi Tai-chu. Lin Qi understood that Yi Tai-chu was conducting experiments on the survivors. He wanted the survivors to be able to promptly avoid him upon encountering Yi Tai-chu. Lin Qi is now exceedingly sensitive to these three characters. Since the beginning of his rebirth in the apocalypse, he has been relentlessly searching for any information regarding Yi Tai-chu's whereabouts. Now, he finally has the opportunity to uncover the truth. How could he not be exhilarated? So, please tell me, where exactly is Yi Tai-chu? Lin Qi pressed them further, and the individual eventually divulged the whereabouts of Yi Tai-chu. However, Lin Qi harbored doubts about their willingness to disclose such information so readily. At that moment, Yi Tai-chu's location was undoubtedly fortified with heavy security. The presence of the three individuals indicated that Yi Tai-chu's subordinates were in command of a formidable army of supernatural beings. Venturing alone would render it exceedingly difficult for Lin Qi to gain any advantage over them. Nonetheless, now that he was aware of Yi Tai-chu's location, he was no longer at the mercy of his adversary. Previously, he had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that his dispatch team would fall victim to Yi Tai-chu's forces. With this newfound knowledge of Yi Tai-chu's position, he could now take the initiative to disrupt their plans. After learning the location, Lin Qi promptly relayed the information to several survivor squads outside, instructing them to maintain a safe distance from Yi Tai-chu's stronghold. How many individuals like you are under Yi Tai-chu's command? Lin Qi inquired once more. Upon hearing his question, the expressions of the three individuals turned to one of embarrassment. They understood that Lin Qi would inevitably uncover the whereabouts of Yi Tai-chu. Yet the extent of Yi Tai-chu's influence remained shrouded in secrecy. Acknowledging this secret meant that revealing it to Lin Qi would render them expendable in his eyes, potentially leading to their demise. At that moment, Lin Qi declared, "Whoever reveals the information first shall be spared, while the other two will face my wrath." Upon hearing this proclamation, the trio's minds began to race. They had initially resigned themselves to the belief that their fate was sealed, despite enduring such brutal punishment. They had not fully complied with Lin Qi's demands. However, the situation had changed. The prospect of survival ignited a spark of hope within them. The individuals beside them became mere strangers, their identities irrelevant. Such is the nature of humanity. When faced with certain death, individuals tend to unite. But once the possibility of survival emerges for one among them, that unity dissipates, giving way to cunning and rivalry. Each began to ponder why the fortunate survivor could not be themselves. Lin Qi adeptly capitalized on the self-serving frailty of human nature, compelling individuals to willingly divulge information to themselves. Thus, the one who first articulates the news secures their survival. Lin Qi harbored no fear that they would intentionally provide him with erroneous information, for he believed they would not dare to do so. After all, he possessed the means to verify the authenticity of their claims. Should they prove false, he could swiftly rectify the situation. He observed the three of them exchanging glances, each wary that the others might seize the opportunity to speak first. I. With their hands rendered useless, the trio resorted to using their heads to engage in a comical clash. Lin Qi glanced at the three of them, feeling somewhat speechless. They truly lived up to the title of extraordinary beings, despite having sustained such severe injuries and enduring their own torment for quite some time. They still possessed the energy to engage in playful banter with one another. Lin Qi grew somewhat impatient. With a swift motion, he struck decisively. Whoosh, whoosh. The heads of the two individuals beside him flew off. At that moment, a trace of confusion lingered on their faces. Their eyes turned towards Lin Qi, seemingly questioning why. Despite the agreement that one would speak first and the others would meet their demise, he had acted before uttering a word, leading to their untimely end. Lin Qi discerned their bewilderment and murmured, "What compelled you to position yourselves on either side?" "I merely found it convenient." The two heads had not anticipated that Lin Qi's motive for their demise was such a trivial convenience. Subsequently, their consciousness plunged into an eternal abyss of darkness. This abrupt turn of events left one individual utterly stupefied. He had not foreseen Lin Qi's decisive ruthlessness in eliminating those two. At that moment, Lin Qi turned his gaze towards him, instilling such terror that he disregarded the nails anchoring his legs to the ground and began to retreat frantically, exclaiming, "Do not approach. Stay away." In his eyes, Lin Qi appeared as a capricious demon. Yi Taichu was already sufficiently deranged, yet Lin Qi surpassed him in madness. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, the survivors had just witnessed Lin Qi's display of power. Good heavens! Lin Qi is so monstrous. I adore it. What? You actually enjoy such madness? Me too. Did you not see the expressions on those two faces? It was the epitome of existential doubt. As Lin Qi gradually advanced towards the terrified individual, he declared, "Now, reveal to me the answer I seek." To that individual, Lin Qi's current demeanor resembled a demon whispering insidiously to him. He dared not withhold any information, and thus he divulged everything he knew to Lin Qi, fearful that a moment of displeasure might result in his own demise. After absorbing the desired information, Lin Qi fell into a deep contemplation. After pondering for a while, he brandished his battle blade, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the man. The individual was engulfed in terror. Was it not said that by merely speaking, he could condemn the other two to death? Lin Qi wore an expression of playful intrigue. Did I mention it? Oh yes, indeed I did. The individual, upon hearing this, was just about to exhale in relief. Yet what Lin Qi uttered next sent him into a state of sheer terror. However, what I meant was that whoever reveals it first would be the one to perish, and since you spoke only after their demise, it does not align with my stipulations. My sincerest apologies, but you must meet your end. With that, he concluded. With a swift motion, Lin Qi brought the knife down. That person, wearing an expression of unwillingness, met their untimely demise in that very instant.